Yin Rui was summoned by a sorcerer, possessed by a demon, and ultimately stripped of his life through the travails of transmigration. However, from this day forth, he resolved to no longer be subjected, but to seize control of everything. Chapter 1. A blunt and abrupt beginning. The air was filled with the jarring sound of alarm bells, and icy droplets descended from above. Yin Rui squeezed his eyes shut, letting out a heavy snort through his nose. The relentless overtime had left him utterly fatigued, his mind in a fog. Having finally managed to lay down to sleep, he found himself utterly disinclined to rise. Moreover, he felt weightless, an indescribable sense of relaxation and comfort enveloping him, more pleasurable than being submerged in a hot bath, rendering him even less inclined to move. He sensed himself floating higher and higher, akin to swinging into the clouds, until a sharp, acrid scent of burning jolted him back to awareness. Fire alarm. Open your eyes. Run. Upon opening his eyes, he found no fire, no smoke, only a dimness enveloping him. The familiar office desk had vanished, along with the computer used for data testing, and the beverages, takeout, and the work progress death countdown chart plaster on the wall were nowhere to be found. Familiar black and white Antarctic animal mascots were absent, replaced by an alien environment. He was bewildered to find himself lying on a hard, unyielding bed, surrounded by blue fabric drapes adorned with red threads. A stunningly beautiful woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, was astride him, her smooth, powerful thighs tightly clasping his waist. Both were scantily clad, creating an atmosphere that was both awkward and intimate, while one of Yin Rui's large hands rested on a rather inappropriate location on the woman's body. His head still felt somewhat foggy, and the earlier thought of alarm was swiftly cast aside. Yin Rui's first reaction was to realize that he had not truly awoken. This must still be a dream, for there was no other explanation for such a beautiful maiden perched upon him. He had ample reason to entertain such thoughts, for in reality, such good fortune was non-existent. Thus, it must be a dream filled with benefits. It must stem from the immense pressures he had endured recently, resulting in a buildup of desires. If this is a dream, then I can do as I please? Yin Rui grinned broadly, causing his hands to become restless. The sensations emanating from his palms and fingertips felt exceedingly real, yet in a certain sense, they were also dreamlike. It is both a fantasy and a dream. But Yin Rui was mistaken. This had nothing to do with dreams, merely the crude and unrefined beginning of a certain narrative. Why awake? It matters not. Do not even think of uttering a syllable of a spell. The woman's fair hand swiftly ascended to Yin Rui's neck, her delicate, smooth skin pressed against him, while the knuckle of her thumb pressed fiercely against his Adam's apple, continuously applying pressure downward, both fierce and resolute. Indeed, Yin Rui found himself rendered mute, the sudden onset of asphyxiation causing stars to dance before his eyes. The dream had concluded, and the instinct for survival compelled him to withdraw his hands, attempting to pry apart the slender, elongated arm constricting his neck. Unable to budge it? Had he actually failed in strength? Those arms felt as unyielding as iron, continuing to tighten around his throat without a hint of relent. As the pain surged, dizziness enveloped him. Yin Rui's face began to turn purple, veins bulging, and lips paling. He had come to the stark realization that this was undeniably not a dream. Dreams were never this visceral. He found that he could not pry the hand from his neck, his struggling body unresponsive, firmly pinned down. In desperation, Yin Rui could only reach for the woman's face, even going so far as to poke at her eyes with his fingers. In the face of death, he could not afford to think too much. The woman let out a soft grunt, releasing one hand from his neck while the other swiftly swung, effortlessly deflecting Yin Rui's counterattack. Then, she reached behind her neck, drawing forth a black, curved dagger. This motion caused her hair to cascade down, revealing two sharp and elongated ears, pale with a hint of rosy hue amidst the dark golden strands. An elf? The word sprang to Yin Rui's mind. Transmigration? 2 more words. Do not kill me. Those are the 3 crucial words. Fiki Hall, you wretched fool, perish now. In that moment, Yin Rui yearned to shout, I am not Fiki Hall. I am Yin Rui. Alas, his constricted throat emitted no sound, while the elven beauty's knife struck true. The cold metal pierced his heart, unleashing a wave of intense agony that echoed through his chest, ribs, and abdomen. Blood splattered across the woman's upper body, the crimson staining her pale skin, rendering it even more alluring. As Yin Rui began to succumb to death, he once again hoped this was merely a dream. Yet, if it were indeed a dream, that choking sensation should have jolted him awake. In his final moments, the last thought that flickered through Yin Rui's mind was, had I transmigrated too soon? Shouldn't I have arrived after Fiki Hall's demise? Was this akin to dying in someone else's stead? Alas, all my dreams of transmigration have come in naught. One must always harbor dreams. What if they unwittingly come to fruition? First, he was enveloped in boundless, pure darkness, followed by an utter silence, while Yen Rui could distinctly feel his life force departing from his body, until he began to sink. Was it his soul that was descending? To sink was surely not a good omen, as it had always represented the negative. After all, the celestial realms and paradises lay above, while the infernal regions resided below. Had he committed too many vile acts, thus destined for hell? Yet aside from excessive overtime, he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Perhaps beyond Avicii and tongue extraction, there existed a hell of overtime? Just as he was lost in thought, the descent halted, and a sense of solid ground returned, the surroundings brightening. The scenery of hell was rather monotonous, with black, white, and gray saturating his vision. As far as the eye could see, there lay an expansive, subterranean hall, surrounded by robust earthen layers, with remnants of fossils, bones, and decaying plant roots faintly visible. In this approximately 10-meter square, 5-meter high underground chamber, a crystal throne stood prominently at the center of a low dais. This throne alone bore color, appearing to Yen Rui as a deep crimson akin to blood. Yen Rui glanced down at himself, completely naked, his form a gray, translucent apparition. His vaporous arms could effortlessly pass through his body, yet remained firmly grounded. While he could not be entirely certain, this seemed to be the state of a soul, ghost, or specter. All the characteristics his body exhibited remained as they had been before. At least his palm lines and bodily features were unmistakably Yen Rui's. It appeared that although he had been slain as Fiki Hall, his soul had retained its original form upon arriving here, after losing his body and life. Who is Fiki Hall? Am I merely a surrogate for the dead? Yen Rui sighed heavily. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that dwelling on the question of how he had perished was futile, given that he still possessed memories and consciousness. Focusing on the present and contemplating the future was far more pertinent. Casting a glance around the evidently subterranean expanse, he noted that only the red throne appeared suspicious, warranting further investigation. Moreover, Yen Rui discovered that when he directed his attention toward the throne, an irresistible urge arose within him to take a seat upon it. The throne was elevated, requiring him to ascend 8 steps to reach it. As he climbed, despite it being his first visit, an unusual sense of familiarity washed over him. The ethereal feet of a specter glided over the smooth, gem-laden steps, imparting a warm and solid sensation deep within. The edges of the ruby throne were sharp as blades, promising a gruesome fate were flesh to make contact. However, for soul, these posed no threat. Yen Rui extended his hand, allowing his fingertips to glide across the surface, watching as his vaporous form was momentarily severed before swiftly reassembling. He turned around and slowly seated himself upon the throne. With the slightest shift of his body, Yen Rui found a comfortable position, seated upon the throne, akin to curling up in a familiar office chair, enveloped in an aura of relaxation and ease. He glanced around, noting that the tall backrest bore 2 raised sections at ear level, their smooth surfaces resembling mirrors. In one mirror, he beheld a handsome man with golden hair and fair skin, his frail visage adorned with a gentle smile. In the other, a terrifying demon with black eyes and dark crimson skin, from which twisted black horns protruded from his shoulders and back. Both reflections shifted in tandem with Yen Rui's movements, blinking, smiling, baring teeth, and pulling faces, as if engaging in a playful mimicry. Yen Rui orchestrated their actions, while they echoed his gestures. It was difficult to articulate this process, yet the memories of the fair-skinned man and the crimson-skinned demon swiftly fused with Yen Rui, becoming an integral part of him. Fitch Hall. Yen Rui softly called out to the man in the mirror, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Blah blah. What a peculiar name. Oh, and another title, the Crossroad Demon. The demon with the red skin in the mirror nodded, then adopted a fearsome expression, baring its teeth in a display of intimidation towards Yen Rui. The name beginning with blah blah was the true name of the Crossroad Demon, which Yen Rui discerned after searching through the demon's memories for a time. A true name binds a being's essence to its soul, serving as a unique identification in the world, possessing immense power and constraints, such that merely uttering it could inflict severe harm upon the entity. Although Yen Rui had unearthed the demon's true name, he lacked the requisite knowledge and capacity to pronounce it. He realized that the memories obtained from both the human and the demon were far from complete. Aside from basic knowledge, only significant fragments remained. He learned that Fitch Hall was a scion of nobility, the second son of Count Cant Hall and Marjorie, and an alchemist. Due to a miscalculation with a potion, he had chemically castrated the Duke's eldest son and was currently in self-imposed exile. journeying to Icewind Keep to evade disaster. The capacity to commit such a bizarre atrocity was partly influenced by the Crossroad Demon, but also stemmed from a profound sense of rebellion. Fitch Hall had not only enraged all the family tutors, severing his path to knighthood, but it also left behind a plethora of nefarious tales within the noble circles of the duchy. He secretly supplied various substances to the debauched youth of the capital, amassing considerable wealth, yet his after-sale service was virtually non-existent, and the safety of his products relied heavily on luck. Ultimately, only by venturing to his place of exile could he hope to preserve his life. "What other misdeeds have you committed?" Yen Rue inquired, unable to find further details within the memories. "I can't recall." Fitch Hall in the mirror slowly shook his head, suddenly speaking, startling Yen Rue. "There are many things I can't remember, and it is all the demon's fault." "No, this is your responsibility," the demon interjected. "If you diligently fulfill the contract, there will be no issues. In that case, my soul would end up in your coin purse, becoming currency in the demon's trade, subjected to endless torment." "It won't be endless," the demon in the mirror responded with a cheerful smile. "For torment incurs wear and tear. Even if the power within the coins is unleashed, the soul cannot endure for more than 100,000 years. Ultimately, the pain will cease." Yen Rue pieced together the entirety of the situation, recognizing that the memory loss was indeed a consequence of the psychological warfare between the human and the demon. This deficiency did not solely afflict Fitch Hall. The Crossroad Demon bore similar scars. In simple terms, neither the human nor the demon could be regarded as virtuous. Fitch Hall was notorious for his abominable reputation, yet he possessed considerable talent in spell casting, particularly in demonology and alchemy, which was one of the reasons he shunned the path of knighthood. Initially, he sought out the demon to fulfill his desires, but upon realizing the peril of the situation, he began to resist the Crossroad Demon, attempting to extricate himself from the pact they had forged. The Crossroad Demon was no simple adversary. Upon sensing Fitch's intentions, it launched a counteroffensive. Yen Rue was eager to uncover more about this aspect, such as the specifics of their contract and how they engaged in their magical duels. Yet, such contemplation only resulted in waves of headache and a profound sense of emptiness. Frowning, he gazed at the crystalline mirror housing the two entities, suspecting they were withholding significant portions of their history. The only certainty Yen Rue had was that their mutual scheming had culminated in a fierce conflict, leading to their mutual destruction. Yen Rue, thus, found himself an innocent victim ensnared in this tumultuous strife. The amalgamation of two fragmented memories and a thoroughly bewildered Yen Rue coalesced into the new soul seated upon the ruby throne. Fortunately, both Fitch Hall and the Crossroad Demon retained only partial recollections, akin to two poorly edited films, which would not adversely affect Yen Rue's character or emotions. He remained himself, albeit deceased. "Why must your feud implicate me?" Yen Rue glared at both Fitch and the Crossroad Demon, yet neither displayed any semblance of shame or remorse. It appeared implausible to expect them to experience a moral awakening, and since they were sealed within the mirror of the throne, they could neither emerge nor be struck by him, leaving Yen Rue momentarily at a loss. "What now? Am I to sit here, eternally listening to your grievances?" "I can resurrect you," the Crossroad Demon stated. "I know where your body lies," echoed the figure in the mirror. Chapter 2. The Unity of Duality. Yen Rue, the visage of Feki Hoer in the mirror, the Crossroads Demon reflected within. Anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence understands that striking a bargain with the devil is invariably a foolhardy endeavor. Yet, as a soul yearning for resurrection, one cannot afford the luxury of such prudence. The notion of basic intelligence must be momentarily cast aside. "All my powers reside within you. Once I impart the knowledge of their utilization, you shall be revived," the Crossroads Demon coaxed with a warm smile. "The devil never truly perishes. It merely exists in a different form." This statement holds a kernel of truth, yet it is designed to mislead. The figure in the mirror remarked, "As a demon, constrained by its very nature, it can only speak the truth, though that truth may be laced with deceptive implications, leading you to erroneous conclusions. The devil may never die." "But are you a devil?" Yen Rue shook his head. "Although I may have met my demise without clarity, I am still utilizing a human body, am I not?" "Indeed, a human body, specifically mine," replied the figure in the mirror. "I am aware of your body's whereabouts. Hence, my advice is straightforward. When the time is ripe, you shall return to your body and restore mine. I shall ensure that wretched demon cannot ensnare you. I will not betray you, for to do so would be to betray myself." The Crossroads Demon scoffed at the figure in the mirror, then turned to Yen Rue with a smile. "After our mutual destruction, the power shall be yours. Essentially, you will resurrect yourself, which entails no risk. If you are apprehensive, We can formalize this through a demonic contract. However, you must comprehend that you are the contract demon. Signing with me is, in essence, a pact with yourself, thus significantly diminishing its efficacy. Yin Rui scrutinized the crossroads demon, then the figure in the mirror, furrowing his brows in contemplation. It was evident that neither the demon nor the one capable of outsmarting it in a transaction could be deemed benevolent, starting from the premise that both entities were nefarious. I have lost my former life and my body, and you are to blame. Therefore, the return of my body is but the most fundamental requirement, and there should also be reparations. Using this matter as a bargaining chip while demanding my labor is profoundly insincere. I cannot accept such terms. The figure in the mirror appeared flustered, bowing its head. The crossroads demon relished this moment, but Yin Rui turned to it, stating, "You are in this predicament. Your power now lies with me, yet you still contemplate veiling your intentions with ambiguous terms, clearly still harboring thoughts of deceiving me. This is self-destructive and utterly pathetic." The corners of the crossroads demon's eyes twitched momentarily, yet it quickly regained its former smile. Demons are inherently driven by self-interest, and thus will always act in their favor. It swiftly assessed the current situation. Clearly, the figure in the mirror would not allow itself to influence Yin Rui's thoughts alone unless a common interest could be found. Therefore, the demon smiled gently and said to Yin Rui, "I believe we can ultimately forge a contract. First, you must elucidate the entirety of our situation here, leaving no secrets unspoken." Yin Rui pointed to the subterranean chamber. "This is the 7th layer of hell. Its precise location is indescribable. This is the domain of the crossroads demon, albeit one I have successfully infiltrated." The figure in the mirror beamed with pride. "Demons are orderly. The power of contracts is exceedingly potent here. I exploited the loopholes within the crossroads demon's contract to uncover the vulnerabilities of its domain and seize its core. Fortuitously, you have not entirely succeeded." The crossroads demon interjected, its fury palpable as it interrupted the figure in the mirror. "I was already aware of your actions. Ultimately, you could not escape the constraints of the contract. However, you have lost the core of your domain, and thus, the power of the demon." Observing that the two were on the verge of quarrel, Yin Rui felt compelled to regain control of the situation. One was a deceiving demon, the other a sorcerer capable of standing against it. It would be strange if they did not harbor ulterior motives. "Silence. Both of you, cease this bickering." Yin Rui resolved to assert his authority, determined to dominate the interaction among the three souls. He clenched his fist and struck the throne with force. A tremendous roar erupted, akin to a heavy mallet striking a great bell, the resounding vibrations causing the entire chamber to tremble. Though he could not fathom the underlying principles, it was evident that both the figure in the mirror and the crossroads demon had been significantly impacted. Their images within the mirror swayed violently, and they simultaneously emitted anguished cries, blood streaming from their eyes. In unison, they declared, "We shall cease our quarrel." "Excellent. Continue with your discourse. This is the domain of the crossroads demon in the 7th layer of hell. What follows? Hell comprises 9 layers, where demons are birthed and ascend. The very source of their power resides herein. Demons require territory, yet with sufficient soul currency, a demon may acquire a relatively independent domain from a higher-ranking demon, thereby augmenting its strength through this territory. Why does it sound as though a demon's power is akin to vegetables sprouting from the soil of hell?" Yin Rui's observation seemed to sadden the crossroads demon, who felt a pang of discrimination. However, this did not result in any detriment to it, allowing it to maintain a stoic facade and refrain from responding. It would not divulge to Yin Rui how exceedingly rare or unique it is for a demon to secure its domain. It did not wish to appear overly aggressive or dangerous. The figure in the mirror, however, possessed extensive knowledge regarding demons. Demons adhere to a strict hierarchy. For a demon to ascend, it must undergo a ceremonial rite conducted by a superior demon. However, upon acquiring a domain, a demon gains an alternative means of ascension. As long as the crossroads demon possesses a sufficiently vast territory and sacrifices enough souls, it can elevate itself. Indeed, territory is akin to farmland. Souls are the fertilizer, and demons are the crops. The potential for independent demons should not be underestimated. The figure in the mirror retracted its derision and continued. The crossroads demon likely has leverage over its superior, but fears foul play during the ascension ceremony. Hence its desire for territory. The crossroads demon remained silent. Yet under Yin Rui's penetrating gaze, it nodded in reluctant acknowledgement. After securing the territory, The Crossroads demon intertwined its essence with this land. Thus, even if it were to lose its corporeal form, its demonic essence would be reborn upon this soil, suffering no detriment whatsoever. However, the demon's contracts come with conditions of exchange. The price of resurrection entails an additional vulnerability, should this land be seized. The Crossroads demon would face permanent obliteration. The confrontation between the human and the demon altered the rules of this realm, as Feki Hoer and the Crossroads demon became ensnared within the throne, while Yen Rue's soul became a fusion of their essential characteristics, logically establishing him as the new master of this territory. The Crossroads demon sighed, begrudgingly stating, "You are the new master, thus you shall not perish." And resurrection is quite simple, albeit costly. The exchange of life and death is equivalent. To resurrect you, a soul of equal strength must be sacrificed. Our resources are dwindling. How does one achieve resurrection? Yen Rue inquired, his interest piqued. Retrieve the pickaxe forged from the depths of the infernal forge beneath the throne, and chisel through the central section of that wall behind me. You will uncover a vast soul transmutation crystal, which also serves as a portal to the mortal realm. The Crossroads demon revealed, "I shall teach you how to possess like a demon, and you will easily return to Feki's guise. All wounds will be restored as long as the souls within the crystal are sufficient to cover the cost." Yen Rue trembled at the prospect, eager to embark on the path to resurrection. However, caution compelled him to take a seat once more, casting a glance at the remnants of Feki Hoer's soul. The figure in the mirror nodded in agreement. What it states is accurate. This is indeed the method of resurrection, yet it is not the entirety of the matter. The wall behind the Crossroads demon leads to the mortal realm, while the opposing wall, the one behind Feki Hoer's mirror, leads to another location. That is the world from which you came. A tampered demonic contract has pulled a fragment of your space here, thus your body remains there. The figure in the mirror spoke, "Yet there is surely still turbulence within. You must devise a means to stabilize it, and then you shall reclaim your corporeal form. As long as there exists a soul, retrieving the body should not pose a challenge. Upon your return to the mortal realm, be sure to gather extensively." The Crossroads demon smiled faintly. "You are now me, a contract demon endowed with dominion. The contracts of hell can assist you in manifesting various desires, including the creation of a more formidable body. However, were I in your position, I would refrain from employing the contract to assume the body offered by the devil." The words of the figure in the mirror resonated with Yen Rue's own thoughts. Those significant elements should be retained in their original form rather than resorting to imitation. Otherwise, one risks being deceived and ultimately suffering the consequences. The Crossroads demon scoffed. "Regardless of your desire for a body, the soul remains indispensable. Do not forget that this is hell. Digging outward from the throne leads directly to it. And remember, if you can dig out, others can dig in. Without a soul, this domain will be unstable, leaving it vulnerable to incursions from other demons. Should this place be completely overrun, our fates would be sealed." After a moment of silence, Fikaho finally sighed. "Indeed, a soul is essential. We must employ every method to gather more, even if it means resorting to demonic means." As a young man of virtue, Yen Rue found himself somewhat unprepared to transform into a soul reaper. He struggled to suppress the resistance within his heart, yet accepted the reality before him. He wished to protest further. Is there truly no alternative to souls? The dominion of hell only accepts souls, but gold can be exchanged for souls. This is the only other commodity recognized by demons outside of souls. The Crossroads demon observed the flicker of joy igniting in Yen Rue's eyes and extinguished it with a flick of his fingers. "Do not rejoice. Your current power is insufficient to engage in transactions of gold and souls with other demons. Such actions would only attract enemies, resulting in annihilation and murder. Moreover, in hell, souls hold greater value. Exchanging them for gold is improper. However, in the mortal realm, many are willing to trade souls for gold, often at a low price. You should be grateful I am a contract demon. The contract becomes your intrinsic power, allowing you to forge soul contracts independently, an unparalleled skill. Even more powerful demons, such as the Horn Demon or Ice Demon, must summon us to establish a contract. With a little effort, souls can be reclaimed." The figure in the mirror interjected. "Signing too many contracts in a demonic manner can lead to spiritual degradation. Logically, one would assume demons revel in leading others to ruin. Yet this time, the Crossroads demon ceased its enticements. I have not been entirely forthright. There are other methods beyond contracts. In addition to the pickaxe, beneath the throne lies an object crafted from the horns of deep hell's demons, a soul dagger. aptly named for its ability to collect suitable souls even after death, provided it is within 3 minutes. The skepticism etched on Yin Rui's face was unmistakable, prompting the figure in the mirror to patiently elaborate. You see, if you were to truly succumb to becoming a demon, the Crossroads demon would be entirely absorbed, ceasing to exist. At that time, my form would also be tainted, rendering it unusable for resurrection. Furthermore, as a human still possessing kindness and compassion, you might even assist me. Becoming a demon marks a different and dire scenario. I do not wish to gamble. Yin Rui glanced between the figure in the mirror and the Crossroads demon, a torrent of emotions surging within him. Anger foremost, resentment following closely, yet beneath it all, a glimmer of relief, compassion, and sorrow. Nevertheless, the greatest trait of humanity is the possession of hope. Even amidst the depths of hell, I shall return to the mortal realm, Yin Rui declared, rallying his spirits. I will embody Faikeho, and I will be the Crossroads contract demon, but ultimately, I must remain Yin Rui. We shall part ways in the end, and you two may continue your tumultuous relationship. However, before that, Yin Rui asserted with utmost seriousness, we are a trinity, and we must remain a trinity. Chapter 3, The Prelude to Belief. After accepting the guidance of the demon, Faikeho, or rather, Yin Rui, successfully revived. The process bore no significant difficulties, nor was there any ensuing pain. Utilizing a pickaxe fashioned from the deep hell's demon horn, Yin Rui breached the wall and discovered the soul crystal portal. He merely needed to propel his mist-like soul into the crystal, and in the next instant, he would return to the mortal realm. In his hand, he now possessed a dark crimson dagger, the soul dagger. This dagger could be concealed within his body at any time. For a demon, the body is merely a vessel, akin to a pocket. By clenching his fist and raising his thumb, he could summon the dagger without inflicting harm upon his form. It must be said, demons tend to care for their vessels quite well. At least all the wounds on his body had vanished. The evidence of prior murders remained only as stains upon the bedsheets and the floor, coupled with the holes that adorned his clothing. The room was deserted. The elven assassin had evidently departed, prompting a sigh of relief from Yin Rui. Resurrection consumed souls, and the remaining souls were scant. Perhaps he could revive once more, contingent upon the extent of bodily damage. If he were to plummet from a cliff and shatter his form, revival would still be possible, yet complete restoration would be unattainable. I presume you would not wish to inhabit a paralyzed body, echoed the Crossroads demon's earnest counsel as he departed. Yin Rui certainly had no intention of dying again. The process of death was excruciating. The physical sensations were but a minor aspect, while the psychological trauma was the crux of the matter. The closer one approaches the brink of death, the more time seems to stretch under the immense duress. A myriad of thoughts flood in, nostalgia, regret, confusion, all ultimately transforming into terror. He felt as though the true assassin was not the wound upon his abdomen, but rather the grip of fear constricting his throat. Yinghui, Avaking. Do not linger on the memories of death. You must now discover a means to survive. He urged himself, rising from the bed and stumbling toward the basin in the room. He was still adjusting to his new body. However, reacquainting himself with his stride, strength, and balance proved manageable. He found himself in a rather decent hotel room, complete with a bed, a desk, a private bathroom, and a partition for simple bathing. In the bathing area, a smooth brass mirror hung on the wall beside the basin, allowing Yin Rui to behold his appearance. Reflected in the mirror was a pale, weary visage, with slack skin and prominent veins suggesting a lack of vitality. Faikeho had always been physically inactive, and in his attempts to extricate himself from the demon's contract, he had subjected his body to numerous experiments. Fortunately, his proficiency in alchemy had enabled him to maintain control throughout the process, preventing his own demise. Long-term consumption of various alchemical concoctions inevitably led to complex drug resistance. Coupled with the addictive side effects of certain substances, anyone witnessing his condition would be at a loss. Only Faikeho, through personal experience, might possess the potential for recovery. Unfortunately, Yin Rui had inherited only fragments of memory from the body, lacking comprehensive knowledge of alchemy and possessing little practical skill, rendering him apprehensive to take action. While physical frailty could be remedied gradually through care, exercise, and nourishment, what could be done about addiction? Yin Rui searched through his memories, intertwining them with knowledge belonging to the Crossroads demon, and swiftly arrived at a conclusion. I am currently in a state of demonic possession. The addiction pertains to the physical realm, temporarily leaving my spirit and soul unscathed. In other words, should cravings arise, I must endure, even to the point of death, without resorting to drugs. Surviving is victory. death presents another chance at revival. In any case, I must not allow my spirit to be compromised. The mind and soul were the only truly personal possessions of Yin Rue at this moment, the foundation of his existence, and the bedrock of his future. After his traversal, he needed to guard against the Crossroads demon and could not fully trust Faikaho. Their relationship could only be one of cautious collaboration based on mutual benefit. Only by enhancing his own strength could he seize the initiative in this intricate struggle for power. However, the path that lies ahead is singular, leading directly to the land of exile. The troubles that Fiki had previously stirred were far too monumental to be reconciled, even with his noble lineage as a count. After all, having emasculated the ruler of the duchy, the sole heir of the Iron Duke, Seloyen Arya III, a crime compounded by the absence of offspring, his transgressions were akin to treason. Perhaps only when the Duke begets more sons, or even a subsequent generation to grant him clemency, might he have a chance to return. The female elven assassin from earlier could have been dispatched by the Duke himself, or perhaps sent by someone hoping to curry favor through his demise. If it were the former, then there would be only one assassin. If the latter, who knows how many others might be lurking in the shadows. Yin Rue's thoughts spiraled, and he clenched his fists. Fiki Hor, you wretched fool. A simpleton whose alchemical pursuits have dulled your wits, and you still linger on the road. You, oh you, deserve your fate. If I were you, I would never be so foolish. From this moment forth, I shall embody a Fiki Hor that is similar yet distinct, swiftly extricating myself from this predicament. First and foremost, we must set forth under the cover of night to reach our destination as expeditiously as possible. As the second son of a count, despite his path of exile, he was accompanied by a servant. Eddie, a clever 12-year-old boy, had taken on this unfortunate task. He was to accompany young Master Hor to the Icepeak Fortress near Collinwood, to witness his oath of allegiance there, formally severing ties with the Hor surname, after which he could return home with the news. He had been sleeping soundly next door, but upon hearing the summons, he instantly leapt from his bed. As a servant, he always slept in his clothes, so he quickly donned his coat and slippers to rush over. Just as in his memories, Eddie was quite slender, yet he possessed considerably more strength than Fiki Hor. His large, round eyes gazed respectfully at his master, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. Pack your things. We must depart immediately. We shall make haste to Collinwood. Departing in the dead of night? Eddie sniffed the air around him. Master, is there a scent of blood? Did today's waitress displease you? A waitress? So the assassin was invited in by me? It was more than mere displeasure. It was sheer surprise. She pierced me, not only puncturing, but also ending my life. But how could I possibly articulate such a thought? Suddenly inspired, he felt an urgency to leave. Fiki furrowed his brow. What? Do you have any objections? No. I shall prepare at once. Eddie shrank back. I know the inn has 4 horses. Renting 2 for our journey should pose no problem. I will also purchase a lantern to light our way. If we do not rest along the way, we could reach our destination in 4 days at the earliest. Yin Rue observed Eddie, noting the boy's logical thought process and quick reflexes, and he intended to commend him. However, Fiki had not been the type to offer praise. Influenced by demons, he had always spoken coldly and sarcastically to common folk and servants. Making a sudden change in demeanor might not be wise. Perhaps it was best to postpone such thoughts until they were at the Icepeak Fortress. Do well, and be meticulous. Eddie nodded, standing there with a furrowed brow for a few moments before turning and sprinting outside. His first task was to awaken the innkeeper and secure the horses. A sudden departure in the middle of the night necessitated rousing and calming the horses, feeding them extra fodder to prepare their muscles, saddling them, and many other tasks. Once he had settled matters on that front, he could return and leisurely pack his belongings. Yin Rue paused for a moment, and after a while, he heard Eddie haggling with the innkeeper outside, finally realizing what was happening. He thought Eddie might have abandoned him. That would have left him utterly lost. To save time, he too sprang into action. He dragged a trunk from beneath his bed, tossed the scattered clothes on the floor into it, and then found a simple outfit to change into. Most of Fiki Hor's old garments were brightly colored, overly ornate, and ostentatious, fitting the current fashion of the capital circle. Fiki Hor, I am Fiki Hor, Yin Rue muttered to himself as he changed, continuously reinforcing his new identity. The name Yin Rue must be concealed. It could only be used again once he returned to the depths of despair or reclaimed his own body. He quickly tied his hair into a short ponytail at the back of his head, then vigorously rubbed his face to add some color. Before Eddie returned, he did several push-ups and squats on the ground, and even attempted to lift the heavy bed to gain a more tangible sense of his physical condition. That understanding was, he was utterly powerless. Consequently, the breathless Fiki sat upon the bed, waiting for Eddie to complete all the tasks. The only thing he could manage at this moment was to take out his alchemical notes and begin studying the knowledge that Fiki had already mastered. Chapter 4. On the road. They rented 3 horses, 2 for riding and 1 to carry their luggage. As a competent alchemist, Fiki brought along his alchemical tools and dozens of semi-finished potions. He even possessed a small box divided into 200 compartments, brimming with raw materials. These alchemical items represented a vibrant chapter of Fiki Hor's life. Yet, the remnants of that chapter now manifested as an unbearable withdrawal reaction. The consequences of reckless drug use. Fiki gritted his teeth, leaning against the horse's back. He felt no pain, yet every other sensation his body could perceive, numbness, itching, soreness, stiffness, simultaneously or in turn assaulted him. He could even feel both cold and heat in the same organ, a torturous experience indeed. To escape this torment, he could either take a dose of Dream of Demons from his kit, a self-destructive indulgence, or endure, through sheer will, suffering countless iterations of agony. No matter how excruciating the torment, it was merely a physical reaction. I shall never allow my mind to succumb to the influence of Dream of Demons. Fiki cast all the Dream of Demons in his box into the river, binding himself to the saddle during episodes of withdrawal to prevent falling off. The withdrawal was so unbearable that, in comparison, the prolonged horseback riding became relatively tolerable. Yet, Fiki could only entertain such thoughts during withdrawal. At other times, he would repeatedly grumble. Riding was quite uncomfortable. As long as one does not know how to ride, even with a comfortable saddle, layered with thick, soft clothing, or even adopting the Lady S posture, sitting sideways with both legs on the same side, long hours of horseback travel would be torturous. At such moments, Fiki longed dearly for his spacious, comfortable off-road vehicle. He owned an off-road vehicle, although he had never had the time to take it out for a leisurely drive in the wilderness. Yet the image of the wind in his hair, racing toward the clouds, basked in sunlight, was etched in his mind like a cherished memory. However, that early fantasy was brutally shattered by the harsh reality before him. The muddy and rugged path, the forests echoing with wild howls, the impoverished, numb villagers with vigilant gazes, all conveyed to him that he was in an entirely different world. What is the name of this world? Sunderland, or one of the other 30 names? Regardless, no one pays attention to the world beyond. So there is little need for a unified name. Even Fiki, who had delved into extensive tomes to study demons, had scant knowledge of this world. His meager geographical awareness informed him that they were currently on the border of the Arya Duchy, with Collinwood ahead, essentially marking the duchy's northernmost town, while I Speak Fortress lay a further 30 miles ahead. That would be considered leaving the country. I Speak Fortress, along with a series of fortresses stretching along the northern to southern border, legally did not belong to the Arya Duchy, but rather to the domain of the Church of True Thunder. The church stationed holy knights, clerics, and martial practitioners at the fortresses to defend the western front of the duchy. Within those undulating mountains lay various formidable threats, including monsters and fierce beasts. Those with a spirit of sacrifice could voluntarily join the ranks of the fortress guards. Serving the thunder of truth signifies a rebirth. Any transgression may be absolved through a lifetime of devoted service. Naturally, the gravity of murder starkly contrasts that of merely pilfering an apple, with the latter being far more likely to receive clemency. Thus, after years of evolution, the Church of the Thunder of Truth refined its policies, issuing indulgence vouchers to exemplary volunteers and permitting their departure at will. Lords sheltered by the church would acknowledge these vouchers, yet they are but mere parchments, incapable of warding off blades and weapons. Only a fool would regard them as talismans of protection. Fitch was acutely aware of this reality. The iron-fisted Duke Saloyan was known for his severity. He would undoubtedly recognize the voucher for the church's sake and refrain from judging Fitch for his chemical castration. However, he would surely seek another pretext, perhaps to accuse Fitch of casting a disapproving glance at one of the Duke's hounds and subsequently condemn him for a new offense. Fortunately, the Duke was unable to act within the confines of Ice Peak Fortress. To disrupt the tacit agreement of exile would escalate the noble games from mere rivalry to a deadly feud, simultaneously jeopardizing relations with the church. Moreover, the trickster demon was exceedingly confident. An ordinary person would fail to discern Fitch's current physical state and would not consider him a walking devil to be purged. Thus, even with his posterior and thighs chafed and his bones aching, Fitch was determined to reach the fortress post-haste. My lord, behold, the fortress lies just over the hill. For one accustomed to the grandeur of modern architecture, Ice Peak Fortress was hardly awe-inspiring, yet it still evoked admiration. Beneath a towering peak crowned with glistening white snow, A stone castle with formidable walls and 3 arrow towers stood proudly upon the sunlit, steep slope. It was a bastion of solemnity and silence, exuding an atmosphere of foreboding. From a considerable distance, the scars of battle were evident. Breaches in the walls, a collapsed arrow tower, and a massive crossbow protruding from the ramparts, pointing skyward. As one approached, it became apparent that numerous iron spears were embedded in the stone crevices atop the walls and outside the arrow towers, clearly intended not for terrestrial assaults, but to address aerial threats. What threats lurked in the skies? Fitch gazed upward to the azure expanse, where a small bird of indeterminate breed flitted by, chirping cheerily. The surroundings were unmarred by industrial pollution. Everything beyond the fortress was a pristine natural habitat, undoubtedly an idyllic locale for leisure and retirement. All seems well, he mused. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when a shadow streaked overhead, causing the 3 horses to rear in panic and whinny in alarm. Fitch lost his grip on the saddle and tumbled to the ground, colliding intimately with the stones below. A creature with the head of an eagle, wings, and 4 claws, adorned in a striking pattern of black and yellow feathers, soared above. Fixating its gaze on the 2 men and their horses below, it spread its wings, gracefully tilting its body to carve an arc through the air, all the while keeping its eyes trained on its potential prey. A griffin, Eddie exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. He managed to control his mount, turning to Fitch in this critical moment. "My lord, hurry! Climb aboard, we must flee." Over Eddie's shoulder, Fitch could clearly discern the griffin's intent, even surmising its thoughts. The creature was assessing its quarry, gauging weight, and estimating the quality of flesh. It could only capture 1 prey at a time, and it was evident that the emaciated Fitch was a rather unappetizing choice. This griffin was well into adulthood, possessing ample hunting experience, and thus chose to forego seizing Eddie. Though capturing both man and horse would yield the greatest reward, the presence of a weapon could pose a risk. Should it sustain injury from a metallic spike, it would be a loss not worth incurring. Fitch's horse, terrified, bolted toward the woods, a place the griffin detested. Meanwhile, the pack horse, the gentlest and most sluggish, collapsed in fear under the griffin's menacing presence, soiling itself in the process. Upon witnessing this, the griffin shrieked excitedly, extending its talons as it began its descent. "Get down!" Fitch shouted, gripping Eddie's hand and exerting every ounce of strength to drag him down. Though his strength was insufficient, the advantage of age and weight played in his favor. Eddie tumbled to the ground beside Fitch with a cry. At that moment, the griffin swooped overhead, its razor-sharp talons barely missing Eddie's saddle. With a swish, the griffin's 3 talons accurately struck the pack horse, piercing its belly. Subsequently, its forelegs pushed off the ground, and its wings flapped violently, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. The griffin ascended, clutching the horse's carcass in its claws. "Once it has taken its prize, we shall be safe," Fitch explained to Eddie, whose face was streaked with blood. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Fitch noticed a massive crossbow atop the fortress wall pivoting, clearly aiming toward the griffin. Fitch believed the distance was too great. At 500 meters, even a modern rifle would struggle to hit its target. Although the griffin's speed had diminished due to the weight of the horse, aiding in aiming, the risk of a miss loomed large in his mind. He envisioned the potential aftermath. Should the griffin be startled, it might well drop the horse. If it was still famished and reluctant to relinquish its prize, it could opt for a lighter, swifter target, potentially seizing Fitch or Eddie for a hasty escape. "Don't!" Fitch cried out just as the crossbow was fired. A silver arrow shot forth from the wall, tracing a graceful arc through the air, hurtling toward the griffin. Eddie, too, witnessed this spectacle, and both master and servant fixated on the giant bolt, their hearts lodged in their throats, rendered speechless. The griffin, alert to the impending danger, either sensed hostility or spotted the threat with its keen eyesight. As the bolt soared through the air, it suddenly veered off its original trajectory, evading the projectile with a triumphant cry. Fitch gasped in disbelief. The arrow wobbled midair, its tip and fletching vibrating, the amplitude of its oscillation increasing, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, the arrow seemed to curve, striking the unfortunate horse. In a deluge of blood, the arrow pierced through the neck, emerging on the other side, striking the pack that bore Fitch's alchemical tools and various unfinished concoctions. In an instant, the potions mingled together. Boom! The bundle erupted. A green flame ignited the griffin's feathers, rapidly consuming the creature. The horse was reduced to fragments, plummeting earthward. The griffin screeched in agony, not soaring far before crashing heavily to the ground. Fiches y Chapter 5. First Impressions of Ice Peak Fortress. The featherless griffin struggled in the distance, attempting to extinguish the alchemical flames still burning upon its flesh. The jagged stones below only added to its already grievous wounds, amplifying its mournful cries. Yet it appeared that the most perilous moment had passed. At least it would not be seized by the flying beast. Rising from the ground and pulling Eddie to his feet, Fitch gazed at the thrashing griffin from afar. It could be said that their escape was primarily due to the explosion of the alchemical concoctions, particularly that green flame, which adhered tenaciously to flesh and seared it mercilessly. Fitch struggled to recall any prior knowledge or notes from his alchemical journal that mentioned such a flame. How could he ascertain its formula? He pondered. Eddie, using a handkerchief to staunch his nosebleed, gradually regained his composure, quickly realizing that Fitch had saved his life. Had he not been forcefully yanked from his mount, he might have ended up skewered upon the griffin's claws, meeting his demise alongside the pack horse. My lord, thank you for saving my life. No need for thanks. Fiki smiled at him, then pointed towards the Ice Peak fortress, saying, Look, the city gates have opened. Someone is approaching. A lone rider galloped forth, accompanied by a slowly moving flatbed cart driven by two young boys. The knight, clad in lightweight leather armor, soared down the steep mountainside with the grace of flowing water. Clearly an adept horseman, had his head not been completely bald, which detracted from his overall appearance. His exceptional riding skills would have surely elicited shrieks of admiration from noble maidens. The steed came to a halt beside the two men, stirring up a cloud of dust that the wind whisked away, leaving Fiki untouched. The rider dismounted, his pale, golden eyes scrutinizing them, his serious visage betraying no hint of emotion. Merchant? He inquired, or perhaps a traveler? Neither, Fiki replied. I am bound for the Ice Peak Fortress, where I seek to acquire a new identity. A criminal? The knight appraised Fiki from head to toe, then glanced at Eddie. Guilty, yet accompanied by a maid. It appears you belong to the nobility. I'm man, Eddie yelped, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The knight remained impassive, pointing a finger at himself as he introduced Giles. Oh, I am Fiki Hall from... Why do you walk away without listening to me? What is your purpose? Giles interjected, stepping past Fiki and Eddie while drawing his longsword. The griffin is still alive. The griffin, struggling on the ground, was at its most perilous moment. It caught sight of the sword's metallic gleam and swiftly rolled over to face Giles. With a wingspan nearing 10 meters and a beak almost a meter long, its powerful legs armed with claws akin to short swords were lethal weapons. Fortunately, it could not fly. Giles bent slightly, his gaze fixed on the griffin as he cautiously managed the distance between them. In that moment, Fiki and Eddie hurriedly distanced themselves, realizing they could not assist, and at the very least wished to avoid complicating matters. Once at a safe distance, Fiki began to observe intently. How did the warriors of Ice Peak Fortress engage in battle? Why did he carry two crossbows? The griffin emitted a series of warning cries, its claws scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying. Giles remained composed, maintaining a steady rhythm. He twirled his sword, the sharp blade and remarkably long hilt tracing circles in the air. The griffin, captivated by the glint of the sword, failed to notice as Giles unslung the heavy crossbow from his back. The bolt was prepped and released with a swift motion. The griffin, caught utterly off guard, had no time to react. The bolt, nearly the length of a hand, pierced its eye, causing it to explode with a spray of glimmering fluid that mingled with blood. The griffin went into a frenzy, its four claws scrambling, even its wings clawing at the ground as it sought to close the distance and exact revenge on its assailant. Giles took 2 steps back, discarding the heavy crossbow before gripping his longsword with both hands. With a powerful pull of the hilt, the blade elongated. The hilt had a retractable mechanism, and when extended, it became even longer than a spear. Giles lunged forward, presenting the nearly 3-meter-long weapon. Whether to classify it as a lance, spear, or longsword, Fiki only knew that the sharp tip spiraled through the air before finding its mark in the griffin's throat. The charging griffin could not halt its momentum. Its neck pierced cleanly through. Its head reared back, desperately stretching its forepaws in one last attempt at revenge. However, thanks to the length of Giles's weapon, he remained safely out of the griffin's reach, controlling the monster's movements with ease. The griffin clawed at the air a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Giles waited a moment longer before slowly withdrawing his weapon. Just as Fiki was about to congratulate him and perhaps forge a connection, he noticed Giles stabbing the griffin's corpse a few more times with his spear sword. The body twitched. It would not be revived. Your skills are remarkable, Fiki exclaimed. Your aim is impeccable. It was you operating the crossbow from the city wall earlier, wasn't it? Giles nodded, his expression devoid of pride. He silently sheathed his sword and took out a cloth to wipe the blood from the blade. He meticulously cared for his weapon, a rare hint of gentleness flickering in his gaze. He is a formidable yet somewhat peculiar individual. Fiki picked up the heavy crossbow from the ground and offered it to him. He merely nodded, not uttering a word of thanks. The griffin will not come back to life, will it? May I take a look? No, it is my trophy. Your trophy? Fiki blinked, attempting to discern his character for future interactions, and added, it was my alchemical potion that incinerated all its feathers. Had it retained any, it would have flown away long ago. I could have shot it down. You missed. The green fire was caused by the crossbow. Are you implying that you foresaw the wall's crossbow would ignite my alchemical fire, prompting you to shoot? Giles furrowed his brow, responding slowly, I killed the griffin. I did not deny it. Fiki waved his hand dismissively and said, however, the alchemical potion is mine. Without it, there would be no fire. If you believe this trophy is solely yours, then you ought to compensate me for the loss of my alchemical potion. Oh, and by the way, that horse was also mine. It was alive when it was lifted into the air, and the city's crossbow pierced its neck. Thus you owe me for that as well. Giles abruptly spun his long sword and accurately sheathed it. Fine, you may take a look. Fiki startled at the blade's swift motion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glanced at Giles, smirked slightly, and approached the griffin's carcass. Shielding himself from view, he summoned the soul dagger. With less than 3 minutes having passed since the griffin's demise, the soul dagger, crafted from the sharp horns of a hellish demon, was dark red, its surface adorned with crystalline facets. The edges of these facets were razor-sharp, yet posed no threat to Fiki. This reminded him of the crystalline throne in hell, which bore similar sharp facets that also did him no harm. Perhaps there was a connection between the two. The dagger was exceedingly sharp and easily pierced the griffin's skin. A warm sensation coursed through the dagger into his palm, and Fiki immediately gained insight. The soul had been collected, albeit in a meager quantity, but more than nothing. Only the souls of truly sentient beings held significant value, particularly those of fallen devils. Though the griffin possessed some intelligence, it fell short of true wisdom. Its soul was closer to that of a spirit, merely a small sum. A small sum is still currency. Money equates to life, life equates to time, and time equates to hope. Though Fiki was reluctant to pin his hopes on soul collection, the harsh reality forced him to do so, given his roots in hell. Having gathered a meager sum, he discreetly concealed the dagger and turned to Giles. How much is this trophy worth? Giles shook his head, saying nothing. At that moment, the cart from Ice Peak Fortress arrived, and 2 boys jumped down. The older boy carried several bundles of rope, his black hair tied back in a short ponytail. The younger, round-faced boy wore a perpetual smile, his plump form comfortably seated on the cart, one hand controlling the reins while the other stroked the horse's rumps to prevent the scent of blood from disturbing them. You are fortunate. Giles happened to be walking the city walls and witnessed your attack. This beast is quite greedy. It will first kill its primary prey in the valley before turning to capture you, ensuring several meals. The older boy set down the bundles of rope and circled the griffin's corpse. I am Tron, and this chubby little brother is Ramsden. Who are you? And what brings you to such a remote place? Fiki Hall. Fiki introduced himself. I encountered some trouble and seek to join Ice Peak Fortress. Tron's actions suddenly halted. Really? Just you or are there more? Just me. Eddie will be returning home after a while. That's a relief. One less person to worry about. Talon Smirketh. It's not unusual to come to the castle for a redemption voucher. However, the person who sent you to Ice Peak Fortress must harbor quite a bit of resentment towards you. Why do you say that? Well, it's simply because this is far from a pleasant place. Talon skillfully began binding the griffin's carcass with rope to facilitate its transport onto the cart. Jars observed from the sidelines, only intervening once to point out a minor error in the binding, which Talon promptly corrected. What do you intend to do with the griffin? Fidge inquired. Why? To eat it, of course. Talon replied with a grin. We were fortunate this time. The fire spared us the trouble of plucking its feathers. The plump Ramsden secured the cart before coming over to assist, remarking, but you can't eat the charred parts. I noticed the flames were green. They must be toxic, leading to considerable waste of good meat. Moreover, there's a horse in the same condition. Fear not, if it comes to that. I shall seek out old Kipling and request a vial of purification elixir from him. Good meat must not go to waste. Indeed, waste is a disgrace, Ramsden chuckled. Chapter 6. The Devil Studies Divine Arts? The cart, laden with the griffin and the dead horse, trundled into Ice Peak Fortress, closely followed by Fidge and the others. They traversed a chasm formed by the mountain waters via a drawbridge, passing through a heavy iron gate before arriving at the outer courtyard. This area encompassed a small square surrounded by walls, with stables and a rain shelter for carts on one side, and targets for archery and sword practice on the other. Continuing forward towards the extending inner-city wall, they curved around the second iron gate below to enter the inner courtyard, thus reaching the fortress's core. In the outer courtyard small square, a middle-aged man with short hair was glaring in concentration, training with a youth of androgynous appearance and golden hair, both wielding blunt swords wrapped in cloth. These weapons, while non-lethal, were sufficient to leave many bruises on the boy's body. The middle-aged man exhibited no mercy, cursing as he swung his weapon with increasing speed. The youth retreated step by step, gritting his teeth and doing his utmost to fend off the attacks. Soon, his heel caught on a stone, causing him to tumble to the ground. The training did not cease. Rather, the blows intensified, transforming the session into a brutal beating. The golden-haired boy did not concede, and the middle-aged man showed no sign of halting. Fidge felt a pang of compassion, uncertain whether to intervene. He noticed Talon and Ramsden sharing his concern, yet neither stepped in. "Unload the cart," Jars commanded, prompting Talon and Ramsden to spring into action. The bald swordsman's gaze lingered on the youth in the training area for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing in apparent dissatisfaction. He cleared his throat, and upon noticing the blunt sword's speed had noticeably decreased, refrained from further interference. Jars rubbed his bald head and pointed at Fidge, saying, "You too, come with me." Fidge and Eddie left the horses behind, while the portly Ramsden took the reins, leading the two horses towards the stables. Jars turned, moving steadily and swiftly along the slope toward the inner courtyard, with the two hurrying to follow. Aside from the front courtyard, the entire fortress was eerily silent, akin to an abandoned house in the wilderness. The square main castle and its adjacent tower were devoid of light and sound. Hollow windows, an ajar door, and a row of deep, dark arrow slits stood silently, resembling a skeleton. Inside the main castle lay a hall cluttered with boxes, sacks, and barrels. Several long wooden tables were haphazardly arranged, appearing somewhat disordered, with candle wax forming small mountains atop them. Human-shaped training dummies, sharpening stones, basins, and a pile of rusted weapons occupied a corner of the hall. Passing through the hall, they ascended the spiral staircase of the tower, climbing 3 levels before Jars halted before a wooden door. He knocked thrice before pushing it open, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from table at the entrance, and tossing it toward the elderly man seated within, who had his back to the door. The paper bounced off the old man's sparse silver hair and tumbled down his mustard-colored robe to the floor. The old man turned, picked up the paper, and grinned with a toothless smile. "Back, are we? Are these to your guests?" "Join us," Jars said, catching the paper thrown back by the old man, leaving it on the table at the entrance. He then mentioned to the old man that there would be meat for dinner before ushering Fidge and Eddie into the room, closing the door behind him. "I want to indulge in the hollow pleasantries of welcoming you to Icepeak Fortress. This is a remote exile, and there's little to celebrate your arrival." The old man, with a white beard and hair, bore the relentless marks of time on his wrinkled skin. "I am Kipling the Snow Owl, and I've lingered here, living off my age. I am hard of hearing, so I can only guess what you say by reading your lips. Please don't speak simultaneously. It's quite taxing for me." Fidge suddenly understood why Jars resorted to tossing paper at him. A light paper ball was less startling than a sudden tap on the shoulder. However, if the old man was deaf, why had Jars knocked on the door beforehand? "Why are you too silent? Don't make me strain my eyes. It's quite exhausting. Move a stool closer and don't be nervous. I am a priest of true thunder, not a venomous rattlesnake." Eddie hurriedly fetched a chair, instinctively preparing to assist his master, as was his habit. Yet, Fidge was no longer the master of old, lacking the sense of entitlement that demanded constant service. Thus, Eddie set aside the extra chair and quickly seated himself behind Fidge. "I am Fidge Hall, son of Cant Hall, a knight of the Temple of the Duchy of Arya, and a royal count." Fidge pinched his nose, as he could not bring himself to utter the title of the chemically castrated Duke's heir, for he bore no guilt in that regard. "Thus, it seems you truly intend to join Icepeak Fortress and spend your days in this final bastion of glory?" Kipling's smile faded as he sat upright, eyes wide like an owl's, piercing into Fidge's countenance and delving into his thoughts. "Do you believe that a redemption voucher can save you?" Under the weight of the old man's gaze, Fidge felt an uncomfortable sensation, akin to the scorching sun of summer concentrating its heat upon his brow, soon causing beads of sweat to cascade down. Is this divine magic? When he opened his mouth to speak, he found his throat rendered hoarse. However, the old man relied on his sight to perceive sound, whether hoarse or not mattered little. "Indeed, this is divine magic. Under the power of the divine, you can only speak the truth." The old man spoke slowly. "Tell me, have you truly resolved to bid farewell to your past and embark upon a new life here at Icepeak Fortress?" "Absolutely." Fidge nodded vigorously. and the pressure of the divine magic dissipated. Now, drink this cup of water. You'll feel much better. The old man poured Fidge a glass of water from his flask, smiling as he watched him drink. It's harmless. This divine magic does not harm. Let me test your understanding. Do you comprehend why divine magic is used to test you? This is an exile. Yet only those who genuinely wish to part with their past can find refuge here. The use of divine magic serves to discern the wolves in sheep's clothing. The old man nodded before inquiring, having journeyed here, what thoughts do you harbor? Time has been too brief for any profound reflections, Fidge replied, glancing around. If I must say, it seems the castle is in dire need of repairs. Indeed, many areas are in disrepair, yet funds for restoration are scarce, leaving us to endure day by day. The old man used his cane to rise from his chair, extending a hand for Fidge to assist him. Let me take you to the platform and explain what you need to do, then you may remain here. The cylindrical tower boasted 5 levels, with Kipling residing on the 3rd, and the platform situated on the 4th. I am quite old now, lacking ambition. I simply wish to descend and no longer enjoy climbing up. If it weren't for the fear that the mice below might one day gnaw me to death, I would truly desire to reside down there. How old are you? Since Fitch was walking beside the elder, he obviously neither heard nor saw the question. Recently, I have entertained the notion of installing a slide on this spiral staircase. At least it would add a modicum of amusement to my descent. Alas, it is a pity that none of those rascals are obedient. The bald man who brought you here goes by the name of Giles, nicknamed the White Bear. He is a monster hunter, tirelessly traversing the land for the sake of our livelihoods, only returning to recuperate after sustaining injuries. You ought to respect him. There are 3 monster hunters at Icepeak Fortress, and currently, only Giles remains. The elder muttered as he slowly ascended the staircase. Accompanied by heavy breaths, there is an instructor in the fortress, Kali, known as Avalanche. He has short hair and a robust physique, and when he speaks, he tends to spit. You must bear with that. Over the next 3 months before winter arrives, you will undergo basic training under him. Only upon passing will you be granted formal membership here and receive a new surname. The two reached the platform, from which they could survey the entire fortress and gaze beyond the walls to appreciate the surrounding scenery. To the west lay a seemingly endless expanse of mountains, with steep cliffs and profound gorges forming formidable barriers that are difficult for ordinary people to traverse. Following the gentle slopes to the east and south, one would find low-lying hills. If the terrain to the west resembles the tumultuous waves stirred up by a storm at sea, then the southeast presents as gentle ripples caressed by a light breeze. Fitch squinted, faintly spotting the town of Collingwood nestled among the hills, resembling a solitary willow leaf adrift upon the rippling surface. The view here is splendid, particularly at sunrise. The elder grasped Fitch's hand and continued. Currently, there are 3 remaining trainees in the fortress. Tron has nearly completed his studies, while Ramsden and Waimama still have a considerable distance to cover. They are both youths. Whereas you're an adult, I shall not concern myself with your past transgressions. I only require that you do not repeat them within the fortress, especially not inflicting harm upon your own kind. Fitch turned his face toward the elder, ensuring he could read his lips. I will conduct myself properly. You appear rather frail. It is evidently inappropriate for you to hunt monsters for a living. Fortunately, you hail from nobility and can read. If you demonstrate diligence, I may impart some spells to you. Whether you can learn them and to what extent depends on your talent and effort, but they will never be without merit. Are they divine spells? The elder nodded. Fitch was troubled. His soul bore traces of the devil, a fact substantiated by his return from hell and the collection of griffin souls. Divine magic originates from the deity of truth and thunder, the very adversary of devils. There is no need for experimentation. Simple deduction suffices to conclude he cannot learn divine magic. After careful consideration, Fitch responded, I may be fated to be devoid of divine magic. Expending considerable effort would yield no results. Ah, the majesty of the divine is akin to the ocean, yet there will always be stones that remain unsoaked. The elder shook his head and, after a moment's pause, added, But fret not. There are certainly spells that do not require divine power. You should give them a try. Chapter 7. The Path of One's Own Choosing. Dinner consists of horse meat. Griffin meat is tough and dry, never truly a satisfactory choice. Given the necessity to conserve horse meat, the griffin was dismembered and processed into strips, hung in the castle courtyard to dry as a winter reserve. Icepeak Fortress lacks a dedicated cook, yet it seems that everyone possesses the skill to prepare food. Their method is universally consistent. Wash, set a pot, add water, kindle a fire, and toss in both meat and bones. The plump Ramsden brought forth an assortment of seasonings. including garlic, ginger, scallions, and a powder of uncertain origin. He continually skimmed the froth from the broth until it became relatively clear, then added the seasonings. The dining hall doubles as the castle's grand hall. A table was placed at the center, accompanied by several chairs, each with a wooden bowl for the diners. The wooden bowls resembled those used for seafood, but were somewhat deeper and evidently aged. Their surfaces were polished to a smooth sheen, glistening with oil, though some bore remnants of charred marks from fire. Giles assisted the elder Kipling into a seat before procuring one for himself. He gestured to two positions, signifying them as Fitch's and Eddie's places. The elder youth, Tron, also took a seat, while the younger Ramsden and Wymama clustered around Collie, diligently tending to the pot to prepare the meat soup for everyone. "Hey, chubby," Collie pulled Ramsden closer and whispered, "Listen, you're to serve this bowl of soup to that young lord." As he spoke, he ladled the soup with a horse spoon, allowing a piece of horse eye to plop into the bowl. Next, he added 2 pieces of meat atop and poured the broth over. "Remember, if he refuses to eat this, you all should raise a ruckus and hastily send that fellow away. And if he eats it," Collie shot him a glare, slapping the back of Ramsden's head. "You little rascal, do you think he can endure the physical training? I guarantee I can work him to the bone before winter. Enough chatter, be clever." Thus, the bowl was smoothly presented before Fitch. As everyone took their seats, Elder Kipling raised his hands to garner attention, then removed the necklace from around his neck, holding aloft the sacred emblem depicting 2 lightning bolts crossing in a cruciform manner. He proclaimed, "Under the gaze of the goddess, we express our gratitude. We are thankful for the Creator who fashioned all that exists. We are grateful to the Thunder Goddess who protects and sustains all life. We appreciate the skills passed down by our forebears, enabling us to procure sustenance and shelter. We acknowledge the labor of each individual, ensuring we are worthy of the bounty before us." Everyone echoed, "We remember." The elder then stowed the sacred emblem and seized a spoon, allowing the feast to commence. This is a simple and universal prayer, presided over by a church minister, suitable for both congregants and non-congregants alike. There exists a more solemn and elaborate ritual reserved for the church's internal, particularly solemn occasions, which may last an entire hour. Clearly, such occasions do not necessitate the preparation of hot dishes. Each person received a large bowl of broth containing bones, a carrot, and dark bread to serve themselves. As Fitch gazed at the substantial bowl before him, he suddenly grasped the concept of happiness as a feeling arising from comparison. The culinary culture of this world is brutally simplistic and primitive, lacking any redeeming qualities, which should have made it difficult for Fitch to harbor any fondness for it. He is not a nomad from centuries past, wholly unaccustomed to consuming horse meat. Yet, since his journey began, he has either been traveling on horseback or enduring withdrawal pangs. The only sustenance he has consumed along the way consists of stews and dried bread, or simply put, provisions. All consumable ingredients, including flour, turnips, minced meat, and cabbage, are boiled together for 2 hours, after which additional flour is added before being dried on a pan. Once most of the moisture has evaporated, the remaining mixture is kneaded into lumps to create rations. These can be eaten directly or reconstituted with weak alcohol to form a porridge. This world lacks bottled water, so the only drink safe for travel is weak alcohol, employed for its preservative properties. This is a rather dreadful food, and each time Fitch must summon the courage to place it in his mouth, the taste instantly transports him to the depths of hell. Happiness is indeed dependent on comparison. Thus, as he beheld the first truly warm meal he had experienced in days, his heart brimmed with joy. There is no need for words. Eat. He found everything delectable, including a piece of meat with a texture akin to a bouncy ball. Warmth spread from his tongue to his belly, and the vitality of life gradually filled his frail body. The bones were devoured with meticulous care, laid flat upon the table. And Fitch lifted his bowl to pour the broth entirely into his mouth. "May I have another bowl? This soup is truly delightful." "Of course. Help yourself to whatever you desire," Mr. Kipling said with a smile. Fetch fetched another bowl, opting for more broth and less meat, and even salvaged 2 cloves of garlic from the bottom of the pot. This time, he savored the soup slowly alongside the dry, hard black bread, ensuring that he filled his belly without any waste. The dining atmosphere was devoid of pretense, especially among the trio and the young lad. The table resonated with the sounds of hearty consumption, a symphony of slurps and crunches. Soon, everyone had finished their meal, with not a morsel left uneaten. Food is sacred, a phrase explicitly inscribed in the doctrine of the goddess of truth and thunder. Thus, sharing a meal became a hallowed ritual, particularly under the auspices of an official priest. We shared the same spoon from the same pot, partaking in the same sustenance, thereby forging familial bonds among us. Even if you are not yet a formal member, you shall find refuge beneath this roof." Upon the elder's conclusion, Eddie suddenly rose. With utmost seriousness, he withdrew a letter from a concealed pocket in his chest and handed it to Mr. Kipling with both hands. The emblem of the Fireblade, the seal of the Hodge family, marked the envelope. The elder examined the wax seal, opened the envelope, and withdrew 2 sheets of paper. One of the sheets was vibrantly colored, adorned with intricate designs and an array of red and green seals. The elder squinted at it, and with sudden delight exclaimed, "A note from the Lattice Bank, with an astonishing sum of 2,000 gold coins?" Keel immediately stood up, gasping in disbelief. He then cast a peculiar glance at Fetch, his mouth twisting into a conflicted expression as he retook his seat. Giles accepted the note handed over by the elder, sniffed it, scrutinized it, and nodded in acknowledgement. Eddie rubbed his hands together, displaying a hint of anxiety. He was accustomed to following orders and rarely spoke for himself. The master had instructed him to deliver this letter to the fortress steward once the young master was under protection. But he hesitated, biting his lower lip, nervously gazing at Fetch. "What if I am not under protection?" Fetch inquired. "Then you must flee with the young master, using the money within to hide, adopting an alias as much as possible." Fetch exhaled, utterly unaware of this matter. All along, he believed that the meager sum of less than 100 gold coins remaining in his purse constituted their entire fortune. "Thank you for looking after me all this time, without absconding with the money." Eddie smiled, his grin wide, shaking his head repeatedly, forgetting to say it was unnecessary. "The Lord Duke places great importance on and appreciates our efforts at the frontier. He values it so much that he has sent his second son here for training, along with a generous donation." As Mr. Kipling read the letter, he explained, "The 2,000 gold coin note can be redeemed at any branch of the Lattice Bank or used as credit collateral at any bank. Moreover, the Duke allocates a portion of the annual profits from specific estates for Fetch training here, approximately 500 gold coins each year. A farmer who relies solely on his own labor, under favorable weather and free from illness or disaster, typically nets about 15 gold coins annually. He could never amass such wealth unless he neglected his wife and children or refrained from emergency investments during lean years. In truth, if Fetch can adapt to the living standards of farmers in this era, 500 gold coins annually would suffice to allow him to live idly. So, as long as we ensure that young Fetch remains alive, we receive 500 gold coins each year." Keel scratched his head, pounding his thigh with his fist. He looked at Fetch, his expression one of incredulity. "This kid? That seems exceedingly difficult. Just how much do you wish to see me push to my limits?" Fetch rolled his eyes, then cast a sympathetic glance at the 3 young men, lingering particularly upon the still bruised Womama. "Giles, you must make a trip to Doran City. There's a branch of the Lattice Bank there. If all goes well, you should return before the heavy snow seals the mountains. You know what we need here?" Giles nodded. "Tomorrow morning." Mr. Kipling waved his hand, signaling the 3 young men to leave the table and attend to their evening studies. Once they departed, the elder continued, "I can discern that you are of noble descent, but this letter truly surprises me. Though we are situated in a remote area, effectively a semi-wilderness, we cannot underestimate the influence of a count, particularly that of Count Hall. Now, you have 3 choices. The first, you can serve as a scribe here, writing letters and copying texts, without needing to train with us, merely pretending to fulfill all formalities. This way, we can continue to shelter you, and the affairs outside will be of no concern to you." Keel's face flushed, clearly disliking this option. He hesitated, his gaze lingering on the 2,000 gold coin note and the promise of 500 gold coins each year, yet ultimately, he remained silent. "The second option, the letter states that you are skilled in alchemy. Thus, you would undergo basic training, engaging in some physical exercises, and serve as an alchemist here. To be honest, we require alchemists more than scribes. However, alchemy involves exposure to toxins, and you will sometimes need to forage in the wild, and your current physical condition is certainly inadequate for this. This option is somewhat safer. The Church's annual inspections should not reveal any discrepancies, and you would have the opportunity to earn indulgences through alchemical products. The third option, we adhere to the strictest standards. You will train as rigorously as possible over the next 3 months, while Giles brings back the necessary materials. Conveniently, we have captured a griffin today. We can utilize its gland. 3 months is sufficient to prepare, allowing us to initiate an enhancement ritual." Keel could no longer contain himself and interjected, "The next to undergo the ritual should be Tron. 500 gold coins each year is enough to alternate the order. Tron can wait a bit longer." "Mr. Kipling replied slowly, "Our winters here are harsh. The ritual would benefit him. But will his body be capable of withstanding the requirements of the ritual by then?" Keel glared at Fetch, stating, "This is not a favorable choice for you. You must understand that I will show no mercy, nor will I grant any leniency. There is an overwhelming likelihood that you will perish during the training." Fetch found himself intrigued by the third option. After all, a stronger physique signified a greater chance of survival, especially in a world still rife with monsters. Nevertheless, he blinked and fixed an inquiring gaze upon Giles. The bald man had been scrutinized with eager eyes, and after a moment, he sniffed and mumbled, "The ritual is rare. If I cannot match your strength, I would feel embarrassed to live among you. So I choose the third option." Fetch raised an eyebrow at Keel. "I look forward to your guidance. I intend to grow stronger. Just watch if I survive this process." Chapter 8. The bond with the griffin. The distance around the Icepeak Fortress along the city walls is approximately 500 meters. This route requires traversing several towers, descending and ascending various staircases and slopes, leaping over 2 gaps formed by damage, and crossing a narrow bridge constructed of wooden planks. Keel left only a single plank on this narrow bridge, necessitating extreme caution while crossing. Each day, Fetch was required to run 30 laps along this path, unceasingly for 7 days a week, and starting the second week, the quantity would increase. He calculated that each lap necessitated approximately 1,100 strides. Under conditions of extreme fatigue, even 2,000 steps were conceivable. He had never engaged in such exertion in his entire life, and he was thoroughly overwhelmed by it, especially when the sensations of fire in his lungs, leaden legs, inability to straighten his back, and the inability to open his eyes all converged. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed not his own. Run, Fetch, run. While Forrest Gump had his childhood sweetheart cheering him on during his runs, Fetch's only companion was Keel, a fearsome man with a grim visage. Whenever he noticed Fetch slowing down, he would shoot an arrow his way. Fortunately, the arrows were unarmed, wrapped in cloth filled with cotton to prevent any lethal harm. Yet, despite this, the arrows striking his body were still painful. Keel demonstrated an impeccable archery skill, hitting his target with remarkable precision. Yet for Fiki, it was a profound psychological blow. He began to navigate in an S-shaped pattern, making sudden changes in direction in an attempt to evade the ranged assaults. However, this also increased his exertion, thus he could not be accused of laziness, and naturally, Keel had no need to shoot. After several rounds of this back-and-forth struggle, Fiki realized that the best course of action was to grit his teeth and persevere. "Keep going, Fiki. Just one more lap, and you can rest." At the Icepeak Fortress, there was but one instructor. When he concentrated all his efforts on tormenting a single individual, the others could afford to relax somewhat. Woomama and Ramsden practiced with blunted swords, exercising caution to avoid ending up with bruises. Tron had completed his basic training 4 months prior, and had even accomplished a demon-hunting task independently, which meant that Kale no longer monitored him closely. Consequently, Tron could lean against the castle wall, holding a water skin aloft, vocally encouraging Fiki. "Come over for a drink. This is a soothing potion prepared by Lord Snow Owl for you." Fiki was enveloped in steam, displaying a winter-like phenomenon in the early autumn. Elder Kipling mandated that he must drain an entire water skin of potion after every 5 laps. The potion contained elements of divine magic, causing a fiery sensation as it coursed down Fiki's throat, inflicting discomfort. Fortunately, the soothing potion only affected the body and not the soul. Otherwise, onlookers would witness an exorcism in real time. Drink more, but don't choke. This potion alleviates physical fatigue, preventing exhaustion from turning into complete collapse and even organ failure. Stretch after you finish drinking. The potion will help relax your body, and soon you can continue running. Tron not only had the water skin, but also brought a large towel for Fiki to wipe away his sweat. Persevere, and you will surely see results. The evidence of effort lay upon the towel. Fiki was a veritable vessel of potions, long burdened by an accumulation of alchemical toxins within his body. Through running and the effects of the soothing potion, his sweat became rich in alchemical components, viscous and slippery like grease. After several days, although his physical stamina had not drastically improved, the withdrawal symptoms had notably diminished. The advantage of divine magic in healing was exceedingly apparent. Alchemical potions could not replicate such effects, at least not with the formulas Fiki was aware of, which failed to alleviate addiction symptoms. As long as the potion proved effective, the sore throat was a trivial issue. He merely needed to ensure he did not display any peculiar expressions. Everything had to align with human behavior rather than demonic manifestations. "Fiki, come here for a moment," Kale announced. "That will be all for today. I have matters to discuss with him." Elder Kipling poked his head out from the window of the room into the courtyard. Kale, somewhat displeased, turned his back to the tower direction, muttering under his breath as he walked towards the young swordsman. Ramsden and Woomama shrugged their shoulders, immediately intensifying their efforts in their practice to make it more lively. Go on, don't keep Lord Snow Owl waiting. And remember to return the water skin. Tron whispered, there is something good for dinner tonight. Rabbit stew. Don't miss mealtime. Having stayed here for several days, Fiki had yet to see any sign of animal husbandry at Icepeak Fortress. Thus he inquired, wild rabbits? Yes, Woomama's traps caught 3 rabbits, 2 squirrels, and a chicken. Tron chuckled. Anyway, they all be stewed together. Calling it rabbit stew is absolutely fine. There was no chef at Icepeak Fortress. Everyone prepared a dish known as survival stew, which involves simmering all ingredients together with garlic. Additionally, they would bake bread, roast meat, and dry various foodstuffs, thus forming the culinary repertoire of the fortress. For this, Fiki felt a pang of regret for himself. Had he not been utterly exhausted each day, he would undoubtedly have taken to the kitchen to offer himself a change of flavors, rewarding his weary organs. Fine, as long as it's meat. I certainly won't miss it. Fiki wiped his face with a towel, adjusted his mood, and said to Tron, I may undergo an enhancement ritual before winter arrives. Originally, it should have been you leading the way. I'm aware. It's no problem. Don't dwell on it. Tron flashed a bright smile, displaying his pearly whites. You're in greater need of the enhancement ritual than I am, and I'm not particularly fond of birds. Oh, you have yet to delve into such knowledge. I believe Lord Snow Owl's summons is an excellent opportunity for you to grasp these matters. Fiki was indeed eager to understand the nature of the enhancement ritual, but for a full 2 weeks, he received no answers. Ever since the last gathering over horse meat, Elder Kipling had locked himself in his room, not emerging even for meals, which were brought to him by Tron. Throughout the day, the sounds of prayers to the goddess echoed within the room, accompanied by the soothing potion. Fiki had knocked on his door, but the elder expressed a desire not to see him for the time being. Kale only focused on training Fiki's body. Hearing any inquiry from Fiki signified that he still had the stamina to continue training. Giles had gone to exchange currency for supplies and was currently absent from the fortress. Even if he were present, he likely would have only responded with 2 words, I'm tired. The 3 young men should know something, but they remained tight-lipped. We haven't undergone the ritual yet, and we are bound by oaths that prevent us from divulging information. Thus, this ritual must be related to some oath, a symbol of formal membership within Icepeak Fortress, requiring the glands of magical beasts like griffins, carrying certain risks and expenses, Fiki deduced. Elder Kipling's room appeared even more cluttered than before. A dozen thick tomes lay open, stacked atop one another on the table, weighing down fresh notes and quills. The air was permeated with a faint, fishy odor emanating from a corner of the room where an alchemical crucible was situated. Within it, the glands of a griffin were being processed, destined to become liquid materials for divine spellcasting. Your alchemical tools are well maintained, far superior to the set I preserved. Kale had brought them to me while tidying up. Once I prepare the ritual materials, you can take them back. Oh, that's no trouble. Since I am at Icepeak Fortress, these items belong to the fortress. Whose is whose? We are not like the Mushroom People tribe. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Let us get down to business. Fiki, it seems the goddess favors you, having helped you endure the most perilous initial weeks of physical training. The days ahead may prove even more arduous, but as long as you avoid injury, your physical condition will only improve. Thus, you may reach the threshold necessary to endure the enhancement ritual before winter. We follow the goddess's will, training here to protect those she cherishes. Our enemies are all monsters that pose a threat to human society. The changing of kingdoms, the strife among nobles, the insurrections of rebels, and even rampant banditry are of no concern to us. Only monsters are our targets. Speed, strength, endurance, and extraordinary abilities. Monsters possess a complete advantage over humans. Unless we can transcend our limits and employ wisdom, such as divine magic, martial skills, or alchemy. The enhancement ritual is a form of divine magic. This ritual originates from the Creator, having undergone the goddess's transmission and refinement. It can awaken your potential, allowing you to connect with the beings created by other creators, enabling a synergy where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. The elder retrieved a thick tome with a blue cover, appearing quite ancient. This is Rituals of Body and Mind. Every fortress in the Sunset Mountains possesses one. Through studying its contents, the goddess's priest can preside over the enhancement ritual. Through Elder Kipling's patient and detailed explanations, Fiki began to comprehend what Icepeak Fortress truly represented. In the memories of the nobility, The fortresses of the Sunset Mountains were seen as a latent stronghold for the church to retain armed forces. While this perspective was not entirely incorrect, it strayed from the fortress's original intent. This is a base dedicated to cultivating vanguard hunters, sacred hunters, and exorcists. The Ice Peak Fortress belongs to the Eagle School within the Vanguard Hunters. Vanguard Hunters emphasize martial combat, with divine arts being optional. Unlike the sacred hunters who particularly rely on prophetic arts and the assistance of holy spirits, nor do they require the mastery of exorcism and transcendence like the exorcists. The Eagle School focuses on range combat, where keen observation is paramount, followed by terrain awareness and maneuverability, while distance and precision serve as the guarantees of victory. In comparison to monsters, humans possess an inherent disadvantage in speed and strength. Even with enhancement rituals, they generally rely on technique and armor for defense, which entails significant risks. The primary weapon of the Eagle School is the crossbow, followed by nets, and lastly, the gunsword, a unique weapon with an extendable hilt. This school is easy to learn yet difficult to master, with experts being exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, due to its unique reconnaissance abilities and a safer distance, novices are less likely to perish, which is a silver lining. The enhancement rituals of the Eagle School typically utilize the organs of flying magical beasts. While dragons are the most desirable, they're a rare find. Griffins are merely a marginally acceptable option. Talon discovered a winged beast and aims to harness its capabilities to blind and manipulate sound waves for his enhancement. His original plan was to initiate the capture during spring when the winged beast has just completed its hibernation and is at its weakest, thus presenting a relatively safer opportunity. The winged beast surpasses the griffin in quality, but demands superior physical prowess to withstand its forces. A small barrel cannot hold much water. The griffin will endow you with basic nocturnal vision, enhance certain olfactory senses, and the remainder will predominantly augment physical attributes and fortify willpower. Griffins are prideful and obstinate, often refusing to yield even in the presence of dragons. Such characteristics, when embodied in a person, can aid in resisting external influences on one's spirit. This is the key to your survival through this winter. Elder Kipling retrieved a letter from his sleeve, precisely the one from Count Hall. Chapter 9. The Gaps in the Gloom. Elder Kipling handed the letter from Fetch's father to Fetch, then gazed at him with piercing eyes. Read it, then share your thoughts. Fetch furrowed his brow. What is there to read? The letter is concise, filled with polite and formulaic expressions, merely slightly more courteous than an official document. The Count's father penned in a sturdy and vigorous script, commencing with a self-introduction, followed by expressions of reverence and admiration for the goddess's church that oversees the Ice Peak Fortress. Following that were offers of financial support, interest, and a gentle implication of hope for the care of his son. I'm afraid I can't discern anything particularly noteworthy. Fetch shook his head, then added, except that I believe a reply to express gratitude and amend intentions is warranted. A response is indeed appropriate. The elder nodded, though his customary warm smile did not grace his lips. He extended a frail, tremulous finger to point at the letter, urging, read this line. Oh, I humbly beseech you to diligently cultivate my son Fetch Hall, enabling him to become a qualified warrior under the radiance of the goddess's glory. Serving under your command will yield an annual stipend of 500 gold coins from the Tachi estate, designated for his attire and maintenance. Fetch raised his gaze, locking eyes with the elder. Is there an issue with this statement? This is a land of exile, a place of parting from the past. Yet your esteemed father wishes for you to remain Fetch Hall. Elder Kipling took back the letter and placed it a foot away from the candle. Here, every qualified warrior adopts the surname Icebound, signifying a definitive severance from their former selves. Thus, you should become Fetch Icebound, and no longer Hall. Fetch scratched his head, indifferent to whether his body bore the surname Hall or Icebound, as neither reflected his original name, Yin. Perhaps my father is not well acquainted with the customs of the Ice Peak Fortress? The elder shook his head, gently patting Fetch's shoulder. The Hall family boasts two titles, Royal Count and Temple Knight. Your family became hereditary counts due to the military accomplishments of your ancestors. However, the term royal stems from your grandmother, a princess of the Central Empire of Levi. This connection intertwined your lineage with the imperial bloodline. She was the only daughter among the 3 children of Emperor Buki Leighton III, holding a noble status, thus bringing forth the royal designation. Fetch struggled to respond, nodding repeatedly with noncommittals. Counts are not uncommon, and the term royal is not rare. However, the title of Temple Knight is seldom found among secular nobility. The emperor governs the secular through feudal management, while the church oversees the spiritual realm. The knights of the church, also referred to as holy knights, must have their weapons and armor, as well as their lives and training, managed by the church. Consequently, they cannot acquire land within the kingdom. Not to mention, they cannot simultaneously hold the title of hereditary count, baron, or even the half-jesting title of quasi-barony. Holy knights, including the title of temple knight, are not hereditary. Yet, there exist 3 exceptions within the empire, and the Hall family is one such case. Your family maintains a close relationship with the church, and they're surely aware of the customs governing the fortresses of the Sunset Mountain Range. In fact, a portion of our daily maintenance expenses derives from the support of temple knight families. Fetch's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was the first time he learned of such matters. The former Fetch had only known about alchemy, battling demons, self-destruction, rebellion, and debauchery, entirely disinterested in, let alone studying, political affairs. Had he been able to learn even a fraction of these matters, he would not have resorted to supplying medicinal substances to the Duke's son, resulting in his chemical castration. Your father deliberately misassociated the name Fetch Hall with the stipend, subtly implying a desire for you to retain your surname, hoping that one day you may return to the family. I recall you are the second son of the Count. You have an elder brother, a younger brother, and 2 sisters, correct? Fetch nodded. Despite his debauchery and rebellion, he was aware of the family members. To speak frankly, your absence does not hinder the inheritance or continuation of the family line. The elder did not withdraw his hand from Fetch's shoulder, but tightened his grip. Upon contemplation, the sole reason your father wishes for you to retain your surname is likely because he understands you have not committed any wrongdoing and should not be exiled. However, he is unable to prove this and cannot grant you clarity at present. He can only allow you to preserve your life through exile. Such matters exist. Having assumed control of this body, he also inherited its past. However, in Fetch's memories, there was no direct correlation to the chemical castration. He indeed had close interactions with the Duke's son and shared alchemical potions, yet he had no recollection of concocting castration drugs. From simple to complex, he knew 55 formulas, but none had the effect or side effect of rendering one incapable of progeny. Fetch strained to recall matters regarding the Hall family, hoping to uncover evidence supporting Elder Kipling's assertions. Emotionally, Yen Rue held his own attachments, unwilling to forge a profound connection with Fetch's family. The Hall family, to him, felt like an unexpected foster home, and the instinctive reaction was one of rejection. He even relished the notion of being exiled after his transmigration, akin to a form of freedom. This sentiment, compounded by the loss of memory due to the drug and soul merger, prevented Fetch from conjuring anything of value. I do not quite comprehend. Is someone coercing the Count? Coercing a child? I am no deity. I cannot perceive such distant matters, nor can I see through time. All I could do is analyze. Elder Kipling indicated that he could not provide an answer, but offered some insights. When I laid eyes on this letter, I was profoundly astonished. The Ice Peak Fortress is the most perilous place within the entire Sunset Mountain Range, especially with the impending winter. If they were to exile you, the Border River Fortress would be far more comfortable. Thus, a crucial point is who initially proposed sending you here. It was the Count. Fetch retained a memory of this matter. One evening, he returned from outside and pointed at me across the dining table, uttering, "Pack your belongings. You are to proceed to the Ice Peak Fortress in the Sunset Mountains. You can no longer remain at home." It seemed as though he had never uttered the word exile. Indeed, I could have arrived here 2 months prior, but I had been invited to travel leisurely, and we had only recently parted ways. It appears you have come to some realizations, yet you must remain vigilant and not be deceived by appearances. The elder closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, and when he reopened them, a look of confusion still lingered on his face. He shook his head, saying, "Those who delayed your journey may merely be tools of manipulation and may not possess any greater knowledge. Furthermore, your father sent you here, but he likely was not the one to propose it initially. He must have been aware of the dangers of Ice Peak Fortress, which is why he consented to your coming here and permitted you to stay for an extended period. This is indeed peculiar. What dangers lie within Ice Peak Fortress?" Faishi could no longer restrain his curiosity. Did they not inform you? They probably feared it would distract you from your training. This can be seen as a form of kindness. Once winter descends, Ice Peak Fortress becomes haunted. The restless spirits from the Sunset Mountains converge here, disrupting minds and claiming lives. This phenomenon has persisted for over 3 centuries without resolution. Faishi's eyes widened in shock. Haunted? If it is so perilous, cannot we temporarily avoid it? Ice Peak Fortress requires guardianship. It cannot remain unstaffed throughout the winter. Snowfall here is relentless. Roads become impassable. Thus, someone must remain, and it must be for the entirety of the winter. However, while it may be haunted, as long as one possesses a robust constitution, a steadfast spirit, or protective magic, those malevolent spirits may not necessarily prove fatal. The elder continued. Typically, young apprentices descend the mountain before the heavy snow accumulates, retreating to Cornwood, located several miles away. The conditions there are far more favorable, and supplies can still be transported. There, warmth and shelter are abundant, even companionship to alleviate loneliness. Seeking refuge in other fortresses is also an option for winter, but it does not apply to Faishi, for his place of exile is Ice Peak Fortress, and that is the extent of it. To suggest other fortresses, even Cornwood, is not to include it as part of Ice Peak Fortress or Faishi's realm of exile. Should Faishi fail to complete his training and rituals, or if he does not obtain a redemption token, he would be devoid of the church's protection anywhere but Ice Peak Fortress. Should the rules be particularly stringent, Faishi could even be considered a deserter with a bounty on his head. To be executed as a deserter would not only mean losing his life, but also a stain upon the noble family. You are perilously close to death. Should you fail to complete your training, you may either remain here and await the torment of the spirits, or venture down the mountain, gambling on whether you can survive the blade of assassination. Even if you complete your training, enhancing your rituals does not guarantee safety. You would still have a 30% chance of not enduring. This place has never been a sanctuary, save for the purpose of death. Faishi abruptly rose, pacing within the room. He had already encountered the blade of assassination, having been resurrected by the devil's power, but that did not guarantee he would escape unscathed again. The threat of death was tangible, and the conspiracies were not mere conjectures drawn on paper. The ominous hand of past conspiracies and malice still tightened around Faishi's throat. Hidden enemies brandished deadly blades, poised to rend his innards once more. If I possessed your wisdom, or if you could directly access my memories, perhaps the truth would become apparent. Faishi resumed his seat, the clouds of worry still lingering, yet indomitable resolve shone through, no matter where the enemy lies. They surely do not wish to see me live. Therefore I shall live. Not only will I survive, but I shall grow stronger, become wiser, surpass that enemy, and continue to forge ahead. My brilliance is akin to arrows aimed at my adversaries, and I shall always trace them back to their source. So, please tell me, how can I navigate this hardship and survive? Chapter 10. The Gate of Meditation. First and foremost, you must come to a profound realization. You have no retreat. Do you recall the 3 choices I presented to you? Only the third allows you to take life and death into your own hands. The first 2 are mere gambles. I am pleased that you have chosen the third, and that this decision was made prior to our conversation. This signifies that you have not succumbed to despair. You lack not in ambition, but perhaps in method. Old Kipling rose, motioning for Faishi to follow. He leaned upon his cane, refusing assistance, and slowly made his way forward. The letter from the Count lay upon the table. Faishi contemplated briefly before folding it and tucking it into his pocket. As for Hall's surname, I shall remain Faishi of Ice Peak for now. I will keep this letter. After speaking, Faishi noticed he was behind old Kipling, and thus his words went unheard by the elder. Each castle in the Sunset Mountains was meticulously positioned with its purpose in mind. Ice Peak Fortress was certainly not constructed merely for the enjoyment of snowy vistas. For most of the year, the fortress could resemble a desolate ruin of barren courtyards and crumbling walls. Yet during the 3 months of heavy snow, Ice Peak Fortress must fulfill its role in suppressing the emerging spirits. The great horned owl ascended the stairs slowly, panting as he spoke. Observing this, Faishi hurried to assist him, supporting the elder as they proceeded together. Upon reaching the 4th level where the platform lay, the stairs leading to the tower's summit were uneven and dilapidated, leaving clear imprints of their soles in the dust. Clearly, this place saw little traffic, let alone maintenance. Typically, a sorcerer's tower would feature a stargazing platform at the top, equipped with instruments to record celestial changes. Ice Peak Fortress, however, differed. Its apex housed a chamber for divine rituals. The square room center was adorned with a circular magical array, painted in azure lines, with the dual lightning cross of the thunder goddess prominently occupying the core, surrounded by a myriad of prayers and magical runes. 3 smaller diamond-shaped arrays occupied the corners of the room. In the corners lay 4 locked stone chests, while 3 worn cushions were piled with dust beside them. Aside from these items, the highest level was entirely bare. There were no tables, chairs, cabinets, statues, paintings, books, or magical artifacts, elements typically found in ritual chambers. The topmost level lacked windows, allowing no light from the outside. Only the dim glow seeping in from the corridor below provided illumination. Nevertheless, the elder seemed unfazed. Striding directly to the stone chests, selecting the correct key from a large ring at his waist, and effortlessly unlocking one. Here is the lantern, and the alchemical matches should be nearby. Ah, indeed they are, the elder mumbled, retrieving the necessary items and handing them to Faishi. It was a metal lantern, its upper and lower sections of verdant shade, reminiscent of verdigris. Yet upon touch, it was clear this was merely a cleverly applied paint effect. The handle at the top was set with a cat's eye-sized emerald, and when gazed upon, it seemed to draw one's focus inward. Faishi found himself momentarily entranced, quickly averting his gaze. At that moment, he noticed small lettering inscribed around the base of the lantern. Without effort in life, nothing remains in death. This phrase was even more formidable than the adage about youth's regret, leading to sorrow in old age. The elder patted Faishi's shoulder, pointing to the diamond-shaped array and then to the cushions beside it. Come, fetch 2 cushions, and then sit within the small array. Place the lantern on the ground before you, positioned precisely between the circular array and the diamond array. Do not err. Faishi complied. Once both were seated cross-legged, old Kipling stated, "This is the most crucial location in Icepeak Fortress, the Gate of Meditation. The circular magical array on the ground serves as the gate, while the region we occupy within the diamond array serves as the meditation space. When the wandering souls manifest during the winter, the divine power will open a gateway through meditation, allowing these spirits to pass and mitigating their potential harm. Faish, if you wish to endure this winter, it is imperative to prepare both your body and spirit. Physical training will be facilitated by Kale, and I sincerely hope you can accomplish this, thereby achieving the capacity to undergo the enhancement ritual. However, mental preparation is equally essential. Not only does it increase your chances of successfully navigating the ritual, but it also allows you to experience in advance the state of being when the wandering souls appear, acclimatizing you to the accompanying spiritual pressure. The meditative practice directed by the divine art points towards the heavens, where the goddess resides. What I shall impart to you is not the meditation of divine art, but rather the meditation technique of the Eagle School, centering oneself and evenly expanding outward in all directions while maintaining a special focus on a particular orientation. The eagle soars through the sky, its gaze encompassing the vastness of the earth. The eagle's eyes can not only survey a broad area, but can also adjust focus, magnifying and tracking specific prey. The meditation technique of the Eagle School is inspired by this, possessing both a comprehensive observational capacity and the ability to lock onto a focal point. This serves as the foundation for the entire martial arts system of the Eagle School and is one of the secrets behind Jar's precise long-range shooting. Here lies the gateway of meditation, where many wandering souls are guided each winter. Thus, residual energy from these spirits always lingers. When you employ the Eagle Eye meditation technique, you will be able to perceive this energy. Old Kipling struck a match, flicking it into the lantern, which emitted a faint green glow akin to a candle-less brightness. Yet the entire lantern was exceptionally warm, incomparable to that of a candle or an oil lamp, due to the limitations of one's energy. No one can maintain meditation throughout the day. At times, one might inadvertently collide with invisible wandering souls that drift through the castle, leading to an extremely uncomfortable sensation, akin to having one's heart and mind simultaneously gripped by another. The elder pointed to the lantern, stating, "We shall ignite several lanterns, like lighthouses, to attract and guide the wandering souls to this gateway of meditation for early deliverance. However, it can also accumulate the errant energies of the wandering souls, allowing you to experience them in advance. It is crucial to remember the method of meditation, especially the part about retracting your focus. Bear in mind, if you feel overwhelmed, simply push the lantern into the central divine array, and the wandering souls will no longer affect you." Then, Lord Kipling imparted the complete Eagle Eye meditation technique to Faish ahead of schedule. This was said to be early because this meditation technique was traditionally reserved for formally accepted members who had completed their training and rituals in the apprentice stage. Excluding Jars and several other Eagle Vanguard hunters who were away, only old Kipling and Instructor Kale in the castle currently possessed the meditation techniques. Faish recited the incantations repeatedly, committing the method to memory, including the precautions for practical application. The elder observed his mouth movements to track his recitation and would intermittently pose questions to assess his understanding. Given that you have yet to undergo the ritual and your physical resilience is limited, do not strive for extensive sensory observation. At this stage, simply attune yourself to the wandering souls around you and fixate on the lantern before you. Lord Snow Owl, how far can this meditation technique allow one to see? Even without the meditation technique, you can already perceive the sun and stars in the sky, which is far enough, is it not? The elder was pleased with his own jest, as well as Facia's earnest attitude towards learning. The techniques of the Eagle School are easy to learn yet difficult to master. However, even the simplest meditation requires at least 3 days to grasp. Facia took a week, which is not extraordinary. Yet considering he was simultaneously undergoing physical training and had not yet experienced the enhancement ritual, this speed is commendable. To be prudent, the elder had Facia demonstrate the Eagle Eye meditation technique several times before he deemed him competent enough to use the lantern to observe the wandering souls. This task could only be undertaken by Facia himself, as the presence of stronger individuals, including the elder, would disrupt the residual energies of the wandering souls, thus defeating the purpose. Facia was exhilarated. He was finally able to see ghosts. In truth, after encountering demons, ghosts no longer frightened him, leaving only a profound curiosity. He was eager to discover what the wandering souls resembled, what the pressure they often spoke of felt like, and whether the soul-harvesting dagger from the demons could affect the wandering souls. Yes, if wandering souls could serve as souls to fill the coffers of hell, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, ensuring not a single part of his body strayed from the protective diamond array, he carefully ignited the lantern and then entered meditation. With his eyes wide open, the green flame of the lantern reflected in his brown eyes, flickering and dancing, illuminating together. Suddenly, the green flame became still. Facia felt a chill, as if someone were surreptitiously blowing a breath against the back of his ear, causing a slight tickle. After a shiver, he beheld the wandering souls gathering from behind. The gray energy, akin to a thin mist, effortlessly penetrated the ground and walls, transforming from wisps into cohesive clusters, ultimately forming a small mass. This energy coalesced near the lantern, swirling around, embodying the essence of those who had not exerted themselves in life and possessed nothing in death. This was essentially the weakest state of a wandering soul's power, merely remnants that could not even form a physical shape, nor would they initiate an attack. Instead, they could only emit malevolence towards the living. Living beings that received this malevolence would begin to feel discomfort, with the pain accumulating over time, leading to illness and decay, ultimately resulting in death. The Ice Peak Fortress did not harbor any animals, as they would be taken away before the heavy snows to prevent them from perishing due to the wandering souls. Since it was not winter, the wandering souls that the lantern could gather were harmless, at most capable of harming insects or mosquitoes, insufficient to induce any pressure upon Facia. Thus, he continued to meditate, patiently waiting for the lantern to accumulate the energy of the wandering souls. Half an hour passed, then an hour, then 3 hours, and Facia was on the verge of losing his grip on the meditation technique. Yet the energy of the wandering souls had amassed to the size of a 2-person tent, with no pressure manifesting. The gathered energy and a true wandering soul were vastly different. Wandering souls could actively target and attack, while the gathered mass could only disperse evenly. Without focus, the potency could not be realized. Perhaps I should consult Lord Kipling for further clarification. Facia sighed, deciding to cease his meditation. However, before doing so, he summoned the soul-harvesting dagger and lunged at the mass of wandering soul energy. The dagger emitted a faint red glow, and a warm sensation flowed from his palm into his body. It worked. Facia's joy was short-lived, as the circular divine array in the center of the room flickered momentarily, the lightning cross symbol shining brightly. Then Facia's vision blurred, and he found himself in the crystal throne hall of hell. Chapter 11. The Praying Soul. Dead? Dying every 10 times? How did I die? Could it be related to the goddess's divine deliverance ritual array? The residual power stored in the soul crystal of hell was sufficient to revive him, a fact that Yin Rue did not worry about. Unlike the previous situation, this time Facia's body was in a meditative retreat, free from interruption, allowing him the luxury of time before revival. Moreover, it was clear that understanding how he came to be in hell and how to avoid a recurrence of this predicament was of paramount importance. After all, the stored power within the soul crystal was only enough for one revival. In search of answers, it seemed he would again require the assistance of the sealed individuals and demons within the mirror. Yin Rue steadied his emotions and then walked slowly toward the throne. With each step, Yin Rue sensed a difference. His soul form had become more solid than before. When his feet made contact with the hard ground, they no longer dispersed, but only experienced slight deformation. If previously he was akin to smoke, now he was at least like cotton candy. Simultaneously, his senses grew sharper. Not only did colors beyond red, white, and black emerge in his vision, but his ears also detected two faint breaths. Following the sound, he discovered Feish Hall and the demon at the crossroads, both with their heads tilted and eyes closed. Immersed in slumber, they're breathing the source of the sounds he heard. Yin Rui extended 2 fingers before the mirror, clearly aware that they were not truly breathing, as the sound were merely added effects. You too, and I have nothing to say. He settled himself upon the throne, adorned with razor-sharp edges, adjusting into a comfortable posture. Before he could summon the entities within the mirror, they awoke of their own volition. The demon inquired, "How did you arrive here if you're not dead?" The specter added, "How has his spirit improved so remarkably?" Yin Rui replied, "Why are you still slumbering?" The 3 spoke simultaneously, yet they could hear each other's words distinctly. "I'm not dead. How mundane. Merely a form of exercise." The cacophony of their collective voices made coherent conversation impossible, prompting Yin Rui to raise a fist. Silencing the 2, even in a game of cards, one cannot play all at once. It must be done one at a time. Let us first address whether I am dead or not. Not dead, and you certainly did not return from the grave, the Crossroads demon asserted with conviction. When a vessel dies and the demon returns to hell, the eyes dim, a clear indication, and you exhibit none of such traits. I had thought it would take you at least a decade or more, after mastering the ritual to open the gates of hell and summon demons, to return here voluntarily. What have you been doing above? Yin Rui briefly recounted the events, piquing the Crossroads demon's interest in the arcane magic array of the Icepeak Fortress. I had long heard that the western border of the Duchy of Area is fortified by the Church of the Goddess of Truth and Thunder, but I never anticipated such wondrous phenomena. It is not that I am ignorant, but as a demon, I truly dare not venture into those fortresses. Are you so afraid of death? Aren't you bound to this realm of hell? Should you perish, you would merely return here. What is there to fear? The Crossroads demon shook his head, countering, demons, like all beings in this world, can indeed die, though the usual methods may not suffice. There are several means to eliminate a demon. For instance, murder in hell. A demon that dies here assimilates with the hell dimension and cannot resurrect. However, demons with dominion have a greater chance of revival, relying on their lost territory and power. Secondly, one can master the true name of a demon and use potent spells to directly assault that name, thereby damaging the demon's core essence, preventing resurrection even with dominion. Thirdly, opposing forces, such as the so-called divine powers of goodness, can directly attack. Oh, do not misunderstand. Divine power is not the same as divine magic. A mere mortal priest can at most banish us, but to utterly annihilate, it requires at least a being of moderate celestial status. Lastly, there are sanctified grounds, areas of divine power's attention. Such places are to demons what a fire is to humans. Make a note of this, it may be on the test. Yin Rui remarked to the figures in the mirror. If you haven't remembered, I can repeat it twice. The Crossroads demon chuckled. I believe it is essential for the 3 of us to maintain a stable and long-term collaboration, requiring mutual honesty. I know 4 million ways to kill a human. 4,000 means to obliterate a soul, and sharing the 4 methods to kill a demon can be considered an act of goodwill, or at the very least, a means of balance. Yin Rui nodded, noting that the reflection of Fiki in the mirror remained vigilant. Having been tormented by demons for so many years, he would never be swayed. So, you have arrived at the Icepeak Fortress and begun your training. How is life there? Yin Rui pondered briefly before responding. The people here are decent, surely capable of enduring. However, if your physical state were somewhat improved, or at least reached the standard of a healthy individual, I would not be so fatigued. You cannot solely blame me. The Crossroads demon is the root of all evil. No, the Crossroads demon retorted, instantly clashing with young Master Hall. You are the true source of all this. You do not wish to be a knight. You desire a carefree and indulgent life. And it was you who summoned me. Observing the 2 preparing to bicker once more, Yin Rui struck the throne. Enough. This is pointless. Crossroads demon. If you have energy to spare, you might as well calculate how much the supply of soul crystals has increased. I have slain a griffin and pierced a wandering soul with a dagger. Is that all? The Crossroads demon murmured. Even the lowest tier of lesser demons could accomplish more than you. The demon's visage in the mirror closed its eyes, reopening them after a moment. Only a minimal increase, and it was singular, reeking of griffin breath. What is a wandering soul, and where is it? Yin Rui found the inquiry curious. When the soul dagger pierced the wandering soul, there was evidently a warm sensation in his hand, indicating absorption of soul energy. The absorbed energy should have directly transferred to the soul crystal, should it not? Could there be an interception in between? The Crossroads demon asserted that such a situation was utterly impossible. The Hell Throne Room was the very foundation of Yin Rui's resurrection. and it must be fully comprehended, leaving no mysteries unresolved. Thus, Yin Rui contemplated and resolved to attempt the Eagle School's meditation technique to discern any revelations. According to Elder Kipling, meditation is the power of the mind, with the body serving only as a minor adjunct. It grants an omnipresent observational capacity, reliant on more than mere facial features. Meditation can indeed be employed in hell, and it is accessible even to incorporeal beings, though with slight variations. As Yin Rui's perception shifted, the entire room transformed, allowing even Fiki Hall and the Crossroads demon to witness the change. From the crystal throne, a blood-red hue, belonging to the demon, spread outward, rapidly saturating the previously dim, monochromatic hall. Subsequently, the crimson began to converge across all surfaces, resembling flames, igniting the walls with a fierce blaze. Before the eyes of both human and demon, a torch materialized from thin air beneath the flames, followed by a metallic stand securing the entire torch. The hall brightened, not in the infernal red, nor merely in black and white, but as though it were a genuine underground cavern. The soil bore the color of earth, the rocks appeared as rocks, and the roots of unknown plants flourished vibrantly. It resembled the human realm. Yet, two distinctions remained. Through the eagle-eyed perception of meditation, Yin Rui could penetrate the walls to a degree. He observed, behind the soil and stone, over a dozen clusters of warm orange light, flickering in rhythm with a heartbeat. Additionally, he successfully located the wandering soul. It had taken on a humanoid form. The wandering soul ought not to be complete, being merely remnants of sugary energy from the castle left over for the previous winter. However, after being absorbed by the soul dagger and arriving in hell, it did not, as the griffin soul did, become mere sustenance. Rather, it detached from the soul crystal column and formed a head, torso, and limbs. The Crossroads demon observed intently. Astonished, it has no face, no distinctive bodily features, remains grayish white. This is a supplicant. But how can it be a supplicant? Upon death, if a soul possesses a powerful and steadfast belief, or is directly intervened upon by divine power, it may enter the realm corresponding to its faith and become a resident there. Ascending to heaven or descending to hell is essentially a similar experience. The smoother the process, the greater the likelihood of the supplicant retaining their consciousness. Some exceptionally powerful souls can even preserve their strength from life. During the sublimation into a supplicant, the soul reflects traits of faith, divine power, or corresponding dimensional characteristics, though it typically retains a human form. A supplicant cannot depart from the deity's domain, but can act independently, continuing to offer faith to the deity. A supplicant that arrives in hell can bypass the phase of lesser demons and ascend directly to a mid-level position. Consequently, supplicants are always more valuable than mere souls. However, the current scenario felt peculiar. First, this supplicant exhibited none of the characteristics one would expect of hell. It bore no claws or fangs, no tail or horns, nor the red skin of demons. Naturally, it also lacked angelic wings, the armor of lawful beings, or the iridescent halo of the chaotic realm. It was devoid of distinguishing features, and thus devoid of inclination, which contradicted the very principles of a supplicant. Moreover, it resided in hell, yet had not been assimilated by it. Yin Rui lacked divine powers and the ability to manifest the domain. The territory of the demons merely consisted of a dilapidated underground hall, thus failing to provide sanctuary for the seeker. As the seeker arrived at the seventh layer of hell, the norm would be rapid absorption, becoming akin to nourishment or bricks. However, the seeker before him maintained a stable form and was capable of walking. The sole issue was its incessant approach towards the wall on the left side of the throne, repeatedly colliding with it. Behind that wall lay a chaotic spatial turbulence drawn from Earth. Yin Rui glanced at the reflection of the person and the demon in the mirror, seeking their counsel. Shall we excavate this time and discover what lies beyond? The figure in the mirror frowned, somewhat reluctant. The Crossroads demon nodded vigorously, eyes brimming with curiosity. Chapter 12. My aid is here. Brandishing a pickaxe, Yin Rui transformed into a miner, digging tunnels in my world. The last time, it took him over an hour to carve a path to the soul crystal, leaving his corpse lying in a pool of blood for an equal duration. This time, in a meditative retreat free from disturbances, he could afford to linger and mine more. As the seeker observed him commence his excavation, it surprisingly comprehended his intent and ceased its head butting against the wall. With a face devoid of features or expressions, it regarded Yin Rui, patiently waiting beside him. In the hell I beheld, I toiled alone. After nearly 2 hours, the wall was breached. The debris that fell to the ground vanished, and the opening in the wall morphed into a neat, square passageway. This passage led to another hall filled with azure water. Given the room's roughly cubic shape, it resembled a water cube. From floor to ceiling, water filled the space, yet some unseen force kept it from spilling into the passage. The surface of the water cube was smooth and flat, devoid of any ripples, akin to polished marble. However, within it swirled a chaotic array of vortices, some thick as barrels, others serpentine in form, and some that appeared and vanished in an instant, like meteors streaking across the sky. Amidst the vortices, flickering images played out. Yen Rue glimpsed his office, complete with computers and stationery. Yet, these visuals were disjointed, reminiscent of frame skipping. As a game developer, frame skipping was a common occurrence he could rectify through optimization and enhanced configurations. He found himself nostalgically recalling this phenomenon until the Crossroads demon shouted about spatial turbulence. Disrupting the mood, the Seeker nodded at Yen Rue and stepped directly into the water cube. The vortices instantly engulfed it, then receded slightly. In other words, the section of water nearest Yen Rue was free from the vortex's interference. At that moment, a can of Red Bull emerged from the water, rolling to Yen Rue's feet. It had been quite some time since he had last consumed this beverage, and he found himself somewhat yearning for it. Yen Rue picked up the can, popped it open, and poured its contents into his mouth. The tea-colored liquid spilled onto the ground just as it flowed from the can. As a soul-bound demon, he had no capacity to drink. In a fit of rage, Yen Rue hurled the can away, listening to the sound of it striking the wall and rolling on the floor. Having traversed to this new world, he had maintained a calm demeanor, quietly observing and adapting to his surroundings, despite the torment of demons, his frail body, and the rigorous training. Yet, the arrival of a simple can from his former world unveiled the emotions he had long suppressed, causing a volcanic eruption of feelings. I had been living quite well. Healthy body, flourishing career, a wallet brimming with wealth. I had secured my residence, was dating, and my parents were in good health. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued during crunch time due to a lack of manpower, I had little to complain about. But now, I can't even get a drink for my overtime. He stormed around the room, vehemently venting the pent-up negativity that had accumulated within him. No one can remain indifferent when confronted with such sudden changes in environment, especially in the case of transmigration. Imagine mastering a skill, dominating in an online gaming cafe, only for someone to abruptly cut the power. Would you not be furious? If that is the case for gaming, what of life itself? Thanks to the incident with the beverage, Yen Rue gradually released his tension, regaining his composure. Appropriate venting is beneficial for mental health, but only pragmatic actions can propel one forward. He retrieved the pickaxe from the ground, activated the eagle eye of his meditation technique, and approached a wall concealing a luminescent entity. This time, seizing the opportunity, he resolved to unearth as many secrets of this place as possible. As he excavated, he pondered the nature of the Seeker. Clearly, the Seeker was transformed from the wandering souls of Ice Peak Fortress. The exact mechanism of this transformation remained unclear, but it was evident that the Seeker could traverse into the water cube, countering the vortices formed by spatial turbulence, and even exchange some items. Yen Rue entertained a reasonable hypothesis. Unlike the distinctly characterized realms of heaven and hell, the human world itself lacks bias. Previously, the Seeker had exhibited no features, potentially corresponding to humanity. Such a blank slate Seeker being absorbed by the human realm would aid in stabilizing the spatial turbulence. Once stabilized, items from within could be extracted, such as the can of Red Bull. In a little over a month, winter would arrive, and wandering souls would emerge after the heavy snowfall, an opportune moment to acquire Seekers. If he could stabilize the space, it might be possible to reclaim his body, or at the very least, procure items that did not exist in this world. If only he had a computer, he could indulge in gaming. How he longed for it. But how to resolve the issue of power? With a resounding clang, the pickaxe struck something hard. Yen Rue refocused on his task, quickly unearthing a piece of dark yellow amber from the wall. This amber was roughly the size of a volleyball, heavy in his hand, radiating warmth. Encased within its translucent depths was a golden scroll. "Mine, this is mine." It turns out it wasn't lost. The Crossroads demon exclaimed with excitement. Yen Rue delved into the memories of the demon and comprehended what he held. The amber was a congealed soul, and the golden scroll was a contract of the demon. These artifacts were indeed collections of the Crossroads demon, the result of millennia of effort. Since it hadn't been lost, I shall inherit it. Is robbing a demon still considered crime? Moreover, Yen Rue was now the identity of a contracted demon, so what he possessed was naturally his own. Without hesitation, He summoned the soul dagger and pierced the amber. A warm sensation surged into his palm, and the golden scroll followed suit. The Crossroads demon's eyes brimmed with disappointment, even tinged with a hint of resentment. Unfurling the golden scroll of the contract with Lady Bojamana, Yen Rue began to read meticulously. The demon's contract was inscribed in hellish language, which Yen Rue, through the memories of the Crossroads demon, had learned, just as he had mastered the language of the Duchy of Aria. In this intricate contract, Lady Bojamana requested eternal charm, with the stipulation that upon her death, she would lose everything gained through her additional allure, yet her soul would never be included. This woman, holding the notion that even in the face of a deluge after her death, it was better to resolve matters once and for all, made her wish while the Crossroads demon, taking on a human guise, listened and promised to fulfill it. Did Lady Bojamana realize that the person before her was, in fact, a demon? She must have known. Otherwise, why would she include the clause concerning her soul? Could this circumvent the risk of losing her soul? Although Yen Rue understood the likelihood was slim, he still posed the question. The Crossroads demon suppressed its jealousy, swiftly shifting its expression, and chuckled smugly. How is that possible? Everything she attained through allure, including her status as a marquise, her wealth, the happiness and fulfillment she enjoyed, particularly the children and grandchildren brought forth by her marriage, along with the charitable acts done with her money and status, will be systematically reclaimed according to the contract. She believed that donations and benevolence could earn her the protection of angels, but the world does not operate in such a manner. The orphanage she sponsors is on the brink of closure, casting those children back onto the streets, where some may turn to thieves, robbers, and assassins, inadvertently serving the devil. Her clothing factory is destined to ignite in fierce flames, leading a small town back into abject poverty, a state in which the devil excels at manipulating the human heart. Ultimately, the Marchioness will come to realize that what she has lost is her very life. Her soul, as a consequence, becomes hollow, tedious, rife with hypocrisy and self-deception. She will find herself barred from heaven, inevitably plummeting into hell. Yet, this descent is not the devil's taking. Rather, it is a destiny she herself has sealed. Yen Rue grasped the contract scroll and read it slowly once more. This time, the knowledge and skills belonging to the contract demon, guided by these dreadful words, became his own. The constructs and traps within the contract, the stipulations, norms, and efficacy, all secrets were laid bare before him. Now, with a mere flick of his hand, Yen Rue could forge a contract with the devil. Such power is indeed terrifying. Yen Rue gathered the scroll and addressed the Crossroads demon. We have spoken before about the need to wield this power sparingly to avoid my complete transformation into a devil. Have we not? It is good that you remember this. I will keep this contract. You shall forget about Marchioness Bojamana. With a thought, the contract scroll was drawn into his soul. I have discovered that I have already acquired a great deal of knowledge, provided I have the opportunity to unearth it. Oh, and the souls within the wall. I have at least seen 13 glowing amber stones. He picked up the pickaxe once more, preparing to continue excavating the wall. The long silent Fikaho suddenly interjected. Do not be too eager. Observe where the amber stones are located on the wall. They're all on the wall, opposite the throne. Suddenly, Yen Rue understood. The right wall contains soul crystals, the vessels leading to the human realm. The left leads to the water cube, which is where I came from. Thus, the opposite must be hell? At present, this throne hall remains an entirely enclosed environment, yet beyond lies the 7th layer of hell. This layer is called Maladomini, adorned with ruins and abandoned cities. Under the blood-black sky, supplicants and devils toil to mine, carve, and construct new cities for higher-ranking devil lords. The mines, heaps of slag, and salt-laden canals cover this land like wounds. The devils are busy constructing a doomed new city, perhaps indifferent to the treasures buried beneath the rubble. But should a newly dug opening be revealed, it would certainly arouse suspicion and curiosity. The territory of the Crossroads demon must not be lost. Should it be discovered by other devils, it would inevitably result in occupation and loss. Therefore, the wall must not be recklessly excavated, particularly with restraint. Yen Rue must devise a way to enhance his abilities to safeguard his territory. He set down the pickaxe and returned to the throne. Since there are soul ambers within the wall, I need not worry. If I were to perish, I could still dig through the wall later. Crossroads demon, if you were to use souls to empower me, what could the current stock achieve? The Crossroads demon wore a face of reluctance, clearly reluctant to expend his souls. However, he could not oppose Yen Rue, seated upon the throne, and thus reluctantly divulged enough to mold you a diminutive devil's body, allowing you to savor beverages. No. The current soul body is sufficient. I do not wish to squander souls for something as trivial as drinking. I only wish to reclaim my own body. Yenrui pointed to his head and said, "What I desire more is knowledge and the ability to learn. These will arm my mind and help protect this territory. In this regard, what can hell offer me?" The contract demon is an exceptionally clever devil, ranking among the top 3 in intelligence among all devils in hell. Of course, excluding the deep pit forges and the lords of each layer. The figure in the mirror unveiled the crossroads demon's true nature. You can easily enhance your cognitive abilities, and by traversing my memories, you can increase your knowledge about devils. This should consume only a minimal amount of soul energy. Cognitive abilities? That sounds promising. Since I have already acquired the contract capabilities of the contract demon, I should also be able to attain corresponding intellect. After all, it is preferable to be wise, is it not? Yenrui continued with the remaining souls. Bolster my spellcasting abilities. After all, I still need to change bodies, as only powers related to the mind truly belong to me. There's a term for it. What was it? Spell affinity, or perhaps elemental affinity. In any case, it should facilitate my use of spells. We devils cannot grant spells. We can only heighten your sensitivity to spells, which will aid you. The crossroads demon gritted his teeth and said, "You cannot exhaust all the souls. Some must be retained to maintain this territory. Otherwise, I would rather you completely absorb me than witness such waste." "How cunning," Yenrui summarized. "I will not be tempted by you. I will not fully become yours, or rather, will you become mine?" Chapter 13. The goddess is quite idle. Ramsden stifled silent sobs. Yet his hands remained steady. He meticulously applied ointment to Woomama's wounds, layer by layer, wrapping them in bandages. Then, he placed 2 pieces of leather over the gauze and secured everything with straps. Though his movements were gentle, they still grazed the wounds. Each time Woomama frowned, Ramsden would instinctively stifle a sob. Thus, Woomama endeavored to control his brows, but they refused to obey. This time, that scoundrel had gone too far. Talon kicked the wall, causing the cups and plates on the nearby shelf to clatter loudly. The sound echoed out of the kitchen, along the empty corridor, and into the hall. However, these places were devoid of any audience. No one would hear his grievances. We understand the need to endure hardships, learn lessons, and improve. But we are not his tools for venting anger. Today's incident was entirely his fault. The 6th variation of the inching step was something we had just learned 5 days ago. It was certainly not intended to be executed like this today. He misremembered. He changed. Why must Woomama suffer? Well, it's not a fatal injury. It will heal in time. Woomama struggled to prevent the tears from spilling from the chubby Ramsden. However, with his neck bound in bandages and secured with hard leather, he resembled a sunflower bereft of leaves, perched atop a solitary large head, thus rendering his words unconvincing. Not dodging was indeed a mistake, but that is not a problem. Was not a problem. Talon scoffed. Today's training was the inching step. No other techniques were permitted, and certainly no mistakes. This was a cooperative verification exercise. It was about countering attacks. If we err, he strikes us. So why, when he errs, must we still endure the blows? Moreover, this wound is on the neck. Had it been any deeper, your blood vessels would have burst, and we would be digging a grave for you right now. Is that not a problem? Woomama lowered his gaze, gently biting his lower lip, an unspoken melancholy swirling in his delicate brow, golden curls cascading loosely over his shoulders. Due to his handsome features, this demeanor might mistakenly evoke the impression of a lovable girl. Do not use that expression. Ramsden took a couple of steps back, hastily averting his gaze. Yet his face was already flushed. I will have nightmares. Still in a mood to jest, Talon raised his voice. How many times must I tell you not to adopt girlish postures? Can you not remember? Each time you do this, especially during combat training, it invariably provokes Kylier's wrath. How many times have you suffered because of it? Woomama shook his head. In truth, regardless of the circumstances, we will endure blows and injuries. It is unavoidable. Therefore, why inflict discomfort upon ourselves? I have come to terms with it. You are merely 13. Do not adopt an adult's tone and speak of coming to terms. This world consists of more than just training and punishment. There are countless experiences you have yet to encounter. So, at the very least, you must muster some spirit. Woomama slightly turned his face, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his hands, which were folded upon his knees. Since I can remember, I have either been in the fortress or in the humble dwellings of Cornwood. Indeed, I have never ventured to other places. This is not something I can change. Who says you cannot change? Hasten to mend your injuries, and together we shall engage in training, thereafter embarking on missions akin to Tron, allowing us to behold the wonders of the world. Perhaps we may even undertake assignments in unison, caring for one another along the way. The majestic eagle, however, is known for its solitary pursuits, making companionship on such ventures rather improbable. Moreover, even if we were to venture forth, it is unlikely we would stray far, as Woomama remains in a state of melancholy. The world outside must be extraordinarily vibrant. I have always held this belief. By the way, is Fiki not from the capital of the principality? What is that place like? Does anyone know? Ramsden possesses a talent for diverting conversations, yet at this moment, it would be prudent to discuss matters beyond mere brawling. Otherwise, the lives of the youth would be unbearably tedious. Fiki is the son of a count, is he not? He must possess insights into the lives of the nobility. I have heard tales of their feasts featuring roasted geese, with apples stuffed in their beaks and candles affixed to their bodies. I am utterly intrigued to discover what that tastes like and why the candles. I can comprehend the apples, though. Once he has completed his meditation trial, you should inquire with him. Tron leans against the wall, his head resting upon the cool stone, exuding a gentle demeanor, never displaying an air of arrogance. Thus he will undoubtedly entertain your inquiries. How long has he been in the meditation chamber? I recall he entered just after breakfast, and now I find myself quite hungry. Woomama extends a hand, gently patting Ramsden's belly, causing the little chub to blush anew. Never rely on your hunger as a means of measuring time. Tron shot a glare at the two, yet you have reminded me. The sun has already dipped in the west, nearing concealment behind the peaks. Why has he not yet emerged? I am uncertain. Captain Kipling and Coach Kale have said nothing beyond forbidding us from disturbing him. Tron, have you also commenced learning the art of meditation? Is that customary? Tron tightened his grip on his belt, displaying signs of unease. I have yet to begin practicing meditation. I have merely perused some records, thus my understanding is limited. It is customary to await the completion of the enhancement ritual before commencing practice for optimal efficacy. Furthermore, it is said that the meditation technique provided to Fiki has been modified, leaving me even more perplexed. No, it has been quite some time. I wonder if he has encountered any issues. I must ascend to check. Just as he was irked by Woomama's neck wound, he would not lack concern for Fiki simply due to age. Though older, he arrived later. Tron believed he too should offer his care. They have instructed us not to disturb. I shall proceed to the door, listen for any sounds within, and inquire about the situation. This should not be disruptive, correct? The eagle eye meditation technique is fundamentally designed to sense the surroundings. Thus, he should detect my presence before I do. Yes, that seems reasonable. I shall accompany you. Woomama leaped from the table, standing tall, defiantly pouting. Ramsden, felt my face flush, not due to Woomama's expression this time. I shall join as well. With more of us, he is likely to hear us sooner. I refer to Fiki, not anyone else. Others may not notice, right? Consequently, the three set forth immediately. They assessed the sky, deducing that Captain Kipling would likely be napping in the afternoon and would not hear them, while Coach Kale should be patrolling the fortress perimeter, managing the wildlife population. They tread lightly up the spiral staircase, exercising particular caution as they pass the third floor. Subsequently, after surpassing the platform on the fourth floor, the meditation chamber should be above them. Suddenly, Ramsden grasped Woomama's clothing from behind, nearly pulling him down the stairs. Tron shot him a disapproving glance, but remained silent. Ramsden was 3 years younger than Woomama, a boy recently rescued by Giles from the jaws of a ghoul, having just lost his parents. He had been severely traumatized at that time, rendering him particularly prone to excessive tension and excitement. Tron did not consider this cowardice, for in this line of work, one cannot afford to be timid. Fiki, are you well? Tron pressed his ear against the wooden door, only to find it ajar. A gentle nudge opened it. Creaking, Fiki and the three exchanged wide-eyed stares. What brings you here? Is it time for dinner? There are no windows here, so I have lost track of time. No, is not yet. Are you quite comfortable here? What are those things? I'm quite well. Fiki sat cross-legged on a cushion, stretching his legs and rubbing them vigorously. Beside him lay 6 cans the size of fists, and he was racking his brain for a solution to their origin. Those are Red Bulls, traversing through hell. From another world. The Harbinger stepped into the chaotic stream of space, and a can of Red Bull fell out. Fiki assumed that was the entirety of it. He had not anticipated that upon resurrecting to the mortal realm, a can of Red Bull would leap forth from the divine array, followed by many identical cans. That array was a doorway, infused with the power of planar teleportation, capable of transporting wandering souls to a world where they could find peace. Yet it was not originally designed to breach the gates of hell. However, aside from the emblem of the 2 bulls, all other inscriptions from the other world had vanished. Summoning his courage, Fiki took a sip. The flavor remained unchanged. I was meditating here when the divine array emitted light. I cannot fathom how it occurred. It should not be my fault. Fiki endeavored to explain. I merely witnessed this iron thing springing forth from the array, one after another. It took me quite a while to figure out how to open it. Inside were beverages. A divine gift indeed, Ramsden exclaimed. It smells delightful. May I have a taste? Fiki glanced over. There was over 5 meters between the little chub and the open can of Red Bull. How could he smell it? What caliber of nose is this? Go ahead. I find it quite agreeable. It seems to alleviate fatigue. Only divine magic can achieve such feats. Ramsden entered the room, seized the Red Bull, and took a gentle sip. The refreshing beverage slid down his throat, and Ramsden blissfully squinted his eyes. It is so sweet. The flavor is simply exquisite. Truly? Woomama took the drink from Ramsden and took a sip as well. In that instant, he involuntarily struck a feminine pose, prompting the little chub to swiftly retreat a couple of steps. Tron extended a hand, assisting Fiki to his feet. Was your meditation successful? Were the wandering souls frightening? It was manageable, not particularly terrifying. I find it quite miraculous. Fiki's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to pierce wandering souls with the soul dagger, ensuring they were all transcended to the water cube. Of course, I must continue to practice. I cannot become complacent due to a moment of success. A multitude of wandering souls will only manifest in winter. Currently, only residual energy remains, yet must not be overlooked. I was pondering. Ramsden pointed to the unopened beverage on the ground. Do you think they all contain the same contents? They should. At least there appears to be no discernible difference in the outer packaging. Fiki replied with a smile. Since it is a divine gift, let's share it. We shall reserve a portion for Giles and Eddie who are out, and then deliver a share to Lord Snowy Owl and Coach Kale. What do you think? Let us deliver it to Captain Kipling first. He should decide what is most appropriate. Tron contemplated for a moment before speaking. Chapter 14. You have a gift for magic. A divine gift. Emerging from the divine array? Captain Kipling held the Red Bull, his fingers tracing its surface. What material is this? It does not resemble steel, nor is it silver or copper. Furthermore, why does the divine gift not bear the lightning symbol, but rather the emblem of 2 bulls facing each other? I believe people depict the goddess using lightning imagery, but that does not imply she can only create lightning, correct? I noted that the design of these 2 bulls is remarkably symmetrical, and the material is unique. It must be challenging for a human to replicate. Fiki shrugged, eager to classify this matter. What else could originate from the divine array, right? That statement holds some truth. Captain Kipling nodded, setting down the can. Since it is a divine gift, we must drink it with a heart full of gratitude, ensuring everyone shares and absolutely no waste. After consuming, return the cans to me. I wish to ascertain the material for which they are crafted. Oh, you may leave now. Please stay, Fiki. The 3 young friends, with cheerful smiles, solemnly departed with their portions of sweet beverages, leaving Fiki alone to face the elder. He reached up to touch his forehead, discovering that there was no perspiration as he had imagined. However, his palm was indeed damp. This was quite a curious phenomenon. I recall a similar account in the Song of King Yal, which stated that devout believers would be blessed, savoring the taste of happiness and dispelling the ravages of age. The elder lingered in reminiscence for a moment before continuing. Yet, there is one aspect that eludes my understanding. Although the Earl Holber family is a traditional and pious lineage of paladins, I cannot perceive the divine favor within you. You are an alchemist, not a priest, correct? Have you ever demonstrated the power of divine magic? Fiki shook his head. He had no desire to deceive regarding this matter. Suddenly, as if a light had dawned upon him, a splendid explanation sprang forth. Sir, these divinely bestowed beverages are likely not meant for me, but rather for the entirety of Icepeak Fortress. Consider this. If they were intended for me, 1 canister would suffice, not in abundance. Clearly, the goddess is rewarding the steadfastness and loyalty of Icepeak Fortress over the years. I merely happened upon this circumstance. The elder grunted in acknowledgement, his furrowed brow relaxing. Indeed, that makes sense. It is the only rational explanation. However, to have encountered such fortune suggests a connection between you and the great goddess. Perhaps you possess the potential to become a priest. A connection with the goddess? It could only be one purified by her. If his soul had not been tainted by demons, Fiki might even consider attempting to become a servant of the goddess. Such considerations were largely rooted in reason rather than faith. The goddess of truth and thunder was the greatest and the only fully recognized deity in this world, possessing a complete organizational structure and formidable military might. She could also provide her followers with healing, blessings, protection, and even resurrection. Even after death, souls had the opportunity to enter the realm of the divine, continuing to exist as supplicants. Why not cling to such a powerful ally? Demons held no promise. They could be shattered by a frail alchemist, reduced to a mere shadow clinging to a blue-collar IT worker. Even with various wondrous abilities, they would be forced to remain hidden, unable to act openly, lurking in places untouched by the goddess's gaze. I'm willing to try, Fiki thought, knowing he could not directly refuse the elder. That would be too suspicious. However, while studying alchemy, I have not been entirely unsuccessful. Please, do not harbor too many expectations. Let us give it a try. It cannot cause any harm, the elder replied, patting his thigh. Even if you are indeed unable to wield divine magic, you are undoubtedly attuned to the forces of spells. Otherwise, you could not have invoked the power of the divine magic array. I'm quite interested in spells that do not involve divine power. Fiki brought this matter up again. You mentioned that you would be willing to teach me some knowledge in this area. After all, no matter how much I improve my physical capabilities, I have missed the prime of my youth and cannot reach the level of jealousy. By combining alchemy with spells, I might forge a different path. Do you wish to learn now? Do you have any surplus energy? The elder asked with a smile. I am exhausted, truly exhausted. This is no falsehood. Coach Kale has not been lax. Each training session leaves me feeling nearly dead. Yet your restorative potions are quite effective, allowing me to survive. Moreover, physical fatigue does not impede my spirit. I still need to meditate, and at this moment, studying and engaging in some basic learning should pose no problem. You seem quite confident, but I have another question. The elder's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if attempting to peer into Fiki's heart. From your conduct at Icepeak Fortress, humble, kind, tenacious, wise, and now also eager to learn, I simply cannot fathom how someone like you could earn the title of capital stray dog, possessing no good reputation in the entire noble circle. Fiki fell silent. This was indeed a challenging yet necessary question to address. With his arrival at Icepeak Fortress marking a new chapter in his life, he could delegate familiar companions like Eddie and Gialacy to handle errands, but he could not prevent his past experiences from reaching Icepeak Fortress. Sooner or later, such as today, he would need to explain this transformation. I encountered an assassination attempt on my journey. I died, or rather, I believed I died once. What I recounted are all truths. I felt my soul leaving my body, plummeting downward. I beheld hell, witnessed demons, and saw individuals under the control and torment of demons. I reflected on the actions I had taken, which were evidently wrong. Miraculously, I revived. Hence, I must enact change. The qualities you praised in me earlier are not foreign to me. I have learned them. I understand, but I have not practiced them. In a sense, I'm not my true self at present. I feel like an actor portraying a role. I simply hope that the qualities of this virtuous character can become a part of me. Do not worry, child. Humanity is such. We observe role models and emulate them. This is not mere acting, but rather learning. From the moment we enter this world, we are engaged in this process. You're doing well. Continue on this path. And I believe that is why the goddess can manifest her miracles in your presence. If the goddess truly manifests miracles, it would likely be a divine lightning strike, right? I dare not invoke the goddess's intervention. This book is prayers and rituals. You may follow the methods outlined within. I recommend you begin with the body divine grace ritual, mastering this before considering others. On one hand, you have already triggered divine, miraculous phenomena, so the success rate for starting with divine grace will be higher. On the other hand, once you master this ritual, you will no longer require restorative potions. The ritual effectively alleviates fatigue and heals hidden wounds, in addition to divine magic. Elder Kipling also dabbled in spells and general alchemy. The room across from the fourth floor platform serves as a library, with 7 rows of red shelves containing tomes related to spells. You might find a book titled Mysterious Wisdom in Stories and Proverbs, which can serve as an introduction to spells. I must caution you that casting spells without divine power is exceedingly difficult. Not everyone can succeed, and success in one instance does not guarantee it in the next. Divine magic will always be the superior choice. Alchemy may not be as potent as spells, but it is at least more stable. Prepare yourself for the likelihood of repeated failures, but I do not wish for you to become ensnared in failure, perpetually entangled in futility. The elder retrieved a spare key from his waist. This is the key to the library. Do not lose it. You may read the books inside if you can comprehend them, but do not practice, especially without consulting me first. Particularly those techniques and secrets of martial skills and schools of thought, as they impose demands on both body and spirit. Blind practice could lead to death. Fiki accepted the key. I understand. I promise to exercise caution. You are a person of intellect and restraint, capable of suppressing even drug addiction. I trust your self-control. Fiki, how are your withdrawal symptoms at present? Can you disclose the nature of your addiction? My body still experiences some discomfort at times, but it has improved greatly compared to the past, and I am steadily getting better. I firmly believe I can ultimately eliminate these symptoms. Oh, the substances I previously consumed were rather complex, but the primary one was Dream of Magic. Dream of Magic? How did you come to possess this drug? Where did the recipe originate? Why did you take it? I cannot recall. Is there an issue with this drug? I only know that it has the strongest hallucinogenic effects among all the alchemical recipes I am aware of. Please forgive me. I would rather not dwell on or describe that feeling. As he thought about it, he began to feel discomfort once more. Dream of Magic is an auxiliary drug used by spellcasters to enhance the effects of elemental meditation. Non-casters cannot use this drug, and even casters are advised to avoid it as much as possible. Its problem lies in its high potential for addiction. Even the most cautious casters with the finest pharmaceutical techniques may fall victim. The formula for the potion is confidential, and it is no longer disseminated among the spellcasters. You are not supposed to know it. This is the first time I have heard such things, and Fiki felt that his past life was riddled with conspiracies. Exhausting and futile. Rest assured, I have painstakingly strengthened my body, and I certainly will not resort to potions like Dream of Magic. For the time being, I have no desire to even touch alchemy, let alone concoct poisons for myself. You may take your leave. Do not appear too relaxed in front of Kale. It could lead to your downfall. Fiki smiled, taking the prayers and rites as he exited the room. With an hour before dinner to call his own, he had ample time to visit the library, seek out mystical wisdom in stories and proverbs, and perhaps peruse other tomes as well. In Fiki's memory, wizards were shrouded in mystery, or rather, they were few in number and not widely known. Indeed, wizards possessed some wondrous powers, and many tales were told about them. Some even corroborated by upright and honest knights, lending them high credibility. However, wizards did not occupy a significant place in the annals of world history, as if they could not take center stage. The only truly renowned wizard was the Marquis of the Twin Moons, Spyster. Yet, his fame did not stem from his spells, but rather from his scandalous romantic entanglements. After all, as the son-in-law designated by the emperor, who dared to confront the entire imperial guard while eloping with a silver dragon woman, how could he not be famous? Especially since that very silver dragon later vanquished the royal army sent to apprehend them and stormed the palace, abducting the princess and delivering her to her husband. Such tales are often celebrated in folk novels. Yet Fiki did not believe such events would transpire in his own life. For now, it was prudent to focus on enhancing his strength, ensuring he could maintain the upper hand before the devil. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the iron door to the library. Chapter 15. The Thickness of Difficulty. Fiki eagerly swung open the iron door to the library and entered, lantern held aloft. The flickering flame, ignited by oil, offered only dim illumination filtered through the glass cover. However, in a place filled with paper tomes, fire safety was clearly of utmost importance. The room was lined with numerous shelves, densely packed with an array of books. The red volumes pertained to spells, the black ones to martial skills, while the brown tomes encompassed history, geography, biographies, and folklore. Most of these books were distributed by the Church of Truth and Thunder, as truth is a significant aspect of the goddess, embodying the dissemination of knowledge. A portion of the collection was gathered during field missions, including materials acquired from adversaries. Many spellbooks found their way here, a fact that even the elder Kipling did not shy away from acknowledging. The goddess's divine arts were straightforward, with a clear framework and methodology for practice. The only barriers to progress lay in the fidelity of the practitioner and their personal exertion. However, in the realm of common folk, particularly those lacking the aptitude for divine arts, yet yearning to wield spells, there existed no systematic approach to learning. This inevitably led to numerous challenges, even prompting desperate measures, such as using living beings as sacrifices or engaging in devil worship. Evil spellcasters should be eradicated, yet the fruits of their malevolence were returned. These results were prohibited from being replicated, but allowed to be read under regulated circumstances. Evil does not vanish merely because one chooses not to witness it. Rather, it diminishes when exposed to the light of day. As Fiki passed the red shelves, he noticed several volumes with a similar appearance. Silver metal covers, particularly thick spines, each adorned with the emblem of the Thunder Cross. These books exuded a chill, and when fingers brushed against their surfaces, a slight electric tingle ensued. These tomes were collected from the hands of evil spellcasters, referred to as thunder-sealed spellbooks or silver-sealed spellbooks. Mystical wisdom in stories and proverbs was bound in leather, large and heavy, rivaling even a dictionary of seas. The book also bore a divine array, not as a warning to readers, but to safeguard against fire, water, insects, and damage. Was this book meant for beginners? If one cannot grasp its teachings, It could serve as a rather literal means of self-destruction, designed with a sense of dark humor. Fiki continued to search the shelves, gleaning insights from the prefaces of various books. He discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Introductory texts on divine arts were thin and lightweight, whereas no other introductory spellbook weighed less than 10 pounds. Only one volume, The Rules and Language of Demons, achieved a level of portability. The initiation into spell casting was arduous, not due to an absurd demand for the reader's physical strength, but rather because of the chaotic system of incantations. Taking the simplest spell for creating light as an example, mystical wisdom in stories and proverbs outlined a staggering 862 distinct methods of execution. The most vexing aspect was that all 800 methods were valid. Predecessors had successfully employed them in various contexts, yet no one could ascertain which method suited an individual. A spellcaster might reliably discover 30 to 50 incantations yielding the desired illumination, yet none could guarantee effectiveness under all circumstances. The ability to reproduce results consistently is the hallmark of a functional system, and spells still lag considerably in this regard. As a game designer, Fiki understood the importance of success rates within a capability framework. A failure rate of 1% would go unnoticed, 5% would incite anxiety, 10% would breed frustration, and a 20% failure rate would evoke aversion and resistance, while a 40% failure rate would lead to abandonment. It is either effective or it is not, and it must consistently be effective. This is the greatest virtue of the goddess's divine arts. In contrast, the spells of this world were fraught with uncertainty. First, one could not know if they would work, and then one could not ascertain if they would work in the future, driving one to madness. Wizards toiled tirelessly to enhance their spellcasting success rates, a common approach being to align their mental states more readily with the fluctuations and frequencies of the energies they sought to manipulate. Among the methods employed was Dream of Magic. Fiki would never tread the path of Dream of Magic again, but he indeed needed to ponder how to navigate the road of spells. He sought to reclaim his body, to extricate himself from the devil's influence, particularly the negative effects. He must at least honor the life he had after his transmigration, achieving independence, autonomy, happiness, and success. None of this could be accomplished through force or power, nor could wealth resolve it, including alchemy's limitations. In the absence of viable pathways in divine arts, he could only rely on spells. Unlike the people of this world, Fiki's considerations never began with deities, even with the existence of divine arts. In this respect, he might be considered a devil himself. He placed his faith in logical reasoning, in causality, in the clarity and structure akin to programming languages. He quickly skimmed through the prefaces of dozens of books, gaining a general understanding of spells. The goddess does not concern herself with matters of spells, as it does not fall within her jurisdiction. Spells belong to the realm of nature, mimicking the intricacies of spirits, magical beasts, dragons, and elements, gleaned from the phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Hence, since natural phenomena can be replicated, spells should also be capable of repetition. Clearly, there was something amiss with the current state of spells. Fiki was not the first wizard to entertain such thoughts, but he was the first to attempt to solve the problem through a more advanced logical approach. As a programmer, knowing there was a bug naturally instilled a compulsion to correct it, otherwise discomfort would ensue. In the memory of the Crossroad Demon, while the number of wizards more powerful than demons was indeed limited, they did exist. What I must do is enhance my chances of becoming a powerful wizard. He cradled mystical wisdom in stories and proverbs, tucked prayers and rites under his arm, and carefully stowed the rules and language of demons inside his clothing. Close to his body, a series of electric tingles coursed through his abdomen, yet compared to the excitement of learning spells, it was hardly a concern. He prepared to place the hefty tome on the fundamentals of magic in the meditation chamber. Old Kipling insisted that he dedicate at least 3 hours each day to meditation, in order to swiftly acclimatize to the pressures that the wandering spirits might impose upon him, during which he planned to study spells. Since the wandering spirits had become his sustenance, the pressure was non-existent, allowing Fiki to devote himself entirely to learning, surpassing his initial expectations. He intended to carry the divine tome with him, certain that he would read it thoroughly. Though he would never entertain the thought of mastering the divine magic of the Thunder Goddess of Truth, his identity as a demon precluded such a possibility. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to demonstrate some effort, at least to show old Kipling that he had made an attempt. The book titled The Laws and Language of Demons was his determined choice for true initiation. This was not only because of its comparatively manageable thickness, but also due to the very essence of the word demon. Fiki was pragmatic. He understood that performing a single act of kindness would not strip him of the myriad powers granted by his demonic contract, nor would it transform him from a demon into an angel. He was also aware that merely studying the laws and language of demons would not render him a truly malevolent demon. Embracing his demonic nature, he resolved to approach his studies from the most advantageous angle, thereby maximizing his chances of success. Having meticulously planned all this, Fiki glanced at the time outside, realizing it was nearly dinner time, and he needed to head to the hall. Descending from a library, he intended to assist old Kipling in going for a meal, only to find the room empty. Upon reaching the lower hall, he spotted the old man, alongside 3 young individuals and Coach Keel. Keel was injured. His shirt was stripped away, revealing bandages wrapped around his torso, while his right arm was immobilized by a splint suspended across his chest. Numerous other injuries marred his body, and tattered clothing stained with blood lay strewn about. Keel frowned as he gently moved his upper body, grimacing slightly whenever pain arose, clearly dissatisfied with his condition. Old Kipling was busy organizing healing potions. Come back in 3 days for a change of bandages. After about 10 such changes, you may remove the bandages. But the injuries to your arm and ribs will take at least 3 months to heal. You must bear these wounds through the winter. That's nothing, Keel replied, casting a glance at Fiki, his expression complex, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Oh, and one more thing. You must refrain from shouting or engaging in vigorous activity before the bandages are removed. Otherwise, your recovery will be prolonged, and you will suffer needlessly. Lambsden exchanged a covert glance with Womama, filled with delight. Keel's inability to shout or move about freely implied that their training would become significantly easier, at least preventing injuries during sparring sessions, which was undoubtedly a boon. Womama understood the implication, struggling to suppress a smile, only able to rub her nose with her finger to conceal the corners of her mouth that threatened to curl upwards. However, Keel noticed this. He glared, not shouting, but his voice retained a formidable edge. No shenanigans. I will be watching you all. Don't think about slacking off. Starting tomorrow, any hint of relaxation will earn you a whip. My left hand wields a whip as effectively as my right. All right, let us discuss tomorrow when it comes. For now, let the children eat. Keel, come with me. I will prepare a potion for you. The old man led Keel towards the tower, and once they were away from the hall, he inquired, Keel, what exactly caused your injuries this time? While climbing, the rope was too old and snapped. Oh, I was patrolling along the route when I discovered this. Keel glanced back, retrieving a small cloth pouch from his pocket and placing it upon the splint of his right arm, carefully opening it with his left hand. Inside lay 4 chunks of ginger yellow, fleshy plant tubers, each sprouting 3 slender green branches topped with 3 small red berries. Despite the jostling, compression, and impact, the berries remained intact, glistening with a dewy appearance, enticingly vibrant. Giant's fruit? Old Kipling exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. This is a rare find indeed. Yes, I am aware, but let us not surrender it to the temple this time, Keel replied, clutching the pouch as he addressed the old man. I mean, the church has its own means of survival, and it is less in need of such treasures than the youth. Let us concoct a potion instead, blending it into the soup for the young ones to consume. Do not inform them, lest they let it slip and attract the attention of the patrol officers. Fiki and Troll need to participate in the enhancement ritual, while Womama and Lambsden need to bolster their physical condition. With this, at least they can have a bit of ease. The old man hesitated, pressed his hand against his chest, and then nodded. If the patrol officers discover this, keep silent. I will handle it. My old visage still holds some weight. Besides, you wouldn't want them to find out, for it might tarnish your fearsome reputation, would you? I simply do not wish for them to suffer as I have, Keel replied, placing the pouch into the old man's hands. They may despise me, but that is preferable to being ravaged by the treacherous world outside. Chapter 16. First, the hand. Run. Running means both feet leave the ground simultaneously. If one foot remains on the ground, that is called walking. Keel could not contain himself, his resounding voice echoing through the castle, as if he were unscathed. His ribs seemed unaffected, at least not discernibly so from the sound. Fiki stepped forward, taking another step, leaping. In the absence of the ability to run, the only option left was to jump, enabling both feet to leave the ground. However, in a state of extreme fatigue, when the brain commanded a jump, the feet merely stumbled. After 2 months of running on the walls, having acclimatized to long-distance running, just as he thought the dawn of success was on the horizon, the monstrous burden of weight training returned. Sandbags? Non-existent. Fully armored, he donned studded leather armor, wielded a spear, 2 crossbows, 30 bolts, a dagger, and a 2-headed hammer, all while encumbered by a helmet, a cloak, and an assortment of adventuring gear weighing 20 pounds, packed in a front and back backpacks. Troll mentioned that in real missions, the backpack is slung across the sides of saddle. However, this was not something one could mention in Keel's presence. The moment one mentioned a horse, the next day, one would find themselves carrying a horse upon their shoulders as part of their weight training. Fiki envisioned that scene, though he suspected it was a ruse. He found himself with no opportunity to test it. What happens when one runs too much and becomes too fatigued? Fiki would tell you, it feels akin to descending into hell. This is no exaggeration. With every step taken, he did not feel as if he were advancing, but rather plummeting, an incessant fall. The ground as support beneath his feet, numb to the point of unfeeling, while only the eternal pull of gravity remained tangible. Falling, akin to a soul journeying into hell. The sole impetus preventing Fiki from halting was the incantations. After 2 months of training, the sting of the whip had lost its motivating sting. Keel's roars became akin to lullabies, and even the meat soup at dinner had lost its allure. As he ran, he recited spells in cadence with his steps, endlessly categorizing, organizing, and synthesizing them in his mind, attempting to numb himself. It proved true that as long as he did not contemplate stopping, perhaps his legs would continue without the guidance of his mind. Come, today we have an extra meal. Come have some soup. Old Kipling, leaning on his cane, which swayed with a steaming ceramic pot, ambled over. Lambsden, fetch me 4 bowls. Hurry, hurry, you gluttonous little chub. Lambsden beamed brightly, his thoughts and nose already hovering above the meat soup. Yet he did not forget to hand over the training blunted sword to Woomama for safekeeping, nor did he neglect to hang his bamboo armor on the rack. The little chub dashed out, appearing swifter than a rabbit. Oh, how exhausting! Yet there is a saying, with meat stew, one desires nothing else. Ah, thank you, Troll. Old Kipling seated himself on the chair Troll had brought over, handing his cane and soup pot to him. You young lads have labored diligently in your training, and with but a month until the onset of winter, the 3 young eagles shall descend the mountain to winter. Tylon, ensure you tend to the 2 of them with utmost care. Fear not, I shall look after them well. Do not forget the training, it must not cease. Kayla let out a grunt, leaning against his chest as he settled down. This year, aside from preventing Ramsden from becoming overweight, you must also instruct Woomama in the use of a razor. He has yet to sprout any facial hair. Tylon appeared somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't he shave if he hasn't grown any? That way it will come in. His current state is inherently perilous. If he were to sport a full beard, it might improve matters. Indeed, the beard serves as armor. Remember this. Tylon's expression twisted in confusion, while Woomama neither concurred nor opposed the notion. Should someone present him with a razor, he would utilize it, showing no aversion. Yet, if none were offered, he would not dwell upon it, lacking any obsession. What meat is in that jar? It smells delightful. Since arriving at Ice Peak Fortress, Fiki had not feasted upon pigs, cattle, sheep, or chickens, but had partaken of horses, griffins, wild wolves, foxes, rabbits, and squirrels. It has been proven that, as long as one embodies the spirit of a frugal gourmand from the great glutton empire, there is naught that the body cannot endure. Bamboo rats, unfortunate creatures caught in traps. Even with a broken hand, I can still procure delectable morsels. Such is my skill. Kayla sniffed the air, discerning the type of meat within. However, the old man has added other ingredients. Let me ponder. He was not simply contemplating, but rather employing the techniques of meditation. When the complete meditation technique of the Eagle School is executed, the blood vessels near the eyes, nose, ears, and tongue swell, taking on a deep purple hue. Simultaneously, the body's fine hairs stand erect, even causing the hair on one's head and beard to rise, creating a somewhat frightening visage. Jars is bald, not due to lack of hair, but for the sake of convenience in becoming stronger. Kayla has not shaved his head. He merely ties his hair tightly to prevent it from becoming unruly. After a few sniffs, he dispelled the meditation technique. Locust powder, along with various herbs, are indeed valuable ingredients, but isn't it a bit wasteful to give them to the likes of us? Having said this, he snatched the bowl from Ramsden's hands, preparing to serve himself. Kipling, quicker on the draw, seized a spoon and tapped it against his hand. Put that down. Your portion is in my room, along with the pot. The bones are yours. Leave the scraps for me. My teeth are not in good condition. You should have said so earlier. Kayla shoved the bowl into the small fat boy's arms and strode purposefully toward the tower. Once inside the castle, he found a secluded corner, unfastened his water pouch for a drink, and then leaned against the wall to doze off. Kipling dissolved all the giant fruit into the soup. The locust powder and herbs were merely to mask the flavor. The 4 young men, including Fiki, divided the meat and soup from the earthen pot evenly. Under Kipling's watchful gaze, even if one wished to give Ramsden a little extra, it was not permissible. Each person essentially received but one bowl, which was not much compared to their appetites. However, once the bowl of soup entered their stomachs, a warm sensation spread throughout, invigorating every bone, muscle, and even the finest hair. Fiki practiced meditation, observing himself, and noted that even the bruises from training were healing rapidly. The food you consumed contained herbs that aid in recovery. Very well, there shall be no training today. A good sleep is more beneficial than anything else. If Kayla inquires, just say it was my suggestion. The elderly Kipling gazed contentedly at the empty pot, poised to rise and return when Fiki called out to him. Master, I must report to you. Ever since I learned the meditation technique and began to experiment with spells, I have taken to calling you master. I can now perform my first spell. He extended his hand, palm facing the empty earthen pot, and softly uttered the word SUA. The pot trembled slightly before gracefully lifting from the staff, as if it had sprouted wings. It flew steadily toward Fiki, gliding toward the far end of the table. Ramsden, intrigued, reached out and lightly poked the pot. It tilted slightly, tracing a small arc in the air, yet still arrived in Fiki's grasp. It is a pity that it is not a divine spell, yet congratulations are in order. You possess a talent for magic. The old man applauded and inquired, how did you manage to cast a spell with just a single syllable? He did not question the controlled distance of the spell, nor the weight and speed limits for moving objects, but instead pinpointed the most crucial aspect, the incantation, though he had never shown it. Kipling had undoubtedly studied spells and must possess knowledge beyond mere divine magic. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to grasp the most critical point so swiftly. Too many incantations, long incantations, and frequent failures are the greatest issues with spells. The incantation for moving objects, or the mage hand spell, has over 1,000 recitation methods, similar yet distinct. The longest incantation contains 42 syllables, taking at least 8 or 9 seconds to recite in full, rendering it impractical. The shortest incantation in the mysterious wisdom of stories and proverbs comprises 8 syllables, which is at least usable. In the devil's laws and languages, incantations can be as short as 3 syllables. Fiki had condensed it to 1.5 syllables, utilizing some of the devil's capabilities. I cannot yet articulate how I achieved this. Perhaps it was mere chance, perhaps a blessing from the goddess, or perhaps I inadvertently did something correctly. Fiki pushed his hands forward, and the pot flew back to the old man, hanging from the staff. Master, I would like some paper and a pen. I wish to summarize this spell thoroughly. I have a feeling that I should be able to uncover something. You have a feeling? Then it must surely be a blessing from the goddess. Kipling exclaimed with delight. Many texts record that when a devotee nears the truth, the goddess encourages and aids them, providing inspiration. Pens are no issue. As for paper, use it sparingly. I can provide you with a chalkboard. I should have a few hundred pieces of chalk left. Will these suffice? Quite enough, thank you. Fiki was aware that paper was not as widespread in this world as in later eras. The improved papermaking technique had likely yet to be discovered. However, his time was consumed with physical training and spell learning, leaving him no opportunity to attempt papermaking. In the continuous recitation of incantations, he scrambled the established order of the spells in his mind, reclassifying them, and striving to memorize them in a more convenient and systematic manner. During this process, he sensed that there indeed existed some sort of rule, yet purely relying on mental calculations to deduce it proved too daunting. How he wished for a database. Employing statistics and programming algorithms would be immensely helpful. However, lacking a computer, he could still accomplish much with paper and pen. To complete the mage hand spell with 1.5 syllables must hold some secret. To what extent did the devil's soul play a role? What influence did the otherworldly thinking of Yin Rui have? What is the connection between these alterations and the incantation for the mage hand in the spellbook? Fiki consumed souls, exchanging them with the underworld for a more astute mind. Thus he would always ponder. You may write a letter to report this new incantation method to the church. There are dedicated priests beneath the holy word to compile such matters. I shall vouch for you. You will receive commendation for this report, which will benefit you in obtaining a penance voucher in the future. I shall remember. However, I wish to summarize my findings first, ensuring greater clarity before reporting. Your incantation syllables are sufficiently brief. If only you could refine it into a formal spell. The Eagle School currently possesses only 3 major formal spells: Reflect, Flash, and Lightness. Far too few. Oh, the formal spells will be taught to you once you complete the enhancement array and begin learning our school's martial techniques. Alas, perhaps I'm being a tad greedy. Formal spells? Fiki's mind sparked with inspiration. Perhaps you should not solely focus on the red bookshelves. The techniques on the black shelves might also yield insight, just as he reveled in the discovery of a new domain. Lamenting the increase in reading volume, a strange, thunderous roar echoed from outside the fortress. Where are the sentries? Why is there no lookout? Open the gates at once. Chapter 17, The Divine Inspection. A procession approached the gates, comprised of 6 knights clad in formidable steel armor, gallantly mounted upon majestic brown steeds. Each horse was adorned with a complete set of protective gear, its back and hindquarters enveloped in thick fabric armor stitched with iron plates, elegantly embroidered with the blue silk threads depicting the sacred emblem of the Thunder Cross. These were the knights of the divine inspection of the goddess of truth and thunder. Following closely behind was a cart, drawn by 4 exquisite mares as white as milk, their steel chassis and wheels glistening, while a silver-carved angelic figure spread its wings atop the vehicle, a sight of extraordinary splendor. The driver, also a knight, sat upright, holding the reins, his vigilant gaze peering through the visor. Heavy drapes obscured the cart's windows, shielding its interior from prying eyes. Strangely, beside the white reserve horse trailing behind, there was another fully armored steed, but conspicuously devoid of a rider. It was evident that this horse appeared listless, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the gates slowly lifted, the procession entered with a rhythmic clatter of hooves, the iron wheels clanging against the cobblestones with a piercing sound. At that moment, Elder Kipling pondered the reasons for the inspection team's premature arrival at the castle, while Fidge internally scorned the incompleteness of an industry lacking rubber and lamented the auditory plight of the passengers within the cart. The leading knight dismounted with ease, removing his helmet to reveal a strikingly handsome face beneath his golden locks. Fidge estimated the knight's age to be around his own, approximately 27 or 28. It was evident that he possessed a far more appealing visage. Oh, perhaps it would be more accurate to say he was somewhat more handsome than Fidge. Welcome, welcome. Sir Grey, we did not receive any notice of your arrival. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Elder Kipling approached, leaning on his staff. Gresham Golly, acting inspector. Please address me as such, the young man replied, extending his hand. Their handshake was cordial, yet lacked warmth. You certainly would not have received any notice of this inspection, if I did not issue one. Oh, Elder Kipling withdrew his hand. Does that mean I should prepare 3 young men as before? 3? Did you not receive a new recruit? Show me, Fidge interjected. What do you mean by show me? Can you not move your eyes at all? There are only 6 of us at Icepeak Fortress. Can you truly not keep track? Are you blind or merely feigning blindness? Fidge, unable to tolerate such arrogance, pinched one nostril and discreetly expelled a piece of mucus onto the ground. Fidge Hall, I presume? Gresham Golly, the acting inspector, circled around Elder Kipling and stepped directly in front of Fidge. The knights behind him dismounted simultaneously, their hands resting on their swords, poised as if to support him. Upon hearing of your arrival at Icepeak Fortress, I realized the divine will is indeed great. Rewards and punishments are just. I understood this principle long before coming to Icepeak Fortress. Ramsden chuckled softly, only to be discreetly pinched by Weema. If you grasp this principle, you should keep your distance from Princess Prilla. Gresham extended his hand, his steel fingers hovering ominously near Fidge's cheeks, as if to pinch him. What a remarkable individual she is. Who is Princess Prilla? Fidge rolled his eyes. His memories were riddled with gaps, particularly concerning the past exploits of the former owner of this body, likely an intentional omission by the previous occupant to keep secrets from the new tenant. Indeed, she is a good person, Fidge responded nonchalantly, taking a step back. Although death could be reversed, and those present would likely not allow him to be pinched to death, the sight of those hands hovering uncomfortably close was far from pleasant. Suddenly, a flame of anger ignited in Gresham's eyes. Was it Fidge's comment about Prilla that provoked him? As the anger surged from within, the emblem hanging from Gresham's chain vibrated. He quickly regained his composure, even managing a slight smile. Fidge found himself uncertain whether the display of anger followed by such a rapid shift in demeanor was preferable. Elder Kipling mentioned that only 3 individuals were to prepare their gear. Does that include you? Collinwood is a decent village, but it is too small and impoverished for the son of a count. I concur with your assessment. I prefer Icepeak Fortress, so I shall remain here throughout the winter. Oh, this indicates your rigorous training. Truly, you are a commendable child who makes Count Hall proud. Gresham's tone abruptly shifted to one of seriousness and authority. It appears the people here are overly focused on your training, neglecting the vigilance required for the surrounding patrols. On my way here, I was attacked by griffins. 2 knights perished, their remains cast over the cliffs and unrecoverable. This is an egregiously severe dereliction of duty. Acting Inspector, we are deeply regretful upon hearing this news. But what exactly is a griffin? Should there be monsters, we would fulfill our duty to hunt them, but we have never bred or owned any beasts. Elder Kipling struck the ground with his staff, his tone growing serious. Under the watchful gaze of the goddess, only the truth stands firm and unwavering. Seeking reason? Very well, Gresham replied. The attacking griffin's skeleton was immense yet emaciated, its blood-red eyes clearly indicative of some lingering fury and sorrow. Its assault was not for sustenance, but purely an act of vengeance. Clearly, it either lost a mate or offspring. Tell me, have you recently killed any griffins? Elder Kipling exhaled slowly. The teachings of the goddess of truth forbade him from uttering falsehoods. Yes, 2 months ago, we indeed killed a griffin. It was a cliff griffin, known for its vengeful nature. After you killed one, why did you not seek its nest to eradicate its kin? Because when we dispatched the griffin, its entire body was engulfed in flames, making it impossible to determine its species. Now I inform you that it was a cliff griffin, and its threat is escalating. I Speak Fortress must eliminate this griffin before winter sets in and acquire its head. Oh, just allow those who are to descend the fortress to avoid the snow to take it with them. However, the cliff griffin cannot survive here through the winter. It will either leave before the snow falls or perish from the cold on the mountain, making it utterly unnecessary to undertake the risk of extermination at this time. Shall I convey this message to the widows of Knights Gunter and Russ? Or perhaps their parents and children? Gresham scoffed. Eliminating this griffin is an order, and executing that order is your responsibility. Fear not, the reward will be substantial, and I shall issue you a task order at once, allowing you to depart immediately. Elder Kipling shook his head. I Speak Fortress is already short-staffed. Giles will not return for another fortnight, and Kale is injured and unable to fight. We simply do not have the manpower to hunt the griffin. That is your perspective, while my duty is to issue commands based on the circumstances of the inspection. If you feel discomfort, direct your ire towards that griffin. It was it who attacked my men, and that is the source of all this. Gresham pounded his fist against his breastplate, licking his lips before continuing. No, I believe what you lack is merely motivation. Rest assured, I will send men to await you in Collinwood. Only upon receiving the head of the cliff griffin will your people be allowed to winter there. This is only fair, is it not? Oh, by the way, let young Hall accompany you for some exposure. Such training will be beneficial for him. Elder Kipling seethed with indignation, the mustache above his lip quivering with each exhale through his nostrils. He had countless reasons yet unspoken, but all were rendered impotent in the face of an order. Maintaining the safety of Sunset Mountain Fortress and ensuring the normal lives of the surrounding villagers to gather sufficient daily provisions was their imperative task. And though the inspector bore the title of acting, it was sufficient for him to issue the command to eliminate the griffin. I shall reside here for a night, and I hope to see your people depart at dawn to resolve the griffin's troubles. Gresham finally stepped aside, exclaiming, Now, let's welcome Bishop Nathaniel. What? Nathaniel? Upon hearing the name, Kipling was initially filled with joy, only to be swiftly enveloped by a cloud of worry. The Church of Truth and Thunder is primarily divided into 3 major branches: the Holy Word, the Holy Body, and the Holy Heart. The Holy Word is tasked with establishing churches, disseminating doctrine, and educating the populace. The Holy Body oversees the battle clerics and holy knights, managing relations with local authorities, while the Holy Heart is responsible for internal oversight and assessing external events that threaten or desecrate the church. Despite the existence of various ranks within each division, the hierarchy of the Holy Heart bishops is significantly elevated above that of the associate inspectors, yet they maintain no overarching authority over one another. The I Speak Fortress falls under the jurisdiction of the Holy Body, where local officials are subordinate to the current management. As the carriage door swung open, a girl leaped out amidst eager gazes. She possessed emerald green eyes reminiscent of lush grass, her eyelids fluttering occasionally, with a delicate, peach-hued mouth slightly pouting. Her long, pointed ears drooped ever so slightly, and her petite frame evoked a sense of affection from all who beheld her. However, she was clad in a suit of shimmering silver female plate armor, wielding a hefty sword at her waist, and carrying a formidable wooden shield and 3 javelins on her back. She was no mere delicate child, but a bona fide warrior. Adorning her flat breastplate was a radiant emblem of the Thunder Cross. She was undoubtedly an elven paladin. My bishop teacher, she declared, it is time to disembark. I trust you have had ample rest. Her laughter carried a hint of embarrassment, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with thick, black hair emerged from the carriage. He donned a loose-fitting clerical robe, the sapphire emblem on his chest hanging loosely, and cautiously touched the ground with his pointed soft shoes before gradually releasing the carriage door handle and straightening his posture. "Kipling, my dear brother, it has been far too long. I have missed you," he exclaimed. "I'm even more curious about where you acquired that wig. It looks remarkably lifelike. Is that so? Your eyes must be deceiving you." "This is my real hair," Bishop Nathaniel replied, shaking his head. "I had an elf craft it for me using pure plant extracts and alchemy, enhanced with divine magic, to achieve this effect. Would you care to learn?" "Not at all, unless it can compel the griffin we are to capture to descend and meet its demise willingly." As Bishop Nathaniel maneuvered through the rows of saluting paladins, he brushed past Gresham and approached Kipling, embracing him warmly. "Though I see you have been wronged, I cannot intervene. Yet, remember, every trial signifies progress, both physically and mentally." The elven paladin behind the bishop discreetly stuck her tongue out at Gresham, crossing her eyes and making a face. Ramsden, too, lingered behind Kipling, leaning close to Vimama and whispering, "It seems she is more beautiful than you. She must be a female." Chapter 18, An Idea. With the arrival of the patrol knights at Icepeak Fortress, Gresham became the highest commander there. Although his orders to eliminate the griffin seemed unreasonable, they were entirely lawful. Had Giles still been at the fortress, or if Kale had not been injured while attempting to procure the giant fruit, Kipling would have had far fewer objections. Yet, regardless of his dissent, the official command had been duly signed by Inspector Gresham Gary, rendering any alterations impossible. The formal order, the mission execution permit, and the action absolution voucher were all in order, leaving no grounds for dispute. "Old man, even if there were a solution, it could not take effect immediately. From their demeanor, it appears we must leave the fortress tomorrow and venture into the mountains to confront that accursed griffin." Kale looked down at his injured arm, swiftly drawing a dagger to sever the bandages and dismantle the splint. From elbow to fingertip, the forearm, once broken, remained swollen, clearly unable to bear weight. "I shall refrain from empty platitudes. I am well aware that you must accompany them into the mountains. Alas, if these old bones of mine were still capable, I would join you, leaving an empty fortress to those ruffians." Kipling sighed, lifting Kale's arm to scrutinize it. "I will prepare the last of the troll potions for you, as a final desperate measure. Remember, we are not of the giant bear school. The troll potion carries severe side effects for you, ranging from arm deformity to fatality. I do not require your admonitions. I am aware of what I need to know. This kind of lecturing is unnecessary. You should attend to those young ones." Kale attempted to move his arm, then furrowed his brow and walked away. Among the 4 young ones, Trollin had experience executing tasks alone, so he was certain to go. Fitch also expressed his determination to join. He was not blind. Gresham's hostility was etched upon his face, and the entire affair was essentially Gresham's vendetta against Fitch, making it impossible for him to stand idly by. In truth, Fitch longed to be the one to venture out while leaving the others in the safety of the fortress. However, he had no compelling arguments to persuade the others. Vimama declared his intent to go, exhibiting confidence that he would not hinder the mission and pledging absolute obedience to Trollin's leadership. The stout Ramsden hesitated for a time, but ultimately decided to join, uncertain whether his motivation stemmed from concern for his friend's safety or fear of being left out. "At the very least, I can carry supplies and prepare meals. I have memorized the wilderness recipes." The shelf life of rations was merely around 10 days, and they were likely to remain in the mountains longer than that. Moreover, carrying 10 days' worth of provisions would impose a significant burden, hence the necessity for wilderness resupply capabilities. Among the youthful quartet, Ramsden was indeed the most reliable in this regard. Trollin, being the only one with task experience, was the first to speak. "The Cliff Griffin is no easy adversary, especially one bent on avenging its kind. We must unite our efforts, employ our intellect, and collaborate in combat to stand a chance of completing this mission. I will head to the library shortly to search for information on cliff griffins and see if there are any targeted strategies we can employ. Vimama, you shall check the weaponry and gear. Ramsden, prepare the daily necessities. Fitch, do you have any thoughts? I will join you in reading. Perhaps we could devise a plan together. I have not executed a mission, so you lead while I follow. Age is not a weapon. It cannot vanquish foes. Only expertise can. This endeavor is perilous, and you have all seen the griffin. Do not underestimate its might. The one we encountered was felled during a surprise attack, aided by a heavy crossbow operated by Lord Giles himself, along with the unexpected assistance of alchemical fire that scorched its feathers. We possess none of those advantageous conditions this time. A vague thought flickered in Fitch's mind. After mentally revisiting it, he spoke. The griffin outside is consumed by a desire for revenge. Do we not have the jerky from the previous griffin? Is there a way to reinvigorate the aroma within the jerky? I recall that griffins have an acute sense of smell. Perhaps a trap could be effective, and we could even set it up near the fortress, thereby allowing us to utilize the heavy crossbow. Indeed, Ramsden exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lure the griffin over, set a trap, and then strike with the crossbow. That sounds like a splendid plan. Trollin pondered carefully, yet he shook his head under the expectant gaze of the stout boy. The skies near the fortress are too vast. If the heavy crossbow fails to hit, the griffin will merely launch repeated aerial assaults. With Lord Giles absent, our chances of striking the griffin with the crossbow would rely solely on luck. Only one terrain can nullify the griffin's aerial threat, forcing it into close combat. You all know that must be the woods. If we wish to slay the griffin, we should depart the open fortress and head into the valley woods. Our chances of success would be significantly higher. He glanced at Ramsden, adding, moreover, we would be relatively safer within the woods. Fitch could not conjure an absolutely convincing counterargument, so at that moment, he chose to trust in expertise. Thus, it can be said that using jerked meat as bait is indeed a viable strategy. Undoubtedly, your suggestion is an excellent one. To ensnare the scavenging griffins, one typically employs bait, a sheep, exsanguinated and infused with herbs that emit a specific pungent aroma, is then concealed, awaiting the griffin's unfortunate encounter. This time, however, the griffin is motivated by vengeance rather than hunger. Yet, by altering the type of bait, other tactics may remain largely unchanged. I have an idea, proposed Womama. The skin of that deceased griffin is partially charred, yet there remains a substantial portion intact, which we might find useful. Additionally, our storeroom is replete with feathers intended for arrows, and I believe there are griffin feathers among them. I can extract some for the bait. The skull of the griffin still lies buried, and I am aware of its location. It will be easily unearthed. Ramsden interjected, retracting his neck slightly. Instructor Kale instructed me to bury it farther away, but I took a shortcut and did not venture so far. Very well. All of this can be utilized. I shall request a potion for griffin bait from Lord Snow Owl. I recall it being on the third shelf of his apothecary cabinet. Thrawn narrowed his eyes. Ah, it seems my belongings have already piqued your interest. Old Kipling materialized silently beside them, his movements as stealthy as that of the Snow Owl. It is commendable to hear that you are employing your intellect to devise solutions. Our victories over beasts are not reliant on muscle and fangs, but rather on cunning. You are to depart tomorrow morning. Time is of the essence, so with a plan in hand, commence your preparations swiftly. You may ponder further while you prepare, refining the details of your strategy. Kale will accompany you tomorrow. Do not hesitate to ask questions if any arise. Thrawn, come with me. I will fetch the bait potion, lest you rummage through my belongings. Oh, Fiki, please wait for Thrawn. He will take you to select armor and weapons once he has retrieved the potion. Oh, very well. Fiki quickly responded. Thrawn supported the elder, whose wrinkled and sagging skin radiated a comforting warmth in his grasp. Thrawn, as you embark on this venture, you must be prepared to take the lead. Kale is strict with you, which is beneficial. However, when undertaking a mission, past emotions can accumulate, and that may not always be advantageous. Therefore, you must resolve to take charge. When decisions must be made, you must not shy away, for it is your responsibility. I have only executed a single mission before. You have completed your training, have you not? Thrawn, remember, you must first shoulder your responsibilities. Then your experiences will come into play. Womama and Ramsden will heed your words, although Fiki is older than you. He does not strike me as one who seeks to dominate. He will fully respect your decisions. Only by asserting your leadership can the collective strength of the group be unified. I understand. Lord Snow Owl, do you believe we can triumph over the griffin this time? The elder halted, turning to regard him solemnly. Thrawn, heed my words. Whether we succeed or fail does not hinge on what I tell you now, but rather on the knowledge and skills you have cultivated over the past decade. I believe you possess the potential for victory, yet I harbor one concern. Thrawn suddenly felt anxious, hastily questioning where he might have faltered. As a monster hunter, one often operates solo, devoid of backup. In the absence of support, the training of the Eagle School is solely focused on combat, culminating in victory. Old Kipling lowered his voice. Beyond accepting and completing tasks, there are numerous alternatives. Should you encounter difficulties, or find it impossible to locate and slay the griffin within a month, what then? Thrawn, when you require counsel beyond combat, seek out Fiki. He was once of noble birth, and may possess insights that are more astute than yours. Thrawn furrowed his brow, visibly perplexed. Having arrived at Icepeak Fortress at the tender age of 6, 12 years have now elapsed, and his life has transpired within these confines. The nature of the outside nobility is known to him only through the tales of travelers minstrels, and inebriated patrons at the taverns of Cornwood during the winter months. He could not grasp the implications of old Kipling's words, but resolved to memorize them for future reference. Should the snow commence to fall before you capture the griffin, return immediately. If descending the mountain to evade danger is not an option, then do not descend. The worst-case scenario is merely enduring a treacherous winter together. The specters may roam, danger lurks, yet survival is preferable to being ensnared by the heavy snows of the mountain. Lord Snow Owl, we shall surely complete our task within the given time frame. I am filled with confidence. Old Kipling gently patted Thrawn's cheek, speaking slowly. I know. Chapter 19. The best six-man, Thrawn followed old Kipling to retrieve the bait potion, while Woomama and Ramsden hurried to prepare their gear, one retreating to a room and the other to the storeroom. Only Fiki remained behind, awaiting Thrawn's return to select weapons together. What weapon should I choose? Fiki reclined in a chair, gazing at the ceiling, his mind wandering. I already possess a soul-reaping dagger that can be summoned at will. It absorbs souls directly. So surely nothing could pose a greater threat than that. If so, I need not consider damage, but rather focus on the characteristics and weight of the weapon. Ranged combat is safer than melee. I cannot wield a bow, so I must certainly bring along a crossbow, preferably a heavy one, as I will likely have only one opportunity to shoot. Fiki muttered to himself, entirely oblivious to the figure approaching stealthily. If the griffin should pounce, perhaps a spear would be more advantageous. The lance appears longer and more formidable, yet it carries the word gun in its name. Historically, gunmen have been unlucky. Why are gunmen considered unlucky? A sudden voice nearly caused Fiki to tumble from his chair. He hastily regained his balance and rolled his eyes at the uninvited elven paladin. You startled me. Are you a paladin or a thief, walking so silently? Because my boots have soft soles, which prevent fatigue while walking. The reduced noise is merely an added benefit. The elf tilted her head slightly, continuing to probe. You still haven't explained why gunmen are deemed unlucky? It is merely a superstitious notion, lacking in empirical validity. Alternatively, you may consider that I am fabricating an excuse for my reluctance to carry a spear. Oh, I comprehend that explanation. However, I have another inquiry for you. The elf scratched her head. As a demon, why have you come to the goddess's fortress? Fiki's heart skipped a beat. Could she have discerned my true nature? Did the demon trick me into believing I would remain undetected? No, that seems illogical. If this paladin were certain of my demonic identity, she would have drawn her sword to eliminate me by now. Moreover, if she harbored any suspicions, she would not approach alone. The paladin squad outside, especially Gresham, would be eager to behead me, the demon. Thus, is she attempting to deceive me? Fiki was aware that the priests and paladins of this realm possessed divine abilities to discern falsehoods, so he endeavored to speak with profound eloquence. I do not deny my past misdeeds, and that is precisely why I have come here. In this place, I shall bid farewell to my former self and serve the goddess with my own strength. Is this not the very purpose of Icepeak Fortress? Well, that is quite reasonable. The elven paladin nodded vigorously. The motivations of demons are invariably self-serving, hence collaborating with a demon is never a wise choice. Your ability to recognize this and extricate yourself from demonic influence is indeed sagacious. Fiki furrowed his brow. I have a question. How do you discern demons? Can you perceive past transgressions? I possess a natural talent for this, honed through specialized training and blessed by the goddess. It is quite potent. I can detect a faint, stale scent of demon upon you, though its intensity is minimal and lacks potency. This suggests three possibilities. Either you have recently encountered a demon, or you have had past dealings with one, or you are a weak and lowly demon yourself. Fiki, considering his own situation, quickly comprehended the circumstances. He realized that although he was currently a devil, the proportion of demonic essence within his soul was minimal, allowing his aura to be easily overshadowed by his human attributes. His limited use of his contracted demonic powers likely contributed to this as well. Within the goddess's fortress, only steadfast believers and holy knights capable of slaying devils resided, rendering any risk of a devil daring to approach non-existent. The possibility of a weaker devil perfectly masquerading as a human was equally dismissed. Thus, one might speculate that the most plausible explanation was that he had encountered a devil. Generally, such a notion holds merit, yet it overlooks an alternative possibility. What possibility? A pair of green eyes sparkled with curiosity. There exists a particularly formidable devil, one who has almost flawlessly infiltrated human society. All the inhabitants of the fortress have been deceived, with only a slight hint of his presence escaping before the elven holy knight. Perhaps it was an accident, or perhaps he intentionally revealed a trace of his essence to pique the knight's curiosity. enticing her to investigate further and ultimately fall into the devil's grasp. Wow, what a clever scheme. Indeed, that's a possibility I hadn't considered. I believe your thoughts could be the foundation for an enthralling book. The Holy Knight laughed merrily, extending her hand towards Fiki. I am Didlith Andamir, but you may call me Didi or Dilly. This way, you need not refer to me as the Elven Holy Knight in the future. Fiki Hall, though I am destined to become Fiki I speak. Lord Kipling mentioned that after the ritual, I would acquire a nickname, but I am unaware of what it might be. You can simply call me Fiki. There are no abbreviations necessary. I have heard your legend. Nearly everyone has advised me to keep my distance from you, implying that you pose a significant threat to young women. It seems apparent that you have indeed harnessed the power of devils. Didlith discreetly gestured towards the fortress gates. Gresham does not hold you in high regard. He has been muttering about you along the way. He ought to have expressed his true feelings directly and resolved the matter through a knightly duel, rather than causing further complications. By the way, what exactly did you and he repeatedly mention about Prinsella? I truly cannot recall. The name Prinsella sounds somewhat familiar, but that is all. Then you are quite the scoundrel. Didlith pouted. Forgetting the past is also a crime, you know? Be sure to place the blame squarely on the devils. Upon seeing Dilly roll her eyes, Fiki curiously inquired, what connection do you have with Prinsella? None with me, of course, but she is Gresham's childhood sweetheart and distant cousin, and they are even betrothed, at least. That is what Gresham has told me. However, I am uncertain of the current status of the engagement. If you wish to know, you could always ask Gresham. If Fiki were contemplating suicide, he would certainly seek out Gresham to inquire about this matter. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Observing the lively and beautiful elven holy knight before him, an intriguing thought suddenly crossed Fiki's mind. Dilly, do you have any free time in the near future? Could you assist us in hunting griffins? I am of the holy heart, not the holy body. Why would you think such a thing? Because exterminating griffins is a noble endeavor, is it not? Fiki counted on his fingers, enumerating the benefits of undertaking this task. The sooner a griffin meets its demise, the sooner the surrounding area can become safe, bringing joy to the populace and the goddess. Your assistance would significantly increase our chances of success, provided your combat skills are sufficient. Having you in the party to witness our efforts would also prevent Gresham from seeking further trouble. However, most importantly, I find you quite fascinating and believe you could make a splendid partner and a trustworthy friend. Very well. Didlith's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she beamed, nodding vigorously. I shall inform my bishop and set off with you first thing tomorrow morning. She turned on her heel, exuding an aura of decisiveness. Yet, after taking 5 steps, she pivoted back. Fiki, there is one more matter to address. Is this considered an invitation for me to assist you? You are neither of the Holy Heart nor my superior, so by regulations, I cannot serve without compensation. What do you desire? I have no money, at least, I believe I lack the means to afford your assistance. Do you have any particular interests? Do you enjoy stories or singing? I can accept stories, but they must not feature elves. Didlith turned again to leave, her voice trailing behind like a melodious chime. Make sure it's an entertaining tale. As Didlith vanished down the corridor, this unexpected ally imbued Fiki with newfound confidence regarding their griffin hunting mission. However, strategizing how best to utilize this support required careful consideration. Thus, Fiki sat down, endeavoring to broaden his thoughts, anticipate various scenarios, and, of course, prepare a fitting reward for Dilly. An engaging story she had undoubtedly never heard before, preferably one that could unfold over the course of a month. After a while, Talon returned, a small satchel slung across his shoulder, presumably containing the potions required for their task. Fiki, let us proceed to the armory. I just convinced Didlith to join us. Didlith is that elven holy knight. What? Talon's mouth fell agape. How did you manage that? I simply extended a sincere invitation. That is all. Fiki was baffled by Talon's astonishment. However, recalling that Talon had lived a nearly isolated, militarized life within Icepeak Fortress since childhood, it was understandable that he lacked experience with women. If you have no objections to her joining, shall we head to the armory? Of course, I have no objections. Although the Holy Knights of the Holy Heart may not rival the monster hunters of the Holy Body, they are at least competent warriors. They tend to excel in other domains. What am I rambling about? The armory is this way. In the current situation, an additional ally meant an increase in strength, even if it merely translated to an extra set of weapons, armor, and supplies. This rationale explained why Fiki had never undergone training in weapon use, yet still felt compelled to carry arms. Following their previous plan, Fiki decisively selected a light yet sturdy spear as his primary melee weapon and opted for a broad, serrated dagger for daily use. For ranged weaponry, he chose a crossbow with a handle, requiring minimal strength during loading. He also procured 2 quivers, each containing 10 bolts. However, he and Talon differed on the matter of armor. I have seen what griffin claws are capable of. They can pierce even horse bones effortlessly. I do not believe armor would be of any use. If I am struck, I will die regardless. I would rather go in lightly equipped for greater agility. Armor is not meant for facing griffins. It is to ensure you survive to encounter them. If the Sunset Mountains posed only the threat of griffins, they would not be a threat at all. You at least know what wolves are, do you not? Similar. Fiki shook his head. I have only trained for 2 months. During combat, I'm essentially a liability. The only effect of wearing armor is to hinder my movements. Just look at these joints, these studs, and these straps. I would be slain by them before I even faced a griffin. Then, Talon pondered, how about this? I will find you a set of padded armor. The mountains will grow colder, and you must dress warmly. As for the remaining protection, go seek Ramsden and assist him in carrying supplies. Rations and miscellaneous items can also serve as a form of protection. After some contemplation, Fiki ultimately agreed. Chapter 20. War is fought logistically. We have gained an additional companion. That means we must prepare an extra portion of food and recalculate our camping supplies. Oh, what a hassle, Ramsden exclaimed, slumping onto the table, causing the Chocotop to jump and scatter chaotically. Fiki leaned closer, observing intently. Is this a calculation? You have outlined the shelf life, weight, and volume of various items? Indeed. Ramsden sighed. I inquired with the Holy Knights about the last incident, discovering that the location is quite distant from both the village and other fortresses. In other words, we must do our utmost to independently resolve all matters concerning food, drink, and accommodation. However, our carrying capacity is limited. It is impossible to bear everything, is it not? Fiki nodded, reassessing the items listed by the chubby boy on the blackboard. Stale bread, cheese, jerky, and pickled vegetables. These are all hearty provisions. It seems that replenishing our water supply along the way will not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, within the Sunset Mountains, there are springs and rivers, so water should not be a major concern. In other locations, however, the addition of water complicates matters considerably, given its substantial weight. I can see now how you calculated this in the past. It is quite rudimentary. Fiki shook his head. You have overlooked 3 crucial parameters and failed to organize the data correctly. Parameters? Data? What do you mean? Ramsden's eyes widened, and he perked up his ears. Firstly, there is weight. Different items, aside from their weight, volume, and shelf life, should also possess varying degrees of importance. The impact of clothing, food, water, medicine, and weapons on survival and mission success differs significantly, and you must take this into account. Next, there is coordination. It seems you merely aim to increase usage, but in practice, what truly matters is the order in which items are utilized. You appear to have followed the basic principle. Consume perishable items first and carry less. However, there is substantial potential to be harnessed here. A judicious arrangement of carbohydrates and proteins bears more significance than simply reducing intake. Finally, you seem to have conflated maximum capacity with economic efficiency. The figure on your blackboard represents carrying capacity, does it not? It is far too low. We have only just departed from the fortress. At this moment, the situation is not perilous, and we need not calculate based on the average economic load of combat and risk. We should approach it as pack animals. We can stash some long-lasting supplies in safe locations along the route, a process known as preloading, which will alleviate our burden and allow us to engage in battle in a lighter state. This method shortens the distance for resupply, thereby reducing the difficulty of procurement. Upon hearing Fiki's words, Ramsden's face had become utterly rigid, his round eyes helplessly fixated on the void. This is far too complicated. No one knows how to calculate it, nor can anyone arrive at a conclusion. Not entirely. While precise and universal dynamic matrices may be unfeasible, an approximate optimal solution tailored to the current circumstances is certainly attainable. Alas, if only I had a calculator. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed with the calculations. You will assist me in assigning weights, specifying the importance of each item. How does one convert this into numbers? Simply assign scores from 1 to 10. Start with something you will undoubtedly carry, such as jerky. Then, broadly represent the relationship between each item in it. You need not concern yourself with the remaining calculations. I shall handle those. Oh, it will be even better if we had a map. Could you fetch one for me? Certainly. Ramsden licked his lips. Fiki, can you teach me this? No problem. It is merely a matter of data organization and algorithms, not dissimilar from the optimization work I did previously. Fiki picked up 2 pieces of chalk and handed one to Ramsden. Come, let us begin promptly. Ramsden accepted the chalk, nodding vigorously. He was the youngest member of the Ice Peak Fortress, his plump frame not due to a lack of training, but rather his keen interest in managing the storeroom and kitchen. As the youngest child, he usually had to follow the directives of others. However, being able to command apples, ale, flour, and bacon gave him a sense of power. This task had originally belonged to old Kipling, but due to his advanced age, everyone was pleased to have Ramsden take it over. Should he fail to become an exceptional monster hunter of the Eagle School, the ability to manage the fortress's supplies would still allow him to live quite well. Ramsden subconsciously understood this principle, which is why he approached his work with great diligence, never shirking his responsibilities. Thus, while Fiki explained and calculated, he listened intently, striving to comprehend. Even if he could not grasp it immediately, memorizing as much as possible would still be beneficial. The more he listened, the less he understood, yet his admiration grew. Ramsden thought to himself, "This noble truly is remarkable. He comprehends such complex knowledge. No wonder nobles lead military operations." However, when Ramsden gazed at Fiki's expression, he noticed something amiss. Immersed in numbers and algorithms, Fiki's eyes were crimson, as if flames burned deep within his pupils, emanating an intimidating light. A faint black mist wafted from his nostrils, giving him the appearance of a creature from the depths of hell. "Fiki?" Fiki lifted his head, and all traces of the anomaly vanished in an instant. "What is it? Did you not understand?" "No matter. Time is of the essence today. I will calculate for now, and later I shall explain the underlying principles to you in detail." "How did you come to learn such a complex matter? The symbols you use are utterly unfamiliar to me. I mean no offense. I merely state that, at least in the library, there are no books on calculations that contain these symbols. If we do not surpass the efforts of those before us, would that not be rather disheartening? These insights are built upon the foundations laid by predecessors, continuously refined through practice." Fiki, oblivious to the strangeness of his situation, continued with his task. Yet this time, as he exerted his intellect, he did not exhibit any demonic traits. He swiftly adapted to the intelligence derived from hell. After his optimization and reorganization, it appeared that the items the group needed to carry had become somewhat excessive. Of course, this surplus was largely illusory, as everyone still had personal necessities to bring along, ensuring that our load would ultimately be filled. Establishing 2 resupply points would allow us some relief. And should Giles return early, he could assist with replenishing supplies, significantly alleviating our burden. "Do you see any other issues?" Ramsden shook his head. He had witnessed the entirety of the optimization algorithm's construction and implementation, knowing he could not propose any objections. Naturally, he could suggest that certain weight assignments could be improved and that some data remained insufficient. However, these adjustments would only enhance precision, not correctness. What they sought was a reliable, usable, and measurable estimate, not an exact prediction of every event for the coming month. "Fiki, is this what Lord Snowy Owl meant when he spoke of the power of numbers?" "Certainly not. Numbers possess no power, thought does." Fiki shifted his gaze from the list and scanned the large storage room shared by the kitchen and miscellaneous items. "Ramsden, what other treasures do we have here? We're set to be out for a month. We ought to find some pleasures to ease our minds. There's quite a bit of alcohol, some of which are fine aged vintages gifted to Lord Snowy Owl by others. However, after he lost his hearing completely, he feared that drinking would further impair his vision, and thus he nearly gave it up." Fiki shook his head. His soul could not savor wine. He derived little pleasure from it. Moreover, his body had been subjected to the rigors of alchemical potions, and while drinking, he felt as though he were consuming medicine. As many alchemical concoctions used wine as a solvent, the taste never truly dissipated. "We also have a few bottles of honey. This is a fine commodity. As long as the lids are sealed, it can last for decades without spoiling." Ramsden recited a list, mentioning a dozen other items that had been stored here, yet were unknown to Fiki. "What about that box over there? It appears to be covered in dust. It seems to have been untouched for many years." "Oh, that contains no food. A few years ago, the Sunset Mountains experienced an unexpected surge of ferocious bears, possessing great strength and cunning, posing a significant threat. The items within were designed for bear trapping." Ramsden scratched his head. Subsequently, through collective efforts, the population of ferocious bears dwindled, rendering those specially crafted items obsolete. Lord Snowy Owl stated that if equipment needed to be forged in the future and iron was unavailable, those items could be melted down for use. "Bear traps? What a pity they are not for capturing griffins. Bears cannot fly," Fiki remarked with a hint of disappointment, yet his feet moved toward the box nonetheless. Ramsden suddenly called out to him, "I will go prepare the items according to the blackboard's list. You can explore here for a bit. Just be careful not to break any jars. Moreover, What have you recorded so that I may compile a final tally? Very well, no problem at all. Fiki waved his hand dismissively. I have no other matters at hand. Shall we reconvene tomorrow morning? The chubby one nodded, and the two parted ways. The Ice Peak Fortress perched upon the cliff, with mountains to the west and low hills and plains to the east, which meant that nightfall arrived early. Yet dawn was punctual. As the orange-yellow sun pierced the gray-black clouds at the horizon, a party of 5 individuals and 2 horses was prepared to embark. Fiki, did you not arrange to meet with the paladin? When shall she arrive? Tluin inhaled deeply the crisp morning air, seemingly hoping it would quell his restless spirit. He then posed a rhetorical question to himself. The paladin does not lie. She must have been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. Fiki responded with silence, followed by a great yawn. Fiki, you look dreadful. Those dark circles under your eyes resemble the aftermath of a brutal punch. Did you not sleep last night? Were you too anxious? Tluin inquired. Do you tend to chatter excessively when you are nervous? Fiki chuckled softly. He was undeniably fatigued, yet possessed a confidence that Tluin could not decipher. I spent the night meditating atop the tower, engrossed in contemplation of this mission, and, as a result, I lost track of time and did not sleep. It is not anxiety, it is focus. Very well. Once we commence the mission, such feelings will dissipate. You must rest and recover, for each of us has our own responsibilities. Tluin glanced at the silent Kale and added, we must set forth by the time the sun has fully risen above the horizon. Here they come, Ramsden announced. Chapter 21. Speak your mind. Gresham, the acting inspector, approached, his name alone capable of inflating word count, as he walked towards the rising sun. 4 of the 5 members of the Griffin hunting squad let out a collective grunt, while only Ramsden could not suppress a small flatulence, for which he felt quite apologetic. Wishing you a successful mission and a safe return, Gresham stated, yawning as he inhaled the fresh morning air deeply. The temperature is beginning to drop. Have you all brought suitable warm clothing? Let us get to the point, Kale interjected, rubbing his nose with his left hand before expectorating a hardened booger onto the ground. When will the winter provisions from Ice Peak Fortress be distributed? Soon. They will be available when you return with the Griffin's head, Gresham replied with a smile that elicited little fondness from the group. The church's fortress defenses have been too tranquil in recent years, leading to numerous misunderstandings. The nobility gazes upon us like ravenous wolves, their minds rife with conspiracy theories of the church amassing military might to harm them. Therefore, we must provide tangible results to reassure them. The best way to do so is through the monster's head. With a head comes a reward. Without one, punishment awaits. Gresham's gaze swept across the group, landing upon Fiki, whom he paused to address, continuing, let me illustrate. Should anyone slack off during the mission, hiding in the depths of the mountains and wasting time, transforming their duty into a leisurely excursion, that would be a deception and sacrilege against the goddess. Such individuals will undoubtedly face consequences. Fiki regarded Gresham and suddenly found him rather dashing, the kind of striking figure who incited a desire to interrupt his smugness with a well-placed punch. He yearned to act on this impulse, yet feared he was no match for Gresham's physical prowess, while he might excel in intelligence and knowledge. Those attributes could not be wielded in a brawl. Gresham, the type of person who would only fight in familiar territory, would not yield to others. Inspector, Kale said, rolling his eyes and displaying an almost inhuman expression, please do pray to the goddess on our behalf, that we may find and slay the Griffin. We are but humble mortals, in dire need of your mighty assistance to succeed. You are our superior. In the military, you would be akin to a general, correct? The victor of wars is always remembered as the general. Conversely, the names recorded in the annals of defeat are also those of generals. You place far too much weight on this matter. It is not of such great consequence, and cannot be compared to war, Gresham asserted, his visage shifting from orange to crimson as he faced the sun, just as the sun rises anew each day under the goddess's watchful gaze. This is merely a routine task. My well wishes for your success are sincere, for there will be many more endeavors that will rely on your strength. The dawn, while beautiful, signified simply the beginning of another day, ever so repetitive. Well, it is about time for you to set out. Fiki squinted back at the sun, which still clung to the horizon, allowing him a moment to bid farewell to Gresham. The truth was he could hardly endure the presence of that insufferable man any longer. Gresham, in all the hustle of preparing for this mission, I must mention something that would be quite rude to overlook. We deeply regret the loss of the 2 knights who perished while protecting others from a griffin attack during your journey. How many were there in your party? I cannot tally well, but surely more than 5? Ramsden quickly covered his mouth, for Fiki was the most adept at counting he had ever encountered. What I mean to convey is, do not worry. We shall ease your sorrow. The righteous tasks of vengeance and monster eradication should be entrusted to capable warriors. It is merely a griffin. Let's take it down. Haven't you done so before? And what of me? With a swift motion, Gresham drew his longsword. But before he could fully unsheath it, Fiki had already darted behind Tluin and Kale to seek refuge. The holy emblem upon Gresham's chest quivered, compelling him to regain his composure. The sword was sheathed, yet his teeth continued to grind in agitation. At that moment, a force was needed to alter the awkward atmosphere. Thus, Didlithe made her entrance. She sprinted in, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, and came to an abrupt halt before Fiki, speaking in a hurried tone. We must depart quickly, or my teacher will awaken. You're coming too? Gresham was taken aback. If you inform on me now, I shall knock you out. However, once I leave, feel free to speak as you wish. I do not mind. And I have left a letter for the bishop. Didlithe tossed her hair back. Oh, and one more thing. I asked the bishop to wait here for my return. He tends to ignore me when old friends are around, so he shall not be lonely. If you have time, please look after him. I would appreciate it. The elven girl paused, solemnly uttering a thank you to Gresham in her native tongue. Fiki was astonished to find that he understood her, likely due to the memories and abilities of others aiding him. With 6 individuals assembled, they no longer lingered, shouldering their packs and setting forth. Didlithe had effectively slipped away, carrying only her weapon and armor, yet Ramsden had prepared a pack for her as well. She glanced at it, feeling she was treated equally to the others, and found nothing more equitable in the world. Without hesitation, she hoisted it onto her back. In truth, the weight of everyone's belongings varied significantly. Tluin bore the lightest load, while Fiki and Ramsden carried the heaviest. This arrangement was primarily due to their respective roles. Given Kale's arm injury, Tluin would need to assume greater responsibility for vigilance and pathfinding, requiring him to conserve energy by carrying a lighter burden. As an injured party, Kale warranted extra care, and the delicate Wumama, resembling a somewhat malnourished girl, certainly could not bear the heaviest load. Ramsden insisted on this point, and Fiki deemed it unnecessary to oppose. After all, he was quite self-aware. Lacking combat prowess, he would serve as a laborer so that if danger arose, he could swiftly retreat behind his comrades without feeling guilt. He believed that each person merely had different roles. A better allocation of responsibilities would yield more effective utilization of each individual's strengths, rendering uniformity less progressive. Moreover, he possessed a unique role that none other had, that of storyteller. Tales from 3 nations? I have never heard of a nation called Donghan, he remarked, skepticism tinged in his voice. And this is merely a country. Surely, you're not deceiving me? Fiki shot a glance at Didlithe, then sighed. He was acutely aware, through his algorithms and planning, that the weight upon the shoulders of the female paladin was somewhat lighter than his own. Yet her ease surpassed his by at least an order of magnitude. How could her seemingly more delicate arms and legs harbor such strength? A glance at Wumama revealed to him that he was, in fact, woefully inadequate. However, when it came to storytelling, these individuals were nothing short of amateurs. Fiki, a connoisseur of tales, was certain he could outshine them, even at half measure. History is a solemn matter. I cannot fabricate it whimsically. Thus, I am compelled to conjure a nation you have yet to hear of to house my narrative. Pay heed to the characters within, and do not fixate on their names. Indeed, heed Fiki's words, without a doubt. Ramsden, busy wiping the sweat from his brow, nonetheless offered support to his companion. All right. I shall refrain from obsessing over peculiar names and the transformation of 3 nations into one. However, why do you insist on uttering SU while telling your tale? Is it a peculiar quirk? I am practicing my spells, Fiki responded. The goddess of truth and thunder possesses her own divine sorceries, yet she does not rebuff other powers. She treats all with impartiality. Dragons soar through the skies, breathing fire, while serpents glide through the earth. Neither of these constitutes divine magic. So there is no reason for mortals to be unable to learn spells. What she opposes are destructive spells that harm others and violate the fundamental nature of living beings. And these, too, Fiki vehemently disapproved of. Thus, were it not for the hindrance of his demonic identity, he would not hesitate to dedicate the majority of his experiences to the study of divine magic. The environment for researching general spells is quite accommodating, allowing Fiki to candidly assert that he is practicing magic. Recently, I discovered a spell that enables me to move objects with mere will. I have attempted to cast this spell continuously and uncovered 3 intriguing phenomena. Didlithe appeared somewhat disappointed. She yearned for a story, not a discourse on spells. Regret washed over her for inquiring about SU with Fiki. Nonetheless, as a paladin, it was imperative to equally respect others. If she could delight in tales, then Fiki ought to revel in his magical studies. Firstly, casting this spell requires no exertion on my part. I engage in extensive physical training daily, exhausting my stamina. Yet this does not hinder my ability to cast spells, save for a parched throat that refuses to cooperate. Secondly, continual practice has augmented the spell's efficacy. I can now move heavier objects and execute swifter motions. Thirdly, and most intriguingly, the success of the spell does not hinge on my pronunciation, but rather on my belief in the correctness of my pronunciation. Oh, come now. Daedalus blinked rapidly. Can we proceed to what transpired next? Who is stronger, the pig butcher or the date seller? No, your topic transition is far too abrupt. Have you never pondered why merely speaking causes objects to move? Is there not a rationale behind it? When you utter a spell suited to you, it should yield results. Does it require further explanation? Since the Creator fashioned the world, the goddess of truth and thunder has watched over and nurtured us, rewarding the right and punishing the wrong. When you do right, you are rewarded. You must give thanks to the goddess. But I cannot employ the same method to cast divine magic, as I have tried. Fiki nearly mentioned his demonic nature, fearing the goddess would intervene through the holy sword of the paladin if he did. The goddess has her own designs. You may experience them, but do not speculate, Daedalus asserted, her tone turning grave, prompting Fiki to continue narrating the romance of the three kingdoms adapted for another world. Daedalus was pleased to hear the continuation of the tale. Yet she held reservations regarding the plot point where an inconspicuous character crafting straw sandals simultaneously triumphed over two seemingly formidable foes. Fiki disregarded her objections, as he remained mired in contemplation over the perennial question that arises whenever Earth's transgressors successfully wield magic. What is the underlying truth of this phenomenon? Chapter 22. The Morning of Preparation. The morning light was chilly, imbued with a touch of solitude amidst the thin mist. A layer of inconspicuous frost adorned the sleeping blanket, akin to the damp rocks beneath him, which would no longer provide warmth. Autumn had but one last breath of warmth, while the cold winter tightened its grip. Fiki awoke, trembling, unable to return to slumber. His body shook incessantly, a manifestation of muscles striving to generate heat. This shivering rendered his exhaled breath a broken mist. Yet it was sufficient for Wumama to discern his awakening. Fiki, there's soup hot. The gentle call imbued him with strength, urging him to slowly extricate himself from his sleeping bag. The others remained in repose. They had all endured hardship, so it was best not to rouse them. They rested behind a rocky outcrop on a wind-sheltered hillside, a modest space far from the woods, thus precluding a substantial campfire. The flickering flame before Fiki and Wumama was barely enough to warm a kettle. Nevertheless, drawing his hands close to the flame provided sufficient heat to rekindle his spirits. Pine needles and a touch of mint. Drink up. Wumama poured Fiki a small cup of hot tea. Warm your hands first, for with warmth comes the ability to work. And thus we shall endure. Wumama, typically reticent, found his words flowing more freely in this moment, and Fiki understood the reason behind this change. To prevent nocturnal attacks by wild beasts, they had to take turns keeping watch, which meant confronting the darkness alone in the dead of night. Starlight and moonlight may be allies, but all sounds were foes. The wind rustling through branches, sweeping over ridges, and whispering through cracks in the rocks produced various low murmurs, akin to a lamenting spirit softly breathing in one's ear. Large and small creatures infused their emotions into the wind, piercing the taut hearts of those on edge. Apure torment. Particularly, the sharp crack of a branch snapping beneath foot transformed the night into a tapestry of imagined monsters. At such times, one must remain vigilant, ears perked, daring not to succumb to slumber. Yet, after a spell, one might even begin to doubt whether the previous crack had truly occurred or was merely a figment of imagination. Lacking verification and unable to share with others, those nearing the end of their solitary watch were invariably chatty upon the awakening of a companion. On the 10th day, could his body endure further? Wumama gently snapped a twig and tossed it into the campfire. Soon, sensing the change in light, everyone would awaken, signaling the time to stoke the flames and warm their rations. Having never endured such hardship, Fiki mused, unless one could no longer persevere, there was no way to answer. He sipped the herbal tea, vitality flowing into him with the warmth, a sensation akin to being resurrected from the depths of hell. Wumama, what shall we have for breakfast? There was enough portable rations left for just one more meal, today's breakfast. Boil some hot spring water, add a splash of liquor, and a couple of cloves of garlic. Afterward, we must assess the hunting situation to determine what we shall eat or resort to jerky. For Daedalus, trouble was about to begin. Wumama nodded. The customs of the elves dictate abstaining from meat. They meet their protein and fat needs through plants. They had been conserving rations for Daedalus, reserving purely plant-based biscuits and bread for her. However, these provisions would inevitably spoil in the wilderness, far less enduring than salted jerky. Unless we have dehydrated vegetables or canned goods, Fiki murmured. Womama overheard but feigned ignorance, primarily due to a lack of understanding. During these 10 days outdoors, Fiki had diligently practiced his spells. Even during storytelling interludes, the incantation of Isu had become an indelible shared mantra in their minds, echoing in dreams as they slept. There was no remedy. His tales were simply too captivating, and his practice too earnest. To attain the former, the latter had to be endured. Apart from Sua, Fiki was simultaneously experimenting with various other spells, which occasionally resulted in the emergence of incomprehensible terms, such as dehydrated vegetables or canned goods. Initially, everyone was quite curious and would inquire about the meanings of these words. Fiki, without any intention of concealing anything, would explain them, yet no one could truly grasp their significance. The concepts seemed to possess some logic, yet they resembled figments of imagination. Given that Fiki exhibited no signs of madness, it was concluded that the things they could not comprehend must indeed be magical incantations. At that moment, Daedalus turned over, her arms flinging from one side of the water sack to the other, nearly striking Ramsden's round nose. She mumbled incoherently. Daedalus was the only one who slept with her arms outside the sleeping bag, seemingly unaffected by the chilly temperatures of the mountainous region. Moreover, in terms of endurance, agility, and strength, she overwhelmingly surpassed all but Kale and Trollin, which left Ramsden and Womama feeling somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, Kale remarked that Daedalus' abilities stemmed from the goddess, while theirs were derived from rigorous training, which, in truth, made them superior. Fiki could not discern the advantages of physical training over divine incantation. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. Whether it was physical strength, magical power, divine energy, or the infernal might from demons, as long as it fulfilled his expectations. That sufficed. Observing Daedalus flipping over, he turned to Womama and said, "It seems they are about to awaken. You continue to keep watch outside, and I shall prepare breakfast." Womama appeared to have exhausted his conversation and fell silent once more. He gazed outward from the rocky edge, as the morning light and mist caressed his face, melting away the faint white frost. At that moment, Fiki felt as though he were a woman seated within a painting, gazing into the future. It must have been an illusion induced by monotonous food. Weighted comprehensive calculations could enhance the efficiency of item usage, yet they often proved detrimental to the stomach, a consequence that would only worsen with their prolonged stay in the wilderness. During such times, distant memories of delectable dishes from his past would torment him, akin to the Inferno's torment upon the souls of ordinary mortals. The curse of longing and reluctance was inescapable, and Fiki increasingly grasped this reality. His sole coping mechanism was to divert his attention. Sua. As he concentrated, several objects around him began to levitate in succession, heading towards their respective destinations. Firewood pots, water sacks, rations, and spices floated. Fiki could not transport them all simultaneously, controlling only one at a time. However, once the destination was set, the spell allowed these items to glide independently, although their speed could not be hastened. Much like a feather unable to accelerate during free fall, at least they would maintain a composed motion until encountering significant resistance or being recontrolled by the next SUA. Trollin suddenly sat up, alertly scanning his surroundings and finding no danger. He then cast a wistful glance at Fiki, whose mouth was incessantly uttering SUA, and remarked, "I feel as though my brain has been yanked into the void. This is truly the most dreadful waking spell. What are we having for breakfast?" Came Daedalus' voice, imbued with the elegance and agility of the elven tongue, yet also possessing a uniquely human brevity and strength. After all, the goddess's paladins were a militarized organization primarily composed of humans, and this brevity of strength was a habit cultivated through training. What else? Rations soaked in liquor, with a dash of stimulating flavor. Fiki stirred the steaming pot of soup with a long spoon, hoping to ensure a more uniform consistency of the rations within. After this meal, there would be no more rations, only meat. "Daedalus, what will you do?" "Whatever you eat, I shall eat as well. Meat is fine." There was no hint of peculiarity in her elven voice. She emerged from her sleeping bag, peering curiously into the pot, seemingly searching for differences amidst the daily sameness. "I asked the goddess if I could eat meat, and she said it was permissible. I have tried it. The taste is somewhat unfamiliar, but my stomach can accept it. You are the first elf I've heard of who eats meat." After waking, Kale swiftly began folding his sleeping bag. "Do not worry too much. We will be vigilant in searching for plant-based food along the way." In fact, Had it not been for Woomama's rough handling that destroyed the tracks yesterday, we could have tracked the squirrels and procured some nuts from their nests. I apologize. Woomama lowered his head. Kale refrained from further criticism, which was markedly different from his usual demeanor, yet everyone appreciated this change. Today's mission is crucial. Let us all remain vigilant. Ramsden, stop rubbing your eyes and tell me what we are to do today. The plump fellow stifled half a yawn and quickly responded. 3 days ago, we found a location where the knights were ambushed. Based on the clues there, we tracked the griffin's lair. Yesterday, we discovered another of its attack sites, more recent than the previous one. Today's objective is to search from this location, ideally getting closer to the griffin's lair or at least identifying its range of activity, and then finding suitable places to set traps. Trollin, is there anything we need to be cautious of? Kale had finished folding his sleeping bag and secured it, continuing to inquire. Griffins may appear at any moment, so we must heighten our vigilance. At all times, 2 pairs of eyes should be watching the sky, Trollin replied, contemplating as he spoke. Crossbows should be kept in a ready position, and there should be a safe distance between each pair. From now on, we enter a state of light combat readiness. This will serve as our second supply and retreat position. Are we preparing for battle? Fiki pondered, allowing his spirit to become both excited and tense. He could vividly recall the ambush he encountered upon arriving at Icepeak Fortress. The moment a griffin's claws had glided past him. If he recalled more carefully, he could even remember earlier when the griffin circled above, surveying and selecting its prey. That was the gaze of a hunter, and now he wished to imbue his own eyes with such intensity. Must we maintain silence today, thus foregoing stories? Didlith suddenly realized this and felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Trollin glanced at Fiki and Didlith, considering that if the paladin could protect Fiki closely, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Thus, he said, as long as we keep our voices low, it is still permissible to share tales. I suspect there may be fog today, so we will need to rely on sound to ascertain everyone's condition. The mountains harbor not only griffins, but also other dangers. Chapter 23, The Phantom Cat. After everyone awoke, they warmed themselves with hot soup, then extinguished the campfire and tidied up the campsite. They concealed some belongings in the lee of a large rock, then set off lightly to continue their search for the griffin. Fortunately, as winter approached, most creatures either sought warmer locales to escape the wind and snow or hibernated in caves until spring. This alleviated many risks along their journey. Trollin, having walked from the back of the line to the front, spoke to Fiki as he passed, saying, the sunsetting mountains are not like this in other seasons. Never venture off the main path without completing your training. Fiki, be cautious. Everyone, be careful. Fiki nodded, tugging at the straps of his backpack for a more comfortable fit. Although they were all in a lightened state, Fiki's backpack seemed heavier than the others, requiring him to frequently adjust his posture. It was a brief respite, also to prevent the abrasions beneath his padded armor from tearing open again. You're doing well. Kale, having been replaced at the front as a scout, remarked as he passed Fiki, given your current condition, you should be able to undergo the enhancement ritual. Do not worry. He spoke these comforting words with an expression still cold and rigid. Fiki looked at him, returning a similarly awkward smile, and replied, I have never worried. I will not perish during the enhancement ritual, nor will I die here. That is splendid. Kaylee nodded and retreated to the rear of the group, following closely behind Woomama. The party advanced along the steep cliff, traversing a narrow path barely 5 feet wide, composed of slanted stones. Here, the stones were sufficiently solid, impervious to the dislodging of gravel that might unsteady their footing. They were robust enough that even a headlong collision would leave no wound, even if one were to plummet from a height of 500 meters. Moving cautiously, one had to remain perpetually mindful of maintaining the correct posture, suppressing the urge to let go. Fiki observed that the closer one was to the perilous edge of the cliff. The more one entertained the morbid notion of leaping into oblivion, the more one feared heights, the more one yearned to plunge into that deadly abyss. This sentiment would transform into a soothing self-mockery upon distancing from the precipice, only to amplify the terror for the next encounter. Fear conjured a foolish thought in the imagination, to end one's dread through death. However, with frequent exposure, numbness ensued, and even the most absurd thoughts resigned themselves. As fear gradually waned, "Hush! A sound ahead!" Kaylee suddenly exclaimed. "Crouch!" The group immediately pressed themselves against the right face of the cliff, lowering their postures and sealing their lips. Amidst the cacophony of the mountain winds, indistinct sounds of combat drifted through. Everyone strained their ears, and those adept in the Eagle School's meditation techniques heightened their senses. "A griffin," Kaylee whispered. The group readied their weapons, quickly inspecting them before cautiously proceeding forward. Despite having spent 10 days searching for this griffin in the mountains, none wished to encounter it now. They found themselves on an exposed mountain path, the terrain decidedly unfavorable. The griffin had a high probability of annihilating them. It could simply soar above and crash into the ranks, leaving the aftermath to the formidable drop and the unforgiving rocks. Fortunately, such a calamity did not unfold. They departed from the treacherous cliffs and ascended a steep yet open slope, heading toward the ridge. The cries of the griffin emanated from the opposite side of the mountain, and Fiki could now hear it too. It was evident that a battle was underway. The cries were imbued with fury, excitement, and a hint of madness, emotions so intense they could not be mistaken. Tron, wielding a camouflage shield that blended with the rocky earth, concealed himself and his ready crossbow behind it, crouching as he first scaled the ridge. Soon, everyone witnessed him rise. Accompanied by his call, "Instructor, Fiki, come quickly and see what is happening." The group hastened their pace, scrambling upward. Didlithe surged ahead, easily surpassing Fiki. Nearly the second to reach the top, she pressed her forehead and involuntarily exclaimed, "By the goddess! What manner of creature is that?" Fiki hurried up and soon beheld a fierce confrontation between two felines and a bird atop a neighboring peak. From a distance, they appeared to be two cats and a bird, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were not. The bird was a griffin, larger than the one that had previously attacked Fiki, its wingspan surely exceeding 10 meters. Observing it closely, Fiki noted its gaunt form, its feathers resembling an oversized fur coat draped loosely over the narrow shoulders of a slender woman. In this regard, it lacked the robust and imposing presence of the cliff-dwelling griffin, instead exuding a cunning demeanor. This, however, did not imply any diminishment of its combat prowess. The griffin soared, executing swift turns, gliding at high speeds, and suddenly diving to attack, only to rapidly pull up again. Clouds of dust and frosty snowflakes accompanied its assaults, disrupting its adversary's sight and hearing. Its four eagle-like talons and its sharpened beak, now more agile and insidious, launched successive attacks. Some strikes found their mark, while others struck the rocky terrain. Fiki watched as fragments of stone erupted, yet the griffin's talons remained unscathed. This was no trifling matter, a hit from its claws. Even a glancing blow would be as devastating as being struck by a large-caliber bullet, resulting in instant obliteration. The two cats engaged in combat with the griffin were acutely aware of this fact, evading as nimbly as possible, waiting for the griffin to lower its altitude to strike back. Cloaked entirely in black fur, their coloration obscured any accurate assessment of their size. Yet they were likely comparable to rhinoceroses. As they moved, tendrils of black smoke wafted from their fur, resembling a mist. This could have provided them with cover. But against a griffin dominating the skies, it was of little consequence. They could only leap to attack with only two claws or teeth engaged in battle at a time, rendering them at a significant disadvantage against a griffin wielding four talons. Consequently, each clash resulted in numerous bloody wounds on their bodies, red blood mingling with their black fur. Adhering to the cold stone, the griffin screeched in exhilaration, its voice a sharp, piercing sound. The two large black cats, in retaliation, continuously roared a single word: attack. What kind of cats are those? Fiki gazed intently at the raw brutality of the fight, his heart racing. They are enormous. Spectral cats, Tron remarked. A dangerous species that thrives in ambush, exhibiting remarkable patience and cunning. They are quite prevalent in the Sunset Mountains. However, one of this size is exceedingly rare. Moreover, given that the battle took place over 300 meters away, separated by a deep gorge, Kaylee seized the opportunity to test Tron. What else seems unusual? Spectral cats should have descended for winter by now. Their black fur serves them well in the night, but in the snow, it is a liability. We are above the snowfall line. Why Haven T they retreated. Look again. Keep your eyes peeled and miss no shadows of black. Tron shrank his neck and concentrated intently. Indeed, they are protecting their den. Beneath that rock shaped like a chicken's head, I see 2 or 3 spectral cat cubs. They're so small. Could they have been born recently? Why are they here at this season? They should normally avoid winter. Those tiny cubs are unlikely to survive the cold and scarcity of food. That remained uncertain. Kaylee surveyed the surrounding terrain and pointed to the left. The right appears easier to traverse, but the left offers cover. We shall proceed that way. The griffin and the spectral cats fighting is not a misfortune. Let's wait for them to settle their score. Tron, in your opinion, whose victory would be more favorable for us? Tron pondered. It seems that neither outcome is advantageous. This location is unsuitable for a confrontation with the griffin, even if it sustains injuries in battle. Should the spectral cats prevail, The griffin's carcass will undoubtedly be consumed, making it nearly impossible for us to retrieve its head. Moreover, we must worry about the spectral cats viewing us as prey, which would keep us on edge. Incorrect. You still have much to learn. Kaylee shook his head and moved to the forefront of the group. The outcome was not in question. The griffin would surely emerge victorious. My sole hope now is that the griffin finally grows hungry and stops to feast on the spectral cats, for that would be to our advantage. Tron's countenance reflected apprehension as he gazed toward the battleground for a moment, then nodded and hurried to catch up. Logically, the griffin might have detected their presence while airborne, yet fortunately, it remained engrossed in its battle with the spectral cats, not casting a glance in their direction. The wind aided them, consistently blowing from the direction of the battlefield, ensuring that their scent would not carry over and alert the spectral cats. The group, utilizing the cover of rocks and shadows, stealthily approached the site of the conflict. At this distance, they could already sense the metallic tang of blood and the monstrous stench wafting through the air, the griffin's screeches growing increasingly shrill. Fiki felt an acute sense of tension, repeatedly glancing at the crossbow in his hands, ensuring that the bolt was still loaded and the string taut. In contrast, Womama and Ramsden, though also on their first mission, appeared remarkably composed. Didlithe clasped the holy emblem at her chest, preparing to recite a divine incantation, but was halted by Kaylee. He gestured for silence, signaling everyone to lower their bodies. In the fleeting moment of a gesture, an abundance of meanings can be conveyed, a notion that Faishi had never contemplated. However, as he focused his attention, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Suddenly, a resounding cry erupted from the griffin, causing a sharp pain to pierce Faishi's eardrums. Just as he was about to peek outside to discern the source of the commotion, Talon seized his shoulder and pulled him back down. At that instant, a shadow soared overhead, crashing violently against the cliff before plummeting into the abyss below. It was one of the ghost cats, likely meeting its demise mid-air, leaving no anguished cry as it fell. The griffin seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The remaining ghost cat let out a mournful wail and hurriedly retreated, shielding the direction of its nest with its body. Typically, a predator would seek the fallen prey and spare the vulnerable family, but this griffin was anything but ordinary. It veered in midair, lunging towards the ghost cat. The ghost cat, unable to evade, retaliated with all its might, but was still brutally clawed. The griffin swept its wings, sending the injured ghost cat tumbling down the slope like a discarded rag doll, utterly incapable of further resistance. Feeling invincible, the griffin took to the skies, fueled by its need to unleash more fury. Chapter 24. The Cat's Call. The griffin circled the area, failing to locate any fresh prey concealed behind the rocks. And with a cry, it took flight, although it bore wounds, leaving a trail of blood droplets and feathers in its wake. It still retained a majority of its combat prowess. The group observed Kaylee, who in turn watched Talon, while Talon fixed his gaze on the direction the griffin had departed. Shaking his head, the space here was too confined, with scarce places to hide. Even agile creatures like the ghost cats could hardly maneuver, let alone themselves. No, we cannot afford to fight here. His eyes remained glued to the departing griffin until it was out of sight. I saw the griffin slow its descent, which means its nest is not far from that point. Yes, I already have a plan. Kaylee leaned forward, squinting to observe for a moment. What plan? The griffin is located in the southeast, and there is a sparse grove on the gentle slope of the valley. We shall lay an ambush there. Kaylee shook his head. While the grove is advantageous, being situated in the valley offers little escape and makes hiding difficult. This is not a sound strategy. No, I stand by my plan, Talon asserted. Judging by the recent skirmish, this griffin has indeed gone berserk, and we cannot regard it as a typical griffin. Its primary desire is no longer mere predation. Thus, its nest does not confine it. Upon spotting its next target, it may take flight at any moment, leaving us with no choice but to continue our pursuit. Time and speed are not on our side, so we must seize this opportunity. He pointed to the sky. The wind currently blows towards the nest, which is favorable for us. We shall set traps in the grove, using scent to lure the griffin. We cannot afford to miss the right wind. We must act swiftly. By this afternoon, we can prepare everything, potentially enticing the griffin before dusk. Let's not forget, even in its frenzy, the griffin has just committed a kill, allowing it to remain somewhat placated. If we begin to set the traps immediately, there will be no better moment. After speaking, he looked at Kaylee, his eyes reflecting a mixture of urgency and confidence. Talon was resolute. If Kaylee continued to oppose this course of action, he would execute it as the captain. Throughout the journey, he had considered the situation thoroughly. Hunting a griffin was perilous. Thus, every slight advantage must be grasped and utilized. The current circumstances were already far better than anticipated. At least they had not been ambushed on the way. And they now had a time window to set traps. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. Kaylee blinked, acquiescing to Talon's plan. Faishi noticed that his speech was more rapid than usual, suggesting a hint of excitement. A touch of exhilaration, the group emerged from their concealment and began their descent, with Faishi positioned between Wamama and Died Leader. As thoughts of the impending battle occupied his mind, a voice called out to him, meow. It was as if his soul had been yanked, causing him to halt abruptly and collide with Died Leader. The impact nearly sent him tumbling forward. Yet at that moment, he heard the cat's call again, resonating from the direction of the ghost cat's nest. What is it, Faishi? Talon, hearing the commotion behind, jumped to the side of the path and turned to check. I heard a cat's call. It was as if it were right next to my ear. Did you not hear it? No cat's call. However, you mean the ghost cat? Our supplies are sufficient. There is no need to complicate matters. Talon glanced towards the scene. One had fallen to the valley, dead, while the other was severely injured but still capable of fighting. We can look again on our way back. Not for the sake of consuming flesh. Faishi thought, when would these hunters resolve their basic needs? Lest they continually transform everything into potential food? I believe there is a sound calling to me from that direction. I wish to investigate. Must you go? Talon regarded Faishi, his own mind wavering. Faishi had performed admirably throughout their journey, surpassing his age, obediently following orders like Wamama and Ramsden, without a single complaint. This was the first time he had made a request. I must see. I have a feeling that the voice is calling to me, that something significant is at stake. Then go, but you have only 15 minutes. Beyond that time, you will not be able to keep up with the group. Talon extended his hand. Hand me your backpack. Lightening your load will enable you to run faster. Thank you. Faishi tossed the backpack, filled with food and assorted camp items, to Talon, while retaining a bulging canvas bag tied to his waist, which seemed quite heavy. This one, however, he did not relinquish to Talon. I will return as swiftly as I can. Faishi declared. I shall accompany you. Died Leader contemplated for a moment before adding. I can undoubtedly keep pace with the group. And it seems there is something intriguing happening with Faishi. I can protect him as well. 15 minutes, hurry back. Faishi's gaze lingered on his descending companions for 5 seconds before he set off towards the direction of the ghost cat. He found it peculiar that no one else had heard the cat's call, only he perceived it so distinctly. This was somewhat uncanny, prompting him to inquire of the paladin beside him. Dilly, did you truly not hear the cat's call? The elven girl shook her head. I indeed did not hear a cat's call, only the heavy gasps of the large ghost cat over there. Do not worry. Such occurrences happen at times. I became a paladin of the goddess of truth and thunder because of calling. It is a sound that only one can hear, emanating from deep within the soul, inaudible to those nearby, no matter how close. So, might you become the paladin of the ghost cat? I am jesting. A paladin of cats? Perhaps it would be amusing, but the aura is too feeble. Faishi did not believe that a cat could rescue him from the clutches of a demon. Thus, it would be wiser to be someone capable of wielding a spell book for his own salvation. Reflecting on demons, Faishi suddenly realized why he was able to hear the cat's call. From a human perspective, his hearing could not surpass that of Kaylee. Thus, the cat's call that only he could hear must originate from the demon's auditory perception. The inherent power of a packed demon enabled it to perceive summons related to soul contracts. Certain exceptionally powerful packed demons possess acute hearing in this regard, capable of hearing across worlds. A crossroad demon, at its peak, should also be able to do so. Therefore, what he heard must be the ghost cat's contract call. He slowed his pace, focusing intently to listen. Save them. I'm willing to offer everything. Power, life, soul, all can be sacrificed. Deity, demon, or heart of nature, no. Not the heart of nature. Deity or demon, save them. The deities offered no response, or perhaps silence itself was a response. The goddess of truth and thunder embodies kindness and compassion, but does not interfere with the natural order. Should malevolent undead cause a crisis, she would manifest her power to intervene. However, the natural order of predation and competition for survival within the biological realm is a matter of course. One she would not meddle in. For the same reason, the heart of nature would also remain inactive. Fiki inscribed the name Heart of Nature in his memory, then responded to the ghost cat's call as a devil. This response was instinctual, akin to a newborn's cry or suckling, requiring no prior learning. Let me try. Suddenly, the ghost cat opened its eyes, gazing at Fiki while retracting its hidden, sharp claws. Severely wounded, it pressed its injuries beneath itself to prolong its life. The immense, shadowy figure lay partially obscured in blood-stained earth, feeble and devoid of strength, surrounded by an aura of decay and death. Its once fluffy black fur no longer billowed with mist, now rendered slick and shiny by blood, faintly glimmering even in the morning sunlight. No longer a hunter lurking in the shadows. The ghost cat had transformed into a beacon for vultures and crows. This would be its final fate. Spare them, and all that I possess shall be yours. Devil, I am willing to forge a pact. Can you discern that I am a devil? Fiki halted before the ghost cat, their eyes locking. The cat's eyes, dark and profound, reflected his figure with crystal clarity. Fiki searched for a glimpse of Daedalit's reflection, but found none, which struck him as peculiar. Are you an angel? The ghost cat raised its tail, dexterous as an elephant's trunk, shifting its direction. They are over there. Spare them, and all that I possess shall be yours. Let me see. Just as Fiki took a step, he heard a piercing wail emanating from the ghost cat's soul. Please, agree to my request at once. Suddenly, sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light swept through the air before Fiki's eyes. Daedalit yanked Fiki back with a forceful pull, her heavy sword raised, colliding with the cat's claw in tandem with its sheath, just as her caution turned into a shout. A resounding clang echoed as the heavy sword pushed Daedalit back 3 steps. She relinquished her grip on Fiki and tumbled to the ground, quickly rising again. As she drew her sword, preparing to retaliate, Fiki called out to her. It's all right. She won't make the same mistake again. She? How can you tell a gender? That is of no consequence. Fiki's gaze remained fixed on the ghost cat, his eyes clearly conveying. Is this how you plead? Devil, save them, and all shall be yours. If you do not intervene, I will not allow you to approach them. Step aside, be silent, and wait. Strike again with your claws, and you shall comprehend what is more terrifying than death. What could be more terrifying than death? Fiki himself was uncertain, yet it did not hinder his intent to intimidate the cat. A cat capable of comprehending a pact with a devil must possess intelligence and imagination, faculties that could aid Fiki in persuading the cat to assist him. With his head held high, Fiki strode past the ghost cat, this time unimpeded by the claws that had previously emerged from the shadowy form. Daedalit watched this daring act with trepidation, her teeth chattering. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her knees slightly bent, poised to charge. While she had confidence in slaying the ghost cat, she lacked sufficient assurance in rescuing Fiki, who stood near the cat. Fortunately, Fiki soon stepped beyond the range of the cat's threat, following the direction indicated by its black tail to the edge of a cliff. This was the site where another ghost cat had fallen, its black corpse reduced to a mere fingertip size dot in the valley below. He glanced around and finally spotted another tiny black dot on the opposite cliff of the valley. Only one kitten remained. The others had vanished without a trace. The griffin's final assault had scattered the ghost cat's nest, composed of twigs, grass, and mud. Now, part of the nest hung precariously from the steep cliff. Though shattered, it still cradled a small black ghost cat. At present, the nest dangled half in the air, swaying in the mountain breeze. A pair of black eyes peered beyond Fiki, fixated on the feeble figure behind him, flickering with helplessness and a plea. A distance of over 4 meters separated Fiki from the ghost cat, both facing a perilous drop of over 100 meters. A devil could easily forge a pact. With a simple twist of the wrist, a contract could materialize. Yet the devil must possess the strength to fulfill the contract. Fiki found himself in a quandary. Chapter 25, A Master-Servant Pact. Daedalit circled around the massive feline, standing beside Fiki as they gazed at the pitiable kitten across the way. So unfortunate, so perilous. Do you intend to rescue it? Indeed, it is evident. The voice I heard guided me here to save it. However, I cannot conceive a safe method. The small black kitten was ensnared in the dilapidated mud nest, precariously wedged against a protruding rock amidst the nearly vertical cliff, with lethal drops both above and below. Although only 4 meters separated the kitten from Fiki, those 4 meters were fraught with danger. The old cat's reach fell short, and it lacked the strength to execute such a feat. Fiki pointed at the expanding pool of blood beneath the black cat. It will perish soon. Its condition is too dire. Even if it were to request aid, I would not dare to comply. This task rests solely upon you and me. Daedalit leaned over the cliff's edge, surveying the rocky terrain below. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, I have an idea. Tie me with a rope. I can leap across the few meters. Once I reach the other side, I will grasp the cat and jump back as far as I can. You can then pull me up with the rope. Do you have a rope? My rope is in my large backpack. I lent it to Tron. Fiki waved his hand dismissively. Daedalit, even if there were a rope, this plan is far too perilous. Look at the rocks on the opposite side. That cliff differs from ours. It is too fragile. You may leap across, but the impact will shatter the rocks, and you won't be able to maintain your footing. If you observe closely, You will see the damage caused to the mountain when the cat's nest was swept away. Didlet scrutinized the area and found the marks of impact that Fiki had mentioned, reluctantly nodding in agreement. The ghost cat's nest, constructed of twigs, mud, and grass, was not sturdy. After being swept away by the griffin, it could shatter against the cliff. Her weight and speed would create a force far greater than that of the mud nest, compounded by her sturdy armor, akin to a battering ram. The erosion of the fragile cliff was several times greater than that of the platform side, posing a significant obstacle to the rescue operation. However, considering an alternate perspective, had the rocks not been so fragile, the mud nest would have merely shattered against the rocks, leading to the demise of all the ghost cats. And there would be no rescue mission at all. Didlet glanced around the vicinity of the mud nest, beginning to speak. Perhaps I could leap to. Fiki interrupted her. Are you thinking the rocks are so brittle that you could jump to the side, embed your sword for support, thus forming a stable platform to crawl over and rescue the cat? He shook his head. Such an attempt could potentially dislodge the entire cliff, plunging both you and the cat down. Even if you're tied with a rope, it would be futile. No, Didlet, I will not allow you to risk your life. Didlet, watching the terrified cat squirm, grew increasingly anxious. This won't work, nor will that. Come up with a solution. Wait, can't you use your ability to move objects? How about floating that cat over? Fiki crouched, appearing hesitant. The spell's range is sufficient, and the weight is manageable. The cat seems to be mostly fur. It shouldn't be too heavy. But the issue is, can you not say it plainly? What's the problem? It cannot move. That little cat must remain completely still. Fiki spoke through gritted teeth. The conditions for using the spell to transport objects were stringent. Once an object was locked onto, any change in its shape would nullify the lock. In other words, I can make it fly toward us, but if it stretches its legs or lets out a cry, the spell will fail. It will fall out of the range of the spell before I can recast it, and then it will die. Not even a single movement. What if the wind stirs its fur? Blinking is about the extent of its limits. Fiki sighed. There is certainly room for improvement in spell transportation, but there is no time for enhancements now. This approach hinges on the kitten's performance. The longer it can endure without movement, the closer it will come to us, and the greater the chances of success. This is the only method that requires no one to risk their life and boast the highest success rate. No, I shall secure myself with a rope and then leap across. Just as Didlet finished speaking, she noticed Fiki extend his hand towards the black kitten and utter the incantation SUA. Didlet's heart leaped into her throat. She wanted to cry out, but suddenly remembered that her exclamation might startle the cat, causing it to flail and, in turn, leading to a disastrous failure of the spell, resulting in a fatal fall. The female paladin, with remarkable willpower, stifled her scream, pressing her hands tightly against her mouth, her entire body tensed. However, she observed that the little cat on the cliff had not moved, except for turning its head to gaze at Fiki. You nearly frightened me to death. Didlet then realized her voice had become hoarse. Do not speak. I will attempt the spell. I can lift the cat. Now, I must let it know that I intend to rescue it, and it must remain still. Can you communicate with animals? Didlet clearly expressed her disbelief. Even a beastmaster lacks such abilities, does he not? I can at least hear the cat's thoughts in my mind, Fiki replied. Suddenly, he became motionless, his eyes slowly shifting towards the kitten's position, locking onto its pair of dark, gleaming eyes. Your mother has entrusted me with your rescue. I wish to save you as well, so you must concentrate. Fiki silently recited in his mind, just as he had previously engaged in a mental dialogue with a dying ghost cat to form a pact. Your life hinges upon my spell. An invisible force binds us together. I shall lift you with the power of my incantation, and you must obey me when I transport you from the cliff. Do not move at all. Meow. The ghost kitten let out a sound and cautiously approached the perilous edge, peering at Fiki. At that moment, Didlet was so tense she felt as if she might collapse, her mind inundated with visions of the kitten stepping into the void and plummeting down, causing her throat to emit strange, gurgling sounds. Do not make matters worse, Fiki chided softly. Didlet snapped back to reality, hastily placing her holy emblem against her armor and murmuring the goddess's name, beseeching her for courage and protection. Do not invoke divine magic. I fear it may attract the goddess's attention while I am casting a spell, which could inadvertently summon some demonic essence, and that would be troublesome, Fiki added. Once Didlet had calmed down, he continued to coax the ghost kitten. Do you understand? Your life rests on my spell. Obey my command, and do not move. If you're ready, meow twice. Meow. Meow. The pronunciation was far from accurate, but perhaps that was the signal he needed. Fiki fixed his gaze on the kitten, and in that instant, he felt a connection, a sound louder than a demonic pact resonated in his mind. This sound was not a language based on words, but more akin to a melody that directly evoked emotion. That emotion was trust. Sua. Fiki decisively cast the incantation. The ghost kitten began to levitate, drifting towards Fiki. The mountain wind swept by, causing the kitten to sway, akin to a gondola dangling from a rope. This swaying would undoubtedly affect the spell's stability. Yet miraculously, the kitten remained still, its gaze fixed upon Fiki, its body utterly motionless. It curled its legs and tucked its tail beneath its belly, placing all its trust in Fiki. Didlith was unaware of when she stopped praying, nor did she realize when tears began to flow down her cheeks. The kitten floated over and then fell into Fiki's arms. It understood it had been saved. Nuzzling its pure black body against Fiki's chest, then closing its eyes, extending its bright red tongue to lick his hand. At that moment, the mother cat emitted a mournful cry, and the kitten immediately raised its head, striving to open its mouth in response. Meow. Save them. The mother cat could no longer turn around or climb to the cliff's edge, thus unable to see what was happening below. Only this one remains. The others have all been swept away by the griffin. Fiki brought the kitten closer for the mother cat to see. What are your thoughts? Shall I release it, or shall I keep it? Winter is approaching. Releasing it would likely mean death. Keeping it offers a chance for survival. Demon, the mother cat hesitated. It glanced at Fiki, then at the kitten, before extending its long tail to wrap around the kitten, drawing it back into its embrace. Let me feed it one last time, and then you may take everything away. Didlith, could I trouble you for a favor? Fiki said, looking at the kitten nestled against its mother, oblivious to many things. I wish to raise this cat, but it needs some time to nurse. Could you set off immediately to pursue Taron? This way, when I follow, I could buy a little extra time. I will mark the path with my sword, so you do not lose your way. And do not linger too long. Didlith observed the kitten, patted Fiki's shoulder, then resolutely pursued the elusive figures of Taron and the others. Milk is life, filtered through love. The ghost kitten was small and could hardly consume much milk. It quickly let out a satisfied burp, its eyes growing heavy with sleep. The earlier attack by the griffin, compounded by the terror of hanging perilously on the cliff, had left it utterly exhausted. However, before it succumbed to slumber, the mother cat gently curled its tail around it, placing it back into Fiki's arms, then lovingly patted it. Meow. The kitten smacked its lips, nuzzling against Fiki's chest, and peacefully closed its eyes. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. Death is truly agonizing. The mother cat lamented, I can no longer provide it milk, so demon. And this all. The mother cat stretched its head forward, exposing its neck, then closed its eyes. With one arm cradling the kitten, Fiki grasped his spear with the other and thrust it forcefully. The spear, a two-handed weapon, was far less effective than the soul-harvesting dagger, which was sharper and more precise. Yet, Fiki did not wish for such a soul to become a part of hell. Returning to nature seemed a far better choice. However, he still felt the warmth of the soul being absorbed, more intense than ever before. The contract was still in effect. The ghost cat mother acknowledged the pact, and her soul became the bounty of the contract demon. Such is the way of the world. Fiki gazed at the kitten in his arms, resigned to accept it all. Chapter 26. Aspiration. Fiki raced down the mountain, finally catching up with Didlith, and immediately continued to chase after Taron. When they eventually reunited in a sparse grove within the valley, Fiki felt as though his lungs might burst. Safely returned, albeit a tad late. He looked up at the sky. Had he not been panting heavily, he would have certainly quipped, how do you know it is late? Do you count heartbeats along the way? Can I see the kitten now? Didlith, without waiting for Fiki's consent, reached out her hands to feel around him. The pure black ghost kitten was nestled within his padded armor, swaying gently with the rise and fall of his chest in a deep slumber. As Didlith's hand brushed against it, the kitten seemed uncomfortable, squirming and attempting to resist. However, it was far too small, weighing only 3 to 4 pounds. With most of its mass being fur and possessing no weaponry other than its cuteness, making it an easy target for Didlith to snatch. It struggled to open its eyes, waiting for the right moment to sink its teeth into Didlith's iron gauntlet. Meow. Indignantly withdrew its mouth. It should be meow, not meow. I must take the time to teach it properly. Fiki reached out to stroke it, only to have his wrist ensnared by the kitten's tail. Yet it lacked the strength to lift itself. Thus it could not escape Didlith's grasp. The others gathered around, captivated by the adorable little black cat. However, Kale's expression turned overly serious. Are you planning to raise a ghost cat? That is impossible. Taron, what characteristics does a ghost cat possess? Extremely adept at hiding, cunning. A perilous creature that relies on precise strikes for hunting. Though it resembles a cat, it lacks effective abilities to prevent fall damage. That should be all. Return and study harder. You have forgotten some things. Fiki, you have yet to embark on your studies, but Woomama and Ramsden. Do either of you possess knowledge on this matter? Woomama remained silent. Ramsden clenched his fists, seemingly summoning the courage to speak. He replied, "The diet of an adult ghost cat is quite varied, with serpents being their preferred delicacy. However, ghost cat cubs can only consume their mother's milk. They are unable to partake in anything else." "Just milk, you say? Is it exclusively from their mother, or can other milk suffice?" "They cannot substitute it. They will not consume it, and even if they did, their bodies would not digest it, causing harm." A look of sorrow crossed Ramsden's face. No one has ever successfully raised a ghost cat cub. There are only a few precedents for taming adults. Fiki, there is yet another consideration you must take into account. Kale delivered another blow. If you bring it back to the castle, how will it survive the winter? Those wraiths will kill it. I will keep it close. If the wraiths wish to harm it, they must first contend with me. Fiki possessed the Soul Reaper dagger, so he felt untroubled by the wraiths. The issue of milk was troublesome, yet I must attempt it nonetheless. I cannot abandon it here. Indeed, we cannot simply forsake it to fend for itself, can we? Didlith affectionately nuzzled the black cat, only to be repelled by its evident disdain. At that moment, the pink paw pads emerged, instantly captivating the elf's attention. She had found a new toy and began to incessantly poke at it with her fingers. "Fiki, the cat you rescued, you ought to name it. It must be a girl's name, for she's a female. You saved her? I thought you had snatched her away." Tylon rubbed his nose. "Hurry and name her. Then let us attend to our tasks. There is a griffin to contend with. This name is easy to come by. Given her dark hue, let us call her Midnight." With the nickname Coalball, Fiki declared his ownership. The little Coalball Midnight struggled vigorously, finally escaping back into Fiki's hands. She deftly found the button undone on the cotton armor at his chest, burrowing into the gap. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings before closing her eyes. "Sidikat, it ought to be meowing." Fiki petted her head, concealing her. "We shall play after vanquishing the griffin." Tylon sighed, redirecting everyone's focus. Woomama set the nets in the trees, ensuring to camouflage them, and remain vigilant of the skies, reporting any developments. "Instructor, I entrust the hiding cover to you. Ramsden, prepare the pot, and retrieve the griffin's meat strips and leather for bait. Fiki, we shall fell this tree together. Come, take the saw. What am I to do?" Didlith inquired. "You will keep watch while preparing your weapon. If time permits, sharpen it, but control the noise." Tylon brandished a soft saw, each grasping an end, and began to cut the tree. The felling of this tree served their strategic purpose. They needed to create a larger clearing in the sparse woods for the griffin to descend. The bait would be placed in the center of the clearing, surrounded by relatively sturdy trees. The griffin's aerial maneuverability was a capability beyond most, and the group would prefer to battle a mammoth rather than a griffin. Thus, in Tylon's plan, luring the griffin was merely the initial step. The crux lay in restricting its flight capabilities. The Eagle School excelled in the use of crossbows and nets, and they had brought a massive net, composed of resilient coconut fiber, delicate iron wire, and the resilient silk of underground demon hunting spiders. It was intricately intertwined. This net measured an impressive 20 meters square, sufficient to entangle the griffin for a time. Woomama and Kale would conceal themselves in different trees, each grasping a corner of the net. Once the griffin descended, they would fire their crossbows to launch the corners of the net in different directions, thus unfolding the net above the griffin's head. Fiki and Ramsden were to swiftly seize the launched net, entangling the griffin alongside Woomama and Kale, who would leap from the trees. Tylon and Didlith would use their long weapons to assault the griffin ensnared in the net, with the primary target being the blood vessels in its neck, an area difficult to evade quickly, thus easier to hit and fatal. The secondary target would be the griffin's wings. Inflicting sufficient damage would render it unable to fly. The griffin would undoubtedly struggle, and the net would not hold for long, necessitating a rapid and decisive assault. This required the ambushers to be as close to the battlefield as possible for immediate engagement. Each member carried scent-masking potions and materials for creating camouflage coverings. In the battlefield, the number of crossbows was double that of combatants, alleviating concerns regarding reloading during the initial volley, and all bolts were poisoned. The group was determined to succeed. "We shall emerge victorious." Tylon encouraged Fiki as he pulled the soft saw. "After the battle commences, the most crucial thing is to remain calm. The griffin will thrash and resist, blood will be everywhere, but you need only to focus on one thing, the original plan. As long as we adhere to the plan, you will know what you are doing and others will understand your actions, allowing for mutual cooperation. The griffin's combat prowess exceeds that of any one of us, yet it is inferior to our coordination. I remember, I shall not hold back." Fiki responded, I do not feel anxious. Rather, I'm a bit exhilarated. I've been pondering how we will return to the fortress bearing the griffin's head, fulfilling our task, and what the expressions of those there will be. They will certainly believe we are still lost in the mountains, tormented by the environment. Indeed, they will undoubtedly display astonishment. Tylon concurred with Fiki. We are fortunate this time. The griffin, driven by vengeance, has not strayed far. Typically, during this season, due to the scarcity of prey, it should have flown far away. Finding it would have taken us half a month, or even a month. It suffices to complete the task. How much will we earn afterward? Fiki inquired with curiosity. Out there, the bounty for slaying a griffin is typically around 150 gold coins, for particularly dangerous ones or those causing panic. It can reach as high as 250. However, church missions provide lesser rewards, around 50 gold coins at most. Primarily, it is for supplies, food, and necessities. Does the castle not provide sustenance? No. The maintenance of the fortress and provisions are not lacking, but that is calculated based on ordinary individuals. For the consumption demands of our rigorous training, it is certainly insufficient. This time, bringing back the griffin will yield double the bounty. It is estimated we could exchange it for a cartload of purified carrots and 2 carts of purified demon powder. Demon powder? What is that? It is too complex to explain now. You will understand in due time. It is premature to discuss the rewards of task completion. Tylon sighed and continued. The last time I completed a task alone, presenting the head of a forest troll, they claimed the mission had not been logged. I waited there for 3 days before a messenger appeared. He was too afraid to travel due to rain in the mountains. And he lingered at the tavern in town for 5 days. During those 5 days, I was searching in the rain, hunting monsters. Now, not only is their efficiency abysmal, but there are also few paladins capable of acting alone in the Sunset Mountains. If there were, they would not have fallen prey to the griffin. Losing 2 in an instant, a clear display of their lack of vigilance. Do you remember what Instructor Kale said upon seeing that body? Tylon nodded. He would never forget the sight of that crumpled knight's corpse. The griffin had seized it from the ground and hurled it into the air, releasing it. The claws did not pierce his armor, so he remained alive during the ordeal. Yet, he failed to draw his sword. Kale remarked that he was even less courageous than a timid rabbit, for a rabbit would at least bite. Tylon, what purpose do all those paladins serve? You ask me. Whom should I inquire? The church's paladins cannot govern land, thus cannot become noble lords. Yet their training consists of the same curriculum as feudal lords, certainly not focused on battling monsters. That is enough. Cut it here. Let us attend to other matters, and we shall fell it in the end. As long as we topple this tree, there will be ample space for the battlefield. However, its fall will create a considerable commotion, so we must wait until all preparations are in place. The members of the Griffin hunting squad coordinated seamlessly, and their preparatory efforts progressed remarkably well, culminating in a swifter completion than anticipated. When Ramsden disguised himself as the carcass of a griffin and all was ready, there were still over 3 hours until dusk. Let us begin. Thrawn nodded and, alongside the others, exerted their strength to bring the massive tree crashing to the ground. Chapter 27. Bear? In sight. With a resounding crash, Ramsden ignited the smoldering furnace, and the bait potion began to evaporate. It emitted a foul, acrid odor that, when wafting through the griffin meat and leather suspended above the furnace, would awaken the residual sense within, intensifying to become strikingly reminiscent of the deceased griffin. When combined with specially crafted herbs, it would evoke the bloody, agonizing, desperate, and fearful sensations experienced by the creature in its final moments, significantly provoking the target griffin. Fitch crouched behind a large tree, draped in a brownish-yellow camouflage cloth, blending harmoniously with his surroundings. Directly opposite him, across the open space where the bait lay, Wamama and Kale concealed themselves in the branches. Fitch's task was to catch the crossbow bolt shot by Wamama, which would be tethered to a net, thus making it relatively easy to catch. Moreover, once he caught it, he only needed to unfurl the net as much as possible to ensnare the griffin beneath. He would not have to struggle against the creature as strength, which was the most advantageous aspect. The wind blew, carrying the scent of the trap towards the griffin's nest. In truth, the group only knew the general location of the nest, but fortunately, the wind would guide them. The anticipation before the battle was excruciating, taut with immense tension that incessantly tugged at the warrior's nerves, breeding anxiety and excessive stress, even causing forgetfulness. During such moments, it was best to occupy oneself. And Fitch was no exception. He unfastened the pack that he had been carrying, gently placing it before him. Aside from sleep, this pack had never left his side, not even when he had gone to rescue Midnight the Kobold. Maintaining secrecy, he moved with utmost care. his motions as delicate as leaves dancing upon a lake's surface in a gentle breeze. He unwrapped the pack and extracted its contents, laying them before him. There were 4 bear traps, aged and rusted, testament to the years they had endured. They were all functional. Fitch had tested them at Ice Peak Fortress by utilizing a crowbar and sufficient force to set them. He would then wait for a creature to step on the pressure spring in the center, after which there would be a resounding snap. With a speed that was almost lightning quick, the sharp, serrated jaws of the trap would clamp down, releasing the energy stored within in an instant. This set of bear traps was designed for dealing with ferocious bears, heavy and immensely powerful, capable of snapping even a thick wooden stick in two. If a person were unfortunate enough to step into such a trap, their leg would surely be lost, and whether their life would remain would depend solely on luck. Despite their formidable power, the beasts were exceedingly cunning. Moreover, unless one knew beforehand the paths the beasts would traverse, the traps would remain ineffective. They were cumbersome and rigid, not conforming to the Eagle School style of preemptive reconnaissance and long-range strikes, which is why they had been left to languish in the fortress's storage room. Fitch had yet to learn the intricacies of trap setting. However, he devised a novel method for utilizing the bear traps. The spell for moving objects, which he had been diligently practicing, happened to be just the right incantation to manipulate the bear traps. Thus, the traps could transition from static devices to offensive weapons. He envisioned launching the bear traps at the griffin, much like Pac-Man devouring fruits while racing towards the gray electronic ghosts in a game. A single trap might only take a bite, but that bite would be sufficiently fierce. In pursuit of this concept, he had spent the journey practicing the incantation, aiming to elevate his proficiency and stabilize his spellcasting. He had never been negligent, and now the moment of truth had arrived. He hoped his friends would not be startled by his thoughts. If they were frightened, it might prove amusing. They would surely be astonished and delighted. Midnight awoke. Peeking out with curiosity, it licked its paw, then rubbed its face, yawning broadly before softly mewling at Fitch. This peculiar feline had never once attempted to seek its parents, simply following Fitch obediently, remaining within his scent. Fitch reached out to stroke it, and it nuzzled against his hand, even exposing its chin. Was this ignorance or a lack of awareness? Fitch was uncertain. He also did not know how to explain the unfolding events to Midnight, nor how to describe what lay ahead. They say you can only consume the milk of a ghost cat and nothing else. I hope that is not the case. Fitch murmured to Midnight, I refuse to believe that you are so fragile, nor do I believe you will remain weak. Let us persevere and live well enough to show them, shall we? Meow. Midnight seemed to grasp none of Fitch's words, merely beginning to lick his clothing, occasionally glancing up at him. Hungry. Midnight was hungry, and Fitch immediately understood the meaning behind its gaze. He patted his own body, realizing that the only remaining food consisted of dried meat and a handful of nuts stored in a small pouch. With no other choice, he offered everything to Midnight. This was pilfered from a squirrel. Have some. Midnight swiped its paw, scattering the nuts, and began to burrow under Fitch's belly. Coalball's out. I'm not female. Fitch pulled the black cat out. Do you want something to drink? There are only 3 options. The 3 options included a very diluted beer to substitute for water, a potent liquor for warmth and pain relief, and then there was Red Bull. Compared to the water skins of this era, canned beverages exhibited astonishing longevity. Before setting out, Fitch had meditated for an entire night without a moment's sleep, using a lantern to attract wandering souls, transforming them into prayers, and exchanging for drinks. Red Bull could be preserved until the end, providing substantial energy and serving as a refreshing boost during crucial moments like Night Watch. He had been painstakingly careful to conserve it, even willing to expend some physical strength if necessary. Now, he popped open a can and held it beneath Midnight's nose for inspection. The black cat immediately dismissed the liquor and, after a long hesitation, finally opted for the Red Bull. It took a few licks, then lifted its head to gaze at Fitch, seemingly asking with its eyes, "Is this it? Am I to perish?" Fitch felt equally helpless, yet he could only maintain a stern expression, forcing Midnight and himself to submit to reality. Just then, an angry screech echoed from the horizon. The griffin had arrived. The group did not have to wait long, just as Fitch finally managed to open all the bear traps and hastily conceal them beneath the camouflage cloth. The griffin circled above them. It soared over the clearing in the woods, fixating intently on the smoldering pile of wood below. It had caught the familiar scent of its lost griffin mate. Yet, with its naked eye, it could not discern the carcass, breeding uncertainty in its mind. Its foremost desire was vengeance, to destroy all suspected foes, rather than to recover and bury the body of its companion. Fran had contemplated most aspects, but a frenzied griffin was a rare phenomenon, resulting in such a miscalculation in their assessment. This miscalculation prevented the griffin from descending, and it appeared intent on circling above the scout. This was perilous. Fitch's mind raced. The griffin's sight was sharper than that of an eagle, capable of spotting a rabbit concealed in the grass from a kilometer high, so it would inevitably discover the hunting party's disguise. Moreover, those remaining on the ground were comparatively safer. Wamama and Kale were the ones in greater danger. They were perched in the trees, having deliberately sawed off many obstructive branches to allow the net to fly, which rendered them more susceptible to exposure. Furthermore, should they be discovered, hiding in the trees would prove difficult. The griffin circled once more, showing no signs of descending. What should be done? In that fleeting moment, Fiki was inundated with myriad thoughts, his eyes suffused with the infernal crimson of demons. Questions, answers, considerations, and strategies flooded his mind. He possessed at least 10 methods to securely conceal himself and preserve his own safety. Yet, he had but one tantalizing option to lure the griffin down, enabling the successful completion of their mission. Concealing himself effectively, Fiki produced the midnight artifact, placing it alongside a can of Red Bull beneath a camouflage canvas before stepping out into the open. He strode confidently towards the pile of firewood in the clearing, unleashing a hearty laughter towards the griffin soaring above. This was entirely unforeseen, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. A single question surged through their minds. Had Fiki lost his sanity? How could they possibly rescue him? Or should they even attempt it? Only Kale, squinting his eyes, exhibited a glimmer of excitement and fervor deep within. He had grasped Fiki's intention, nearly bursting with admiration for his decisiveness. Maintain the course, as before. He repeatedly signaled from the treetops, ensuring visibility for the others. With purposeful strides, Fiki approached the woodpile, using his spear to uncover the herbs hidden beneath. Extracting a piece of griffin jerky. Though it had become foul from the bait's roasting and smoking, it remained edible. Fiki waved the jerky in front of the griffin, popping it into his mouth and chewing audibly. The griffin was utterly incensed, even though it was aware of the ambush surrounding it. Its desire to rend the creature below to pieces surged forth. It beat its wings furiously, climbing higher, ready to dive down in a lethal plunge akin to a bombardment. Sua. Fiki cast a spell towards his hiding place and sprinted back. The griffin tracked his trajectory, constantly adjusting its charge. This was a maneuver it had executed countless times in its life, leading to the demise of myriad prey. Thus, it screeched with confidence, folding its wings, diving downward with minimal wind resistance to commence its slaughter. Then, it collided with a floating bear trap. The griffin had never encountered such absurdity. Bears did not fly. So what purpose did a flying bear trap serve? Moreover, it was designed to ensnare creatures as massive as bears, while it was merely a gaunt bird. Having gone long without sustenance, was there no sense of fairness? No boundaries? At that moment, it spotted a second bear trap drifting through the air, realizing that the world was devoid of justice or limits. Crack! The first bear trap struck the griffin's chest, clamping shut instantly. The sharp teeth pierced through feathers and skin, biting into bone. Blood streamed down the metallic edges, and the gruesome visage of the trap mirrored that of a monstrous maw. The bear trap would trigger upon contact. Its potency would not diminish due to Fiki's ineffectual swordsmanship or random archery. Rather, it would intensify as the adversary transformed from a ferocious bear into a griffin. The griffin's physical structure, particularly its skin and feathers, was evolved for flight, far inferior to the robust bears that faced lions, tigers, and elephants head-on. With this clamp, the griffin nearly cried out its life from its throat. In a panic, it unfurled its wings, attempting to decelerate. Deploy the net. Talon shouted. Ramsden, Didlit, fire! Fire! Avoid Fiki, unleash a barrage. Chapter 28, The Siege. The griffin had not even begun its descent when the net soared overhead. Simultaneously, Ramsden and Didlit emerged from behind the trees, raising their crossbows to shoot. After releasing a bolt, they discarded the crossbows and swiftly seized another, preloaded one nearby. In the span of 5 seconds, the cacophony of bolts being released was relentless. Within that brief interval, an array of events transpired in a flash. Yet Fiki retained every detail. He witnessed the griffin being struck by the crossbow bolts, blood erupting in elongated streams from its wounds, then dissipating in the turbulent flapping of its wings. He observed feathers being shed, swirling, and descending. He sprinted desperately, evading the grasping claws aimed at him. He saw the net descending over the griffin's head, pursuing him. He glimpsed the benevolent bolt he was meant to seize in the plan. He lunged forward, utilizing the crossbow bolt tethered to the net, rolling onto the ground. At that moment, the resounding crash of the griffin hitting the ground echoed behind him. accompanied by piercing screams and howling winds. Fiki felt a shove from behind, propelling him forward with greater speed. This fortuitous momentum allowed him to roll twice before raising the bolt high. "I've got it. Cross the run." Talon commanded. By this time, Wuma and Talon had leaped from their hiding spots, each grasping one end of the net to begin interchanging positions. Fiki aimed to replicate Ramsden's actions. However, the simply spread net could easily be wriggled free. While the Eagle faction's nets were specifically designed, a single cross would tighten the net's unique weave, ensnaring the creature ever more intricately. Fiki dashed towards Ramsden, but after 3 steps, he stumbled inexplicably, nearly falling. "Hold on." Ramsden's round face had turned crimson as he exerted his utmost effort to run, and Fiki refused to lag behind. At that moment, Talon had engaged the griffin with his spear, while Didlit completed her shot, drawing her broadsword and invoking the name of the Thunder Goddess of Truth as she unleashed her divine prowess and charged forward. "You're injured on your back." Ramsden and Fiki exchanged their crossbow bolts, intertwining them. "Hold on, run back and quickly evade." "Injured?" It was only then that Fiki became aware of the searing pain on his back. However, it seemed to be merely a superficial wound. A little bloodshed was inconsequential. Even if he were to bleed out and perish, such a wound was among the easiest to recover from, far better than being utterly shattered. Contemplating this, a relaxed, almost disdainful smile crept onto his face, astonishing Ramsden. Fiki and Ramsden executed their exchange run. Though slightly slower than Wuma and Kale, it did not disrupt the plan. The griffin bore a bear trap on its chest and right front leg, with several crossbow bolts lodged in its neck and rear, blood continuously streaming forth and splattering into the air. It struggled, yet the net entangled around its head and wings tightened with each frantic motion, further limiting its range of movement. Whenever it lifted its head to bite at the net's ropes with its sharp, powerful beak, Talon's spear would strike. The griffin suddenly pivoted, fiercely pecking at Talon's spear. With 2 sharp cracks, the metallic blade was severed, and fragments were flung away by the griffin's might. Talon immediately discarded the spear's shaft, leaping back to evade the claw's onslaught, while drawing his short sword. The short sword is ineffective. Use the axe, target the wings. Kale readied his crossbow, and though he wielded it with one hand, his firing speed rivaled that of Wuma. "Didlit, you take the lead." Talon decisively hurled his short sword at the griffin, then unsheathed his axe. The short sword struck the net and ricocheted off harmlessly, yet it momentarily diverted the griffin's attention. Didlit raised her heavy sword high, taking 2 steps, and astonishingly accelerated, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. She swiftly approached the griffin, lightning crackling along her blade. Thunder slash. "Stop." Fiki worried that such a fearsome attack would sever the net, but to his surprise, the blade merely glided past the net without contact. A brilliant bolt of lightning descended, akin to a dazzling spear, directly impaling the griffin. Gah! The griffin was cleaved down, its body shrinking as it staggered, its 4 legs splayed wide, carving deep grooves into the ground to avoid collapsing. The lightning struck its nape, incinerating the feathers in a cloud of black smoke. The aroma of charred flesh akin to that of the nearby baited jerky. Fiki exhaled in relief. He had returned to the previous thicket, retrieving the heavy crossbow from beneath the camouflage net. Before he could aim, he heard Ramsden's urgent shout, "Watch out!" The sound was unmistakably approaching him, prompting Fiki to hastily duck behind the tree trunk without a glance. Bang! The griffin collided with the tree, ensnared in its net, debris scattering past Fiki's ears. Despite being assailed by numerous attackers, the griffin relentlessly targeted Fiki as its primary prey. It extended its head and claws from the net with utmost force, striving to grasp Fiki. Twice, Fiki felt certain he would meet his demise, only to be rescued by the timely interventions of Talon and Didlit S-blocks. "Chop its wings. We must not allow it to fly." Kale discarded his crossbow and charged forward with a chain flail. Talon, the wings. "Don't mind me. Listen to Kale. Strike at the wings." With his legs pushing against the tree trunk, Fiki lay on the ground, sliding backward. Blood gushed from beneath him, creating a wide streak that aided him in distancing himself slightly from the griffin's attack range. At that moment, a heavy crossbow fired, but unfortunately, it missed its mark. It's time to rely on spells. Fiki inhaled deeply, concentrating to recite his incantation. As the first SUA escaped his lips, he became entirely focused. His senses, what he saw, heard, smelled, and felt, transformed into an objective reality, almost distant, as though viewed through a computer screen. Only the spell, the bear traps moved by his will, remained a tangible part of the real world. The last 2 traps soared into action, one aimed at the griffin's head and the other at its feet. The griffin reacted instantly, retreating, lowering its head, and raising its feet. Yet, remarkably, in that fleeting moment, Fiki managed to conjure a third SUA, simultaneously controlling 2 bear traps, directing them towards the juncture of the griffin's wings and body. Snap! Snap! The bear traps clamped down fiercely, eliciting a pained cry from the griffin as it reared its head. Upon completing the spell, Fiki felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring. He vaguely perceived Kale leaping into the air, striking the griffin's head with his chain flail. He saw Daedalus battling the griffin with his heavy sword, completely thwarting its movements. He noticed Telong climbing onto the griffin's back and then chopping wood. He realized blood was trickling from his nose before fading into unconsciousness. He had not perished, nor was it a transcendental experience. He had merely fainted. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before he sensed a soft tongue licking him. This was certainly not Daedalus, prompting him to rouse himself. Midnight, seeing him awake, licked its paw, made a sound, and then jumped off his chest. Awake? If so, lie still. Your wounds on the back have yet to fully close, so don't strain them. Telong leaned against the tree trunk, sitting beside Fiki. The griffin has been dealt with. You're the most severely injured, while the others have only sustained minor wounds. Ramsden is cooking, Wumama and Daedalus are dismembering the carcass. And Kale is on watch. Then why are you doing nothing, slacking like me? Fiki shot Telong a glance. I believe I may have fractured a rib, and my shoulder is dislocated from exertion. So, I too am slacking, enjoying the privileges of an injured party. Telong clicked his tongue. You are quite fortunate. The griffin's claws struck as if 3 axes had come down, yet they somehow failed to hit any vital spots. Although you bled profusely, you are not in life-threatening danger. Honestly, I won't die, Fiki asserted, sitting upright. Telong attempted to intervene, but considering it might be a show of stubbornness, such as not wanting to be the only one lying on the ground, or at least wanted to sit up to feel like a victor, he chuckled and shifted aside, creating space for Fiki to lean against the tree. Fiki felt a warmth on his back, likely a small wound reopening. Nevertheless, he detected the scent of herbs, aware that salve had been applied, alleviating his concerns. The fact that they had allowed him to rest indicated that his back was not severely injured. Midnight, with its tail held high, gracefully approached, its steps precise as its hind feet landed exactly where its front feet had traversed. Fiki cradled its belly, pulling Midnight closer, and gestured towards the distant griffin carcass, saying, I avenged you. Fiki did not seek vengeance for the fallen paladins. Their demise was a consequence of their negligence, lack of vigilance, and inadequate training. To him, the griffin's slaying of Midnight's kin warranted true hatred. Glancing down at Midnight, the small black creature seemed to grasp the connection between the griffin itself and its unseen family, understanding the essence of retribution. However, unable to articulate its thoughts, it fervently licked Fiki's hand and gently nibbled his fingers, before lying down and gazing tearfully at the dismembered griffin. We can finish this before nightfall, rest for the night, and begin our return journey tomorrow. Telong let out a sigh of relief. Thank the goddess, this troublesome ordeal has finally been resolved. Indeed, thank the goddess, Fiki echoed, feeling considerably more relaxed, likely due to the loss of blood contributing to his fatigue. Fiki, Telong leaned closer, lowering his voice. Your performance was remarkable. Luring the griffin into a trap with yourself as bait was courageous. Using your mind to control the bear traps and attack was ingenious. Continuing to fight despite your injuries, giving it your all, demonstrated resilience. You truly are commendable. Wait a moment. Does this mean my excellent performance is a bad thing? Certainly not. Telong stared at Fiki in bewilderment. Then why are you speaking so softly? Ha! Telong threw back his head and shouted, Fiki, you are outstanding. A flock of birds took flight in the distance. The griffin's corpse trembled in response, while Fiki, feigning calmness, dug at his ears and said, I know. But why are you shouting so loudly? I can't even be low-key. Chapter 29, The Cat Murder Incident. After a fortnight of searching, the group successfully lured and killed the dangerous griffin. No one perished, nor did anyone suffer irreparable injuries. This was a complete victory. Disability was not an option, for it would signify an exit from the monster hunting profession. Minor imperfections were inconsequential. Losing an ear would not impede combat ability. However, should injuries reach a certain severity, the human body, unlike some monsters, cannot regenerate. Thus, all prior training, effort, and struggle could be rendered futile in the face of injury, becoming nothing more than regrettable memories. Stay alert. We have yet to return to the fortress, so do not let your guard down. Kale abruptly pulled Fiki. How did you fall from above? Accidentally. My foot slipped. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. Fiki flexed his limbs. Thank the goddess. It's not the goddess watching over you. It's 3 months of training. You have learned to control your muscles even in moments of extreme fatigue, which saved your life in this emergency. Kale pointed at Fiki's knee. From this spot, the wound need not be large. Even a small arrowhead suffices. Then you would never be able to take risks again. Do you remember what I told you? Legs are more important than hands. Without hands, one cannot fight. Without legs, one cannot move. Yes, so take care of your legs. Know where they step, and do not excuse yourself by claiming it was an accident. Kale poked Fiki's forehead sharply and commanded, "Get back in line. Keep up." Their ISN too much distance left, so don't get into trouble. Fiki nodded, dusted himself off, and rejoined the group, trailing behind Womama. He had momentarily lost focus, causing him to slip on a loose stone. To avoid crushing Midnight, he had to remain rigid, which led him to slide down 6 meters along the slope, startling everyone. He had been distracted by Midnight's dire state. The little black cat was on the verge of starvation. At present, it could only sip a bit of Red Bull, relying on the sugar to sustain its feeble life. Other sustenance, including the meat soup blessed by Daedalith's divine magic, was beyond its capacity to consume. Hunger, weakness, and vomiting had brought it to the brink of death. The small black head lay limply against Fiki, its large eyes wide yet devoid of strength. Midnight still clung to life, despite its feeble heartbeat and breath, having long ceased to produce even the faintest sound. Yet it persevered. Fitch continually urged it to hold on, for perhaps Lord Kipling would possess a solution. At this moment, Fitch hardly contemplated the rewards that might accompany the Griffin's head. His thoughts were solely consumed by Midnight. The entire group had entered a state of forced march for the sake of Midnight. To keep pace, Ramsden even discarded his beloved frying pan. This was primarily due to Fitch's remarkable performance in battle, which earned him the respect of his companions, and certainly not because Midnight was particularly endearing. Having already become an integral part of the team, this was unequivocally not due to the adorable Kelly, who was entirely certain of this fact. Run. It's the best form of exercise. With winter fast approaching, do you think you can afford to be lazy? Absolutely not. Run. Daedalith touched the holy emblem and then discreetly poked Ramsden and Fitch with her finger. The power of divine magic coursed through them, significantly alleviating their fatigue. The two exchanged grateful glances before hastening their pace. As the walls of Icepeak Fortress came into view, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, save for Fitch, whose heart grew increasingly anxious. Elder Kipling represented their last glimmer of hope. If he too could not provide assistance, Midnight's fate would be grim indeed. At the fortress entrance, Fitch spotted Giles and Eddie, temporarily abandoning the two to dash toward the tower. Kelly shook his head, explaining, "He has urgent business with Lady Snow Owl. Do not mind him. How have you fared?" Giles nodded and tersely replied, "Well, and you? The Griffin's head is finally ready to be presented. We've also discovered a second mutated gland, which will be useful for enhancing the ritual for Fitch Hall." "Good." Giles gestured toward the hall. "Let us rest." Fitch, however, failed to notice the banquet spread across the hall's table. It was hardly his fault. On one hand, he was preoccupied with worry for Midnight, and on the other, the food consisted of cold dishes, hams, bread, and lukewarm soups, which lacked the enticing aroma that might have drawn his attention. Elder Kipling basked in the sunlight on the tower's balcony, a luxury that would soon become rare in the coming cold days. He curled up in a gently swaying lounge chair, enveloped in thick furs, feeling warm and lethargic. Nevertheless, the elder was not asleep. He merely needed to tilt his head to survey the fortress and, of course, to see Fitch rushing toward him. "Fitch, help me up. I'm stuck beneath these blankets, and turning my head is a challenge," Giles said, ever unmindful of others. The elder, calculating the time, sensed Fitch's imminent arrival and spoke first. "Move me closer so I can see you, and take a moment to gather your thoughts before speaking." 10 minutes later, the two had departed the balcony and entered the library. Fitch lit a lantern, and the elder retrieved a hefty tome, which they opened together. The book contained 3 pages on the domestication of the ghost cat, a relatively substantial amount, though only a small segment pertained to ghost cat cubs. Previous attempts to rear cubs had all ended in failure, leading to the realization that they required continuous support from their mothers during their growth. Only by consistently consuming their mother's milk could ghost cats gradually develop normal digestive capabilities. Without this crucial step, they lacked the most essential ability of all living beings, the capacity to eat. The ghost cat's diet was exceedingly varied. In some locales, they consumed lizards, in others fish, and occasionally they even hunted ghouls. However, it was neither feasible nor necessary for them to possess the digestive capabilities for all food types simultaneously. Their dietary choices were inherited from their mother's milk, enabling them to adapt to the specific diets of their surroundings. In other words, Fitch pondered, without sufficient milk, a ghost cat cannot eat? This was a glaring flaw. Elder Kipling sighed. The mother-child bond of ghost cats is far more significant than that of other creatures. Even cubs inherit obedience to their trainer from their mother's milk. As you can see, it is written here that the care and training of ghost cats is far more complicated than for other species. They may only obey one individual over several generations, not an entire family, and certainly not outsiders. Thus, this line of work faded away before it could truly flourish, leaving only these records behind. Is there truly no alternative? Must I now capture a nursing ghost cat? The elder sighed once more, despondently sitting back, his hand brushing against Midnight, who lay motionless on the desk, as if lifeless. Yet stubbornly continued to breathe, its soft black fur quivering slightly to affirm its existence. Fitch, if you can procure a nursing ghost cat, then there is still hope for it. However, at this season, neither you nor the ghost cat can venture into the Sunset Mountains, rendering this possibility non-existent. I still cannot comprehend how this little one has managed to survive. It surpasses ordinary resilience. Elder Kipling hesitated, appearing deeply conflicted. Fitch, unwilling to delay, grasped the elder's hand tightly. So there must be a way, right? The elder hesitated, his lips pressed together firmly. He averted Fitch's gaze, lowering his head, but could not escape the penetrating stare of Midnight's large eyes. With a deep sigh, the elder picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed a series of numbers on the wooden desk. 0574126. He then patted Fitch's shoulder, tapped the sequence of numbers, and departed without uttering a word. What does this mean? Fitch did not immediately comprehend, but he understood that Lady Snow Owl would not speak without purpose. The means to save Midnight lay within this code. He widened his eyes, racking his brain to engrave the numbers in his memory. This was a string of digits. What do they signify? Perhaps a form of encoding? Upon lifting his head, realization struck him. Here in the library, what else could encoding refer to? Elder Kipling had told him more than once. Books may be read, but they must always be returned to their rightful places for accurate inventory. Thus, the sequence must indicate the 5th row of bookshelves, the 7th frame, the 4th layer, and the 12th book. As for the 6th, Fitch quickly located the tome, a silver-bound spellbook titled Vibrant Vitality. As he opened the cover, which tingled with an electric sensation, the 6th chapter was entitled Vitality Transfer. This book explored the nefarious art of resurrection, detailing methods by which an aged spellcaster sought a suitable young body, cultivating and altering it through various means, ultimately transferring their entire will to the new vessel, extinguishing the young body's original soul in the process. Within the 6th chapter on vitality transfer, a breeding ritual was described. In emergencies, the blood of the young body could sustain the life force of the aged mage, allowing them to survive until the completion of the cultivation process, meeting the criteria for soul transfer. This ritual stemmed from studies on vampires, proving much less effective, but capable of prolonging the blood donor's final breath. Numerous side effects were enumerated following the ritual's explanation, yet it was certain that all such repercussions targeted the blood donor, while the recipient remained safe. Fitch committed the contents to memory, then gathered the book and Midnight, assembling the necessary tools, and made his way to the meditation chamber atop the tower. He required a quiet sanctuary to conduct this malevolent ritual, and the meditation chamber was the most suitable locale. The steps of the ritual were remarkably straightforward, for it was, after all, a life-saving procedure necessitated by an urgent moment. Had it required extensive preparation, the aged mage in dire need would have long since perished. Fiki swiftly completed the preliminary tasks, sitting cross-legged with Midnight resting upon his left knee, and then he needed to slice his palm to release blood. He had been in a state of excitement and exhilaration, which led to a moment of disorientation. The rapid march and worries caused his vision to blur, and the knife lingered precariously over his wrist. The blood was sufficient, and with a wry smile, Fiki resigned himself to the abyss. Chapter 30. Novice Mistakes. The grand hall of the Crystal Throne remained unchanged, an unyielding reflection of hellish malevolence. The figures of man and demon mirrored within still slumbered, and in the absence of their quarrels, the silence here felt even more profound. Upon Yin Rue's return from the dead, the torches along the walls ignited in succession, their dark red flames adding a semblance of vitality to the space. Their flickering emitted a soothing hiss, reminiscent of human breath. Fiki shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic phantoms. He approached the throne, eager to engage in discourse with the figures in the mirror. Meow. Yin Rue was taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Midnight, the coal-black cat, gracefully striding closer, leaning against his leg. Yet here, he was a spectral entity, and Midnight was unable to lend her weight, tumbling to the ground. She was displeased, immediately raising her paw and exposing her tiny milk teeth while emitting a plaintive wail. "What are you doing here, you little coalball? Have you perished as well? Are you a spirit cat?" Yin Rue poked at Midnight. His feet were vaporous, but his hands retained tactile sensation. He felt the cat, experiencing the soft, silky fur on her belly and the small teeth along with her slightly rough, pink tongue. However, he could not grasp Midnight's paws. They too were cloud-like, dispersing with pressure only to reform moments later. Yet this allowed him to hold her close. Midnight obediently nestled in his embrace as they sat together upon the crimson crystal throne. What have you done? How can it be a ghost cat?" The exclamation of the crossroad demon was as shrill as that of a supporting actress about to meet her doom in a horror film. "Has the outer wall been breached? Is there an intruder? I do not wish to die." "Silence, be quiet. The outer wall remains intact. This is Midnight, the Kobold." Yin Rue glanced at the figure of Lord Hall in the mirror, who was equally astonished but maintained his composure, merely widening his eyes without uttering a scream. "I don't understand what is happening either. I wanted to inquire with you." The crossroad demon's eyes flickered, nostrils flaring. "Did you sign some kind of contract?" "Show it to me." "A contract?" "I did not sign anything, merely reached an agreement with Midnight's mother." The revelation that the ghost cat was aware of demons was indeed intriguing. "Stop rambling. An agreement is tantamount to a contract. Your assent is no different from signing. You are a contract demon, not a minor demon or a lust demon. You need not rely on paper and ink to form a pact. Just concentrate on this matter in your mind. It is not difficult." "Yes, like that. Let me see." Yin Rue had not anticipated that a mere verbal agreement could constitute a demonic contract. He realized he must exercise caution in future promises. Summoning a contract was exceedingly simple, akin to retrieving a piece of candy from one's pocket, a fundamental ability of his body and soul. The crossroad demon's eyes widened upon discovering a passage inscribed on the contract. Precisely the words Fiki had spoken during his communication with Midnight. "Your life is sustained by my magic, an invisible force connecting you and me. I shall uphold you with the power of incantation, and you shall obey me. When I transport you from the precipice, do not engage in any activity." "What have you done? What have you done?" "You have bound this creature's life to your magical ability. As long as you can cast spells, it shall live. You are a damned demon. As long as it obeys you, it can attain immortality like you. You have found a parasite." Yin Rue struck the side of the crystal mirror with force, shattering the demon's reflection, which took several minutes to reconstitute. "Midnight is not a parasite. Mind your words." "Crossroad demon, you need only explain, not share your opinions. Yet you have indeed committed a foolish act." The crossroad demon huffed, shaking his head. "While you may now create demonic contracts, it is evident that you are not adept. Mastery requires centuries of observation, learning, and practice. You erred in your contract, kindness. Know that every word in a demonic contract possesses power, and every interpretation may hold validity. However, which interpretation to adopt must be predetermined by the demon when drafting the contract. Your true intention was undoubtedly to save it, rather than to gain profit from the contract. Correct?" Yang Hui understood. The act of forming a contract itself bore no intrinsic evil. It was merely a matter of respecting order. Good and evil manifested in the preparatory phase prior to the contract. In essence, the final interpretation had already been established from the outset, including the notion that the finality of the contract was, in fact, deceptive. Before the contract took form, the inner thoughts were already inscribed within the words. How one interprets it is fundamentally just a mockery of mortals by demons. Indeed, you could become a perfect contract demon, provided you consider your own interests more. The crossroad demon sighed, continuing, "Taking this contract as an example, you should have made obedience to my commands a prerequisite for saving it. If it disobeys, that constitutes a breach, yet you would still fulfill the contract and could reap a soul. However, you directly bound its life and magic together, without establishing any limiting conditions in your mind. Thus, the interpretation of the phrase is merely literal. As long as you possess magic, it shall live. My intent was to keep it alive, so there is nothing wrong with that." Yin Rue stroked Midnight, both cat and human sharing a joyful laugh. "Nothing wrong? This cat relies on your power to be revived, and each revival requires a soul. Though it consumes less than you, are you prepared to feed this cat with souls?" The crossroad demon scoffed. "A ghost cat, a species that should be eradicated, can only survive on ghost cat milk during its infancy. In other words, without ghost cat milk, it will perish repeatedly. The outcome is simple. It will continuously die, souls will be consumed, and once exhausted, it will be your magical prowess at stake. In other words, This creature is wholly a burden. I have found a method to transfer blood to provide vitality, which can sustain its life. If we survive this winter, I shall venture into the mountains to seek more ghost cats. A contract for some milk, and it shall thrive, yes? The crossroad demon shot Yen Rue a disdainful glance, lifting its chin. Assuming your method works, and you can transfer vitality to it, provided you are fortunate enough to find other ghost cats. But have you considered one problem? Once the ghost cat is well fed, it will establish its own diet, forcing you to either let it hunt suitable prey or capture it yourself. Ultimately, you will still be releasing it into the wild. It is so adorable and obedient. Even if I must release it into the wild in the end, I'm willing to take on that trouble. The crossroad demon cast a scornful look. What good is cuteness? Can it enhance combatability? This time, even Lord Hall in the mirror nodded in agreement. Because it is adorable, I wish to save it, and thus it survives. That is its greatest combatability. In truth, beauty is the most effortless combat strength in this world. You demons are simply disliked due to your own ugliness. Lust demon. The crossroad demon succinctly uttered 2 words. I have never encountered one. Yen Rue rolled his eyes. Well, I now comprehend the nature of contracts. But why is the ghost cat able to form a contract with me? And how did Midnight arrive here? Moreover, she only meows here, whereas in the human realm, she remains silent. The vast majority of living beings drift through existence, oblivious to the notions of life and death. Only a select few possess the capacity to comprehend the concept of mortality. Death represents the primordial wisdom, and perhaps it also embodies the greatest wisdom. The ghostly cat bound by contract is aware of the impending approach of death. It has grasped the significance of this reality, thereby fortifying its soul enough to emit a signal. It is fortunate to have a contract demon nearby. Beyond this ghostly feline, any creature sufficiently astute may also possess such potential. As for this cat, as long as it is in a state of death or near death when you arrive, it can accompany you, a phenomenon known as soul binding. The sounds you perceive through your ears are its genuine vocalizations. However, the voices you hear through the soul are those you can comprehend. Communication of the soul transcends language, relying solely on direct mutual understanding. Even if it emits a series of purrs, as long as you perceive it as a cat, you interpret it as meows. Midnight, having overheard slander and defamation, immediately bared its teeth at the crossroad demon. I advise you that the best course of action is to tear up the contract outright. Yes. Do not regard me with such disdain. A contract demon can indeed annul a contract at any place and time. As long as you deem it detrimental, summon the agreement. Exert your hands, and it shall conclude. After all, the soul of the ghost cat's mother is already ensconced within the crystal. Thus, it remains a profitable endeavor, albeit one that is gradually depleting. You can halt the losses at any moment. Yen Rue cast a glance at the crossroad demon, disliking the shrewd, mercantile expression it bore. He then turned to the reflection of young Master Hall in the mirror, who, despite displaying a hint of sorrow, ultimately nodded in agreement with the demon's suggestion. Alas, while your arguments are indeed compelling, you have overlooked one critical aspect. Your suggestions involve sacrificing the lives of others to evade the problem. Yen Rue gradually adopted a serious demeanor. I fear not the emergence of problems. They are akin to arriving at a perplexing crossroads, fraught with beasts and treacherous paths. The simplest route lies behind, tearing the agreement and departing this intersection. However, to proceed down that path is to tread upon the road most familiar to demons. I choose the arduous path. My criteria differ from yours. This challenging route is, in my view, worthwhile. A companion bound by a soul contract. Perhaps when I initially entered into this pact, it was precisely this my soul yearned for. My intellect may not yet fully grasp and command your memories and abilities, but my soul has indeed merged with yours. Thus, while you deem this a mistake, I find it to be as it should be. You are squandering a precious soul. There are insufficient souls here to strengthen. Eventually, they will be overrun and devoured by other demons from hell. At that point, both you and your plaything, the cat, shall meet your demise. Thank you for foretelling my death. Since I learned how to write the character for death, I have understood that this inevitability will occur. Yen Rue shook his head, tightly cradling Midnight in his arms. I endeavored to comprehend death. Without a doubt, I failed. Yet in the end, I gleaned some insight, realizing that my sole responsibility is merely to live well and safeguard what I hold dear. The notion of not suffering losses has never been of paramount importance. Silence lingered in the crystal hall until at last, young Master Hall's reflection shattered it. Given this, I have a notion that may prove useful. Whether it will succeed, I cannot say, but during my studies of alchemy, I encountered a certain ritual Chapter 31. The Demons Below. Upon his resurrection back to the human realm, Yen Rue once more became Fiki Hall. The reflection of young Master Hall in the mirror provided him with a hint. By following this hint and searching through memory, he would uncover a ritual known as alchemical life. This ritual is exceedingly complex, aimed at imbuing ordinary beings with capabilities unique to certain alchemical potions or poisons. For instance, it can alter the venom of a snake, transforming biological toxins into alchemical toxins, thereby enhancing their threat. Theoretically, it could also grant a person the ability to secrete alchemical silk, although weaving it into a web requires a different skill set. Young Master Hall had attempted to transplant an alchemical potion that counteracts demonic curses onto himself, hoping to free himself from the demonic contract. He succeeded in the ritual, yet the demonic contract could not be dispelled through such means. Ultimately, aside from his body exhibiting numerous symptoms of alchemical poisoning, he gained nothing further. This ritual should also allow the transfer of less formidable alchemical effects, such as a food dissolution potion. Some alchemists, due to prolonged exposure to toxins, or simply due to aging, may experience issues with their teeth and digestive systems. Inability to consume food equates to death, thus, to save their lives, they devised a food dissolution potion that pre-digests food, breaking it down into its fundamental nutritional components, effectively replacing the functions of the gastrointestinal system with a potion. Theoretically, since no one has ever attempted this, if the ability to create a food dissolution alchemical potion were transferred to the ghost cat, it should be able to secrete this alchemical substance, and thereby gain the ability to consume food. In practice, however, whether this can be accomplished remains a colossal question mark. After all, the food dissolution potion is designed for human alchemists, and the species gap between humans and ghost cats is exceedingly vast. Moreover, humans ignoran li pusas digestiva capabilities. Unlike ghost kittens that must acquire such abilities. Therefore, this is not a solution, merely a thought. There are no answers falling from the heavens. The sole means to resolve the issue lies in personal contemplation, exploration, and experimentation. Fortunately, Lord Kipling's secret of vitality transfer ritual has borne fruit. Midnight has awakened, writhing joyfully in Fiki's palm, playfully demanding affection. Fiki's hands and legs were smeared with blood, though the wound on his wrist had already healed. This is one of the advantages of a demon's resurrection ability, which directly obviates the troublesome healing process. Yet, with Midnight rolling about on him, he naturally became quite filthy. With blood spattered on its fur, this is rather unsightly. Come, I shall give you a wash. Midnight widened its eyes, displaying a look of sheer terror. It feigned an escape, but was caught by Fiki by the tail. Do not run away. You must be cleaned. If you go out covered in blood, it could expose the vitality transfer ritual. Rituals requiring blood are predominantly associated with malevolence, and we cannot afford to cause trouble for Lord Snow Owl. Be obedient, my dear. The demonic contract is not merely talk. The obedience to commands within it is a lifelong commitment. Midnight expressed its profound resistance through its eyes, whines, and claws, yet ultimately succumbed to Fiki's grip, enduring a thorough washing in the basin. Fiki finally removed his padded armor and changed into fresh attire before carrying Midnight downstairs. In the hall, the banquet had commenced, and he could see Ramsden weeping while voraciously consuming food, with Wumama maliciously piling a large heap of white radishes onto his plate, denying him any meat. Treelin moved chairs, selecting a position further from Ramsden, eating while chatting with Didlit. Ko was whispering slander about the other apprentices into Giles's ear, while Eddie was assisting the elderly gentleman in selecting easily digestible foods, cutting them for him, much to the old man's delight. We didn't wait for you at all. You surely want tea mind, right? Treelin waved from a distance, while Didlit, more enthusiastic, rushed over and scooped up Midnight. You recovered? What marvelous method did you employ? Treelin attempted to reach out to stroke Midnight, but Didlit was quicker. Though it was not her own cat, her eagerness surpassed all others. The preferences of the female paladin are to pet cats and listen to stories. Alchemy, Fiki mumbled vaguely. It still cannot eat normally, but at least it is alive again. Treelin, when spring arrives, would you accompany me into the mountains to see if there are any other ghost cats around? That should not be a problem. I was already planning to venture into the mountains to hunt for horned beasts in the spring, and I was hoping to enlist your help. Your method of using bear traps is incredibly effective. If we attach chains to the traps, it would serve as a means of control. Even without chains, simply letting blood can lead to victory. So, shall we assist one another? Treelin raised his hand, and Fiki grasped it, sealing their agreement. Now come, sit down and have something to eat. For half a month, subsisting on external fare must have been quite discomforting, wouldn't it? A touch of freshness, perhaps, such as purified varieties of radishes, would be delightful. However, do not indulge excessively, as it may lead to flatulence. On the dining table, 3 bamboo baskets lay before them, containing carrots, white radishes, and green radishes respectively. They required no cooking, merely washed. They were served with a glistening sheen of water. Fiki, having abstained from vegetables for a considerable time, seized a green radish, skin intact, and began to crunch away. The skin was quite spicy, yet within it lay a hint of sweetness. Quite delightful indeed, Fiki remarked, cheeks bulging. But why are they referred to as purified radishes? All diners paused, casting him peculiar glances. Eddie hastily cleared his throat and elucidated. My young master lacks knowledge in this regard. This is the greatest accomplishment of the goddess. How could you be unaware? No wonder you can wield spells, but remain untouched by divine arts. Did Eli teases Fiki by sticking out her tongue, stroking the fur on Midnight's back. You ought to express gratitude. I disdain you. Vegetables that grow underground bear the curse of demons, and can only be consumed post-purification. Oh, perhaps you were unaware that radishes grow beneath the earth? Of course I know, Fiki retorted, and I am aware that the edible part of the radish is the tuber. However, not all of it is buried, as some actually protrude above ground. But are underground foods truly cursed by demons? Is such a thing even possible? He recalled that he was indeed a demon, possessing at least the memories of a contract demon. Upon reflection, demons had never devised such a scheme. They had never cast curses upon radishes, though they possessed the capability. Such an action would be a sheer waste of time, yielding negligible returns while incurring exorbitant costs. Demons are malevolent, not foolish. I truly was unaware. When have I ever purchased food or cooked, right? Fiki chuckled lightly to ease the tension and continued. Let us express gratitude for the goddess's purification of our food. What happens if one consumes unpurified food? Talon placed a piece of reheated roasted meat onto Fiki's plate and remarked, it results in strange ailments, derangement. Uttering nonsensical speech, various manifestations of the demon's curse, though one cannot quantify them. Nevertheless, food that has undergone purification is exceedingly safe. Radishes, vermicelli, and dried potatoes are all remarkably durable provisions. The Icepeak Fortress relies on them during winter. Oh, does the purified demon powder mentioned last time fall within this category? Indeed, it is a semi-transparent, cloth-like substance. You may have consumed it in its thinly sliced form, known as vermicelli. Talon pondered for a moment, deeming it unlikely to offend Fiki, and further explained. The nobility has access to fresher, safer food, and thus does not require purification. These vermicelli, radishes, and dried potatoes are meant for the church's paladin forces. For us monster hunters, and for relief during famine. Demons dwell underground. Hence, the further one is from the earth, the better the food is. For now, we shall make do. Making do is an overstatement. I am not particularly picky about food. Fiki took a few bites of the sweet, juicy white radish, feeling that happiness was indeed simple. By the way, since the purified food is distributed by the church, does that mean our griffin bounty has been prepaid? Upon uttering these words, the countenance of most attendees darkened. Elder Kipling rubbed his nose and shook his head. On the 13th day after your departure from the fortress, precisely 7 days ago, new orders arrived. With winter approaching, it is not appropriate to undertake tasks at this time. Hence the previous hunting orders were rescinded, and our winter supplies were delivered. Therefore, there is no griffin bounty. It was indeed ill-timed to venture into the mountains at this juncture. Who had the foresight to cancel the previous orders? It seems there are still some astute individuals in higher places. Gresham Gary, as usual. Ramsden bit into a sausage with ferocity. Damn it. Fiki grabbed a sausage and bit down forcefully. That scoundrel was truly despicable, wielding his authority to toy with others. First, he threatened them using winter supplies, compelling everyone to risk venturing into the mountains, covering for his team's incompetence. Then, he calculated the timing and rescinded the previous orders, thus saving the supplies intended as rewards and simultaneously vexing the team members who had ventured into the mountains. The order to cancel the mission might reach Icepeak Fortress, but it would not reach the frontline team. It was nothing but a scrap of paper. It could not retract those in the front, nor prevent them from injury, disorientation, failure, or death. What else could it be but worthless? So what does it mean for us to return, carrying the head of the griffin? What was the purpose of our arduous journey, facing the elements and trepidation? Does he not have to pay a price for his deceit? Fiki, you're being a bit excessive, Talon interjected, gesturing for him to calm down. Our hunt for the griffin was never for Gresham, but to eradicate the threat posed by the beasts of the Sunset Mountains and ensure safety here. Besides, was this not also a form of training? The goddess of truth and thunder is our true sovereign, not any specific individual. Do not mistake that. I cannot swallow this grievance. There is no justice in such matters. We agreed on a task. It is only right that we receive compensation for our labor. To cheat in such a manner, he has succeeded this time. Will he not attempt again? Are we to remain in this perpetual state of mockery? Should we scrutinize each of his commands as if they were a demon's contract, interpreting them with malice? Enough. This sort of occurrence has been sufficient. It shall not arise again. You must not propagate doubt with such an attitude. It is excessive. Deceivers and wicked souls can never become the goddess's paladins, nor can they retain divine favor. Thus, your linkage of knights with demons is utterly blasphemous. Talon clenched his fists. Fiki, regain your composure. Successfully hunting the griffin and returning safely is a matter of joy. Joy. Fiki lowered his head, fists clenched, concealing his face. The mere thought of Gresham ignited his ire, yet venting his frustrations on others was not right. He waved his hand, striving to relax his tone, and said, "It's nothing. Just let me gather my thoughts." Yet within, he remained troubled. To go back on agreement? Who granted him such privilege? Even a contract demon would not behave in this manner. Chapter 32. It is not cheap to be human. Gresham can never be the focal point of a gathering. He may slightly influence the mood of the crowd, but after a round of feasting, merriment, and laughter, he will soon fade from their discussions. The first snow of winter is imminent. My weary legs tell me it shall arrive in 5 days. When Elder Kipling raised his goblet, silence enveloped the room as all ears turned to him. Today we have 3 new companions among us, Dideli, Fiki, and Eddie, each a fine child. You should toast a few extra cups in celebration of this new camaraderie. Naturally, I shan't belabor this point. I am no longer as youthful as you, and soon I must retire to rest. Thus, let us discuss tomorrow's matters. Dideli, your mentor Bishop Nathaniel has instructed you to return post-haste, as new tasks await you. He has left a horse in the stable, saying you know where to find him. The elven maiden nodded. Then I shall depart early tomorrow. I would appreciate some supplies for the journey. Ramsden, you shall oversee the provisions. Tomorrow, you must also prepare a large cart and accompany Talon and Woomama to Collinwood Town for the winter. This year, reserve an additional room for a month. The elder turned to Fiki and added, Tonight is your final respite. Starting tomorrow, you will commence the enhancement ritual course, so prepare yourself both physically and mentally. The ritual will begin in 3 days and will last for the better part of a day, allowing us to conclude before the snow falls. Upon completion of the ritual, you shall officially become a member of the fortress, and Eddie can return to report. At that time, you will have the opportunity to stop by Collinwood, and Ramsden will ensure you are equipped for the long journey and hire trustworthy guards. Indeed, guard is necessary. Fiki nodded. Eddie has taken care of me all the way. Please ensure a safe return. He then addressed the others. Kylie, assist me with the final preparations for the enhancement ritual. Giles, please inspect the fortress and its surroundings. We must endure this winter well. The elder raised his goblet. Let us warm our feet by the hearth, listen to the bubbling of boiling water, and enjoy leisure with dear friends. I hope we can all pass those snowy days in such a manner. May the goddess bless us with happiness and health. Together, they raised their glasses in prayer. Fiki savored a radish, finally alleviating some regrets stemming from his limited vegetable intake. After all, transitioning to this world undoubtedly entailed a significant decline in living standards, with fewer sources of food and methods of preparation available than before. Particularly troubling was the notion that underground food was cursed by demons, resulting in a vast expanse of land with potatoes and sweet potatoes. It's still not fully resolving the issue of sustenance. There must be some underlying problem, Fiki mused while chewing on potato vermicelli. According to the memories of the path-diverging demon, there had been no curse placed upon potatoes, sweet potatoes, or radishes, thus purification was unnecessary. Growing and consuming one's own food was not only a means to address food shortages, but also vital for granting Ice Peak Fortress greater independence. The fortress faced the dilemma of having too few people to meet the high demand for food, and without anyone to cultivate the land. They were left entirely reliant on the church's food supplies. While this dependency had posed no significant issues in the past, with Gresham Galley now being the superior of Ice Peak Fortress, having already completed his initial tasks, Fiki could not expect him to refrain from further exploitation. Regardless, it would be most beneficial if the fortress could avoid his reasons for withholding provisions. Self-reliance and arduous effort, progressing from mere subsistence to prosperity. Although the goal of prosperity seemed distant, the preceding statements held merit. Fiki devoured a plate of minced meat vermicelli and began contemplating where to procure some raw potatoes. The story remains unfinished, which is my greatest regret. Can you tell me if the 100,000 arrows arrived on time? Under the influence of alcohol, Daedalith's cheeks flushed, her eyes narrowing like a dangerous feline. This elven paladin was an excellent companion, worthy of trust, yet developing a deeper, more intimate relationship was an entirely different matter. Fiki had indeed contemplated such things, but as he was still inhabiting another's body, certain psychological barriers proved insurmountable. Moreover, Daedalith merely exhibited a lack of tolerance for alcohol, showing no signs of feelings beyond friendship. Alcohol did not solely affect her. Fiki realized he might be overthinking things. Do you think I would be a spoiler of the plot? Fiki shook his finger, stating, No, I shall not divulge any secrets. However, you know I am here, and you may write to me. Once I have your address, I shall send you the remainder of the story when time permits. That could work, though it seems rather troublesome. I may have to accompany my teacher everywhere, thus lacking a fixed address. Daedalith rested her chin on her finger, tilting her head in thought for a moment. I know a poet. I shall have him find you. He writes exceptionally quickly, which will save you time. The real time-saving method would be to forget about it, but upon reflection, Daedalith was not from Ice Peak Fortress. As a young woman braving the autumn chill alongside a group to hunt monsters, wielding a heavy sword in combat with griffins, her willingness to assist made her desire to hear stories understandable. Very well, let him come find me. I have nowhere else to be but Ice Peak Fortress. The elven girl departed cheerfully, still cradling midnight. The little black cat struggled, but likely needed to wait for a better opportunity to escape her grasp. Fiki cast a look of helplessness, conveying that he could not assist. Before long, Eddie approached him. Since the banquet commenced, Eddie had been observing Fiki, his gaze not that of a servant regarding his master. Sir, are you well? Neither well nor unwell. As I mentioned to Daedalith earlier, where else could I be but Ice Peak Fortress? Fiki tilted his head back, consuming a piece of ham, rubbing his somewhat bloated belly and wiping his mouth crudely. My condition is not truly poor. It merely requires substantial change. Eddie, do you care for me? Indeed. Eddie surprisingly admitted, catching Fiki off guard. Sir, seeing you like this brings me joy. In the past, you laughed and indulged in public, only to suffer in silence at home. Now your health has improved, and you have given up alchemical toxins. Your emotions, whether anger or joy, are genuine. The truth is far better than deception. Well, I never anticipated Eddie possessed the potential to become a philosopher. Fiki clapped enthusiastically and replied, Since you care, I sincerely wish you happiness. Should you have the opportunity to study, serving the goddess offers more promise than serving noble lords in this world. I think the eldest son is decent. He is a courteous knight. After this return, I should be assigned to him. Not a chance. Knights are meant for killing. Courtesy is either feigned or a sign of weakness. I am the most promising among the Hall family. The others simply lack vision. Eddie's eyes widened as he scrutinized Fiki's face, searching for signs of inebriation. Yet, Fiki was quite sober, his tone brimming with confidence and sincerity. Perhaps with a hint of pride, but devoid of self-deception. Eddie wanted to inquire further, but Fiki excused himself, citing fatigue from his recent adventures and the need for rest. Thus departing the banquet early. Having just been resurrected, he felt invigorated and steady, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Rather than returning to his room, he headed directly to Elder Kipling's quarters, knocked on the door, and entered without hesitation. The elder had yet to retire, engrossed in a book beneath the candlelight. Fiki playfully used magic to toss a crumpled piece of paper at his head, smiling as he asked, Snow Owl, I feel rather anxious. May I begin studying the enhancement ritual tonight? Of course, that is a good thing. I have prepared everything for you. The papers under the ink bottle are ready. Elder Kipling snatched the paper ball from above his head and deftly tossed it back onto the high table by the door. Accurately throwing a paper ball proved far more challenging than tossing a knife, and Fiki's flattery surged forth like a tidal wave. All right, if this continues, I might just believe it. The elder chuckled, clearly in good spirits. The enhancement ritual is not difficult. Given your demonstrated abilities, mastering it will pose no problem. Although you have made many mistakes in the past, your efforts in studying alchemy were not among them. Fiki picked up the scroll for the enhancement ritual, quickly scanning its contents. He noted that alongside the ancient, archaic text, there were numerous freshly added annotations filled with the scent of ink, clearly indicating Elder Kipling had invested considerable thought into modifying the ritual. The training time is still too short. Adjustments must be made for the ritual to proceed smoothly. Fortunately, your progress exceeds my expectations, so there is little cause for concern regarding the ritual. Oh, if you have the energy, researching the differences between the two enhancement rituals may yield significant insights. Seeing your confidence, I shall delve deeply into my studies. Fiki waved the scroll, bid farewell, and exited. At some point, Midnight successfully evaded Daedalus, triumphantly escaping from a banquet where it could consume nothing. The cat reunited with Fiki on the staircase, and together they made their way to the library. Fiki was committed to daily reading, and some spell research required consulting the silver-sealed spellbook, a task best conducted privately. Thus, he had a betting role in the library, where he often spent many nights. With the enhancement ritual just 3 days away, Fiki felt a twinge of anxiety. As he settled cross-legged, Midnight lay on his lap, arching its back slightly for a scratch. You know, mood influences learning efficiency, so let us engage in something enjoyable first. He set the scroll aside, extending his hand with his palm facing upwards. When confronting a contract demon, it is not imperative for the agreement to be inscribed on parchment. As long as both parties acknowledge it, a verbal form can indeed forge a demonic pact. My initial assumption was correct. As he spoke, a deep brown scroll adorned with silver edges gradually materialized upon his palm. This exquisite scroll was elaborately decorated, with golden tassels dangling from its rod. Upon unfurling the scroll, it was revealed that the parties entering the contract were the acting Inspector General of the Church of the Truth and Thunder, Paladin Gresham Gary, and the Hell contract demon, Fiki Hall, representing the Ice Fortress. How simple a contract! It was to procure a double supply of griffin heads. As Fiki scrutinized the text of the contract, the demon's abilities manifested, and all the intricacies of the pact unfolded within his mind. Gresham, although your actions align with the church's administrative protocols, did you secure the consent of the other party? This constitutes a breach of contract. Moreover, you committed this breach on the 13th day, a rather unfortunate coincidence, as the griffin had already perished by then. In essence, the demon fulfilled its obligations while the paladin defaulted. Now, what you owe is merely an apology and some supplies, which hold little monetary value. Should you recognize your error and rectify it promptly, this contract may yet inflict no harm. Alternatively, if you choose to wait until spring to issue a new order for griffin heads and supply, I cannot act against you. However, Fiki hesitated for a moment, contemplating the sequence of events leading to the invocation of demonic measures. Yet, should you persist in your default, the debt to the demon will swiftly accumulate. The golden tassel, silver-edged scroll, the paladin's demonic pact, is indeed a rare find even in the depths of hell. At last, Gresham, you shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 33. The Birth of Spell Theory. It is often advised not to engage in contracts with demons. However, should one find oneself in dire circumstances necessitating an agreement, one must never default. To promote their contracts, demons must ensure their validity, guaranteeing that their desires can be fulfilled. Concurrently, they must demonstrate their feasibility. In other words, if the contract is executed in strict accordance, the signatory can still extricate themselves from the obligation and regain their freedom. In truth, such scenarios occur with regularity, and demons harbor no grievances regarding this. For demons are acutely aware, much like gamblers, that individuals seeking to gain from a demonic contract would not initially wager their precious souls as collateral. It is the demon's responsibility to lure them, step by step, toward perdition. Such small favors and convenient, expedient contracts are merely rungs on the ladder of damnation. On the other hand, demons covet your soul, a fact universally acknowledged by those with even a modicum of understanding regarding demons. Thus, everyone recognizes the value of a soul and refrains from selling it lightly. Ideally, it should not even be mentioned in a contract. But are demons left powerless? Certainly not. When a human party fails to fulfill the contract, whether through willful defiance or failure to provide compensation, penalties for breach of contract arise. An agreement, at its essence, is neither sacred nor malevolent. Rather, it is a manifestation of order, with chaos standing as its antithesis. Breaching a contract signifies a manifestation of chaos, which is intolerable in the orderly realm of hell. Demons, birthed from hell, embody its will, and it is only natural for them to employ nefarious means to punish those who default. This is akin to angels being birthed on the mountain of heaven, representing the celestial powers, and justly punishing evildoers with righteous methods. There is no distinction in principle. Fortunately, hell is reasonable and does not demand a soul for minor transgressions. Fiki calculated the ramifications of the contract demon's powers, should matters proceed without correction. The debt for these supplies would accrue interest, potentially escalating to a level sufficient to condemn his soul within a year. A fallen, controlled former paladin would be a considerable asset in hell. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation before taking further action. This descent into damnation does not occur automatically. It necessitates the contract demon's intervention to collect debts. Any demon can fulfill this task simply by holding the contract, which is why contract demons are typically dispatched as lower-ranking fiends to act as enforcers. This arrangement is safer, requiring only a meager portion of souls as payment for the enforcers afterward. Fiki, being a solitary contract demon without enforcers, would have to undertake the debt collection himself. Gresham would surely not willingly surrender his soul, and as the acting inspector general, he possesses his own enforcers. Violent resistance to debt is a frequent occurrence. Thus Fiki must strengthen himself to safeguard his rights. Credit is founded upon order, which in turn is built upon strength, and strength is derived from violence. What a simple yet brutal truth. With a flick of his wrist, the paladin's demonic contract concealed itself within his soul. The demons utilized their formidable power and intricate schemes to ensure the acquisition of souls. But why are souls so significant? Is there a secret hidden within? In the previous life, souls held great importance in various religious and philosophical concepts. Yet no one in that world could wield souls for any purpose. Mythical tales may exist, but who has witnessed them in reality? This world, however, is different. Fiki has witnessed souls firsthand, touched them, absorbed them, and even ventured into hell multiple times in spirit. Not only is currency in hell composed of souls, but the practice of sorcery also necessitates souls, serving as a fundamental condition for spellcasting. Souls tangibly influence many aspects, and they will undoubtedly play a frequent role in the future. Thus, it is wise to ponder their significance. Fiki possesses the mindset of another world, along with the memories and abilities of a demon, allowing him to contemplate issues from perspectives that ordinary individuals in this world would dare not approach. Young Master Hall would certainly not draw a connection between angels and the need for souls. After all, the goddess of truth and thunder embodies goodness. How could she possibly require souls like a demon? Only those unbound by constraints and prejudices can perceive the blind spots of others. Fiki, or more accurately, Yenrue, remains unaffected by the dichotomy of angels and demons representing good and evil, viewing them instead as otherworldly beings, entities in need of souls. By integrating various strands of knowledge, he has formulated a novel perspective. Souls circulate in hell because they can enhance the power of demons. For demons with dominions, souls can also augment their territories. Though he has yet to experiment personally, the memories of the Crossroads demon contain references to using souls to directly alter the terrain of a dominion, even constructing edifices. If such practices are feasible in hell, there is no reason they could not be replicated in Heaven's Mountain. However, good and evil remain distinct. Angels likely would not utilize souls as currency. Thus, it must pertain to the praying ones. Praying ones are more potent souls, retaining a significant portion of consciousness after death, allowing them to continue existing. In heaven or hell, praying ones can wield greater power than mere souls, affecting more profound changes and, consequently, possessing higher value. Thus, souls equate to a transformative force capable of affecting change in heaven or hell. Demons strive to acquire souls, while heaven endeavors to cultivate praying ones. The realization that both parties are ultimately working to build their respective realms is astonishing, yet it undeniably elucidates many phenomena. For instance, the rationale behind the Church of Truth and Thunder establishing a fortress in the Sunset Mountains is that there exist wandering souls, which can be transformed into praying ones after being guided. As Fiki's thoughts shifted to the praying ones, he suddenly recalled a critical detail. The wandering souls he reaped with the soul dagger did not reconstitute into hellish praying ones. Rather, they chose to journey to the earthly realm, another plane of existence. This contradicted the memories of the Crossroads demon. In the demon's understanding, praying ones possess only the attributes of outer planes and can only traverse to the realms corresponding to their deities, or to places of good and evil, such as heaven or hell. They cannot exist in the mortal realm, nor are they needed there. But what if this premise is flawed? After all, Fiki has encountered counterexamples, compelling him to reevaluate this principle. In the mortal realm, there may indeed exist those who beseech the divine, and under such conditions, it stands to reason that there should be a means for these supplicants to directly alter the world around them. These supplicants embody the essence of a more potent soul. In essence, the soul is a force capable of transforming the surrounding reality. However, it cannot be so simplistic. The hands wield the power to effect change in the world, as do the teeth and the abdomen. Why then does the soul hold such paramount significance, and why must it be intertwined with spells? Fiki took a deep breath, calming his mind, and meticulously traced the entirety of the logical chain. He believed his deductions were sound, Yet he sensed a lack of profound understanding regarding the soul, rendering his conclusions incomplete. With all his energy devoted to contemplation, he remained utterly still. Midnight, feeling bored, rolled over and swished her long, fluffy tail across Fiki's arm, seeking attention and affection. The soft, fine fur elicited a ticklish sensation, causing Fiki to shiver awake. He moved his fingers, delicately scratching the little cat, much like one would pluck the strings of a lute. As he listened to the peculiar sound emitted by the feline, a sudden thought struck him, an interpretation of the contract that the trickster demon had with Midnight's mother. What had it said? A portion of living beings can comprehend the concept of death. To grasp the notion of death, one must first form a complete sense of self, followed by an awareness of one's intentions, which allows for contemplation of what might obstruct one's actions, thus realizing one's inevitable end. When these conditions are met, the fundamental prerequisites for signing a soul contract come into existence. A chicken cannot sign a soul contract, nor can a small ant, for they act solely on instinct, lacking a formed self and the capacity for agency. The soul must possess the subjective initiative to reshape the world. This initiative can manifest as benevolent, aligning with the supplicants of heaven, or as malevolent and depraved, belonging to hell. Gradually, Fiki began to unravel the complexities of his thoughts, reflecting on the examples of heaven and hell in relation to the mortal realm. He recognized that the wondrous power of spells bears no distinction from the ways in which supplicants and souls transform heaven and hell. Casting spells is akin to harnessing the power of the soul, much like how demons reshape the environment of hell with their very essence. No wonder the incantation for my telekinesis spell is so succinct, merely a single syllable, Isiua, drawing significantly from the trickster demon's experience in altering hell. Fiki grew increasingly convinced that he had uncovered the key to mastering spells, to produce spell effects. It is paramount to effectively harness the power of the soul to alter the surrounding reality. A powerful soul resembles a mortal supplicant, and one might even utilize a mortal supplicant as a tool, akin to how demons manipulate souls in hell. Upon reaching this realization, Fiki was entirely exhilarated, as if he had pierced through a shroud of mist. Divine art. Yes, divine art should operate in such a manner. Good and evil merely represent differing subjective initiatives of the soul, rather than varying methods of application. Why is divine art so formidable in this world, while spells appear feeble? And why is it that spells do not exist at all on Earth? Wait, if I contemplate from the perspective of the powerful divine art, Fiki's thoughts raced uncontrollably. What is the logical relationship between powerful divine art, strong churches, and mighty goddesses? Educating the populace, generating believers, nurturing paladins, reaping supplicants, thereby enhancing divine power and bestowing strength. No, there lies a flaw within this reasoning. Gods reside in another realm, and the transference of power across worlds must entail considerable expenditure, rendering it inefficient. Thus, the bestowed divine art should serve as a method to harness the soul's power in the mortal realm, thereby effecting change. When considering the method by which demons acquire territory in hell, the soul alters the realm, while spells modify the mortal world. Each individual should have the capacity to generate territory, with spells acting upon that territory, where one's own soul exerts its initiative, resulting in a force akin to that of a supplicant. The potency of divine art arises from the heightened efficacy of supplicants and souls, which is in essence a harmonious resonance between the soul and the surrounding world. Divine art flourishes most robustly in the divine realm, followed by sacred lands, with diminishing strength elsewhere, and greatly weakened in hell. This is the reason, as all extol the goddess, her divine art gains power. This phenomenon stems from the ability of souls to transform the attributes of the world. Although spells are absent on Earth, the populace firmly believes in science, logic, rigor, and reproducibility. These are also attributes of the world. If one were to observe, could science not be deemed a form of spellcasting? The soul possesses the power of subjective initiative to reconstruct the attributes of the world, with its manifestations ranging from the incantations of spells to the labor of hands, and the advancements of science. After profound contemplation, Fiki reached a conclusion that would soon revolutionize the entire spellcasting paradigm. Spells must center around subjective initiative, educating and adjusting the attributes of the surrounding environment, enabling it to more smoothly comply with the commands of incantations and more efficiently embrace the transformations wrought by the soul. It seems that something remarkable has been discovered, Fiki mused, stroking his chin in self-congratulation. Chapter 34. The Enhancement Ritual. 3 days is a fleeting span, passing in the blink of an eye. At last, the day for the enhancement ritual had arrived, and Fiki was filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Preparing to diverge further from humanity, the main castle of Icepeak Fortress housed a specially reinforced basement, designated for the enhancement ritual. Within, there existed fortified iron cages, shackles, and heavy restraints, while the walls and floor bore the sigils of thunderous divine art. Fiki had long believed this chamber to be a prison for ferocious beasts, unaware it was, in fact, a place for his own metamorphosis. The dank room was permeated with a pungent, sweat-laden odor that tightened his scalp and left him feeling uneasy. Kale stood guard in one corner, tending to a small cauldron, where an enhancement potion, derived from griffin glands, bubbled vigorously over a flame, emitting a bitter aroma. Fiki recalled his childhood experience of drinking traditional medicine, which bore a striking resemblance to this concoction, though his mother would always hold a piece of rock candy, coaxing him that if he bravely finished the medicine, he could savor the sweetness of the sugar. Perhaps washing it down with alcohol would alleviate the taste. Kale retrieved a flat, curved iron flask from his robe and placed it in Fiki's hands. Be swift, do not hesitate. I assure you, the aftertaste will linger long enough to make you regurgitate your meal from 3 days prior, he admonished, patting Fiki on the shoulder with a serious expression. Do not frighten him, came the response. The flavor of the enhancement potion was certainly unpalatable, yet not unbearable. The best approach was to disregard it and focus entirely on the ritual. Elder Kipling gestured for Fiki to draw closer, then spoke. I have reviewed the modifications you made to the enhancement ritual. Are you certain you wish to concentrate all enhancements on mental sensitivity? Fiki nodded. For the past 3 days, he had devoted himself exclusively to understanding and refining the enhancement ritual. The enhancement ritual commenced with a passage of divine incantation, employing specially empowered runes to enable participants to extract specific components from the enhancement potion to acquire the abilities of monsters. The entire ritual formed a divine magic array, with 36 angelic runes arranged in a fixed circle. Every trio of runes combined to create an incantation, serving a particular purpose within the ritual, supplemented by large spells composed of 6, 9, and 18 runes. The enhancement ritual could be broadly divided into physical and mental aspects. The physical component was detailed, encompassing monstrous traits, as well as enhancements to strength, agility, endurance, and other physical attributes, improvements to vision, hearing, smell, and other sensory abilities, and fortification of organs such as the heart, lungs, digestion, and detoxification. Mental sensitivity involved enhancing the capacity for danger perception, crisis warning, and environmental control. Enhancements in this area were largely subject to chance and were generally considered unstable, thus deemed unnecessary for excessive rune investment. Fiki's modifications to the runes were exceedingly radical, exclusively aimed at amplifying mental sensitivity. The 36 runes lacked any incantation for physical enhancement. Indeed, all enhancements are directed towards the mental realm. Fiki mused, feeling a sense of discomfort at the realization that his current corporeal form belonged to another. Consequently, he declared, the future prospects of this body are woefully inadequate. Spells are my sole recourse, hence the prioritization of the mental over the physical. The purpose of the enhancement ritual is to enable you to swiftly acquire formal identity, ensuring a safe descent from a mountain with the highest possible success rate. The success rate of bodily runes is most assured. However, your approach is undeniably somewhat extreme, significantly increasing the risk of failure. Old Kipling pondered for a moment and said, in the event of failure, your descent will be perilous. While remaining on the mountain requires confronting wandering souls, necessitating a more robust physique. According to my previous method, even if the ritual fails, a portion of physical strength will remain, and with the aid of meditation techniques, safety will be guaranteed. My considerations extend beyond merely surviving this winter. I am more focused on future developments. I have resolved to forge a path in the realm of magic. Thus, everything must be prepared for this endeavor. The elder's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Fiki, remaining silent for a considerable time. He was testing Fiki's resolve. Any hint of wavering would lead him to reject the extreme ritual, regardless of how correctly the runes were inscribed, even surpassing his original expectations of Fiki's intellectual capacity. Fiki maintained a steadfast smile, persisting until old Kipling finally nodded in agreement. Fiki, if you wish for me to arrange the ritual runes in such a manner, you must answer my question. What is your reasoning behind the arrangement of these runes? The soul is the foundation of magic, and it possesses the subjective agency to alter the attributes of the world. Fiki noticed the elder frowning, evidently not sharing this perspective. Now was neither the time nor the place to persuade him, so Fiki shifted his approach through the practice of spells. I have discovered that the more focused I am on the effects of the spells, the better the outcomes. The enhancement of my mental faculties aids in my control over the environment, allowing me to utilize it, hastening my entry into a focused state and maintaining the intensity of that focus. The runes are categorized into 4 levels, beginning with the 3 simplest runes designed to enhance sensory organs, followed by the 6 runes that mobilize all bodily capabilities accordingly. However, at the level of the 9 runes, I will transform all previous bodily enhancements into the mental realm, converting them into mental perception, subsequently employing the most potent 18 runes to forcibly stabilize and securely lock in the mental enhancements. I have researched this. These 18 runes can be utilized in rituals for acquiring monster abilities, ensuring that such powers are not lost, and they are equally applicable to both physical and mental enhancements. Old Kipling nodded. It seems you have grasped the essence. Indeed, while the enhancement ritual is not exceedingly difficult, mastering the angelic rune language in a mere 3 days, reviewing the materials, comprehending the syntax of the ritual runes, and then implementing your own modifications is no small feat. Upon receiving the praise, Fiki scratched his head and smiled. This is primarily due to your guidance. The scroll contained the entirety of the new ritual's derivation process, which greatly inspired me. Your comprehension is swift and your intellect sharp. The elder remarked, narrowing his eyes as if hinting at something. Is this all of your preparation? During the ritual, I will employ meditation techniques to open the mental pathways, enhancing the effects. Yes, this is indeed what should be done. Although meditation will not influence the success rate, it may enhance the effects in successful instances. It is a resource not to be squandered. Finally, the elder offered him a piece of advice. Do not indulge in alcohol. Endure the peculiar taste of the potion. Furthermore, perseverance is essential, the kind of persistence that stakes your very life. Thus, the ritual was determined. Old Kipling inscribed runes around the circle on the ground using a special divine ink, while Fiki disrobed and positioned himself in the center of the circle, securing his hands and feet with shackles, tethering them with iron chains to both the ceiling and the floor. Kale extinguished the fire in the furnace, allowing the potion to cool slightly before presenting it to Fiki. Once the elder had completed the runes, the 3 individuals conducted a thorough inspection to ensure everything was in order before commencing the ritual. Old Kipling enacted divine magic, channeling the power of the goddess of truth and thunder into the runes. As the runes illuminated and maintained their brilliance, Fiki consumed the potion in one swift motion. Kale then tightened the chains, securing Fiki in place. Although I know you have studied, let me reiterate, the ritual requires a minimum of 3 hours. These 3 hours will be the most arduous. It is best if you can remain awake throughout. Even if you doze off, it matters not. The extinguishing of all runes signifies the conclusion of the ritual. Kale will wait for you outside the door, but he will not enter to assist you for the duration of these 3 hours. I cannot bear to hear your voice, nor do I wish to witness your suffering. So I shall return to my room. I will pray for you, so endure, Fiki. The 2 exited, closing the heavy iron door behind them, leaving Fiki alone in the chamber. The potion, while palatable upon consumption, began to churn within his stomach, producing gas akin to a potent carbonated beverage. The true terror arose from the rising sensation, burrowing into his head from his belly, making him long for unconsciousness. As Fiki sought to enhance the effects further by employing the Eagle School's meditation techniques, his sensory acuity was magnified several-fold, intensifying the torment inflicted by the potion. Within mere minutes, the agony escalated to the level experienced during the most severe withdrawal symptoms. His body began to involuntarily convulse, waves of distorted pain signals coursing through his nerves, while various hallucinations danced before his eyes. However, having previously endured the trials of overcoming addiction, he had somewhat acclimated to these phenomena, allowing him to remain focused on the meditation techniques, unaffected by the illusions and torment. The first rune on the ground flickered, launching an arc of electricity that struck his forehead. While it was not painful, it startled Fiki. In the enhancement ritual, the runes were supposed to emit light. How could they have transformed into arcs of electricity? Could this be related to pure mental enhancement? The text contained ample information regarding the enhancement of body, senses, organs, and attributes, yet they provided no detailed description of the processes involved in a pure mental enhancement ritual, merely stating that such low success rate rituals were indeed feasible. The runes flickered in succession, continuously releasing arcs of electricity, rhythmically and methodically striking Fiki's body. These discharges were not painful and left no marks upon him. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Fiki would scarcely have perceived the electrical shocks. If this were the case, enduring 3 hours might not be so unbearable after all. Some things should not be spoken lightly. Intense pain struck Fiki just as he believed he might endure the ordeal unscathed. The anguish emanated from his soul, entirely based on the limits of Fiki's imagination. This torment severely tested his endurance, and within a mere second, he found himself contemplating surrender, wishing for death. However, death merely meant a descent into hell, only to return once more. Death was not an option, and who could say whether the torment of the soul would accompany him to hell? As the pain surged again, memories of the Crossroads demon sprang to mind. On the edge of a battlefield in hell, the Crossroads demon, once a higher tier bone demon, was being lashed by a flame whip wielded by the commanding Hellfire demon. Though bone demons are impervious to flames, the Hellfire demon's whip channeled the essence of Hell's fundamental forces, each strike impacting the core of the Crossroads demon. Amidst indescribable agony, its strength was shattered, its physical form regressing to that of a hooked demon, the weakest entity among mid-tier demons. Pain, the fiery whip of hell, the lightning chains of the Thunder Goddess? The transformation of fundamental forces sparked an epiphany within Fiki. His eyes widened as he focused intently on the runes and the array of the enhancement ritual, immersing himself in a state of learning, and surprisingly, the discomfort began to diminish. A full 12 hours later, the final rune dimmed, signaling the end of the ritual, which had been successful. Chapter 35, Concealment. How do you feel? Are you able to walk on your own? Kale inexplicably smiled, an unprecedented occurrence. Although the smile was fleeting, quickly retreating behind an overly serious countenance that appeared somewhat pained, it nonetheless left a profound impact on Fiki. Now we are comrades. Are we comrades now? Fiki, having endured the 12-hour torment of the enhancement ritual, felt his mind significantly fortified, but was nearly frightened to death by Kale's words. No, we are partners. Cage liberated the final shackle and subsequently tossed a large blanket to Fei Chi. After completing the ritual, he made his way to the bathing chamber, where warm water awaited him. Thank the deities, it had been quite some time since such an arduous enhancement ritual had transpired. The water in the bathing chamber was continuously heated and replenished. The old snow owl was likely exhausted beyond measure, so you must hurry. Oh, I shall go at once. Thank you for keeping watch all this time. Just keeping watch? Soon, I must also clean the ritual chamber, which is a truly laborious task. I seem to be the only one capable of handling it up here. What a stroke of bad luck. Just look at the ground. What a mess. The electric shocks from the ritual caused the nerves to twitch incessantly. What else could there be? Sweat, tears, and saliva are among the least unpleasant of the offerings. Wrapped in a blanket, Feichi hastily made his way to the bathing chamber. Unbeknownst to him, Midnight had followed him, incessantly mewing. It seemed the little creature was hungry again and was on the brink of starvation once more. If it were to die, it would leave Feichi weakened for a time, consuming a portion of the souls in hell before being revived. Fortunately, Midnight was quite small and harbored no aspirations of altering the world. In other words, its soul was not particularly strong, and the cost of resurrection would be minimal. The inheritance left by Midnight's mother, though housed in the soul crystal column in hell, had ultimately been squandered by Midnight. As the Diverging Path demon had remarked, this transaction was a resounding failure. Midnight would become a vampire, causing Fei Chi to suffer from chronic blood loss. Nevertheless, the little mischief maker affectionately rubbed against Fei Chi's feet, gazing up at him with wide eyes brimming with dependence and affection. This emotional bond, this connection of souls, was one of the rarest treasures Fei Chi possessed in this world. He scooped up the cat, inhaled deeply, and then said, "Coldball, do not fret. I have conceived an idea that might liberate you from this cycle of death and rebirth, allowing you to grow steadily. What do you think?" Meow. Midnight Coldball nibbled at Fei Chi's hand, its tiny teeth delivering a sharp sensation without breaking the skin. Understood. Let's proceed with this plan. Fei Chi nodded, adopting a democratic approach where the majority of votes, no matter how slim, would suffice for a decision. The bathing chamber was nestled in a corner on the second floor of the main castle, adjacent to the kitchen, where fire and water were conveniently abundant. Elder Kipling, unable to hear Fei Chi's approach, continued to doze comfortably in his chair, his snores resonating like thunder. Those with poor hearing often speak loudly. As Elder Kipling's hearing gradually diminished, he had not developed a booming voice, but his snores had only intensified, now resembling the thunderous clash of drums and horns. Since he could not hear himself, it did not disturb his slumber. Yet, no one could sleep through the irregular, oscillating, and somewhat terrifying cadence of his snores. Thus, the elderly man resided in a tower, devoid of neighbors. The bathing chamber was enveloped in steam, and a large wooden basin had been prepared with warm water. Fei-Chi glanced around, but found no visible flames. How was the water's temperature maintained? While pondering this, Eddie emerged from the kitchen, laboriously carrying a bucket of hot water. "Sir, make way. This is scalding hot. Why don't you check the temperature of the bath water?" "Ah, so it was you working hard. My gratitude for your efforts." Fei-Chi took the bucket from him to carry it over. 3 months of purposeful training had undoubtedly yielded results. Though Fei-Chi's physical prowess did not rival that of the fortress warriors, he was certainly superior to a frail boy of less than 13. Cradling the cat in one arm while holding the water bucket in the other, he felt the blanket slip from his shoulders. Regardless, he would soon be submerged in the water. If it fell, so be it. Fei-Chi bent down to test the water's temperature, and Eddie scampered over to the snoring elder, blushing as he shook him awake. "Eddie, what is it?" The elder rubbed his eyes and beheld the naked young man by the bath. "Ah, Fei-Chi has arrived. It seems the ritual has concluded. I couldn't hear Kale's calls, and you should have woken me sooner." "Well, it matters not. Fei-Chi, do hasten into the bath. The medicinal properties are already infused in the water, so you may enter directly without rinsing first." Thus, Fei-Chi submerged himself in the water. Indeed, the bottom of the basin contained medicinal substances, hard and angular. It was somewhat uncomfortable upon sitting. Elder Kipling repositioned a stool beside the wooden basin. "Was the ritual successful? Have you experienced any changes?" "Show me." The enhancement ritual laid the groundwork for various martial techniques of the Eagle School, and meditation was one of them. Ordinary students, adhering to the standard progression, would not have learned meditation by the time they completed the enhancement ritual, thus requiring a later period to demonstrate their abilities. Fei-Chi, however, was different. He had already mastered meditation prior to the ritual and possessed a comprehensive understanding of the enhancement process, naturally knowing how to proceed. He concentrated, and in the blink of an eye, he seamlessly entered the state of meditation. Fei-Chi's eyes gleamed momentarily like a camera flash before swiftly turning a deep crimson. 2 slender sparks of electricity overflowed from the corners of his eyes, tracing down his cheeks and neck, flowing toward his heart. These phenomena occurred in a fleeting instant, lasting no more than a second. Subsequently, Fei-Chi's eyes remained a dark red, with a slowly rotating vortex of storm clouds within his pupils. It appears the ritual has been entirely successful. The goddess has bestowed her power upon you as a sign of her acceptance, perhaps even her favor. Congratulations. You have become the 666th member of the Eagle School at Icepeak Fortress, and the most troublesome aspect has been completed. What remains are merely procedural matters. Elder Kipling scrutinized Fei-Chi's eyes, even grasping his chin to tilt his head from side to side for a more thorough examination. "Fei-Chi, are you aware of the changes within yourself?" "I am. When I utilize meditation, I can see myself as though shifting from a first-person to a third-person perspective." Fei-Chi longed to express that this was not merely a third-person perspective photography mode, but also allowed for the free alteration of camera angles, akin to using a cheat code in a video game. The dark red hue of his eyes appeared somewhat sinister, yet it was tolerable. However, what about the momentary flash when initiating meditation? I have previously attempted it, and even with my eyes closed, they still emitted light. Wouldn't that immediately betray my presence in the dark of night? Do not worry. Such intense phenomena will dissipate within a week and will not pose any issues unless you deliberately employ specific techniques to reveal them. These are all aspects you will learn in due course. The elder stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "You made an astute observation. This red hue does indeed carry a certain malevolence. In all records, individuals are either white or blue, but never red. Is it true that those with pure mental enhancement are not red? You have read the relevant texts and are aware that they do not mention it." The elder pondered for a moment, his brow relaxing. This may indeed be related to the differing targets of enhancement. I must document this discovery. In the future, when there are instances of pure mental enhancement, future scholars may compare and see if this is the reason. Valuing the transmission of knowledge is one of the traits of the true Thunder Goddess that I cherish most. Given your family situation, you once had a significant chance of becoming a paladin, which would have been the finest way to honor the goddess. After uttering this, the elder remembered that Fei-Chi had been exiled to Icepeak Fortress, perhaps disliking discussions of past opportunities and possibilities. A young man, who should have had various prospects, now found himself with but a singular path. "Oh, Fei-Chi, how much of the Griffin's abilities have you acquired?" "Naturally, aside from the omniscient perspective." Speaking of which, It's quite marvelous. I can zoom in and out of my field of vision at will, just like a griffin. This is reminiscent of Jars. He utilizes a giant rock, possessing similar ocular traits to the griffin, albeit stronger and especially advantageous when aiming with a crossbow. Is there anything else? Fei Qi shook his head. I have not yet discovered anything further, but I feel I must have become somewhat more astute. The enhancement of the mind should not be as overt as that of the body. Perhaps it is even more subtle than organ enhancement. Do not rush. You will gradually uncover it. Elder Kipling chuckled, recalling a certain individual from the Tiger Leopard School who had encountered a mishap while enhancing their body and organs using their school's methods. The enhancement was successful, but all the power was concentrated in their loins, resulting in an extraordinary prowess. Is that so? Fei Qi's eyes glimmered with a vivid red hue. Wouldn't that be a delightful predicament? The hair had become exceptionally thick, transforming into a voluminous mass, rendering it impossible to fit into trousers. Moreover, it regrew rapidly, and cutting it proved futile. Perhaps one day, you might encounter him, the member of the Tiger and Leopard School, the one clad in a skirt, bulging conspicuously. Fiki was taken aback, relieved that his ritual had not deviated in such a manner. After expending so much effort, if the enhancement ritual merely granted him the ability to freely alter his perspective and zoom out for a panoramic view, that would indeed constitute failure. The true transformation lies in a heightened perception of the surroundings, allowing one to view the world through the lens of the soul. He could discern at any moment whether souls were present around him and gauge their strength. Many demons possessed such abilities, yet Fiki was the first to manifest this without the need for a demon's corporeal form. Simultaneously, he integrated his understanding of the essence of souls, his knowledge of the enhancement ritual, and his observations regarding the transformation of the goddess's divine art of thunder into his meditative practice. He firmly believed that souls could alter the world, and the enhancement ritual validated his theories. Now, in a state of meditation, he could analyze which aspects of his surroundings were more amenable to transformation. In other words, he was now capable of observing how spells influenced the world from a soulful perspective. He could hear how souls interacted with their environment, witness the process of change, and receive feedback from the world at a soulful level. If the world were a program, Fiki now possessed a parsing window through which he could observe the intricacies of code in action. As a programmer, he comprehended the utility of such an ability all too well. Previously, learning spells required relentless repetition, engaging in black box testing of incantations one line at a time. Now, the black box had transformed into a white box, enabling him to observe the computational processes between initial conditions and final outcomes. With observation came the formation of more comprehensive, detailed, and effective data, which was crucial for spell research. However, the foundational idea of this ability lay in equating divine arts with spells, treating angels and demons alike. How could he divulge this to the devout Elder Kipling? Thus, Fiki was compelled to keep it concealed. Chapter 36, Farewell, Eddie. Wisps of steam rose languidly, veiling Fiki's expression. With the facade of a demon, he could utter any words without a flicker of concern, a remarkable ability indeed. Human hearts are inscrutable, and his soul was not that of a demon. Thus, when he chose to conceal certain truths, he wished to evade exposure before Elder Kipling. The humidity was oppressive, making conversation laborious. The elder rose. You'd best soak for another half hour while contemplating what codename you desire. Join me in my room with Eddie shortly. I shall provide the necessary documentation. You may retain only the name Fiki. The surname Hall must be set aside for the time being. Fiki nodded, clarity emerging through the haze. Though I Speak Fortress was not a prison, it remained a place of exile. Those arriving here shed their surnames as a means of bidding farewell to their former selves. All members adopted I Speak as their surname and received a codename of their choosing. For instance, Elder Kipling's full name was Kipling Snowy Owl I Speak. Giles was Giles Snowstorm I Speak, and Kelly was Kelly Frostfist I Speak. The surname I Speak was rarely employed outside of official documents within the Church of the Goddess of Truth and Thunder. During church missions, to prevent the historical sins represented by exiles' names from damaging internal relationships, codenames were utilized. The codenames of I Speak Fortress members must relate to snow and ice or mountains to minimize overlap with those of members from other fortresses. Fiki had long anticipated this day and had secretly devised his codename, Snowman. While the term Snowman may not evoke the ferocity of names like Snow Demon, he was eager to incorporate a reference to humanity into his alias, as it fundamentally defined him. Possessing traits akin to a demon made him more susceptible to falling into such darkness, and this sense of urgency emphasized his human attributes. Having settled on the notion of human, the options for combination were limited. Iceman conveyed an overly cold demeanor. Mountain Man bore a personal connotation unsuitable for a nickname. Frostman seemed too easily dismissed, and Cryomancer was undeniably a name for a villain, leaving Snowman as the most favorable choice. Submerged in the water, the temperature began to cool. Eddie entered without waiting for Fiki to beckon, proactively carrying a new bucket of hot water. "My lord, please make some space. I need to pour the water, mind the heat." "Oh, very well," Fiki replied, rising to turn and face Eddie. "Eddie, do be cautious on your way back. Do not hesitate to spend wisely." Fiki remained in a meditative state, perceiving souls as fiery entities. Eddie appeared as a subdued, slowly flickering flame of a muted greenish-yellow hue, with a female being of this color. "Eddie, are you a girl?" Fiki glanced down at his own non-existent attire, immediately sinking back beneath the water surface. His voice trembled. You are indeed a girl?" Giles recognized it the first time he met you, did he not? Eddie, clutching the water bucket, felt her cheeks flush crimson at these words and gradually lowered her head. After a moment, amid the steam of hot water, she nodded, confirming the truth. "My father wished for me to learn the skills of a steward, hence the concealment of my gender. How did I never perceive your true age?" Fiki mused, scrutinizing Eddie and murmuring, "The makeup techniques in television are appalling. They truly deceive. I cannot believe someone could disguise their gender so effectively." Eddie trembled slightly, her face growing even warmer. "I am 13. I merely refrain from eating much. Being hungry allows me to appear slimmer. Why disguise yourself as a boy? Is it not also?" Fiki's inquiry trailed off, as he had already gleaned the answer from Lord Hall's memories. In the customs of the Duchy of Arya, female stewards were non-existent. Only males held such positions. In a noble family, the role of steward was of paramount importance. Take the Hall family, for example. Internally, the steward managed the affairs of the castle estate by directing gardeners, head maids, chefs, and stable masters. Externally, the steward represented the earl's family in correspondence with other nobles, facilitating greetings and farewells, and handling matters involving the common folk. Oftentimes, the steward's appearances exceeded even that of the earl himself. Only those with the following responsibilities were exempt from the steward's oversight: the earl's subordinate nobles, vassal knights, tax officials, grain officials, and accountants. They represented judicial authority, military power, and financial power, thus reporting directly to the earl. Due to the steward's extensive external dealings in this noble and knight-dominated realm, patriarchy vastly overshadowed matriarchy. Nobles tacitly opted for male stewards to avoid any awkwardness in their interactions. Eddie's family had served the Hall family for generations, and, as her father's only child, she likely faced barriers in continuing her work as a steward. Yet this was undeniably a respectable position, sheltered by the earl, holding a commendable social standing, with considerable income, all without the perils of adventuring or the toil of farming. Fiki could empathize with Eddie's father's intentions, but remained perplexed as to whether this would truly be effective. "Do you aspire to become the family steward? You are aware that this charade will eventually be uncovered." "I know. It is improbable that I could assume the role of family steward. Perhaps a cousin will take it on, or even someone else I do not know." Eddie set down the water bucket, her head bowed as she spoke. "My father wished for me to acquire some stewarding skills and then marry the future steward. I recall you being with me since you were 7. Was this plan already in place then?" "No," Eddie simply replied, shaking her head, unwilling to elaborate. Fiki leaned closer, resting against the edge of the tub, persistently probing until she finally divulged. "At that time, my lord, you were a remarkable young prodigy in alchemy, with a promising future. My father once conveyed to him the wish to separate his 2 titles. The Knight of the Temple would be awarded to the eldest son, while the title of Royal Earl would be reserved for you. I was sent here afterward. Does your father, the Count, know that you are a girl?" Eddie shook her head. "He likely does not. If he were to discover this, I cannot fathom what might ensue. But it certainly would not be as tranquil as it is now. All right, do not fret. I shall keep your secret as long as you assist me in pouring the hot water first." Fitch extended his hand and, together with Eddie, lifted the hot water bucket, pouring its contents into the bathtub. He shivered from the heat and took the opportunity to make a face, amusing Eddie. "Eddie, had I known you were a girl earlier, I would have refrained from various inappropriate actions around you. Please do not be angry. Wait, shouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage here? Why must I apologize to you?" At last, Eddie lifted her gaze, covering her mouth with her hand, openly stifling a laugh in front of Fitch. He etched this expression into his memory, placing it prominently among his recollections of Eddie. "My life has led me to this point, exiled to Icepeak Fortress, causing me to miss out on so much, and I have erred greatly." Fitch confided in Eddie. "You have taken care of me, even during my most despicable moments. I shall not forget that. Should this matter be uncovered upon your return, leading to adverse consequences, or should you encounter difficulties, remember that I am here at Icepeak Fortress. You must seek me out. Perhaps I shall require a steward in the future, and I shall judge solely by capability, indifferent to whether you are male or female. Eddie blinked. She had deliberately starved herself, resulting in gaunt cheeks that made her eyes appear disproportionately large, and when she blinked, it seemed somewhat unsteady. Yet, the meaning in her gaze was unmistakable. Are you jesting? Fitch sighed. Starving is ill-advised, very ill-advised. It will adversely affect your health for a lifetime. I can only offer you counsel, but your path must be your own. Oh, knowing you're a girl, I shall take my leave to bathe alone. In my room, a letter lies beneath my pillow, freshly penned yesterday. Please deliver it to my parents. Eddie nodded, waving goodbye to Fitch as she slowly withdrew. Wait, you may glance at that letter. It contains apologies and blessings, but it does not mention your femininity. I will guard your secret, unless you choose to reclaim your identity as a girl and seize your own destiny. Thank you. I trust you. No, I do not even trust myself. You would do well to take a look. I did not seal that letter, as I intended to ask for your help in checking for errors. Hey, you are departing rather swiftly. Did you not hear a squeak? Fitch activated all his senses, but he did not hear even a squeak. Nevertheless, he understood that Eddie had acquiesced. Eddie's a girl? Fitch sat in the basin, striving to digest this astonishing revelation. He rummaged through his memories, recalling those moments that were ill-suited for a girl's presence, yet had occurred in Eddie's company. What he discovered was startling. Eddie had been with him since she was 7, an apprentice, a companion, evolving into his most trusted steward and the last servant. There was nothing he had done that she was unaware of. If one day Eddie sought to pen a book to earn money, she could easily compile his various misdeeds into a volume titled The Mischief of Young Master. Yet, Eddie was ultimately leaving, departing from the exiled Icepeak Fortress to return to the Count's estate. Regardless of whether her identity would be revealed, Fitch could only wish for her safety, joy, and happiness. Fitch emerged from the tub, dried himself, and donned his customary thick garments. With the bath completed, the enhancement ritual was concluded, and his identity had been cleansed. The title of Master Hall would henceforth belong solely to the figure reflected in the mirror. Fitch Snowman of Icepeak would be his new name. On this day, Fitch was bidding farewell to many things. His surname, Eddie, and certainly his parents. The wayward Fitch Hall of the past would never have written a letter to the Count and Countess, but the present Fitch Snowman would not behave so recklessly. Merely through memory, Yenrue could not possibly associate the Count and Countess Hall with his parents' emotional standing, and likely never could. However, this did not preclude him from discerning right from wrong. Even in exile, severed from his family, the Count still provided financial support and offered estates, a gesture that Yenrue could not overlook. Thus, under the guise of Fitch Hall, he penned a letter that served as a farewell, yet contained an apology and a pledge for reform, fulfilling what a son ought to do for the one trapped within a mirror. With these words, he could stand beside Elder Kipling with composure, pledging his adherence to the regulations of the Guardians of the Eagle School at Icepeak Fortress, thus becoming an official member, a monster hunter wielding spells. Chapter 37, Welcoming the Wandering Souls. Lord Kipling, the Snow Owl, was amiable. Yet when it came to matters concerning the defense of Icepeak Fortress and service to the goddess of truth and thunder, he was meticulous and exceedingly serious. Just as he devoted himself to the care of each individual within the fortress, he would not relax the standards for Fitch. Only through the enhancement ritual could one become a formal member of the fortress, and that would not change. This is your badge. Your number is inscribed on the back. The elder produced a black iron hawk-headed badge and explained its use to Fitch. When the hawk-headed badge comes into contact with a holy emblem used by the goddess's priests, it will emit a white glimmer from its eyes. This is how you prove your identity. When worn, the badge can sense the presence of malevolent forces nearby and will vibrate as a warning. Can it detect evil forces? Wouldn't wearing it mean I am perpetually in vibration mode? If that were to occur, explaining it would become rather troublesome. Fortunately, when Fitch hung the hawk-headed badge around his neck, resting it against his body, it remained still. Thus, you are now an official member, Fitch Snowman of Icepeak. Elder Kipling opened his arms and warmly embraced Fitch, pressing their cheeks together before stepping back and saying, "Now, you must descend the mountain." Descend? I do not wish to leave the mountain. Fitch shook his head. I intend to stay at Icepeak Fortress this winter. You have attained the status of an official member, bidding farewell to your past identity and history. Now under the church's protection, you are free to leave the mountain. The winter spirits at Icepeak Fortress can be perilous. It will be prudent to descend for your first year. Isn't that what we had planned? I trust you, but I do not trust them. With that, the elder understood. News would inevitably be delayed. Even if he held a hawk badge the size of a basin aloft every day, it would not avert assassins. There were those who sought to kill him on the road to exile, and they would not hesitate to act. Young master, have you been attacked on your journey? Eddie's eyes widened in surprise. That night, in my room, there was a woman. Do you remember? Which night? Eddie tilted her head slightly, clearly straining to recall. There were several instances. It was hard to pinpoint. Of course, the last one. Use your brain. Even if young Master Hall was in a dire situation, he could not maintain high spirits after an assassination attempt. Fitch scoffed and then recounted the incident, crafting a perfect fabrication of the scene. Thankfully, the hallucinogenic effects of the alchemical potion kicked in, causing the assassin to believe they had fatally stabbed me, after which they simply departed. Otherwise. So after that, you hastened your journey to Icepeak Fortress? Eddie nodded vigorously. Now I finally understand how it all unfolded. From now on, he could no longer be called Young Master, especially with the potential presence of assassins outside. Elder Kipling pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Fitch's request. We cannot ascertain whether the assassin has truly left or if the mission has concluded. So it is indeed dangerous for you to descend now. Very well, if staying on the mountain is what you wish. Eddie stepped forward and accepted a document from Elder Kipling. Eddie, this is the official document from Icepeak Fortress concerning the second son of the Hall family, Fidge. It bears the seal of the Fortress' sacred emblem. You are to deliver it to Count Hall, who will know how to utilize this document. Furthermore, upon descending the mountain, make your way to Collinwood and speak with Gales, providing him with a detailed account of the circumstances on the mountain, then return with your escort. I anticipate that the snowfall will commence tomorrow, so you should set off today. Eddie departed, wrapped snugly in warm, thick garments that enveloped her slender frame. She rode the last horse from Icepeak Fortress, traversing the frigid mountain path alone, vanishing into the grayness of the winding trail. Fidge stood atop the castle wall, his gaze following her retreating figure. With the enhanced vision of the Soul Hawk's eye, he could see far and understand deeply. He noticed a positive shift in Eddie's soul flame, now more vibrant and confident, perhaps liberated by the revelation of her secrets and the alleviation of her burdens. Safe travels to you. Thus, Icepeak Fortress was left with but 3.5 living beings, the elderly Kipling, Instructor Kale, and Fidge the Snowman, with the half being the Black Spectre Cat, Midnight. They were about to face the trials of winter snow and wandering souls. The fortress sealed itself off completely, the drawbridge raised, the gates firmly shut, and the gaps in the windows sealed. Many walls were adorned with the sacred emblem of the goddess of truth and thunder. Fidge followed Kale as they placed spare candles and oil throughout the castle, storing food, potions, and firewood in the tower. The snow would fall incessantly, and there was no worry for water supply, but fuel for heating and cooking would pose a significant problem. Since Fidge had resolved to remain, and it was his first winter here, Kale provided him with comprehensive guidance. Whenever possible, we must transport firewood to the tower, stacking it in various rooms, including yours. That's fine. I only need a space to sleep, Fidge replied. As a newly appointed member, Fidge had his own room, a small cubicle on the 3rd floor of the tower facing the platform, devoid of windows, measuring 3 by 5 meters. Currently filled to the brim with firewood, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to squeeze through. The room contained an abundance of pine and cedar, the fragrance of which he found delightful. Once the firewood was used up, the space would be cleared. Besides, a woodpile is certainly preferable to a charcoal storage room. Kale, why prepare so much? Fidge inquired. Much? Kale shook his head. Remember, do not harbor such strange delusions. In reality, firewood is consumed far more swiftly than one might anticipate. If camping outdoors requires a campfire for warmth, keep this saying in mind. If you think you have gathered enough firewood, double it. Before the appearance of the wandering souls, there may be an invasion of animals. Do not fret. The fortress will protect us. If foolish creatures collide with the walls, do you know what to do? Pick them up and eat them? Ah, it seems you are not foolish. However, your thoughts require ample prayers to come to fruition. Kale continued. In the last 5 years, the scale of wandering souls has been minimal, and animal invasions have not occurred. This means we will have to rely solely on our food reserves to survive the winter. Fidge shrugged. The food in this world was hardly delectable. He was preoccupied with studying spells and had no energy to ponder culinary delights. Thus, whatever he consumed was inconsequential, all of it equally bland. Moreover, since Icepeak Fortress had originally been left with only Kipling and Kale to face the winter, his presence could only improve the situation, alleviating any need for concern. Your paramount task over the next few days is to memorize which areas of the fortress are protected and which pathways are left open for the wandering souls. If you misremember and encounter a specter unprepared, you could very well faint and be swiftly dispatched by the approaching souls. Always be vigilant of the black iron eagle emblem upon your chest. Should it vibrate, immediately employ the meditation technique to observe your surroundings and hasten to a safe area. Fidge had heard much about the wandering souls from Kale and Kipling, and their knowledge was now second nature to him. The tower of Icepeak Fortress stood like a beacon, continuously drawing wandering souls during snowstorms, which would be exorcised through the magic circle on the rooftop. This circle required regular inspections and maintenance, and those who remained would come into close contact with the souls. Thus, the fortress employed the divine runes of the goddess and soul-illuminating lanterns to create safe zones for the protection of personnel during their activities. Never let your guard down, and also keep a close watch on your cat. Kale glared fiercely at Midnight, who had been trailing at Fidge's feet. Fidge, humans are far more important than cats. Do not sacrifice your life for its sake. Kale often inundated Fidge's ears with such morbid talk, which was quite irksome. However, Kale also concealed valuable wisdom within those vexing remarks, often drawn from his own experiences. Thus Fidge endured the annoyance. As they conversed, the snow began to fall. The ridges swiftly vanished into the gray mists, while the slopes gradually became cloaked in white. Standing on the platform, gazing at the snowy landscape outside, Fidge felt a profound sense of insignificance in the face of the vastness. Even the majestic, towering mountains were but a small corner that could easily be covered in the grand expanse of the world. This year's snowfall would be substantial, as evidenced by the unprecedented pain in his knees. Kipling, now reliant on a support frame for mobility, found movement quite cumbersome. Perhaps this year would witness a significant increase in the number of wandering souls. Fidge assisted the elderly man into a chair on the platform, tightening his clothing around him. Lord Snow Owl, your legs are troublesome. Entrust us with any tasks you have. There is no need for you to scurry up and down multiple times each day. I need to exercise a little. I cannot allow my legs to deteriorate completely. Alas, this state of affairs will persist until a new priest is dispatched from above, yet Bishop Nathaniel has yet to provide a definitive answer this year. Presently, everyone is reluctant to venture to Icepeak Fortress, preferring the bustling cities or the lively noble territories. What would happen if the wandering souls were not exorcised? Would it not lead to dire calamities? The elderly man's gaze deepened. A hint of resignation etched upon his features. I wish to assert that Icepeak Fortress is of great significance. Yet in truth, wandering souls have never incited any major disasters. They will drift in the mountains, harming those unaware of their presence, but seldom do they leave the mountain range. Since the establishment of Icepeak Fortress, its sole purpose has been to provide a safe environment for nearby towns like Collinwood to flourish and endure. Is that why it has become a place of exile for the unworthy? The state of the church in the Sunset Mountains starkly contrasted with that of the capital and differed from the conditions along the southern border of the Principality and the Marshland Kingdom. This place was neither prosperous nor a site of great achievements. The elderly man earnestly imparted to Fidge, life here is monotonous and dull. Often, it is uneventful. While theoretically, you have the opportunity to earn indulgences and leave. I regret to inform you that unless the manpower here suddenly becomes abundantly available, you will not be able to accumulate enough indulgence points. With a superior like Gresham, I have largely abandoned such thoughts. Moreover, at least until I have perused all the volumes in the library and completed my studies in spellcraft, I do not intend to entertain this notion. Of course, the immediate priority remains this winter and the wandering souls. As soon as he finished speaking, both their eagle-headed emblems quivered. Chapter 38, The Black Horse. Why so early this year? Kipling pressed the eagle-headed emblem on his chest, calming its vibrations. He then furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his demeanor had transformed entirely. He was no longer the elderly man Fidge remembered, perpetually curled in an armchair or dozing at his desk. He now resembled a robust warrior brimming with vigor. Kipling straightened his back, lifted his chin, and gazed outward into the swirling snow. The power of divine arts surged through his veins, sustaining and empowering his corporeal form, while the meditative techniques of the Eagle School bestowed upon him extraordinary perceptive abilities. Indeed, the wandering souls had manifested. I began to count, as the old man furrowed his brow, arriving at a total after a brief moment. Astonishingly, 12 clusters of wandering souls had appeared along the ridge. And this was merely the first day. Fetch, employing the meditative arts, gazed into the distance and beheld the same phenomenon. 12 nebulous clouds, tinged with hues of red and blue, exhibited shapes reminiscent of human forms, meandering slowly across the snow-laden slopes. They resembled dazed travelers, advancing steadily along the rugged, steep path towards the Ice Peak Fortress. The closest had already entered the courtyard of the fortress, moving deliberately and resolutely, inching ever closer to the tower. His theory regarding the souls of the wandering spirits had been validated. The color of the wandering souls bore a striking similarity to that of living beings, suggesting that they were merely different manifestations of the same entity at various stages. While a sentient being is alive, its soul manifests as a cohesive flame, tight-knit, luminous, and vibrant, traversing throughout the body. Gazing into the flame of a soul, one could faintly discern the true likeness of the creature it belonged to. After the body succumbs to death, the flame of the soul expands, becoming disordered and dimmed, lacking a complete biological form, as if it were consumed as fuel, leaving behind only fragmented remnants, perhaps of belief, obsession, resentment, or a confluence of all. The prayers of the merged are rather unique. Upon death, if the conviction is overwhelmingly potent, preventing it from being consumed, the flame of the soul becomes encased, transforming into a new shell of energy. This new form typically retains the structural characteristics of the deceased's physical body, such as the number of limbs and stature, yet lacks any discernible features. Since most sentient beings take on a humanoid shape, the majority of the merged also appear human-like. Wandering souls occupy a space between the merged and the souls of the deceased, leaning closer to the former. They present as misty forms, vaguely humanoid, yet more akin to a walking cloud of smoke. Their movements are exceedingly slow, seemingly incapable of traversing solid objects. Thus they laboriously descend the slopes, cross the moats, and scale the walls to enter the fortress. However, these entities can traverse any surface, rendering terrestrial obstacles mere extensions of their journey rather than insurmountable barriers. It seems this winter will be fraught with troubles. Old Kipling approached the balcony, tugging vigorously at the hemp rope affixed to the wall. This rope connected to a pendulum clock below the tower. Immediately, a resonant chime echoed, prompting Cale to dash into the courtyard. He surveyed his surroundings and then raised his fist, signaling to the elder above that he was aware of the situation. This was the unspoken understanding of Ice Peak Fortress, a bond forged through years of shared struggle that often surpassed mere discipline in reliability. Kipling and Cale engaged in silent discourse, deliberating whether to ignite the beacon to summon Giles from Corlinwood. Under normal circumstances, Giles was responsible for overseeing the students in the town and utilizing the winter months to eradicate the surrounding beasts. Many creatures would hibernate, retreating into their respective burrows, transforming the task of extermination into isolated skirmishes rather than a complicated and perilous ecological web. Corlinwood was the town closest to Ice Peak Fortress, serving as the sole conduit for all supplies entering and exiting the stronghold. Thus, the safety of the town directly correlated to the fortress's security. Maintaining good relations with the town was tantamount to protecting the fortress, making this winter's eradication of beasts critically important. Giles was the finest hunter of Ice Peak Fortress, and a few students could assist him, allowing him to avoid confronting wandering souls during the winter months. Cale wished for Giles to return and alleviate the burdens on the fortress. Yet Kipling believed he was still capable and that there was no need to disrupt the established order, especially with Fetch, who could utilize the meditative arts. Cale doubted Fetch's potential assistance, considering that his best contribution would be to avoid causing further complications. The two men held divergent views, yet both acknowledged the anomaly of this year's wandering souls, both in quantity and their timing. The wandering souls were approaching. Fetch cradled Midnight, speaking earnestly to it. "Make sure to stay close to me. You must not stray. Do you understand?" The black cat obediently licked Fetch's hand, then struggled to leap onto his shoulder, clinging tightly to his neck. "Let us not argue. Heed my words. Do not light the beacon. There are plenty of matters to attend to in the town, and those four are busy enough. Moreover, if we summon Giles back, what are the other three? They are young and impulsive. Without supervision, they seek out tasks themselves? That will be perilous. You know this well." Upon hearing the elder's words, Cale finally relinquished the idea of igniting the beacon. He glanced at the wandering souls slowly crawling in the courtyard and pointed to himself. "I shall take the first watch as before," and then he proceeded towards the tower. When Ice Peak Fortress was fully prepared, the divine runes would suppress the wandering souls' movement speed, rendering them as slow as turtles, a blockade. Simultaneously, the fortress would leave pathways for their normal passage, facilitating a swift convergence towards the tower's purification chamber, a release. The control center for the divine runes resided within the meditation chamber, and this Watergate-like regulation could transform the wandering soul's relentless and erratic assaults into a manageable flow, aligning with the natural rhythms of human life. Kipling released his meditative state, his body immediately collapsing against the support frame that aided his mobility. The color drained from his face, and his once grayish skin appeared aged and frail. Fetch hurried to support him. Old age, Kipling sighed, gravely addressing Fetch. They cannot grasp the divine arts or spells. I only hope you can learn and apply them abundantly. Divine arts are paramount, yet spells can be of significant assistance, thus allowing me to rest a little easier. Understood. Just as Fetch was about to offer further reassurances, the eagle-headed emblem upon his chest began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, he felt a sudden rigidity in his feet, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washing over him. Master, do you sense anything? Fetch suddenly halted, and Kipling, perplexed, grasped his hand tightly. With his other hand, he reached toward the aged emblem on his chest, which remained still and unyielding. I cannot immediately re-enter a meditative state. You must tell me what you see. The elder did not perceive anything unusual, yet he was willing to trust Fetch's alertness. Focus, breathe deeply, and do not panic. You have just completed the ritual of pure mental enhancement. You are not yet proficient, which may lead to errors, so remain calm. Fetch nodded, striving to suppress the anxiety welling within him. Suddenly, midnight arched its back, its dark fur bristling, emitting a piercing and terrifying cry. In an instant, the spectral cat expended all its strength, burrowing into Fetch's collar, seeking refuge beneath his clothing. A shadow raced across the hillside outside the fortress, surging past the wandering souls like a fierce warrior breaking through enemy lines. It was a steed as dark as ink, with its mane, tail, and hooves ablaze with fiery orange flames, continuously shooting forth crimson sparks from its eye sockets and nostrils. The wandering souls in proximity to this obsidian horse halted, bowing clumsily in reverence. Subsequently, the souls appeared slightly more solidified, their bodily structures becoming clearer, the mist taking on a faint orange hue. In Fetch's eyes, this transformation rendered the wandering souls a tad swifter, seemingly more intelligent, as they chose more direct paths for their movement. It is a nightmare. Kipling tightened his grip on Fetch's hand. Quickly, alert Kale, to the meditation chamber. We must act before it emits its cry. The elder relinquished his support frame, straining to strengthen his body through divine arts, hoping to hasten his pace. Kale's footsteps echoed from below the tower. In mere seconds, they would converge. Yet at that moment, the nightmare reared its forelegs and let out a shriek directed at the fortress. Fitch's heart felt as though it had been struck with tremendous force, and his eardrums seemed as if they were pierced by needles, while his mind resonated with a deafening hum. The arcane runes of the fortress illuminated brilliantly. Every object capable of producing sound, be it bells, gongs, drums, horns, or pot lids, roared in a tumultuous cacophony, seemingly in a defiant response. The nightmare surged forward a few paces, and a wandering soul beside it exploded, dissipating into nothingness. The nightmare then raised its forehooves once more and stomped down with a resounding cry. The old man collapsed weakly against Fitch, losing consciousness entirely, while Kale staggered forward, blood streaming from his ears and nostrils. He cast a glance at Fitch and Kipling, but said nothing, gritting his teeth as he continued to ascend. Another wandering soul erupted outside, and the nightmare charged again, letting out another cry. The runes of the tower mitigated part of the cry's power. Thus, despite his worsened injuries, Kale managed to stagger onward after a brief moment of hesitation. The nightmare galloped down the slope, shattering a wandering soul in its path, and let out another cry as it neared the city walls. Kale also collapsed, crashing heavily onto the steps. At this moment, he was merely 5 steps away from the meditation chamber's entrance. Fitch found it perplexing that he remained standing, still able to lock eyes with the nightmare from the balcony across the fortress. At the first cry, he felt utterly wretched, as if his entire being had been violently hurled by a football player, his very soul trembling. However, by the second cry, the discomfort lessened, and by the third, he felt even more at ease. Thus, he could continue to hold the unconscious elder tightly, remaining lucid even after Kale fell. The nightmare continued to cry out, and this time, Fitch did not even sway. The eagle-headed insignia upon his chest quivered violently. He glanced down and began to comprehend. He was a contract mage, a mid-tier elite among demons, an exceptionally unique entity. The nightmare was merely an evil creature from another realm, often captured in hell to serve as mounts. Ranking only slightly above the lowest tier of demons, far inferior to a contract mage. The powerful and absolute hierarchical dominance was the foundation of hell. The nightmare's cry constituted a mental assault that had proven effective against Fitch for the first time, but would never inflict harm upon the soul of a contract mage. After hearing the cries a few times, the demonic power manifested, suppressing and rendering Fitch immune to the nightmare's attack. He gradually grasped the situation, while the nightmare became utterly perplexed. Chapter 39. The Truth in the Nightmare's Eyes. Fitch, standing resolute in his human form after enduring the nightmare's relentless mental onslaught, astonished the equine demon. It neighed, clawing the ground forcefully with its hooves before soaring into the air, engulfed in flames, and charging directly towards the window of the tower where Fitch stood. Fitch hastily laid the elderly Kipling down on the ground, swiftly summoning the soul-harvesting dagger with a flick of his wrist. He steeled himself for a desperate struggle, prepared to fight fiercely even without any combat gear, no armor, no bows or crossbows, and no backup. He was determined to protect his friends and the fortress, ready to engage in a life-or-death battle against the formidable nightmare. The nightmare traversed the air, its burning hooves scattering orange sparks as it approached with increasing speed, maintaining its aggressive posture. Do not panic, Fitch encouraged himself. There's a way to victory. Aside from its howls, which produced mental attacks, the nightmare appeared to lack any range capabilities. Thus, when it charged, he recalled the necessity to overcome his body's instinctual reactions. He could not waste his limited stamina on evasion, but must channel it entirely into offense. He might be trampled or bitten, but as long as he could strike the nightmare with the soul-harvesting dagger, ideally aiming for the location of its soul, there remained a chance to triumph in this battle. After all, I can always be resurrected. Fitch continually bolstered his resolve, gripping the dagger tightly as he fixed his gaze on the nightmare. He never entertained thoughts of fleeing, nor did he consider abandoning Kipling or Instructor Kale. His greatest fear was not death but failure. The goddess of truth and thunder seemed to sense his fighting spirit and extended her aid at that moment. The divine runes of the Ice Peak Fortress detected the rapid approach of a flying creature, immediately responding. Through the vision of his soul's eagle eye, Fitch observed the runes on the city walls unleash dozens of energy lariats, precisely ensnaring the nightmare's neck and hooves, forcefully pulling it downward. The nightmare struggled, as though trapped in a quagmire, but could not resist the binding force of the divine edicts. It was compelled to descend rapidly, halting in the plaza of the Ice Peak Fortress. The nightmare could not fly, which offered Fitch a momentary reprieve. From his observations, aside from its howls that delivered mental assaults, the nightmare seemed devoid of any other ranged offensive capabilities, thus necessitating close combat to approach its adversary. In the realm of melee combat, agility was always a crucial attribute. Had the nightmare been able to fly, it could have chosen to enter from the balcony, attacking Fitch from various angles. Now, confined to the staircase's ascent, it had to engage him in the narrow confines of the stairway. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail, a saying that held true. Yet only in such confines could the audacious warrior unleash their full potential. As the nightmare landed in the courtyard, it relinquished its flight plans, and the divine runes that prohibited flight retracted their energy lariats. If only I knew how to manipulate these runes, Fitch lamented. If there were offensive runes among them, today's crisis would hold a greater chance of victory. Regrettably, his time at the Ice Peak Fortress had been too brief, and the multitude of tasks he needed to accomplish left him with no opportunity to engage with these matters. Thus, he could not afford to dwell on what-ifs. Now, all he had at his disposal was his weapon and the strategy of trading his life for victory, nothing more. He awaited the nightmare's approach to the tower for a fierce encounter. However, the nightmare paused in the courtyard, gazing up at Fitch, shaking its head vigorously, yet refusing to advance. What was amiss? Only moments ago, it had charged in a fierce assault from the skies. Now it appeared to be in a daze. This was the fortress of the goddess of truth and thunder, a sanctuary endowed with clerical powers. Today's desecration would surely invite retribution. Fitch attempted to call out to the nightmare, knowing that interaction was necessary to gauge its intentions. Moreover, since a desperate struggle was inevitable, he could not allow himself to falter in fear. He extended an arm, slowly beckoning with his index finger, shouting, "Come here." The nightmare expelled a plume of flame from its nostrils, taking a few steps forward, albeit at an increasingly sluggish pace, eventually coming to a halt. It turned its body, pacing in a circle, and then regarded Fitch with cunning eyes engulfed in firelight. A stalemate, an infuriating stalemate. Fitch would rather engage in a decisive battle than remain in this frustrating impasse. Did the nightmare truly comprehend the principle of momentum, that an initial surge could dwindle into weakness? No, that was inconceivable. Fitch recognized that he could not allow the nightmare's peculiar behavior to undermine his fighting spirit. Since the enemy remained motionless, he seized the opportunity to assess the conditions of Kipling and Kale. Both lay bloodied, their breaths and heartbeats faint and slow. Yet their continued existence was evident. The evident mental strain had rendered them unresponsive, their brows furrowed, in evident distress even in their unconscious states. Fitch had never witnessed anyone trapped in a horrific nightmare, thus could only surmise that they were in a similarly dire condition. He attempted to rouse them with a forceful pinch, but this horrific pain did not revive them. Rather, it seemed to amplify their suffering. It was time to rely solely on himself. Fitch tightened his grip on the dagger. If you will not come to me, then I shall come to you. Only by eliminating this nuisance could he devote himself to caring for the incapacitated. Remaining behind to waste time waiting for the two to awaken seemed a viable tactic. But it was not his choice. Uncertain of the precise effects of the nightmare's mental assaults, he dared not take the risk of waiting. If that creature was indeed called a nightmare, then was it not potentially more powerful in the realm of dreams? The longer he delayed, the more precarious the situation might become rather than improving. Even if they were to take a step back, what would it matter if the two of them awakened? Only to be ensnared again by the nightmare's call? If they were to collapse once more, succumbing to unconsciousness, what significance would such a stalemate hold? Time waits for no one. He had scarcely any moments to drag the elderly Kipling and instructor Kale to the meditation chamber. Instead, he hurriedly relocated them to an area of the safe passage that the wandering souls would not choose, absconding with Kale's crossbow before hastening down the stairs. At that moment, the dark silhouette of the nightmare loomed at the entrance, testing the fortress with the smoke and fire exhaled from its nostrils. The once mundane walls, now marred by decay and overgrown weeds, appeared exceedingly dilapidated, yet amidst the mottled antiquity lay a potent force. The runes of the goddess of truth and thunder revealed themselves in response to the provocation of the malevolent creature, showcasing an inviolable majesty imbued with the power of thunder. Faced with these runes, the nightmare dared only to exhale a cloud of black smoke. A prior misstep had elicited a spark, immediately drawing forth an arc of electricity. The jolt that struck its form was not painful, for the nightmare understood it to be merely a warning. The divine thunder of the goddess was formidable. Her priests were all masters of lightning, and countless malevolent beings, many stronger than this nightmare, had substantiated this truth with their lives. This nightmare had already been ensnared by the fortress's anti-air spell, and it had ample reason to suspect that hidden guardians awaited it within. Through its probing smoke and fire, it surmised that the spells upon the fortress's outer walls were likely merely reactive wards against evil, otherworldly, and elemental forces, without concern for mere physical strength. If its conjecture proved accurate, it would prepare to enter and dispatch the remaining individual with its teeth. The method of testing was simple. A kick with its hoof to ascertain the absence of retaliation would suffice. At that moment, Fiki entered its line of sight, brandishing a crossbow. Without hesitation, Fiki pulled the trigger, the crossbow emitting a sharp thrum as the bolt hurtled towards the nightmare. In response, the nightmare opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that collided with the bolt. The metallic arrow veered off course, spinning wildly before striking the ground, partially melted, failing to produce even a crisp sound of impact. The preheated flames collided with the fortress walls, immediately triggering a reaction from the runes. In an instant, 3 bolts of lightning surged forth, aimed directly at the position the nightmare had just vacated, realizing the potential for a counterattack as it reflexively expelled flames. The nightmare quickly began to evade. Though the lightning was swift, it had to travel after the flames struck the wall, allowing the nightmare to avoid most of the onslaught. The 3 arcs of lightning grazed its form, leaving charred marks upon its skin, but failing to inflict deeper wounds. Seizing the moment, Fiki swiftly loaded a second bolt, drawing the mechanism back with force, and aimed again at the nightmare, firing without hesitation. The bolt shot forth like a streak of white light, moving with a velocity that was almost blinding. The crossbows of the Eagle School were custom-made for confronting monsters, designed to complement the meditation techniques of the Eagle School, delivering far greater force than the crossbows used in human conflicts. The nightmare recognized at a glance that it could not evade this projectile, and with a powerful toss of its head, it expelled flames in a sweeping arc, creating a shield-like barrier. As the bolt passed through the fire shield, it was disrupted, its tip vibrating erratically. Consequently, when it struck the nightmare, its force was significantly diminished, merely embedding itself halfway, without penetrating the skin. The nightmare grasped the bolt with its jaws, then shattered it before spitting the remnants onto the ground. Fiki prepared to load another bolt, when the nightmare suddenly uttered a grunt, cursing him as a fool in the infernal tongue used by devils. "Which wretched beast do you speak of?" Fiki retorted in the same infernal language, his pronunciation even more precise and powerful. "I shall see to it that you are impaled upon a heap of lesser demons. To die amidst lesser demons is a most tragic and disgraceful fate. Lesser demons are the weakest among the ranks of devils, their forms formless yet grotesque, resembling a mass of twisted, writhing, and ugly flesh, barely distinguishable as limbs and heads. Their minds harbor only fragmented memories and the primal instinct to evolve. In their pursuit of evolution, they will do anything driven by greed, yet feeble, and so foolish that they will even expel their own useless innards in the misguided belief that this constitutes sustenance. In truth, they possess no ability to eat or digest. It is merely the rules of hell that allow them to absorb some external energy, whether from the corpse of another devil or an unwilling living being. No devil would willingly transform their hard-earned power into food for lesser demons. That would be a humiliation far greater than becoming an angel. Such sentiments are typically expressed only by the devils of hell. Reckless summoners could never fathom such intricate details. Thus, the nightmare hesitated, stepping back 2 paces, lowering its head to scrutinize its opponent with keen eyes. Fiki, with a flicker of inspiration, devised a plan. Ignoring the increasingly violent vibrations of the eagle emblem upon his chest, he discreetly harnessed the power of the devils. Having yet to master the techniques of meditation, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, indistinguishable from those of a devil. He focused intently, mentally repeating the thought of whether he should forge a contract. Consequently, the nightmare vaguely perceived a pair of spiraled, curved horns manifesting above Fiki's head. These horns were illusory, merely a representation. Among devils, only contract devils bore such a visage. Believing it had glimpsed the truth, the nightmare was taken aback. "Contract devil, my lord." The nightmare's voice quivered slightly. "What brings you here? What is your purpose here?" Fiki maintained his grip on the crossbow, ensuring a safe distance of threat. Since the display of demonic essence had affected the nightmare, he had no qualms about continuing to mislead it. "Are you here to thwart my endeavors?" "No, certainly not. How could I know you were here? Get to the point." Fiki's eyes widened. "I was summoned, but the contract forbids me from disclosing further information." The nightmare's eyes narrowed, gleaming brighter, akin to the narrow slits of a furnace, radiating intense heat. "My lord, why do you choose such a frail vessel? Come closer, let me see the contract." Fiki disregarded its inquiries, persistently issuing commands. As long as he refrained from answering, the nightmare would remain in the dark, allowing the pressure from the devilish hierarchy to persist. The black-furred steed of flames approached cautiously, muscles taut and wary, fully alert. Fiki snorted, mimicking the actions of a path devil from memory, slowly extending his hand. Contract examination. A contract devil cannot view another contract devil's contract. However, contracts between ordinary devils and humans are exceptions. Among the various contracts humans forge with devils, summoning contracts are the most prevalent. Through rituals, spells, or items imbued with magical power, ordinary individuals can summon devils to serve their whims. Whether to vanquish foes, gain power, receive guidance, or merely to satiate corporeal desires, diverse forms of summoning contracts are commonplace. These contracts are backed by the forces of Hell's order, yet are crafted by the summoner's intellect, laden with loopholes for contract devils to exploit. A spark of the nightmare's soul flame separated and flew into Fiki's palm, transforming into a summoning contract. The summoner had concealed their name, demonstrating caution. Clearly, they were not an ignorant novice. Fiki quickly perused the document. "So, your task is to utilize the power of dreams to absorb and consume all the wandering souls here, generating a mental shock to incapacitate everyone within Icepeak Fortress, while ensuring the summoner remains unscathed." "Precisely, my lord." The nightmare, gazing at the contract manifesting in Fiki's hand, finally bowed its head. "I merely lack one individual to fulfill the contract's requirements, and that is you. The contract stipulates the incapacitation of all individuals present here. I do not qualify as human. Thus you have fulfilled your obligation." Fiki waved the contract and inquired, "There is no requirement for your silence on this document. So what manner of individual summoned you? Aside from the 9 great lords of the 9 hells and a select few archdemons of the abyss, the contract demon possesses the ultimate interpretative authority over demonic contracts." After Fiki began to elucidate, the nightmare felt the shackles of the summoning spell binding its soul loosening, prompting it to respond. "There are 3 individuals, 2 human males and 1 elven female, and one of the men is the summoner. They all wore masks, obscuring their faces, rendering them indescribable. How do they summon you? Fiki shook the contract. Surprisingly, there is no clause regarding compensation. The nightmare replied with some unease, its forehoofs scratching the ground incessantly. They possess a bloodfire stone statue of me, capable of absorbing molten gold, which they use to summon me. Internally, it swore that if the contract demon attempted to seize its summoning reward, it would do everything in its power to slay the contract demon, compelling it to return to hell, and then find a way to reclaim the statue to wreak havoc elsewhere. It became evident that the summoning was a locked transaction. Payment up front before the task. Both advantages and disadvantages abound, indicating your audacity. Fiki's eyes darted as he hastily pondered strategies utilizing his infernal knowledge. With the summoning contract reviewed and in hand, the nightmare was indeed quite manageable. In Ice Peak Fortress, only Fiki remained awake. He was not entirely human. Thus the nightmare only needed to roar a few more times to eliminate the remaining wandering souls to complete its task. However, this would leave Fiki to face the 3 summoners alone. Those 3 were evidently aware of the wandering souls and the duties of the fortress's guardians, and they might even possess knowledge of the fortress's alert systems and vulnerabilities. Clearly, their assault commenced on the first day following the winter snowfall, which was utterly unexpected. Neither Old Kiplin nor Instructor Kale had anticipated the wandering souls would appear so early and in such numbers. They had yet to commence their regular winter duty shifts and had not even had the chance to enter the meditation chamber to manipulate the magical array before being caught off guard by the nightmare. The 3 individuals evidently understood that the nightmare's mental assault would be effective, suggesting a profound comprehension of the fortress's divine defensive systems. They were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. Fiki even suspected they might belong to the church, as how else could they have acquired such intelligence? Their preparations were apparent from their tactics, using the wandering souls to bolster the nightmare's power while simultaneously instructing it to eliminate those same souls to avoid accidental encounters during their operations. Thus, it could be inferred that the 3 intended to infiltrate the fortress and likely lacked the innate ability to perceive wandering souls. At least not in the manner of the Eagle School practitioners who could directly view and evade them through eagle-eyed meditation. Fiki glanced again at the nightmare's summoning contract. Formulating a plan. What say you to working for me? Every demon yearns to serve the contract demon, for the souls summoned through such contracts are the most delectable. The nightmare nodded. What must I do, and what compensation is to be expected? Those 3 will interfere with my arrangements here. Hence, I require their souls. Can you manage this? They wield my summoning bloodfire stone statue, making direct confrontation impossible for me. As you must know, fool, has the bloodfire stone dulled your intellect? Fiki's eyes glimmered with the malevolent light of a demon, his voice dripping with sinister temptation. You have already fulfilled the requirements of the summoning contract. I merely need to hold the contract to assert this, and you must depart from the mortal realm. Therefore, if you wish to garner further benefits from this earthly sojourn, listen closely and obey without hesitation. The nightmare snorted a plume of smoke, lowering its head to listen intently. Currently, there is no one awake in Ice Peak Fortress. Detonate the wandering soul in the courtyard. In that instant, you will have consumed the wandering soul, incapacitating everyone while meticulously adhering to the contract's wording to prevent the summoners from encountering the wandering souls. Do you comprehend? This simultaneously does not refer to the entirety of the summoning period, but rather to the concurrent completion of your 2 tasks. Thus, you shall no longer be shielded by the summoning contract and should depart the mortal realm. However, I can summon you to perform tasks. I possess a soul contract of a paladin. Do not stare at me with such wide eyes, you naive beast. Such contracts are rare and valuable, worth the effort. Therefore, those 3 who summoned you and obstruct my affairs must be eliminated. You will lure them in, and we shall strike in unison. You cannot attack the holder of the statue, but the other 2 pose no issue, and you're no longer under the influence of the summoning contract, permitting the use of wandering souls. Do you understand? If you do not comprehend or are unable, then be gone and do not hinder my endeavors. Fiki flipped his wrist, summoning the paladin contract of Gresham, deep brown, silver-edged, with golden tassels. Upon seeing this, the nightmare's mouth began to drip with various burning red cinders. Fiki waved the contract, donning a friendly and benevolent smile. 3 souls for 1. This contract can mature within 2 years for harvesting. You have but one opportunity to answer this question immediately. Will you proceed or not? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The nightmare nodded fervently. To serve my master is my honor. This is not an honor. This is a pact with a demon. Fiki and the Nightmare exchanged knowing nods, thus forging a new demonic contract. The Nightmare, following Fiki's method, lured the three summoners into a trap, assisting Fiki in reaping their souls, enabling it to acquire the Paladin contract. This summary is concise due to space constraints. The Nightmare turned to depart, and Fiki began his preparations. Collaborating with demons is fraught with peril. Many deem the risk lies in misunderstanding the contract, making one susceptible to demonic manipulation. However, the gravest danger is the belief that one can navigate such risks through sufficient intellect and caution. Confidence is not misplaced. Indeed, some individuals possess enough intelligence and prudence to evade contractual pitfalls, though such individuals are exceedingly rare. Demons do adhere to contracts, yet their fundamental essence is malevolence. Those with adequate intellect and caution may invest their acumen in the contract, while demons, operating outside its confines, devote their wickedness to devising means of harm. Thus, the true resolution to this dilemma does not reside in intellect, but rather in the wisdom of avoiding dealings with demons. Just like those three summoners, they possess ample intelligence and resources to compel the Nightmare to work, yet the malevolent demon lies in wait along their path. Fiki, the wicked demon, hastily sprinted toward the armory, tearing off his cloak to use as a bundle, stowing 3 crossbows within. The armory contained even more crossbows, as well as an abundance of armor and weaponry, but time was of the essence to arrange them. With the 4 crossbows on his back and 2 bear traps in tow, these constituted all of Fiki's armaments. He could not defend the entire castle alone and would have to select critical points for his defense. As he raced, he pondered where those 3 might direct their efforts. I Speak Fortress was not a noble's castle. There were no treasure vaults nor valuable possessions. The armory was stocked with numerous crossbows and arrows, even siege-level ballistae and giant crossbows. Yet what use would they have for such implements? Would they attack a noble's fortress? One cannot approach this from the perspective of what treasures one possesses, but rather from the viewpoint of who the adversaries are, what capabilities they possess, and what methods they employ to deduce what they might lack. The answers to these 3 questions are 2 men and 1 woman, knowledgeable of the fortress's intelligence and capable of summoning the Nightmare. They hold dominion over the Nightmare's summoning statue, able to summon and dispel it at will, which should render them exceedingly secure. Yet they still don masks before the Nightmare, concealing their identities, indicating a habitual caution. Fiki's heart raced. He had arrived at his conclusion. At the I Speak Fortress, there lies a place that captivates some individuals, including Fiki, who is deeply drawn to it. He makes a beeline for the library, certain that those 3 rascals are likely headed there as well. Chapter 41. The Invaders. The Nightmare in the courtyard emits 2 piercing whinnies before ascending the fortress walls, tilting its head skyward to release a plume of black smoke. This smoke stands out starkly against the descending white snow, reminiscent of a suppurating wound upon pristine skin. The gusts of wind, which cause the snowflakes to dance, do not disturb this ominous signal, allowing a few individuals concealed behind the ridge to effortlessly spot it. They hastily emerge from their rocky hiding places, advancing toward the fortress with both speed and caution. 3 figures, a pair of men and a woman, embody the titles of conspirators, ambushers, and those who summon dark entities for trade. Though their faces are obscured by wooden masks, their lithe figures and nimble movements suggest they are in the prime of their youth. The foremost man is the most robust among them and descends the mountain with remarkable swiftness. A mere glance at a drop of 2 or 3 meters is all he requires before leaping down without hesitation, landing with commendable balance. During his descent, he occasionally glances back to assist the 2 trailing behind him, extending a hand to offer support. Since they all wear masks that conceal their identities, we shall refer to the one in the lead as the climber. The second man, somewhat shorter and stockier than the climber, carries a lightweight wooden box, reinforced with metal edges to prevent damage, complete with a loop for securing it with rope. Yet, this individual is not content with just the box. A football-sized cloth bag dangles from his waist, presumably containing a hard, irregularly shaped object. The bag sways with his movements, occasionally colliding with his thigh and rear, causing him mild discomfort, as evidenced by the fleeting frowns it elicits. Upon reaching the path leading to the fortress, he pauses to open the bag and inspect its contents. Inside lies a Nightmare statue crafted from bloodfire stone, its black and red hues perfectly capturing the essence of the malevolent steed. All is well. The Nightmare remains under control, and today presents yet another opportunity for summoning and issuing commands. Hence, we shall temporarily designate him as the summoner. Lastly, there is a woman, cloaked not only in a mask, but also swathed in a gray fabric that conceals her hair, topped with a hood that shrouds her head and a cloak that envelopes her entire body. Only her slender, alabaster hands emerge from the folds of her garment, adorned with a robust black ring on the middle finger of her right hand. She is possessive of her ring, never extending her right hand, even when her balance falters on the slope. The climber often finds himself grasping her shoulder or encircling her waist for support, yet she remains unbothered by these gestures, instinctively keeping her right hand at a distance. Thus, we shall refer to her as the left-handed one for now. The trio halts at the fortress's gate, where the drawbridge has already been raised, revealing a deep and wide moat before them. The climber approaches the edge of the moat, peers over, and surveys the fortress walls. He shakes his head and speaks in a rough voice. I can make it across, but I fear I cannot assist you in doing so. Did you not burn a rope? The summoner replies, his tone tinged with displeasure. Cannot you pull us up? The rope I carry is slightly longer than the height of the walls, yet the intel did not indicate the moat lies directly beneath them. The climber slowly shakes his head, while continuing, the informant should have measured the actual height rather than separating the two. If you possess a vertical leap of around 6 meters, you should be able to reach the rope. We cannot afford to waste time. We shall have a nightmare open the gate. The summoner tightens his grip on the nightmare statue, prepared to utilize his last opportunity to issue a command today. Just then, the left-handed one interjects. There's a rope on the box behind you. Perhaps dismantling it would suffice. She tugs at the box the summoner carries. Come, see how long it is. Will it be sufficient? It might still fall short. The climber shakes his head, due to the need for knots. We are roughly 2 meters short. 2 meters? Have you forgotten to account for our height? I can reach 2 meters just standing still. If you dismantle the rope, how shall we hoist the box up? Without the contents, our efforts would be in vain. The summoner glances at the climber. You, remove your trousers and belt. We shall not waste time. Thus, the two men set down the box, untie the rope, and quickly shed their trousers. Subsequently, the climber, bearing this peculiar bundle of rope, leaps into the moat and begins to ascend. The walls of Icepeak Fortress, weathered and dilapidated, present numerous footholds and handholds, rendering the climb relatively easy for the climber. As he reaches the top of the walls, Fiki has already spotted him. The eagle eye meditation technique of the Eagle School significantly enhances observation skills, and Fiki has chosen to focus on purely mental enhancements, granting him the ability to perceive in all directions with a panoramic view. Hidden in a dim corner of the library within the tower, he utilizes this broad vision to observe the happenings outside. The climber leans over the wall, peering out, thus presenting his unguarded back to the tower. He is preoccupied with securing the rope to assist the other two in their ascent. Unbeknownst to him, he has let down his guard against the interior of the fortress, believing no resistance remains within. The nightmare's psychic assault is formidable, and with the energy of wandering souls, it can amplify both range and potency, enveloping the entire fortress. No one could withstand it. Moreover, with the summoning contract in hand, the nightmare is bound to fulfill its duty. A trait inherent to the contract. That black, perilous creature now saunters close to the climber, leaving 2 trails of smoking hoof prints upon the stone bricks as it idly passes the time. Thus, the climber remains oblivious, exposing his defenseless back. The nightmare squints, its mind filled with wicked thoughts. It is aware that Fiki lies in ambush, though the precise location eludes it, prompting it to pace back and forth to avoid inadvertently obscuring its line of sight. At this moment, should a crossbow bolt be fired, it could strike the climber squarely in the back, effectively resolving the intruder issue by a third. Fiki harbors similar thoughts, yet the 40-meter distance presents a daunting challenge, leaving him uncertain of his aim and fearful of revealing his position. Had Giles been present, with his marksmanship in operating the fortress's ballista, the climber would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Thus, he chooses to remain hidden, striving to quell the mounting tension within. In the dark, silent environment, his heart races, the sound seeming to echo far beyond. He closes his eyes, retracting his gaze for a few seconds, taking deep breaths. Then, he inspects the weapons at his side, firmly remembering the location of the bear trap, and attempts to regulate his breathing as he melds into the shadows. The climber has successfully pulled the summoner up, and together they hoist the left-handed one and the wooden box upward. The nightmare observes their clumsy maneuvers with amusement, though its elongated equine visage betrays no emotion. It steps forward, extending its front leg to tap the air lightly. The summoner catches a glimpse of the nightmare's action from the corner of his eye and whispers in the infernal tongue, "Stand back." The nightmare exhales a couple of puffs of smoke, reluctantly raising its leg and slowly retreating. What is happening? The climber inquires while tugging on the rope. Is there an issue with that horse? Nothing apparent, but caution is advised, the summoner replies in a hushed tone. Once inside the castle, be on the lookout for a small metallic lantern. When you find it, bring it to me. That object can aid in detecting wandering souls. Understood. I shall remember this. The climber responds, casting a glance toward the outside of the fortress and lowering his voice to utter a single word. Her? Do not inquire, do not meddle. Such matters are not for you to know. Upon entering the castle, you shall follow my lead. We shall act in unison. The two spoke in hushed tones, their voices barely above a whisper, yet it was not difficult for the nightmare to discern their words. It flicked its tail and shifted its body to the right, seemingly engaging in a physical stretch to alleviate its boredom. In truth, it was merely clearing a path for the wandering souls, ensuring they would not collide and suffer a spiritual shock. Fitch observed as well, noting that a steady stream of wandering souls descended from mountain, slowly yet resolutely converging towards the fortress. The pace of the phantoms was slower than that of humans, yet they ascended and descended without the need to reduce their speed, unlike the three intruders who could only scale the castle walls in single file. Consequently, the phantoms would inevitably catch up. The trio was fortunate. The wandering souls had chosen to ascend a different section of the wall, thus avoiding a confrontation. As a malevolent entity, the nightmare possessed the ability to locate souls, allowing it to sense the presence of the phantoms. This perception was akin to a sense of smell, enabling it to discern their locations and movements, albeit without clarity regarding their specific forms and actions. In this regard, the nightmare was less perceptive than Fitch. When the wandering souls traversed the castle wall and entered the courtyard, the nightmare could scarcely contain its excitement, emitting a low hum. The words of the contract demon rang true. The terms of the summoning contract contained loopholes. Both the wandering souls and the summoner were present within the fortress. Yet I remained unaffected, indicating that the summoning contract had been fulfilled and could no longer bind me. Thus, the force that keeps me tethered to the mortal realm is the agreement with the contract demon. 3 insignificant dead souls traded for the soul of a fallen paladin is quite a bargain. Should this mission succeed, I shall seek further opportunities to return. It was evident that this contract demon concealed itself within the perilous confines of the Thunder Goddess's fortress, right beneath the noses of the priests, undoubtedly with grand ambitions. Perhaps it held more than one fallen paladin contract, or even possessed a method to perpetually corrupt paladins, generating a continuous stream of fallen souls. Indeed, there could be no more reasonable explanation. Serving it would undoubtedly yield great rewards. As these thoughts swirled in the nightmare's mind, it began to sway, and the black smoke issuing from its nostrils thickened. The 3 followers observed this scene with furrowed brows. The black smoke wafting toward them carried not only the acrid scent of sulfur, but also an unsettling aura of malevolence. Even surrounded by the chill of winter's winds, the essence remained bone-chillingly cold. This was the hellish, evil presence of the nightmare, capable of inducing discomfort, mental strain, and heightened fear. Simultaneously, this aura could repel the wandering souls, causing them to retreat a distance. The phantoms of the Sunset Mountains favored the mortal environment, drawn to the path leading to the truth in the realm of the Thunder Goddess, shunning the stench of hell. They sought to avoid even the faintest trace of it. Thus, the trio was able to traverse the courtyard safely, enter the castle gates, and begin their ascent along the tower staircase. Fitch held his breath, poised and ready. Chapter 42. Fitch's Ambush. The summoner led the way, followed by the climber and the left-handed one, while the nightmare lingered outside the castle's entrance. It was evident that the 3 intruders preferred to keep a distance from the vile creature, a prudent measure of risk aversion. However, their focus on the lurking evil behind them blinded them to the true devil lying in ambush ahead. Wandering Soul Lantern. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the tower, the summoner exclaimed with delight. The door to Kipling's chamber stood ajar, and the light filtering through the window illuminated the center of the room, where an intact, Wandering Soul Lantern rested on the floor. The summoner's face lit up with joy as he strode toward the lantern. Fitch concealed himself nearby, positioned at an angle to the door and the lantern, using the corner of the staircase to shield himself. He gradually raised his crossbow, carefully shrinking back to prevent the weapon from protruding beyond his cover. The summoner's gaze was fixed on the relatively illuminated area, rendering the shadowy corner even darker to him. Why is there a bear trap here? The climber, having ascended to this level, looked directly up the spiral staircase and spotted the bear trap. Strange. Are there still beasts here? Why is the trap still open? The summoner, hearing his companion's words, paused and glanced back. only to catch sight of a movement in the shadows. He blinked, and in the brief moment his eyes closed, the bolt from Fitch's crossbow loomed large in his vision. At that instant, the sound of a snap echoed. Fitch had aimed with precision, releasing the bolt with remarkable steadiness. The crossbow functioned flawlessly. The bolt shot forth at high speed, piercing the summoner's brow, driving deep into his skull, and emerging from the back of his head. The summoner perished instantly, staggering momentarily. The residual neural signals and muscular reactions astonishingly prevented him from collapsing. A thud resounded as the body hit the ground. Fitch swiftly discarded the crossbow, grasping instead the largest and heaviest crossbow, the one with the greatest power. "I will kill you," the climber roared, muscles bulging, the leather armor straining against the tension. His gaze darted past the still figure of the summoner, locking onto the imposing crossbow. The Eagle School was renowned for its precision in ranged combat, and the crossbows were both accurate and lethal. At that moment, he lacked a shield, so he grasped the summoner's corpse with both hands, using it to shield his vital areas. Sua. Fitch's eyes narrowed, his focus honing in on the bear trap. In just 2 seconds, he cast a telekinetic spell. The bear trap flew into the air, closing in on the climber at a speed of 1 meter per 3 seconds. Simultaneously, Fitch shifted to the side, aiming the crossbow at the robust climber, employing this threat to divert his attention. The climber let out a furious roar, thrusting his hands forward and hurling the corpse toward Fitch. He would then need to take a moment to dissipate the recoil before charging forward. Just then, a chill of metal brushed against his back, accompanied by a resonant snap. The bear trap clamped onto the back of his knee, half on his thigh and half on his calf. The sharp metal teeth, propelled by the powerful spring, inflicted devastating damage. The knee was completely shattered, and the thigh and shin bones were either broken or pierced. In contrast, the ensuing blood flow was relatively minor compared to the extent of the injuries. Fitch crouched low, instinctively rolling backward to narrowly avoid the flying corpse. He maintained his aim on the enemy's direction, his grip on the crossbow unwavering. When the bear trap took effect, and the towering climber was momentarily immobilized by pain, bending at the knees, Fitch squeezed the trigger. The heavy crossbow delivered immense power, the recoil driving the weapon back into Fitch's stomach, causing a surge of bile to rise in his throat. The bolt shot forth at astonishing speed. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by Eagle Eye Meditation, Fitch would have been unable to track its trajectory. Yet, he missed his mark. Fitch had aimed for the man's abdomen, the center of gravity, the hardest part of the body to evade during movement. Moreover, as the opponent crouched down, the bolt had a chance to strike the chest, neck, or even head, more fatal targets. The prone shooting position resulted in a miss of his intended target, yet serendipitously, he struck the only uninjured knee remaining. An arrow to the knee signified the end of an adventurer's career. With both knees incapacitated, life would soon slip from his grasp. When pursuing the Cliff Griffins, Kale had advised Fitch and the others, if you cannot preserve both hands and feet, prioritize saving your feet. At least then you can flee. With a resounding thud, the body collided with the wall before collapsing limply to the ground, ultimately failing to strike Fitch. The latter dared not linger, swiftly rolling over and scrambling toward the corner where he had previously concealed himself. He seized another crossbow with utmost speed, aiming once more at the climber. Swish! Thud! A flying dagger pierced beneath Fiki's ribcage, approximately 3 fingers' breadth below his heart. The climber was incapacitated, unable to utilize his legs. He had thrown the dagger while prone, a posture that was not his usual stance. Otherwise, he might have been more accurate. He still possessed another dagger in his hand. But as Fiki aimed his crossbow at him, he relinquished his grip. The dagger clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Isudiniv. I am merely a mercenary, doing this for money. I do not wish to die here. I have ample wealth to offer you. Can it buy me my life? Indeed, Fiki replied, pulling the trigger. The crossbow, a quintessential terminator of the knightly era, was both easy to learn and powerful before the advent of gunpowder weaponry. It was the most suitable instrument for novices to swiftly acquire combat prowess. At a distance of 3 meters, the crossbow had struck true, and since that moment, Fiki had been puzzled as to how the climber had been hit in the neck by a bolt. Although he had not perished yet, he had lost all fighting capability, reduced to awaiting death without any other recourse. Fiki was acutely aware that 3 adversaries remained. He grasped his last crossbow, resting it upon his knee, and hastily readied the ammunition for the crossbow at hand. The lever creaked as it drew the metal string taut. Yet, the masked woman from the staircase had not yet appeared. Where had she gone? Now armed with 2 fully loaded crossbows, Fiki employed the ability of Eagle Eye Meditation to alter his perspective gazing down from the stairs. At that moment, he beheld the woman charging upward. A menacingly dark and thick ring on her right hand glimmered with a dangerous purple light, while her left hand formed a loose grip, conjuring an oval-shaped, translucent energy shield. Fiki swiftly retracted his perspective, as only by doing so could he aim and shoot. Although the exchange of time was brief, it afforded the woman enough opportunity to act. She concealed most of her body behind the energy shield, advancing to this floor, and then aimed her right-hand ring at Fiki. They both fired simultaneously. The crossbow bolt collided with the shield, and both shattered into fragments, scattering harmlessly. The black ring emitted a purple beam that struck Fiki squarely in the chest, corroding through his cotton attire. The acrid scent of charred flesh and blood pervaded the air, revealing a horrific sight of melted bones and organs. Subsequently, Fiki's head lolled, his eyes gradually narrowing, his body relaxed against the wall, breath ceasing. He appeared lifeless. The crossbow slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, the threat neutralized, and the woman exhaled a sigh of relief. She glanced at her left hand. Fragments of the crossbow bolt had torn part of her clothing, but inflicted no substantial wounds. It actually penetrated my devout shield. The Eagle School's crossbow is indeed formidable. However, why did this person not succumb to the mental onslaught of my nightmare? Is he a fool? Never mind him. I hope what's inside the box isn't damaged. She approached the climber's side, where a wooden box lay toppled, its lid displaced. Crouching to right the box, she peered inside and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything is intact, despite the unforeseen events. As long as my mission can be accomplished, nothing else matters. Suwa, what sound was that? The woman abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Fiki. The purple light coalescing once more in her right-hand ring, poised to unleash its power. Just then, she felt her head collide with a cold, hard object. Snap! A bear trap clamped on her head, shattering both her skull and mask, and she toppled lifelessly, the light from her ring gradually fading. The blood of the three intruders pooled upon the ground, the stench in the air growing increasingly unbearable. Fiki slowly straightened, raising his crossbow to fire, reloading, and firing again, delivering another bolt to each of the three corpses. The summoner and climber were irrevocably deceased, yet the woman still drew breath. She emitted a pained groan, straining to tilt her head, her right hand trembling slightly. In Fiki's eyes, the woman's soul began to manifest greater strength and vitality, the flames of her spirit coalescing around the ring on her finger. The purple light reappeared, accompanied by a prayer that resonated directly within Fiki's mind. O ancestor of rebirth, I sacrifice my final breath, hoping to cleanse this world of its filth and usher in a new dawn. Hearing someone recite a spell, prepare a grand maneuver, transform, or even share inspirational wisdom or reminisce about the past was a grave error for a villain. As a devil, Fiki had no desire to perish from a sequential onslaught following another animation. He summoned the soul-reaping dagger with utmost speed, hurling it forcefully. Within 2 meters, he struck true, especially since she was utterly incapable of evading or blocking. The dagger, designed with a right angle atop the demon's head, was exceptionally sharp, easily piercing through the woman's clothing and body. Her soul was swiftly absorbed by the dagger, the flames extinguishing, leading to her ultimate demise. Only then did Fiki dare to sit upright, hastily unfastening his clothing. Earlier, Midnight had nestled within his garments to evade the aura of the nightmare, hiding against his chest, only to be struck by the purple corrosive ray. The gruesome wounds in the woman's eyes were not his, but Midnight's. Undoubtedly, the cat had perished. He would revive shortly. Fiki felt a throbbing ache in his head, his spirit waning, increasingly unable to concentrate on casting spells. Midnight was siphoning his magical energy, and once depleted, would begin to consume his soul energy reserves. At that point, it would be sufficient for its resurrection. With the 3 intruders slain by Fiki's ambush, only the final dark horse remained. Chapter 43. Evil always turns upon itself. The soul-reaping dagger had left a wound upon both the climber and summoner. The blade was sharp, entering and exiting swiftly, leaving behind no blood, while their souls had already descended into hell. With the souls acquired, Midnight gradually revived. It emitted a feeble mew from within Fiki's embrace, striving to extend its tongue to lick him, eager to express affection despite its lingering weakness. Fiki stroked the cat's head and proceeded to Lord Kiplin's chamber, seeking a soft cushion to place it upon. You shall rest here, awaiting your full recovery. Do not wander about at this moment. It will be unfortunate if you lose your rear. The corrosive rays emitted by the masked woman's ring were formidable. After enduring one, Midnight was left with only a thin layer of fur connecting parts of its body. Recovering from such injuries would require a substantial amount of hellish energy, thus leaving Fiki in his current destitute state, perpetually on the brink of starvation. How dire was his plight? A dagger remained lodged in his side, and his own wounds had yet to be treated. Upon entering Lord Kiplin's room, Fiki opened the medicine cabinet, searching for healing potions according to the labels. Downstairs, the nightmare emitted a horse-like cry, echoing hollowly up the empty staircase until it reached Fiki's ears. The nightmare was growing impatient, eager to learn of the happenings within the tower, yet hesitant to scream in the language of the inferno. The summoner understood that tongue. He must not allow his intentions to be discovered. Having just heard the sounds of battle from within, why was it now so eerily silent? The divine runes of the fortress remained intact. Should it venture inside, it would surely be electrocuted. A swift assault, swiftly eliminating a target, could be endured with the shock, as recovery was possible, but prolonged exposure was intolerable. Thus, the nightmare could only loiter outside the fortress, evading the slowly wandering souls, occasionally emitting cries. How vexing. Fiki rummaged through a plethora of bottles, locating a salve to staunch bleeding and heal external wounds. It was a yellow-green substance resembling modeling clay. Upon opening the jar, he scooped a generous portion and smeared it onto his wound. After a wave of intense pain, the wound began to close, progressing toward healing. Further treatment would have to wait until Lord Kiplin had completed his transformation. Awakening? Fiki suddenly recalled something. He turned back to rummage through the potions he had just seen, and from within, he extracted a small vial containing a golden-hued elixir. This was a potion of awakening, quite valuable indeed. If its effects mirrored those of the awakening potion found in alchemical concoctions, it held promise for rousing the elder from his slumber. The elder lay beside the platform, his eyes tightly shut and his demeanor still languid. Fiki pried open the elder's mouth, then uncorked the vial, carefully administering the potion, and waited for a moment. The elder's eyelids fluttered and then slowly opened. Fiki hastily raised a finger to his lips, lowering his voice to say, "My lord, the nightmare lingers, speak softly." The elder nodded. He noticed the label on the empty vial in Fiki's hand, and a tear rolled down his wrinkled cheek. "Why did you use such an expensive item? I should have marked the price clearly. Money can be earned again." Fiki set the potion bottle down, freeing his hands to assist the elder in sitting up. "Let me briefly explain the situation. There are 3 intruders, one of whom summoned and controls the nightmare. I have slain all 3. And the nightmare has yet to enter the courtyard. There are still wandering souls outside, and Kale is still unconscious. What should I do now?" The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a few seconds before responding. "There's only 1 potion of awakening left, and it cannot rouse Kale for the time being. As for the wandering souls and the nightmare, I must retire to the meditation chamber to activate the divine array. Soon, you must confront the nightmare. Go beneath my bed, to the blue metal box. The method of opening it is to tap the angel's nose 3 times with your pinky. Inside are the thunderbolts of demon slaying. Use them to attack the nightmare, and the runes of the divine array will follow the assault. The accumulated thunder energy over 3 years should suffice to vanquish the nightmare. But do remain cautious, take up your weapon, and protect yourself. I shall escort you to the top floor." With Fiki's assistance, the elder stood, then gently pushed him away. The nightmare could howl again at any moment, and both of us might lose consciousness once more. "There is no time to waste. Quickly fetch your weapon. I can manage the stairs myself." Fiki nodded and retrieved the blue-painted box from beneath the elder's bed, gently tapping the angel's nose 3 times. The nose was an exceedingly sensitive mechanism, exquisitely crafted, with no visible seams even upon close inspection. Upon finishing, a faint click sounded, and the gears within the box began to whir, the lid opening automatically. Inside, thick velvet served as padding, revealing 5 recesses, within which lay the last 2 thunderbolts of demon slaying. Each thunderbolt was roughly the size of a grenade from a past life, a spherical body adorned with a lightning emblem. To use them, one need only press the emblem firmly into the sphere and then throw it to activate their power. Fiki secured both thunderbolts on his person and picked up the heavy crossbow. As he prepared to load the bolts, he suddenly noticed that this heavy crossbow had a deeper groove than other models. He measured with his fingers, then summoned the Soul Reaper dagger and inserted it. Although it was called a Soul Reaper dagger, it was essentially a sharp, modified tip, lacking a handguard and grip, slender and straight. It was slightly thicker than a typical bolt, yet just barely fit into the heavy crossbow. Fiki raised the crossbow and fired another shot into the robust form of the climber. Success! The Soul Reaper dagger pierced the corpse once more. His plan was coming to fruition. Despite the dagger being considerably heavier than a bolt, its trajectory dropped more quickly, yet at close range, this was of little concern. Indeed, he had no intention of allowing the nightmare to survive. He had never desired that from the outset. Since Fiki had chosen to awaken and defend Icepeak Fortress and its inhabitants, he would inevitably expose himself before the nightmare as one unaffected by mental assaults. This information could lead to numerous speculations, and speculation would bring trouble, a trouble that must not be associated with the evil creature known as the nightmare. Fiki roused Elder Kipling, who remained unaware that he had not truly lost consciousness, allowing him to claim instead that he had merely recovered and awoken more quickly, having stealthily slain the 3 intruders, which was easily explained. Moreover, Fiki trusted and believed that the Elder would care for and protect him. Even if trouble arose, it would not originate from the Elder. He even contemplated a deeper layer. If Elder Kipling and Kale appeared before the nightmare, it was highly likely that the nightmare would use a mental assault to render them unconscious once more. However, the nightmare might also deduce that Fiki intended to deceive him, potentially revealing Fiki's secret as a contract demon to the two. Though the likelihood was minimal, it still existed. Yet, every endeavor bears its risks, does it not? Previously, he lacked the certainty to slay the nightmare, and in such circumstances, feigning cooperation was a necessity, even if it meant ultimately releasing a tiger back into the wild. It was a strategy born of desperation. Now, with the 2 grenade-shaped methods to kill the nightmare concealed beneath his clothing, the situation was markedly different. After all, devils need not utter apologies, just as devils show no compassion toward humanity. Speaking humanly to humans and demonically to demons, the devil possesses this ability, and the contract demon excels at it, albeit slightly inferior to the desired demon. Harnessing the abilities of a devil, Fiki immediately controlled his expression, adopting a stoic demeanor as he appeared at the fortress castle's entrance. It was done. The 3 were dead. Fiki sidestepped a wandering soul that passed by him and addressed the nightmare. What have you done? I previously informed you that your summon contract has ended. You remain in the mortal realm through our contract, and your task is to assist me in eliminating the fortress's intruders. The process is inconsequential. The outcome is quite satisfactory. Is it not? The nightmare scrutinized Fiki before inquiring with feigned concern. Are you injured? Do you require my assistance in healing? It is but a mere facade. I shall recover swiftly, Fiki scoffed. If you heal me, that would count as fulfilling my contract. Do you think such word can deceive me? I dare not. Esteemed contract demon, I genuinely wish to assist you, but this castle possesses divine protections, and I am truly powerless to help. Fiki narrowed his eyes, expressing dissatisfaction as a true devil would. Do not attempt to outsmart me. What were you concealing earlier? Why did you not mention that you cannot attack the wielder of your summoned statue? Were you worried about reminding me that your summoned statue remains within the castle? I can sense the unrest within your soul, and I possess the statue in my grasp. Fiki opened his left hand, revealing the soul contract of the paladin resting within. He then opened his right hand, where the nightmare summoning statue of Bloodfire Stone lay quietly. He had been preoccupied with the thought of slaying the nightmare. How could he have forgotten such a significant item? My lord, I assure you, I was not attempting to be clever. I merely forgot momentarily. The nightmare spoke with a sycophantic tone, though tendrils of black smoke emanated from its nostrils. It said, you at least did not disrupt during the previous battle. Fiki displayed the 2 items in his hands, stating, now you may make a choice. Do you desire the soul contract or the summoning statue? As a contract demon, I can sign a supplementary agreement, using the statue to replace the soul contract as a reward. The nightmare hesitated, yet the aroma of the fallen paladin's soul contract wafted into its nostrils, a scent that could not be masked by the smoke and flames. Ultimately, the twin forces of evil and greed prevailed, and the nightmare declared, I want them both. You desire both? I like that, Fiki replied. The soul contract is the agreed-upon reward from the previous contract, yet you did not contribute during the battle. Therefore, if you wish to reclaim the statue that can be used for summoning contracts, you must provide me with a truly exceptional service. Just as I summoned you and expect full dedication in return. Very well, the nightmare nodded in agreement, then self-deprecatingly remarked. This is merely one of the risks associated with binding to a summoning statue. There is nothing more to say. Indeed, you are correct. Enjoy the convenience of being summoned more frequently and acquiring offerings to grow, but you must equally bear certain risks. This is the order of fairness. Fiki first tossed the scroll to the nightmare, thus completing a contract. The nightmare accepted the paladin's contract with its mouth, swallowing it whole, before fixating on its summoning statue. Fiki clenched the nightmare statue tightly, raising it as he declared, "Just in time, I require your services. You shall obey my command and remain here, not daring to move an inch." Huh, what is it? The nightmare was somewhat bewildered. It had not anticipated the immediate invocation of the service contract. Nor did it foresee Fiki tossing the summoning statue towards it. As the statue veered off course, the nightmare attempted to shift position to catch it with its mouth, only to find its four legs seemingly nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. Without hesitation, Fiki unleashed a thunderbolt spell, striking the paralyzed nightmare. He watched as it became enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, simultaneously raising his heavy crossbow. As he took aim, he remarked, free of debt, "I am unencumbered. This way, I can act with precision." Countless silver serpents of lightning coiled around and gnawed at the nightmare, while divine defensive runes rained down bolts of thunder, relentlessly striking the creature. The black-furred horse of a nightmare writhed in agony, its flesh torn apart, with chunks of its burning blackened form flying off like smoldering coals. It roared an accursed lament, unaware of the name of the contract demon before it, merely referring to it as the accursed devil. Such a curse, devoid of knowledge of the adversary's name, held no power. Fiki took refuge behind the inner wall of the gate, bracing himself against a sudden burst of fire or a desperate charge from the creature in its death throes. To prevent any further delay, he seized the opportunity to fire his crossbow. The soul-reaping dagger deftly evaded the nightmare's tough hide, plunging directly into its wound. The creature soon ceased its struggles. After waiting a moment, as the thunderbolt spell and divine defensive runes subsided, Fiki fired 2 additional bolts from his crossbow, ensuring the nightmare was utterly dead before approaching. He withdrew the soul-reaping dagger from the nightmare's corpse, a wave of warmth emanating from the blade, filling his body with a refreshing sensation. If every time he harvested a demon could yield such a delightful experience, Fiki would not mind becoming a paladin. The contract scroll from Gresham Galley remained intact, returned to Fiki's possession. Its role in vanquishing the nightmare was pivotal, had it not incited the creature's greed, becoming the most crucial bait on the fishing line. Fiki would not have had the opportunity to systematically eliminate the invaders, let alone bind the nightmare's legs with the second contract. Thanks to the fortress's anti-flying runes and the immobilization command, the non-flying nightmare was rendered a mere target. Fiki had finally eradicated this lurking threat. The summoning statue of the Bloodfire Stone lay shattered at Fiki's feet, broken into 3 pieces. With the soul harvested, the nightmare was wholly obliterated, leaving no chance of resurrection. Thus, the summoning statue disintegrated automatically. However, its destruction did not negate its worth. Fiki gathered the fragments into a pouch for future study or to craft other summoning statues for Bloodfire Stone. With matters settled, Fiki hurried to find Elder Kipling. On his way, he used the soul dagger to reap a wandering spirit that obstructed his path, while simultaneously hoisting the still unconscious Kale along, exerting all his strength to carry him up to the highest meditation chamber in the tower. "Put him down, I'll assist you," Elder Kipling said, trembling as he approached. Fiki dared not allow him to help. He reluctantly let Kale tumble from his shoulder to the floor, then dragged him into the diamond-shaped area designated for protection within the meditation chamber. After arranging a cushion, adjusting Kale's position, and securing him with ropes, they treated him like a mere doll until he was finally seated upright and stable. At this moment, both Kipling and Fiki exhaled in relief, taking their places in the other 2 diamond-shaped zones. "We owe you a great debt this time," Elder Kipling remarked, though his tone lacked elation. An ambush on the fortress had never occurred before. The emergence of thieves within the domain guarded by the paladins of the Goddess Church was indeed unfathomable. "Thieves? I think not," Fiki replied, his brow furrowed as he carefully chose his words. "I saw those individuals enter the courtyard and head directly for the tower, as if they knew precisely what lay within. They did not split up to scour the fortress, which is atypical behavior for thieves. What could possibly entice them to the tower? The spirit exorcism array? That is intricately linked to the fortress's divine runes. Unless they intended to abscond with the entire fortress, it would be impossible to steal. The library's tomes, could that be their objective?" Fiki voiced his concern. "Isn't it filled with many nefarious silver-sealed spellbooks?" "That is a possibility, but each page of those books is inscribed with tracking runes, and only the high-ranking priests of the true Thunder Goddess Church can safely dispel them. If someone were to steal them, we could trace the leads to capture more wicked spellcasters," Elder Kipling countered, shaking his head. "While this matter is not publicly acknowledged, it is, however, a well-known secret." Implicitly, he suggested that the likelihood of a book theft was slim. Fiki was about to propose descending to examine the belongings of the intruders, as he was also curious about the contents of the wooden chest. But just then, a wandering spirit ascended the tower, slowly making its way towards the center of the exorcism array. Why the delay? Elder Kipling was unaware that the spirit which had originally led the way had been swiftly dispatched by Fiki. The one entering now was merely the second-place contender in a race. Fiki, focus your meditation and direct your attention to the center of the array. Fiki found this surprisingly easy, even simpler than using the SUA spell to lock onto a moving target. The array began to glow from the center and radiated outward. As all the runes illuminated, a pale flame ignited at the center of the array, flickering gently. The flame did not emit a dazzling or searing heat, nor was it brighter than a candle. Yet its undulating motion possessed a unique rhythm, akin to a hypnotic lull, lulling one into a deep slumber unknowingly. Concentrate. Elder Kipling's thunderous voice jolted Fiki back to awareness. He then spoke in a gentler tone. This is the light of heaven. It can only be perceived in a state of eagle-eye meditation. Otherwise, one may easily succumb to sleep. Fear not. It is merely ordinary slumber, harmless to the body. However, if one were to doze off while on solitary watch, it could lead to complications, thus it is best to avoid it. This is also a form of training. Now, let us wait for the wandering spirit to enter. The light of heaven exerts a tremendous allure over souls, akin to a whirlpool. Fiki had just felt this pull, nearly losing control. For the wandering spirit, this allure was utterly irresistible. The spirits in the room quickened their pace, almost lunging into the flames. Consumed by the fire with a blissful sigh, as the flames devoured the spirit, a small blue spark emerged, circling the tip of the flame before ascending and vanishing into the air. The ascent of the spark signified the act of exorcism. Well done, Fiki. It will now operate autonomously for a time without requiring constant supervision. Let us investigate the intruders downstairs. I need your assistance in analyzing any clues. Fiki nodded, supporting Elder Kipling as they descended the stairs. The elder appeared hunched and bulky, though much of that was merely the layers of warm clothing he wore, concealing a frail frame with minimal muscle and wrinkled skin. Time had eroded his strength and vitality, a relentless wind that seemed to blow through him, causing him to sway as he walked. His cold, wrinkled hands grasped Fiki's warm wrist, a stark contrast of temperatures. Elder Kipling suddenly halted, calling Fiki's name. What is it? Nothing. I'm simply glad to have you here this time. A chill ran down Fiki's spine, apprehensive that the elder might have discerned something. Should Elder Kipling inquire about when he had awakened or how he managed to rise earlier, Fiki was prepared with a cover story, ready to navigate the conversation with ease, feeling more at ease in doing so. Now, the old man asked nothing, yet appeared to possess some hidden knowledge, leaving Fiki feeling uncertain. Do you believe in fate? The elder tightened his grip on Fiki's wrist with a force akin to that of a snowy owl clutching a plump mouse in hunger. Do you believe that it is the power of fate that has brought you to the Icepeak Fortress? Fiki was at a loss as to whether he should believe or not. He did not comprehend the elder's intention and dared not break free from his grasp. Yet he was unafraid to speak the truth. Fate, is it not merely a prediction of the future? Predictions can be right or wrong. What does it matter whether one believes or not? Concerning the future, one thing is certain. Our present actions can influence what is to come. The elder gradually relaxed his grip and patted the reddened skin on Fiki's wrist. You speak wisely. I once harbored similar thoughts in my youth. If you have leisure, read the 37th stanza of the Epic of Thunder. Its meaning resonates closely with yours, albeit with greater depth. The Epic of Thunder. Fiki rummaged through his memory, recalling that this work was likely an internal text of the Church of the Goddess. He had merely heard of it in the past without ever having read it. Perhaps the library at Icepeak Fortress hold a copy? Fiki was intrigued as to why Elder Kipling specifically mentioned this book. The sound of footsteps echoed through the fortress, the old and the young traversing what seemed a long distance, though it was merely the 2 levels of a spiral staircase. 3 corpses remained positioned at the threshold of Elder Kipling's chamber, the stench beginning to permeate the air. Alas, with the cold, the windows cannot be opened, and this odor makes it impossible to sleep. It seems I must find a place in Kale to pass the time. The elder appeared to despise the scent of death. Yet this did not hinder his search for clues, nor did it impede his explanations. The masks of the 3 individuals were removed first, revealing only 3 ordinary faces, unremarkable whether among commoners or nobility. They appear to be in their 30s, each with extensive weapons training, evidenced by their well-nourished teeth. Their outer garments were unremarkable, akin to those of common mercenaries. However, Their thermal undergarments were of superior quality, meticulously crafted, densely stitched, form-fitting, and brand new. Only the nobility could afford to have such garments custom-made by professional tailors. Fiki thought that these clothes would not be particularly noteworthy on Earth, easily obtainable from any department store. However, within Icepeak Fortress, he needed only to nod in agreement and serve as an adequate backdrop. With the garments removed, the woman's ring naturally remained. That ring was conspicuously striking, entirely black, and upon closer inspection, one could discern an intricate relief of serpents entwined upon its surface, suggesting a sinister nature. Elder Kipling handled it with great care, wrapping his fingers in cloth and cautiously pulling it off. Yet the moment the ring shifted on her finger, it emitted a violet glow. This was a precursor to the corrosive rays, and Fiki hurriedly intervened. I believe it would be prudent to sever the hand. Fiki, despite his compassion, would not hesitate in the presence of a corpse, especially one whose head was caught in a bear trap. She would have no objections. A wise suggestion. Elder Kipling discarded the cloth he had used to wrap his fingers, a faint azure, smoke rising from it, revealing signs of corrosion upon inspection. So formidable? The elder gazed at the corrosive marks lingering on Fiki's attire, finally broaching his first inquiry related to combat. How did you defend against it? Fortune favored me. I acted swiftly. Before the ring emitted its rays, I had already ensnared her head in the bear trap, causing the ring's glow to diminish significantly. Thus, I merely suffered a burn in my clothing. My flesh remained unscathed, save for a painful wound from a thrown dagger. I noticed that you seem to have overused your medication earlier. However, if applied correctly, there should be no issue. The elder glanced around before casually advising, Fiki, go fetch an axe. Chapter 45. The Devil Does Not Suffer Loss. Fiki ventured to the kitchen, retrieving an axe, while also pocketing some walnuts and placing a carrot in his mouth. The battle had left him famished, and contemplation was particularly taxing, necessitating sustenance. Upon his return to the tower, Elder Kipling had already opened a chest and was seated on the floor, poring over a massive map. Care for some walnuts? Fiki set aside the matter of severing the hand, using the broad back of the axe to crack the walnuts. The elder nodded and extended a hand. Having discerned the identities of these individuals, it was highly probable they belonged to the cult of destruction and rebirth, as he had discovered a tattoo of their sinister emblem in the woman's armpit, while the other two bore no such markings but were likely her servants. Here, walnut kernels. Fiki first tended to the mouths of the two men before satisfying his own curiosity. He lifted the woman's arm and discovered the tattoo on the smooth inner side, a mountain split in two with flames erupting from the fissure. It seemed the mountain and earth's rupture symbolized destruction, while the flame signified rebirth through fire. What is the background of this cult? Why have I never heard of it? It is not surprising you have not heard of it, within the Duchy of Aria and its surrounding regions. The Church of the Truthful Thunder Goddess enjoys the absolute support of the authorities, rendering it impossible for other sects to propagate openly. The Truthful Thunder Goddess is the sole existing deity in the mortal realm. The faiths of other sects revolve around long-extinct histories or entirely illusory concepts. The creator of all is classified as an ancient god who has faded into obscurity, embodying historical might. The cult of destruction and rebirth venerates the ancestor of rebirth, a concept of complete malevolence and a false illusion. These individuals primarily operated in the ignorant South, where local rulers instilled fear in the populace and seized wealth from them under the guise of hope for rebirth. The Truthful Thunder Goddess disseminates truth. Although the truth is indeed real, some individuals hear it, yet fail to comprehend it, or even resist learning, preferring instead to cultivate their own fears and distort their understanding of the world, allowing fear to drive them into folly and malevolence. Indeed, some individuals are unfortunate enough to be incapable of learning or perceiving the world accurately. They are quite pitiable. However, more often than not, individuals are inherently wicked, feigning ignorance for ulterior motives, and the cult of destruction and rebirth has attracted many such individuals. While the elder continued to speak, he examined several pages of schematics brought by the invaders, his brow furrowing ever deeper. This time, they intend to modify the purification array? But what effects could these runes possibly have? Do not ask me. I possess little knowledge regarding the construction of purification divine arts. This matter is best left for your consideration. Fiki cracked open the last walnut and noticed that Midnight had completed her process of rebirth, slowly approaching. She staggered weakly, her belly sunken as though she had not eaten for many days, and nestled in Fiki's hand, emitting plaintive meows of complaint. Meow. Under normal circumstances, she would only utter fur. Why did you make a cat sound this time? Fiki lifted Midnight from the ground, suddenly feeling his hands exceedingly light. He promptly checked her, discovering her belly was empty, merely a thin layer of skin. This alarmed Fiki, and he turned Midnight over, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, the black cat's stomach sank completely, a result of everything inside having vanished. The injuries inflicted by the corrosive rays had not healed during the process of rebirth. Midnight merely existed in a rudimentary form. After all, she was not a demon, unable to harness the powers of hell to fully restore physical injuries. Her soul remained intact, and her body could perform the simplest of movements. This was Midnight's current state. Fiki could not bear to gaze into her pitiful, large eyes, and could only hold her tightly, burying his face within her thin fur. What has happened to Midnight? Does she require a blood transfusion again? Elder Kipling sighed upon witnessing the scene. Caring for her is a noble deed. If you can manage it, that is best. However, if you cannot, do not push yourself. Your own well-being is of greater importance. I now somewhat regret having given you that hint. Please ensure your health does not suffer as a result. Understand? I will act within my limits, but I will not give up, Fiki replied, raising his head to speak with Elder Kipling. He was reluctant to reveal his sorrowful visage to others. It was only through such an act that the other party could read his lips and comprehend his words. I now require a moment of solitude, after which I shall attend to my duties in the meditation chamber, awaiting Kale's awakening. Very well. I must also take another look at their belongings. Bring over the lantern you hold, and once Kale awakens, let him descend to deal with the bodies. You are yet to learn these things. For now, they do not require your involvement. Fitch left the axe behind, cradling Midnight as he departed, though engulfed in sadness. He remained resolute, for he understood what needed to be done. At this juncture, aside from refining his thoughts, resolving the issues at hand, and extricating himself from his predicament, what other pursuits could possibly warrant the expenditure of time? Midnight lacked not blood. No amount of blood could restore life to it, nor could it regenerate a set of internal organs. Without such organs, the daily agony and torment aside, come spring, should there be the milk of a ghost cat. How could one establish a digestive system without a complete body? How could it grow? Thus, he sought a deserted location, gripping the soul-harvesting dagger, allowing the demonic portion of his soul contract to manifest. Unbeknownst to him, the dagger sliced through his palm, a droplet of blood fell to the ground, and Fitch's soul was drawn into the depths of hell. Crossroad Demon, awaken. I have returned as you instructed. He seated himself upon the throne, spreading his palm to reveal his soul to the Crossroad Demon. How much time do I have? The demon's visage materialized from the mirror, first glaring at Fitch Hall with ire, then examining the palm of the snowman. Based on the healing rate, you should have approximately half an hour. You did not plunge the soul-harvesting dagger into your palm, did you? Of course not. Did you not repeatedly caution me to only inflict a minor scratch? I have no desire to consign my soul to the neighboring soul crystal. Indeed, if it were to enter, it would require the entirety of your soul meant for resurrection. And the Crossroad Demon's eyes suddenly widened. What have you done? You finally amassed something of worth. 2 souls of chaotic zealots, and no, wait, a nightmare. A soul filled with resentment. Just 2. I distinctly recall stabbing 3 with the dagger. Common souls are hardly worth mentioning. And what did you expend a portion of your essence on? You have not perished. Thus it was to resurrect that useless black cat, correct? I am not your steward. Do not squander my energy on trifles. First, tell me how you managed to enrage a horse to that extent. Its soul has turned pure black. I lack the time to regale you with tales. I have urgent matters at hand. Fitch waved his hand dismissively. I am aware that demons possessing the ability to inhabit others can restore physical forms. Can this ability be applied to other beings, such as my Midnight? I need to regenerate its internal organs. Yes, it can be done. You simply need to slay the cat's soul, then inhabit its body, thus unleashing the demon's powers to consume hell's energy for the regeneration of its organs. The Crossroad Demon snorted derisively. Do you think a demon is akin to a hypocritical, foolish angel? The powers of demons serve only themselves. How could they possibly aid others? Have you ever heard of a demon healing wounds? No. Is it not possible to forge a pact with a demon to expel ailments or heal injuries? Such agreements can indeed be made. However, demons plunder disease and transfer toxins but do not heal. Should you wish to regenerate organs, you could seek out another cat of similar size, extract its organs, and I could facilitate the transfer to your current one. Yet, this method is fraught with peril. There is an overwhelming likelihood of causing bodily mutation, and the cat would cease to be a cat, transforming instead into a frenzied, unrecognizable monster. The question then becomes whether you possess the courage to gamble on this minimal chance of success. Do not be swayed by his temptations. This merely reflects the limited capabilities of a demon, unable to effectuate regeneration in others. He is too ashamed to admit this, seeking excuses to divert the conversation or provoke you into submission. Always remember, once you rely on and draw upon its power, you must pay the price, including granting it greater freedom, which is exceedingly dangerous. From the other side of the mirror, Fitchhall said, "Do not be fooled. First, recount what has transpired, and summon your cat to show me. It should be able to come as well." Midnight was indeed wandering within the halls of hell. Currently curious about the supplicant in the corner of the hall, it tentatively extended a paw, swiftly clawing, only to retract it immediately. The supplicant, previously slain and absorbed by the soul dagger, glanced down at the black cat, choosing to ignore it. It raised its head, redirecting its gaze, continuing to watch the world of Earth filled with spatial turbulence with eager eyes. Do not let it escape. Stab it again, or capture it in the soul crystal. The specter was indeed rather peculiar. The capabilities of the soul-harvesting dagger had deviated. However, supplicants exist across various dimensions, and the soul dagger should be able to slay and absorb it. The crossroad demon frowned and remarked, "It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, both specters and supplicants are dead. This does not violate your precious conscience, does it?" Fitch gazed at the supplicant, then inquired of the crossroad demon, "Can consuming Hell's energy directly heal Midnight? Hell provides you with energy. How you utilize it depends on your own abilities. Therefore, no." The crossroad demon could not deceive Fitch, as he could not lie to his own soul. "Exorcise it." Fitch waved his hand. The supplicant, with a look of gratitude, walked into another realm, while Midnight, observing the gesture, obediently approached. The corporeal wounds would not impede its soul's activity. Although Midnight had lost its agility in the mortal realm, it could effortlessly leap onto Fitch's lap in hell. Fitch recounted to the two figures in the mirror the events that transpired at Ice Peak Fortress, emphasizing the details of the left-handed woman wielding the ring that emitted corrosive rays. The cult of destruction and rebirth. Is that not a trivial creation of demons? It has somehow developed. The crossroad demon emitted a series of derisive snorts, filled with contempt. "I observed tattoos on that woman. Images of a fractured mountain and a flame within the earth. Are you certain it is a demon cult? It was initiated by chaotic demons. But demons lack the patience to manage such a cult. I do not know who has taken over now. However, this does explain the presence of two chaotic zealots." "Huh. You have inadvertently struck true. Aside from angels, demons despise chaotic demons the most. They understand not order, and their erratic behavior resembles that of mad dogs, causing considerable trouble for demonic endeavors. Slaying them bears far more value than eliminating others. I'm only concerned with Midnight." The snowman from Ice Peak gazed at Fitch Hall in the mirror, asking with a glimmer of hope, "I am truly sorry. The reality is harsh. You must either risk mutation and madness to slay other cats for their organs, or exhibit the final act of mercy to allow it a swift death. You must face the truth. This cat can no longer grow normally." The figure in the mirror fixated on the person outside. "Have you not always harbored an idea?" Chapter 46, The Pet Pact. Regarding your notion, I have pondered it extensively, yet it remains difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, I wish you success. Yang Hui nodded, accepting Fitch Hall's goodwill. His inability to grasp this did not surprise Yen Rue. After all, the contemplation of how to handle Midnight stemmed from Yen Rue's knowledge on Earth. The ghost cat could not be domesticated from its kittenhood, nor could it be raised solely by humans. Yen Rue was unconvinced of such a notion. Yet, there exists a saying, if several individuals assert your wrongness, perhaps you are still correct. If all declare your wrongness, it may be wise to reflect and reconsider the validity of your stance. His plan was sound, utilizing spells and the expenditure of soul energy to sustain Midnight's life, then waiting for Spring's thaw to venture into the mountains to capture a nursing ghost cat, feeding its milk to his kitten, allowing it to thrive. While this appeared to be a logical plan, numerous challenges lay in its execution. In the accounts pertaining to the spectral felines, it has been noted that these creatures possess a formidable territorial instinct. This attribute proves advantageous when aiding their masters in safeguarding their abodes. However, it also signifies that the vicinity of one litter of spectral cats makes it exceedingly difficult for another to establish itself nearby. To discover additional spectral cats, one must venture deeper into the sunsetting mountains, further west into more desolate and perilous regions, where the risks and failure rates multiply exponentially. Moreover, one must consider the likelihood of encountering a spectral cat that is currently nursing. With a lengthy lifespan, these creatures are not in haste to reproduce. gestating only once every 5 years and nursing for a year, which inevitably diminishes the overall success rate of the endeavor. Furthermore, even if one were to locate a spectral cat, capturing it and bringing it back to the castle would be an almost insurmountable task. Fiki, being but a human, cannot transform into a spectral cat to keep watch. Thus, the only option left is to leave Midnight solely to the new family of spectral cats. Are these spectral beings benevolent enough to take care of Midnight? One must not conflate noble aspirations with impractical fantasies. At the very least, a contingency plan must be in place. Therefore, Fiki did not cease his efforts to seek a second avenue. He pondered the widely embraced concept of magical pets found in various games on Earth. Midnight's existence is already intertwined with Fiki's magical essence and soul, with her corporeal form being her sole encumbrance. Why not take it a step further and liberate her entirely from the shackles of her physical form? At the very least, it would spare her from further suffering. By amalgamating the alchemical knowledge inherited from Fiki Hall, the devilish contracts learned from the Crossroad Demon, along with the goddess's enhancement rituals and the vitality transfer ceremony utilizing blood from the Tome of Silver Seals, it should be feasible to achieve the desired outcome. Midnight is currently enduring the agony of losing her organs, and there is no time to waste. With no help forthcoming from the devil, Yin Rue rose to leave the Hall of Hell. Before departing, he recalled the recently exorcised prayer entities. Why had nothing emerged this time to stabilize the spatial turbulence? Last time, there had even been a can of Red Bull. Glancing over, he noticed 2 points that had stabilized amidst the kaleidoscopic chaos of countless temporal fragments in the left chamber. One was a can of Red Bull resting on the table, and the other was a half-broken laptop. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the very laptop he had used in his previous life, specifically set aside for storing test data to bring his work home. When he perished in his past life, that laptop was by his side, likely not far from his remains. This time, the fusion of the prayer entities had stabilized a portion of the laptop space, roughly the size of a can of Red Bull. If he were to invest more prayer entities, would they continue on the path of this stabilization to retrieve the laptop? Or would they randomly stabilize another fragment? Should it be the latter, he would not dare to extract his own remains until the entire space had stabilized. He hoped for the former. May the goddess bless him. Yin Rue prayed to the goddess in hell before returning to the mortal realm, transforming into Fiki, the snowman of the Ice Peak. His sojourn in hell was brief, and upon his hurried return to the meditation chamber, Kale had yet to awaken. Thus, he sat down to meticulously review his thoughts from beginning to end, striving to consider every aspect. Midnight seemed to understand what Fiki was attempting to accomplish, or perhaps simply wished not to disturb him while he was deep in concentration. She endeavored to shift her body, crawling into the space between Fiki's crossed legs, curling up and wrapping her tail around herself. Even in pain, she refrained from vocalizing her distress, merely trembling uncontrollably, relying on the magical and soulful energies provided by Fiki to endure. Fiki recognized that he could no longer afford to hesitate or wait. He requested the use of the enhancement ritual chamber from Elder Kipling and hoped to reduce his exorcism duties in the ensuing time to focus on resolving Midnight's plight. The Lord of the Snowy Owl readily acquiesced. Thus, Kipling and Kale assumed all exorcism duties, alleviating Fiki's burden. When you were absent from the Ice Peak Fortress, we managed in this manner, the Elder remarked with a smile, radiating ease. We are well acquainted with this work, you need not worry. While this was indeed the case, Fiki understood that the Elder was primarily acting out of goodwill, failing to convey the entirety of the situation. Each passing year, the Elder aged, his vitality waning. How could one measure the present against past standards? Moreover, this year, the Ice Peak Fortress had faced an assault, necessitating Kale to invest additional energy in fortifying the castle's defenses, along with increased duty assignments. The heavy snowfall rendered the outside world inaccessible, which was a reality. Yet the weather could not guarantee that they would not encounter a second ambush. Elder Kipling and Instructor Kale were undoubtedly more fatigued than before. Fiki could not allow himself to squander a single precious moment. He devoted himself entirely to the transformation ritual for Midnight. He virtually resided in the library, emerging only to consume a few morsels of military rations and sip some water. When rest beckoned, he would cut himself, allowing his body to slumber in the mortal realm while his soul ventured into hell to continue his contemplations. Occasionally, wandering souls would intrude upon the library, all of whom he would harvest using his soul-reaping dagger, transforming them into prayer entities. He cast all these prayer entities into the turbulent spatial currents, delighting in the discovery that the fragments of space exhibited a stable sequence. After investing 6 prayer entities' souls, the laptop was finally retrievable for use, marking the best news in recent times. Aside from the lack of a power source, with only the battery's remaining charge posing an issue, this was inconsequential, for now. Midnight was paramount. A week later, as the entirety of the Ice Peak fortress lay blanketed in snow, and the ground became accessible through the second-floor window of the tower, Fiki resolved to commence the enhancement ritual for Midnight. Is this your design for the enhancement ritual? These runes make no sense. Elder Kipling lamented as he scrutinized the ritual instructions Fiki had presented, tugging at his white brows in distress. Your own design for the enhancement ritual is commendable. Why does it appear so utterly chaotic when it comes to Midnight? From the minuscule part one can decipher, it is evidently a weakening rather than an enhancement. Indeed, part of it does entail weakening. Fiki conceded with a nod, acknowledging the formation constituted by 36 runes cannot encompass all the power I require, thus necessitating the dismantling of a portion to supplement another, adhering to the principle of energy exchange. If only there existed a formation of 72 runes. There are no formations of 72 runes in the Sunsetting Mountains. Elder Kipling sighed, stating, I cannot comprehend the pattern of this formation and cannot offer any suggestions. But if you insist on using it, I can assist with the arrangement. Alas, I cannot understand this, nor can I grasp the formation designs brought by those cultists. Perhaps you could decipher them. If your formation can operate correctly, then you must subsequently fathom the intentions of those cultists. Understood? It is my duty, Fiki emphatically nodded. The formation is solvable. What will you use to create the enhancement potion? All modifications must have a baseline species, correct? The vitality transfer formation. I shall utilize my own blood to concoct the enhancement potion. Fiki interjected before the elder could refuse. Please, lend me your support. I am confident in the validity of my design. This path is viable. I have earnestly contemplated alternative options, yet none compare favorably. A critical aspect for the success of the enhancement ritual lies in the participants' involvement, much like my need to strive to remain alert during the ritual while employing meditative techniques. Midnight lacks such control. Thus, my participation is imperative. The vitality transfer ritual is the sole viable solution. The elder shook his head, countering, utilizing blood to generate magical effects is malevolent, almost wicked. Fiki waved his hand dismissively. I will handle the operation. I will contribute my own blood. This is a sacrifice. Seizing the blood of other beings, that is malevolent. It is fundamentally still the vitality transfer ritual. There is no distinction. After much hesitation, the elder ultimately relented, albeit begrudgingly. His concerns did not lie with the cat. Rather, he feared the ritual would falter and ultimately bring harm to Fiki. Kylie deemed this to be pure nonsense. Suspecting that Fiki had scavenged 2 long wooden planks from the shed in the back, upon which he began to inscribe the names of Midnight and Fiki, perhaps for future use. Both Fiki and Midnight spat in his direction before making their way to the ritual chamber together. In less than a month's span, Fiki had visited this place twice. The previous occasion had left him somewhat apprehensive, yet this time he was remarkably composed, likely due to his burgeoning confidence in his research. He placed Midnight at the center of the ritual array while simultaneously preparing for the vitality transfer ceremony. Should old Kipling consult the vitality transfer ritual detailed in the silver-sealed spell book, he would discern that the version Fiki employed was not the original, but rather a heavily modified variant. A devil's contract had been secretly interwoven into the ritual, ensuring that Midnight would at least survive the ceremony. Midnight gazed at Fiki with wide eyes, licking her nose with her tongue before obediently lying down. Through the devil's soul communication ability, Fiki engaged in direct discourse with her, generating a new devil's contract. The contract between Midnight's mother and Fiki would be annulled, replaced by a direct agreement between Fiki and Midnight. This new pact would strengthen their bond in life, while simultaneously enhancing their emotional and spiritual connection. He intended to substitute the material components required for Midnight's growth with his own soul and magical power. In simpler terms, he aimed to transform Midnight into his magical companion through this devil's contract and a modified ritual. Chapter 47, The Flying Cat. Old Kipling once again invoked the power of the goddess, summoning forth the might of thunder to activate the enhancement ritual array. Fiki contributed his blood as well, utilizing the power of the transfer array to channel vitality into Midnight. His droplets of blood were drawn into a continuous crimson thread, forming a curved bridge that linked the 2 souls bound by the devil's contract. The runes unleashed a surge of lightning, striking Midnight with ferocity. These bolts also lashed out at Fiki, leaving dark marks upon his skin. Neither man nor cat uttered a sound as they endured the onslaught. This was the goddess's punishment, a retribution for old Kiplin's prayers as he clasped his hands and trembled. Fiki sought to prolong the life of this wretched creature, an act of kindness, and he implored the goddess for understanding. The lightning did not cease, nor did it intensify further. The runes illuminated sequentially, coalescing into a singular force, commencing their function. Old Kiplin's lips began to quiver, this time in excitement. The ritual was operational, indicating the presence of truth within. He had not anticipated that Fiki would bring forth such marvels. Perhaps it was the emergence of new principles, the introduction of novel ritual knowledge that quelled a fraction of the goddess's wrath, or perhaps it was simply that Fiki's original plans were proceeding smoothly. As the lightning emitted by those runes softened, no longer serving as an offensive weapon, it transformed into a means of enhancing the ritual array, thereby initiating a gradual transformation in both man and cat. Their emotions began to synchronize, their life forces binding ever more tightly, with magic serving as the bridge between them. Observed through the lens of the Devil's Soul vision, the changes became more apparent. Fiki's soul flame and Midnight's soul flame, though differing in color and volume, danced in perfect unison. 3 spell runes, designated as SUA, floated from Fiki's soul, merging with the blood bridge in the air, and subsequently entering the flame of Midnight's soul. Thereafter, Midnight slowly levitated off the ground, hovering gracefully at the center of the ritual array. She exhibited no signs of panic, nor did she flail about, mirroring the occasion when Fiki had rescued her from the precipice of her former nest. I shall impart my knowledge unto you, and you shall return your loyalty. I shall share my possessions with you, and you shall reciprocate with your companionship. I shall share the time of my life with you, and you shall offer your singular fate in return. Fiki recited the new contract slowly, his gaze locked onto Midnight's eyes. What is this? It does not resemble an incantation. Old Kiplin, reading his lips, discerned Fiki's words and felt the surging magical energy within them. Yet he could not associate this with any known forms of common spells. Nevertheless, it was evident that the utterance held power. As Fiki and Midnight began to absorb the transformative effects of the enhancement ritual, Fiki believed that the essence of the enhancement ritual lay in consuming a certain amount of matter and energy in exchange for equivalent abilities. In his case, it involved infusing himself with the heightened sensory capabilities of the Cliff Griffin, along with the enhancements offered by various potions through the ritual array. Applied to Midnight, he extracted a portion of his magical capacity, soul emotions, and vitality to bestow upon her. Given Midnight's smaller size in comparison to him, this extraction and infusion would yield no severe repercussions. Midnight's health had been precarious, and this infusion would rectify that deficiency perfectly. Upon completion of the ritual, Midnight could no longer be classified merely as a ghost cat, despite her outward appearance remaining largely unchanged. From that moment forth, the sustenance of her life would no longer derive from the physical organs of a ghost cat, but from Fiki's magical capabilities and vitality. The relationship between cat and master would henceforth be inextricable. Should Fiki perish, Midnight would follow suit. Conversely, as long as Fiki remained alive, Midnight would not face death, thereby preserving the most crucial clause of the Devil's Contract. The cost of Midnight's revival would still require Fiki to devise a means to gather resources, whether through magical power or soul. With Midnight's body now sustained by magical energy, every subsequent revival would be a complete resurrection, eliminating the risk of missing internal organs. She would no longer be classified as an animal, but rather as a magical beast, a spellbound companion under the Devil's Contract. She could learn, grow, and become increasingly intelligent, yet her size would remain unchanged, and she would be unable to reproduce. While Fiki could not achieve perfection, considering Midnight's difficulty in recovering from the corrosive rays, her transformation into a magical beast was undoubtedly a more favorable outcome. The ritual concluded after 3 hours. As the runes dimmed, Midnight's gaze became sharp, her spirit invigorated. As she strutted with her tail held high to Fiki's feet, she crouched, gathering her strength, and effortlessly leaped onto his shoulder, perching atop his head. Finally, she resembled a true ghost cat. Old Kiplin smiled as well. Previously frail, she now exuded an air of majesty. Had she claimed his head as her new nest? Or perhaps as her throne? Whatever the case, as long as she did not fall, all was well. However, why had this cat become so much lighter? Fiki found it perplexing. Midnight had always been ravenous. Having lost her internal organs, her weight was already exceedingly light, yet following the completion of the ritual, her weight had further diminished. This defied logic, for the ritual had not extracted any components from her body. Come down, let me see. Fiki raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, attempting to coax Midnight down. The black cat bared her teeth, swatting his hands away with her claws. Then, with a powerful push from her hind legs, she leapt into the air. To the astonishment of both Fiki and old Kiplin, she floated down like a feather, taking nearly 10 seconds to reach the ground. Moreover, Fiki distinctly heard Midnight utter the word SUA. This was Fiki's telekinetic spell incantation. How had the cat learned it? Did the connection between their magical powers possess such capabilities? This was rather unexpected. Once her black, long tail touched the ground, the cat nimbly dashed away, circling Fiki 1.5 times before seizing the opportunity to leap onto his back, reclaiming her lofty throne atop his head. Fiki realized that Midnight had not lost any organs. Rather, she had been using the SUA incantation to levitate her own body, thereby lightening her weight. To think she could use magic now, what a surprise. Fiki rolled his eyes as Midnight brushed her drooping tail against his ear. A sense of pride and satisfaction flooded into his heart, a testament to the emotional link's efficacy. What else can you do? Fiki lifted his head, yearning to glimpse the midnight sky, a motion that caused his head to tilt back. Midnight promptly clasped Fiki's forehead with both paws, her tail wrapping around him for added support. Is she truly reluctant to let go? Very well, I shall employ another method. By utilizing the eagle-eye meditation, Fiki could shift his perspective to a self-view mode, thereby observing Midnight's state. The black cat nestled contentedly among his hair, extending her pink tongue to meticulously groom her equally pink paw pads. Gone were the signs of hunger and the anguish of sorrow. Only a profound attachment to Fiki remained, coupled with a burgeoning curiosity about her new form and abilities. I understand now. You require time to acclimate before discovering if any new powers lie within. All right, you may stay up there, but do take care not to fall. I cannot watch over you. Elder Kipling had been attentively observing Fiki in Midnight. He could comprehend Fiki's words, but was unable to read the cat's lips, thus unaware that Midnight had employed a SUA spell. However, even if he had known, he would only have marveled, harboring no other thoughts. The successful reiteration of the enhancement ritual had allowed Fiki's innate talents in runic language and spells to shine through completely. Elder Kipling endeavored to recall what other prodigies had been like in the annals of history. Was it not the child from the Muyuki family who entered the Sacred Heart Order at the tender age of 12, becoming the youngest qualified battle priest? Alas, that youth met his demise in a confrontation with a demon in his 20s. What a lamentable loss. No, such comparisons are futile. Fiki employs alchemy and spells, which are honed through study, not bestowed by the divine. In this regard, there are many younger mages than Fiki, yet they merely tread the paths of their predecessors. Few have forged their own way or invented new spells. The SUA spell does not count, as telekinesis has always existed. Fiki merely discovered the most concise incantation. However, the improved enhancement array, which could be applied to the ghost cat, bestowing her with new levitation and featherfall abilities, is indeed a novel invention. He watched as Fiki and the ghost cat frolicked together, lost in merriment, and found himself infected by their joy, his body gradually relaxing. As long as new members continued to join, I Speak Fortress could only flourish, and there would be nothing insurmountable for him. The cult of destruction and rebirth had launched a sudden attack, their motives still shrouded in mystery, leaving the elder troubled by those strange runic diagrams. Yet now, with Fiki present, he believed the young man could unravel this conundrum, since he was now a formal member of I Speak Fortress. It was time for him to shoulder greater responsibilities. Fiki, cease your play for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. The elder retrieved a black ring from his pocket and placed it in Fiki's palm. Do not widen your eyes so. You are correct in your assumption. This is the corrosion ring. I have lifted the protective curse upon it, and it is now safe for use. Hence I entrust it to you. While theoretically this was a trophy from Fiki's victory in battle, he felt unworthy of it. Lord Snow Owl, I possess spells and can protect myself with bear traps and crossbows. This item is more suited for your use. He attempted to deflect the matter with a playful demeanor, returning the ring and jesting. We all believe that if you can better safeguard yourself, our combat prowess shall be liberated even further. Thus, the ring's effect in your hands would far surpass its utility for any of us. No, you should keep it. For one, I have no fondness for the trappings of the cult of destruction and rebirth, and this ring, dark and ominous, does not align with my title as the Snow Owl. The elder half-joked before speaking earnestly. The primary reason is that I observed the symbol of this ring on their diagrams. I suspect it is linked to the magical runes depicted there. You must carry this ring for a purpose, to ascertain the intentions of the cult of destruction and rebirth. If you fail to comprehend their designs, once the snow melts and the paths are passable, these artifacts must be delivered to Castle Sanctus. So that is the underlying intention? Very well, I shall accept this task. Fiki scrutinized the ring closely. The thick band was crafted from some form of black wood, revealing the wood's natural grain and the minuscule runes hidden within its fine lines. Divine arts employ runes, spells incorporate runes, alchemy and dark arts utilize runes as well. Yet only the runes of divine arts possess a complete system and heritage. Fiki surmised that merely examining the diagrams might yield no result akin to Elder Kipling's experience. But perhaps by correlating them with the runes in the ring, he might uncover something valuable. The ring was straightforward to use. Don it upon your finger. Concentrate your magic through meditation, and then lock onto your target using the same method as your telekinesis spell. This ring should enhance the spell's potency. Although I possess little knowledge of the cult's incantations. What was the incantation again? O ancestor of rebirth, cleanse the world of its impurities, usher in the new something. New life, perhaps? Fiki recalled the final words of the left-handed female invader, beginning to speculate. Chapter 48, The Slow Grind. You little rascal. Are you using the excuse of studying the diagrams to skip today's watch? Kale's eyes bulged as his beard flailed wildly with his booming voice. Fiki, don't run away. I must teach you a lesson today. Running away would be foolish. Fiki dashed towards Elder Kipling's quarters, completely disregarding the steep drops of the spiral staircase, each stride allowing him to leap 4 or 5 steps at once. Midnight shrieked, gripping his hair tightly with her forepaws, her entire body floating in the air like a flag caught in the wind. Having prepared for an escape, Fiki successfully reached Elder Kipling's side before Kale could catch him. Why don't you go study the diagrams, and I'll have Fiki cover the watch. Elder Kipling provided Fiki yet another excuse, this one more persuasive than any prior. Previous excuses, such as his rescue of Kale from the invader's enchantment or the need for rest after caring for him, had repeatedly exempted Fiki from watch duty. If one were to tally it, it seemed Fiki had not stood a full night's watch since the appearance of the Wandering Souls. Kale, this year's Wandering Souls are not severe. Watch duty is not taxing. Why must you insist on dragging him along? Let him focus on studying the runic spells. Precisely because there are fewer Wandering Souls this year, it is an opportunity for him to acclimate. I do not expect much from this young fellow. He should be able to serve as labor. He is not a mule. How can you describe him as labor? Elder Kipling waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may go on watch. Do not trouble me with this again. Let today's arrangements be followed. Fiki, make haste. I urge you to yield results swiftly. I worry that once the snow melts, the cult of destruction and rebirth may unleash further chaos. Fiki successfully passed the watch duty on to Kale, returning to the reading chamber with a satisfied expression. This was, in fact, Giles's room, situated on the same level as the library. He had chosen this place for its small fireplace with a chimney, providing a safe and cozy warmth. It was the closest room to the library that could be ignited, and it was also remarkably quiet. Another vacant room on this level contained only furniture and lacked bedding or other living necessities, making it unsuitable for winter habitation. Fiki added kindling to the fire, adjusted the flames, and placed a large pot filled with water atop the hearth, anticipating a warm drink to stave off the chill. Midnight, at that moment, left her fluffy nest of hair cautiously settling beside the hearth, ensuring a balance between warmth and safeguarding her beautiful black fur from overheating. She gazed at Fiki with her large black eyes, clearly conveying that Midnight would never skimp on her own comfort. He placed black bread and dried meat strips atop the kettle. The rising steam and moisture rendered them barely acceptable as rations. The taste was not remarkable, yet there was always Red Bull to enhance the flavor. Perhaps due to the existence of the devil's resurrection ability, death is rendered a trivial matter, leading Fiki to diminish his physical needs and instead fervently pursue pleasure for the mind and soul. In simpler terms, it all boils down to one word: magic. At midnight, we meticulously organized the final 1,600 runes and spells yesterday. For basic elementary spells, this should suffice. Thus, we now possess nearly 40,000 runes and incantations. And the next step is to uncover the underlying patterns among them. What? You believe this impossible? A mere glance into Midnight's eyes reveals its thoughts to Fiki. Do not regard our endeavors as a waste of time. The serendipitous discovery of a brief incantation akin to SUA is a rare stroke of fortune. Rather than relying solely on intellect and luck, it is far more prudent to engage in diligent practice, starting from the fundamentals. I have always felt that individuals in this world consider themselves exceedingly clever, believing they can forge answers through sheer ingenuity. Brainstorming can indeed yield significant breakthroughs, yet it is not always successful, particularly when foundational knowledge is lacking. Observing the spells of this world from an outsider's perspective, Fiki discerns that they lack a coherent system. Devoid of theory, the fundamental issue lies in the absence of effective organization. Spell books, like the mysterious wisdom in stories and proverbs, though replete with thousands of incantations, merely compile and list them without any semblance of structure or an attempt to uncover their patterns. For instance, in luminescent incantations, the runes Pa and Ding appear with notable frequency. Such a superficial summary is a far cry from true data organization. Since casting spells can, to a certain extent, be reproduced, there must be patterns to follow. After all, the one true deity in this realm is the goddess of truth, the thunder of truth. Where the power of truth exists, chaos cannot dominate. Only truth, or rather, patterns can prevail. Fiki shares his thoughts with Midnight, partly to alleviate his solitude and partly to clarify his own reasoning through discourse. The application of spell runes and written characters serves as compelling evidence for this theory. Even malevolent and fallen heretics can employ the runes found in divine spells to create magical artifacts. This indicates that the repeated utilization of patterns holds significance that surpasses distinctions of good and evil or sections. Midnight emits a sound filled with whirring and tremors. Meow. It scratches its face with its paw, then widens its eyes. Are you asking how I intend to proceed? Of course, I shall engage in data organization and analysis. This is my area of expertise. Do you know what I did before? It was not alchemy. Fiki, or Yen Rue, has thoughts he can only voice to Midnight in this world. I work in the game department, yet I do not produce any games. I am merely a transporter. My task is to acquire finished or semi-finished products and analyze them with utmost speed and accuracy. What is the design concept? What is the structural process? How is the data organized? Where are the highlights? I must unravel the thoughts of the original designer or the design team and fully present their ideas in the process of realization. Then, my company can elevate these ideas in the process of homage. Why are you staring so wide-eyed? Have you genuinely understood, or are you merely humoring me? Fiki reaches out to stroke the soft fur atop Midnight's head. At that moment, it instinctively squints its eyes and even sticks out its little tongue, appearing utterly content. Fiki attempts once more to grasp its tongue, but no matter how swiftly he moves, Midnight is always quicker. The emotional connection has allowed you to anticipate my motives, hasn't it? Midnight would never be foolish enough to answer him. Treating spell incantations as a grand game of the world, the established system of divine runes, spells, and arrays constitutes the core version, relying on direct intervention from deities, which ensures its stability. Conversely, all other elements are disparate, incompatible game module data, functioning inconsistently and prone to errors. My goal is to consolidate them, validate one another, identify usable fundamental patterns, and then continuously verify and expand. This will form my spell system. Spells and programming are not dissimilar, both elucidating certain patterns. It is the soul that truly transforms the world. Fiki strokes Midnight. Aside from extensive calculations, a crucial element for success is you. You and I are spiritually intertwined, our lives bound together, and our emotional connection fortifies your existence on the foundation of magical power. More importantly, the devil's contract, representing order, penetrates the very core of your soul, rendering you the most effective bridge between reality, soul, and the laws of the world. Indeed, the thought of sustaining you has engendered this idea. Through you, I can directly experience the myriad changes in the operation of spells. You serve as my observational window for testing incantation programs and deciphering the magical laws of this realm. Fear not, it shall not hurt. Moreover, we are not yet at that stage. Fiki unfurls a massive sheet of papyrus, which he painstakingly procured from Elder Kipling. The first step is to find a way to input the data into my notebook. Its battery is limited. I cannot type directly. Furthermore, the spell runes do not exist in the computer's character library. Thus, I must first substitute the runes with recognizable characters, then swiftly input them through photography and image recognition. Once a text document is formed, I can tabulate it, subsequently entering it into the database. Algorithms must also be premeditated, and the simpler, the better. Fortunately, my computer emerged from the spatial turbulence, equipped with readily accessible functions and algorithm libraries. The substitute characters cannot be in English, as the limited number of letters would be insufficient. Using words would unnecessarily increase data volume due to repeated letters, thereby complicating the algorithm. Hence, A language system with a greater number of single characters is preferable. Thus, I have no alternative choices. This singular option is fortuitously the best, Chinese characters. Therefore, I require a transliteration reference table. Until the charging issue is resolved, this table does not need to be included in the database for now. We may adjust it later as circumstances permit. Fiki furrows his brow, pondering the computer dilemma once more. Objects stabilized by the convergence within the room of spatial turbulence can be retrieved and brought back during Fiki's journeys to and from hell. Stabilized objects can be repeatedly obtained. Much like Red Bull, there is only one can of stable Red Bull, yet many can be extracted as long as sufficient convergence or souls are available. A scattered wraith stabilized the Red Bull, while 6 fully formed wraiths exchanged for a notebook. Subsequently, around 7 completely formed wraiths could procure another notebook. The battery within is identical to the previous one, allowing for a straightforward replacement. This seems to resolve the power issue, but brings forth another complication. Each time one enters or exits hell, the items carried must be in a complete state. One cannot merely take the battery without the notebook. Once the battery is used, where does the notebook go? Alas, Ice Peak Fortress relies on snow-capped mountains rather than volcanoes. Otherwise, casting the notebook in a lava would be a definitive solution. At present, Fiki cannot perfectly handle this super artifact from the earthly realm. Nano-level CPU components and complex, massively integrated circuits are revolutionary for this world. Only by keeping them close and in sight can he feel a semblance of reassurance. After much contemplation, he realizes he cannot create more notebooks, at least not for now. Fiki nods, recognizing that he must optimize the algorithms as much as possible, pre-organize the data, and maximize the remaining battery life. If that proves insufficient, he will have no choice but to continue hunting wraiths. Chapter 49, Fiki's Theory of Spells. Is it possible for one who has only mastered a single spell to uncover the secrets hidden within the incantations and runes? While challenging, it remains within the realm of possibility. Fiki, or Yen Rue, excels at discerning patterns through phenomena, uncovering secrets through established rules, and transforming the unknown into the known. He has always believed that, whether in his past life or this one, he possesses a secret weapon, an intuition and ability to uncover the rules underlying various phenomena. This may very well be a more reliable secret weapon than the infernal chambers or the powers of demons. He devoted an entire 2 days to meticulously inscribing the correlations of incantations and spells on papyrus with the finest quill. It was impractical to record every incantation for each spell, so instead, he selected the 30 most effective incantations for each spell from the compendiums of predecessors, along with the 3 shortest incantations regardless of their success rates, thus forming a representative sample set. Subsequently, he documented 150 spells that could comprise this sample set, alongside 60 referenced divine arts and 40 combinations of runes. Merely inscribing the incantations was insufficient. He also needed to analyze, synthesize, and summarize the effects of the spells. The most significant category was that of lightning-related incantations, with the divine arts of the goddess of truth and thunder providing ample samples, which Fiki deemed the most promising avenue for breakthroughs. The divine arts of thunder included detailed descriptions of their effects: direct strikes, beams, fan-shaped discharges, chain lightning, and spherical electric fields, offensive, detection, defensive, or communication spells, energy emission types, biological constructs, divine power catalysts, and spatial displacement. Establishing this taxonomy was a comprehensive examination of the spells from top to bottom. Fiki felt certain patterns beginning to emerge from the paper, even without the aid of computer algorithms. He immersed himself entirely in this data organization to the point where, if not for the midnight duties of gathering firewood, boiling water, and even reminding him to take breaks, he would have completely forgotten everything else. While it might not have been an exhilarating immersion in the joys of learning, an exhilarating anticipation of tearing aside the veil to reveal the truth sustained him throughout. Once everything was prepared and ready for input into the computer, Fiki finally allowed himself a proper rest. He snored deeply, oblivious to the happenings outside. Midnight diligently tugged at his covers and stood guard with the soul-harvesting dagger coiled in its tail. Occasionally, wandering souls would stray from their paths to the afterlife and drift near Fiki. In such instances, the fluffy black guardian would cautiously approach at a safe distance, using its elongated tail to ensnare the dagger and initiate an attack. The capture of these wandering souls was an unexpected delight. Before sleeping, Fiki had used the soul-harvesting dagger to pierce his hand and ventured into hell. Upon his return, he found himself clutching a deep blue laptop and a cup of instant noodles, which his boss had neglected to provide during overtime. though the braised beef flavor was not his favorite. It was a rare delicacy in this world. Moreover, discovering real food from the earthly realm marked a significant advancement, serving as a vital comfort for someone who needed to remain indoors for extended periods. As always, the earthly text on the noodle packaging had vanished, leaving only an image of a chubby little chef in a white uniform and a large bowl of noodles on the exterior. Fiki recalled that the advertisement had originally featured a pair of chopsticks lifting the noodles, but they too had disappeared. Perhaps these items transformed according to the rules of this world, given its lack of chopsticks? What was the problem with the absence of chopsticks? He could easily fashion two. Descending 2 levels of the tower, he retrieved an arrow from the armory on the 2nd floor, simply splitting it in half to create makeshift chopsticks. The kettle on the stove had begun to whistle, and hot water was readily available. Soon the noodles were ready. Before he could eat, Fiki heard the voice of Elder Kipling. "What is that smell?" "Fiki, is that you? Has something happened?" "Nothing at all. You can't hear me," he replied, hastily rushing over to explain his alchemical and spell experimentation. Before scampering back, he noticed Midnight gazing at the ceiling, eyes slightly unfocused, with a hint of red at the corners of its mouth, and the beef noodles had diminished slightly. "Aren't you unable to eat?" Fiki exclaimed in astonishment. Midnight, transformed into a magical pet, had not regained its internal organs, but instead relied on magical vitality and bloodline connections to sustain its life. If Midnight were to be likened to a fetus in a pregnant woman's womb, then the magical connections and contracts would be akin to the umbilical cord, with Fiki's life force and soul providing all the nourishment. Midnight now perceived food merely as a source of amusement, neither eating nor digesting in the traditional sense. It quickly wiped its face with its paw, licked its tongue to erase evidence, and refused to answer Fiki's inquiries. Let it be. After all, it won't suffer from indigestion nor perish. It may only regurgitate. Fiki examined the noodles closely. Finding no trace of cat hair, he feasted heartily using his makeshift chopsticks. He incinerated the noodle box and seasoning packets in the stove, leaving only the rare sensation of fullness and pleasure in his belly, feeling truly invigorated. He retrieved a hidden Red Bull and took a sip. A familiar sensation surged through him, awakening every cell in his body. Opening his laptop, he silenced it at lightning speed, then used the camera to capture the text on the papyrus, delegating the task to the recognition system for processing. Fiki's computer was replete with specialized software, capable of analyzing lecture videos to reconstruct PowerPoint presentations, making the handling of pure text and numbers a trivial matter. Thus, the majority of his time was devoted to establishing the database and inputting algorithms. Fiki had never touched a keyboard before, yet Yin Rue's spirit had navigated the keyboard for years, rendering this a mere trifling matter. His typing speed remained intact, albeit with a few more typographical errors than before. However, he had also developed an even more potent version of the eagle eye meditation technique. While he could touch type, this was primarily a solution dictated by the limitations of human ocular structure. Now, equipped with an omnidirectional vision, he effortlessly typed, checked, and corrected simultaneously. The battery life was akin to a project's deadline. As the deadline approached, Fiki's efficiency soared. The ability to produce the sound of mechanical keyboard clatter on a soft laptop keyboard was not something that could be achieved without extraordinary speed and power. He utilized half of the battery to complete the program, then commenced data analysis, followed by further examination of the results, which involved vast amounts of data comparison. Dividing the calculations into each step was not challenging, but the sheer volume of data made the efficiency of the computer's repetitive calculations far superior to that of the human brain. After approximately another hour, with less than 10% battery remaining, a chart materialized. This represented a milestone achievement, summarizing glyphs, incantations, and spell effects, thus establishing a weighted analytical model. Each character, each incantation's pronunciation, and their arrangement now held clearer and more defined meanings. The previously chaotic realm of spells began its evolution toward the coherent and rigorous system of divine arts. Fiki wrote fervently, transcribing this analysis at lightning speed from a screen, barely completing it before the system enforced a shutdown. 3 entire rolls of papyrus were filled with hasty inscriptions, the fragile paper covered in scrawled text. Yet they represented the culmination of Fiki's wisdom in the art of spells. Let's give this a try. Spark spell. The optimal incantation combination should be something like this, right? Fiki snapped his fingers, quickly rubbing his thumb against his middle finger and striking his index finger, and a small spark erupted from the tip of his thumb. The spell succeeded. The spark spell could ignite candles, oil lamps, or flare up fluffy tree fluff and straw, serving as a substitute for flint in the wild. It wielded no destructive power and could not illuminate, but it wouldn't exhaust the user either, making it a handy little spell. However, was it truly so simple to succeed? Was the incantation for the spark spell merely a single snap? Fiki felt that something was amiss. The one-syllable incantations should ostensibly be the easiest to discover and learn. However, the records indicate that even the briefest spark incantation comprises 2 syllables, devoid of any single syllable. Could it be that all prior practitioners of divine arts and spells were utterly inept, incapable of discerning even a single syllable? This notion seems implausible. Unless magic is not an objective phenomenon. In a world where science reigns supreme, laws are objective and unchanging, irrespective of the user. Yet in this realm, souls, spirits, and supplicants wield the power to alter reality. Truth and thunder are held within the grasp of a deity, whose whims are anything but objective. With this reasoning, Fiki turned to Midnight, beckoning it closer. It is your turn to assist me. Come to my hand. I shall wield magic, and you shall convey to me how the force of the spell operates through your senses. Midnight did not leap into the open palm of Fiki, but rather gracefully landed atop his head, resembling a hat that pressed down on his hair, its fluffy tail forming a warm scarf around his neck. In this manner, Midnight seemed to convey his sentiment. Perhaps this approach is acceptable? Fiki focused intently, snapping his fingers while uttering the incantation. He experimented with various techniques, sometimes even refraining from using his fingers, repeatedly casting the spark spell. Midnight contemplated deeply and after a while, finally transmitted a message through their emotional link. Understood. What does understood signify? Do you comprehend? Fiki inquired of Midnight, but the cat shook its head. Then, who possesses this understanding? Midnight gently tapped Fiki's forehead with its paw, then flicked its tail, swirling it around Fiki's head before adding 2 words. Understood. The gesture of tapping my head signifies that I understand, and indicating the surroundings means the world comprehends? Midnight sprang down, standing before Fiki, raising its paws and swaying them, joyfully meowing incessantly. Fiki sat down, contemplating Midnight's behavior, gradually unraveling the mystery. For a spell, the initial step is to comprehend it myself, and, subsequently, to employ the correct method, enabling the world around me to grasp it as well. It must not only understand the intent behind the spell, but also the structure of the incantation. Magical energy serves as the source. The soul acts as the bridge, while the correct runes and pronunciation of the incantation form the regulatory pathways. Thus, the interplay between thought and reality is completed, which is the essence of magic. Will the world comprehend if I articulate it this way? Midnight remained motionless, its eyes shimmering with light. After a moment, it swirled its tail once more and conveyed a single word through their emotional connection, which solidified the foundation of Fiki's entire magical system. Yes. Through data organization and computational analysis, Fiki derived a correspondence chart linking incantations, runes, and spell effects, as well as a method for communicating with the surrounding world using the language of magic. With these 2 achievements, he could elucidate his magical concepts to the world around him, putting into practice the fundamental theory that the soul can transform reality, thereby enabling the more effective creation of spells. With this reference chart in hand, Fiki revisited those incantations and began to discern why non-divine spell incantations were fraught with issues. Semantic discrepancies, unclear directionality, and numerous structural flaws marred their organization. Much like a program riddled with grammatical errors, how could one expect it to yield correct and stable outcomes? The previous spellcasters who achieved success relied partially on luck and fortune, but they also possessed a certain depth of understanding of the world. On a soul level, they had grasped the construction of spells. Thus, even if they employed incorrect incantations, the communication on a soul level remained accurate, allowing for effective results. Fiki raised his hand, opening his palm, his gaze focused on the tips of his thumb and middle finger. He slowly uttered the incantation representing electricity, and a beautiful arc of electricity connected the 2 fingertips, dancing like an ascending flame. A series of intensifying stabs coursed through his fingertips, with new arcs of lightning forming between his fingers, amplifying the power of the spell, and fatigue began to set in. Indeed, this is electricity. Even in the absence of the goddess of truth and thunder, lightning is a fundamental component of the world, not solely wielded by the goddess's clergy. He thrust his palm forward, releasing the current, which burst forth in a dazzling display. A lightning fan approximately 3 meters in diameter illuminated the entire room, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of singed dryness. The wind pressure generated by the lightning swept over the candles on the opposite side, causing the garments left on the wall by Giles to flutter until they gradually settled. The display was impressive, but its potency remained uncertain. However, there was no feasible way to test it. Fiki glanced at Midnight, who was perched nearby, and the feline seemed to grasp his thoughts, immediately feigning a threatening posture with its sharp claws. I won't experiment on you. You must be imagining things. Moreover, testing the lightning spell on a wooden target would not provide a reliable reference for its efficacy. Perhaps another opportunity would arise. Nonetheless, this lightning palm spell was absent from all existing spellbooks, yet had similarities within the goddess's divine arts. This implies that certain spells are not exclusive to the goddess's clergy and can presumably be utilized without invoking the goddess's power. Fiki contemplated further, shaking his head. No. It must be understood this way. The same spell, when wielded by the goddess's clergy, relies on faith and loyalty, drawing upon the goddess's strength to manifest. Non-divine spellcasters must comprehend the phenomenon of lightning themselves, utilize the correct incantation, and expend their own magical energy along with a portion of their physical stamina. Currently, the effects of divine magic are more stable, relying on the goddess's constancy. Non-divine spellcasters must depend on their own understanding. Alternatively, there must be a middle ground. Practitioners who do not serve the goddess, but still believe in her, could stabilize spells through their understanding and guidance from the goddess, thus progressing rapidly. Regrettably, I cannot tread this path. The devil is an inextricable aspect of Fiki, embedded within his soul and impossible to sever. This demonic essence is also bound to a territory within the infernal realm, and the malevolent forces of that world are a corruption to the celestial domain of the goddess of truth and thunder, an irreconcilable opposition. Therefore, for Fiki, there is no path of allegiance, nor is there a middle road. He can only forge his own way. Grateful for his past education in the natural sciences, he finds himself adept at comprehending natural phenomena, perhaps even ahead of all others in this world. However, transforming this world into a scientific one that is unrealistic and offers little benefit, spatial turbulence, hell, and the celestial kingdom all exist in reality. Even if the goddess of truth and thunder were to be magnanimous, she would not tolerate such subversion, would she? Neither the holy word nor the holy body pose a threat. But those like Bishop Nathaniel of the Holy Heart are specifically tasked with dealing with blasphemers, and there are rumors of internal trials. I certainly do not wish to fall into their hands. Furthermore, science necessitates industry. To instigate an industrial revolution in this world, I must certainly be idle to entertain such notions. Even if the ideology were sound, it must be adapted to local circumstances. What I ought to pursue is to continue on the path of spellcraft, since this realm allows for the soul to reshape reality. Why should I take a convoluted route to industrialize the world? I must stabilize the spatial turbulence, reclaim my body, and then discern the relationship between here and Earth. I need to ascertain whether I am utterly trapped or if I can return or even traverse between the two realms. Yes, I must also comprehend the force that caused the disappearance of all external packaging characters upon the arrival of the Red Bull and the Notebook. If I could potentially traverse back, only to find my mind altered or reset, that would render it unnecessary. Midnight tilted its head, observing its master as he spoke to himself, striving to grasp his thoughts. Seeing this, Fiki gently patted its head, assuring the cat that regardless of where he went, he would never abandon it. This sentiment elicited a gentle nuzzle from the black cat in his ears. However, the pressing issue at hand is the absence of any known spells capable of stabilizing spatial turbulence, let alone realizing my ambitious notions. Perhaps the goddess of truth and thunder could accomplish this feat, yet the situation remains unchanged. She has no compelling reason to assist the devil in fulfilling his desires. Thus, everything I require must be conjured by my own efforts, necessitating the exploration of new spells. From this reasoning, I can deduce two conclusions. First, I must engage in close communication with the world to experiment with various new spells. Second, I require assistance. Fetching Midnight into his arms, I contemplated that by utilizing my magical companion to test spells, I could receive feedback from the world. Yet, mere right or wrong is insufficient. For the world to manifest the ideas residing within my soul, it must first comprehend my intentions. This necessitates a more intricate and refined mode of communication than the existing runes and incantations, a method capable of imparting knowledge and concepts to the surrounding world. At this thought, a sudden smile broke upon my face, filled with joy. What fortune! What could be more advantageous than a devil's contract to articulate complex rules to the world? Indeed, there's also the power of divine oaths, which is equally formidable. Whether in the language of hell or the tongue of the celestial realm, under specific conditions, namely, the state of a contract, They possess the ability to convey intricate thoughts to the world. I should be able to employ this method to communicate my spell ideas to the world, thus cultivating a system of spells to realize my visions. Though I possess knowledge of the celestial tongue, I cannot transform written words into the state of an oath contract through divine power. I can only accomplish this using the infernal script and the abilities of contract magic. However, I cannot rely solely on the language of hell. In fact, I should minimize its usage as much as possible, lest it attract the church's attention and provoke significant troubles. Therefore, the primary focus should remain on incantations and runes, supplemented by the local common script to obscure the fact that this magical system derives from a devil's contractual abilities. This is magic. The moment the word magic escaped my lips, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the Ice Peak Fortress. Hastening to the platform, I observed that the sky remained overcast, yet pink snowflakes began to fall. Care was occupied with his meditation duties and could not leave, while Elder Kipling was hard of hearing, leaving only midnight and me to gaze out from the platform. Tentatively, I repeated the word magic several times, but this time, no strange phenomena occurred. Catching the pink snowflakes in my hands, I watched them melt in my palm and suddenly realized the significance of the day. Today marks the first day of the new year, a fresh beginning, even if winter is only halfway through its course. There are no New Year as holidays, no celebrations, and no year-end summaries or gatherings. I often fail to recognize that I have bid farewell to an entire year, and history has turned a new page. Perhaps this thunder has nothing to do with me. It may simply be a celebration of the new year. I shrugged, feeling that uttering 2 words should not provoke such a grand commotion. Moreover, if magic were to irritate anyone, it could only be the goddess of truth and thunder. This goddess may lack other abilities, but summoning a bolt of lightning is an innate talent. Having lingered on the platform for so long, repeatedly uttering the word magic without witnessing any lightning, I concluded that all was well. I am destined to invent new spells. I shall become a magician through magic. Someone, come forth and stop me. With that, I threw the snow from my hands, unleashing my voice to the vast expanse. I will surely unravel the laws of this world, transforming them into my game, and subsequently realize my aspirations. If anyone disagrees, let them stand forth now and send me back. If not now, I shall not heed them later. Midnight, sensing the chill outside, deemed her master somewhat unhinged. As a clever cat, she chose to return to the warmth by the hearth for a nap. Before departing, she playfully flicked her long tail against my ankle. After waiting a while without any thunder, I tightened my clothing and returned to bask in the warmth of the fire. The cold wind outside slightly cleared my mind, reminding me that even with the power of magic, I must remain grounded and gradually realize my ideas, starting with enhancing my spellcasting abilities. This is not a daunting task. Many spells and incantations are readily available, and my objective is to implement them using superior runes in an improved incantation system. Furthermore, I must find ways to augment my magical power, the very capacity to cast spells. I cannot afford to be out of breath after unleashing just 2 lightning strikes. That would be less efficient than using a crossbow, which conserves energy and boasts far greater range. Training within the Eagle School should address this issue, whether through enhancing meditation techniques or practicing magical seals, both of which contribute to improving spellcasting capabilities. Elder Kipling had long ago arranged a study plan for me. Once the snow ceased, everyone would assist Treelan in capturing winged beasts for the enhancement ritual. Following that, Treelan and I would commence our training in the Eagle School's martial arts, magical seals, and mental fortitude. Among non-divine spellcasters, certain training methods have been circulated. However, upon reflection, I deemed the risks too great to pursue. After all, these spellcasters have yet to establish a proper incantation system, and their magical training is likely even less reliable. It is far preferable to adopt established and validated methodologies. After mastering incantations and magical power, the next step involves persistently refining the magical system, primarily by continuing to enhance the interpretation of runes and spells while establishing close communication with the world. I have never believed my runes or incantations to be infallible. I require a larger sample size, superior algorithms, and further experimentation. The most convenient avenue for acquiring these resources lies directly before me. The Church of the Goddess of Truth and Thunder, be it divine magic, prayers, rituals, or the silver-sealed spell books, all are invaluable resources. My goal is to accrue greater merits, elevate my standing, and thereby broaden my vision and knowledge. Let me first seek merit from the cult of destruction and rebirth. I grasped the schematics sent by my adversaries, utilizing fresh runes and theoretical incantations to begin my interpretation. Chapter 51. The enemy serves my purpose. Elder Kipling, with trembling hands, grasped a slender stick and ignited the oil lamp's flame. A wisp of bluish-gray smoke rose, flickering with tiny sparks. He extinguished the stick, setting it aside, and after taking a deep breath, picked up a page of weathered parchment to examine once more. It contained my detailed explanations regarding the diagram of the Cult of Destruction and Rebirth's magical array. Alone, he could quietly and meticulously read through it several times. One advantage of parchment is that if one discovers errors or wishes to reuse it, they can simply scrape the surface with a knife to remove the ink. However, such removal does diminish the parchment's thickness and is certainly limited in number of uses. Scraped parchment becomes thinner, whiter, and is often marred with skin-like fragments, losing its aesthetic appeal. Nevertheless, Elder Kipling paid no mind to aesthetics. He had encountered those words before, yet a chill still coursed through him. This is a curse array, designed to alter the nature of wandering souls, infusing them with the essence of the abyssal demon, subsequently using them to curse the goddess of truth and thunder. Given the vast disparity in power, the essence of the abyss should not affect the goddess herself, but would taint the divine realm, weaken the angels' powers, or, at the very least, distract them. As for the rationale behind such actions, it cannot be deduced solely from the design of the array. The corruption ring also originates from the abyss, and while its ability to emit corrosive rays is merely one of its lesser functions, it is primarily designed to assist users in comprehending the chaotic runes and arrays crafted by demons, ensuring that the demonic runes can be accurately inscribed. The principal purpose of its design is to unleash a magical array capable of lasting 6 months, corroding the reality around it to conceal those modified runes imbued with demonic essence, thus avoiding detection by the goddess' spellcasters. The current understanding of the Cult of Destruction and Rebirth's magical array hinges upon unlocking the runes of the ring, allowing comprehension of the demon's intent to be achieved. By the way, the sensation of being in sync with chaos is profoundly unsettling. Subsequently, the parchment was appended with Fiki's elucidations on the meanings of various runes, as well as guidance on how to punctuate and interpret the lengthy incantations that compose the formation of the runic array. Behind some annotations, he even provided examples, meticulously citing the specific spellbooks from the library, which volume and which passage. This research report is notably thorough and compelling. Elder Kipling could find no fault with it. Accompanying the report were all the blueprints and the corrosive ring. Fiki's actions conveyed a clear stance. He wished to dissociate himself from the malevolent cult of destruction and rebirth, while simultaneously avoiding demonic influence. He clearly outlined how to activate the ring, making it accessible for any spellcaster to explore its activation, subsequently allowing them to examine the blueprints to verify the accuracy of his claims. There was nothing more to say. Kipling could scarcely conceive of further enhancements. He set the blueprints aside and picked up the ring, scrutinizing it from every angle. The wooden ring was embedded with minuscule runes, each harboring the nefarious intentions of demons. Disgusted, he cast the ring aside and re-examined all the explanations of the arrays and runes before signing his name at the end of the parchment. Once the snow ceased, this report would undoubtedly be submitted, with his name inscribed upon it, even if Fiki had completed the research with the aid of a priestess of the goddess. Under divine protection, the demons would be repelled. Thus, should anyone press the issue of demons, they would not trace it back to Fiki. This was a form of protection. The ability to relinquish the ring demonstrated that he had not succumbed to demonic influence, let alone temptation. Fiki was indeed a good child. Contemplating this, Elder Kipling smiled with satisfaction. Among the forces that lead to corruption, demons invariably offer the most fervent, thrilling, yet ultimately illusory temptations. Just as the dwelling of demons resembles an unfathomable abyss, those temptations and the ensuing consequences form a bottomless pit. In truth, the elder's concerns were unwarranted. How could Fiki ever choose demons? Was he not aware that, in comparison, devils held more promise? Both demons and devils embody malevolence. Yet one aligns with chaos while the other adheres to order, positioning them in opposition on this plane. While both lack compassion and sympathy, inflicting harm upon others, devils operate within structured, obedient, and orderly means, whereas demons act impulsively, often unaware of their own actions, driven solely by the desire to destroy and harm others. Countless times, meticulously devised evil plans by devils have been thwarted by demons, who revel in the misfortune of others merely for their amusement. Such short-sighted and ambitionless conduct incites deep disdain among devils, and the warfare between these two factions in terms of scale and frequency, far surpasses that of good versus evil. Fiki believed that merely becoming wicked was already sufficiently terrifying. If he were to act thoughtlessly, life would become unbearable. Demons eschew meticulous planning, ever capricious. Thus, the organizations they establish are perpetually ephemeral. However, demons possess long lifespans, rendering many transient events, which feel brief to them, a different experience for humans. A single cycle of repetition could span a decade or two, often sufficient to foster the rise of a demonic organization and execute numerous plans. Having unraveled the blueprints of the cult of destruction and rebirth, their scheme unfolded before Fiki. Infiltrate the Icepeak fortress, daze everyone within, and swiftly modify the array, concealing the alterations with the corrosive ring. Subsequently, they would orchestrate a robbery to mask the modifications made to the array, with the library being an excellent target. Finally, all would retreat, the inhabitants of the fortress awakening to find heavy snow obstructing communication and transport, compelling them to continue their original plan of exorcising wandering souls, thereby tainting the divine realm of the Thunder Goddess. Had it not been for a devil residing within the Icepeak fortress, of sufficient rank to withstand the mental onslaught of nightmares, the cult's plan might have come to fruition. Alas, both history and reality offer no what-ifs. Thus, the present task for Fiki is to study the tenets of the cult of destruction and rebirth, rather than the reverse. In the long run, it would be more advantageous to submit both the blueprints and the ring, as Fiki would likely remain within the Thunder Goddess's church for an extended period. Moreover, regardless of whether he could derive conclusive results, come spring, these items would ultimately be reclaimed by Elder Kipling and submitted to a higher ecclesiastical authority. Fiki did not perceive the absence of a ring capable of launching acid as a significant loss. His true gain lay in comprehending their hidden arrays. After all, his expertise resided in unraveling such mysteries. The magic that cloaked the spiritual light served to protect against specific detection methods, or more specifically, against the divine spells of the Thunder Goddess. Fiki drew inspiration from the array structure left by the demons on the ring, but refrained from employing the runes of the unfathomable abyss. Instead, he predominantly utilized human runes, even incorporating numerous celestial scripts of the goddess. Consequently, no one would discern that this was a demonic spell. They would likely attribute it to the work of certain insufficiently devout human spellcasters, perhaps not even qualifying for inclusion in a silver-sealed spellbook. With this magical cloaking of spiritual light, Fiki could wield his own magic beneath the very eyes of the goddess's priestess, unperturbed even by the presence of some demonic runes. Presently, he lacked an adequate repertoire of spell runes to entirely abandon the demonic runes. This magical cloaking ensured that he could maintain his optimal condition without concern. It also provided him with a secure environment to practice his spells. Fiki scoured the Icepeak fortress, but found no suitable tools for crafting rings. Thus, he could not adopt the ring form. After some contemplation, he resolved to utilize a belt instead. Near the sunsetting mountains, where fierce beasts frequently roamed, the spoils of the hunt were plentiful, particularly leather. The finest leather was used to create inner armor or inlaid leather armor, while the second best was fashioned into shoes. The remaining scraps were often long strips, perfect for crafting a belt. Fiki's belt was said to be made from the hide of a wyvern, and for some reason, it was particularly long, measuring over 3 meters. Typically, it was wrapped around his waist 3 times to secure his trousers. It was said that the length was intended to ensure a rope could always be available in emergencies. If carefully split down the middle, it could yield nearly 7 meters. Splitting it would be wasteful, but it was ideal for inscribing runes. Fiki proceeded with caution, experimenting several times in the infernal chamber, and once satisfied, began crafting the magical cloaking belt. This required specific tools, such as ink, potions, and lead powder. Elder Kipling possessed all these items. He was currently quite fond of Fiki, and with Count Hall's generous pension, he readily permitted Fiki to use them. He etched the runes with meticulous care, dedicating an entire week to complete the magical belt. When folded, it could be strapped around Fiki's waist, concealing any demonic aura, at least under normal circumstances, ensuring he would not attract the attention of the goddess's priestess. Naturally, all magic has its limits. Fiki dared not wear it in places where divine powers were concentrated, revealing a demonic presence. So he still needed to maintain a low profile to avoid peril. The belt was long enough that, when unfurled, it formed a slightly larger circle, with a diameter of just over a meter. While lying inside was challenging, sitting cross-legged was quite convenient. Within this circle, Fiki could conduct small-scale spell experiments, utilizing some demonic runes without triggering the reactions of the fortress's defensive divine spells. He vividly recalled how the nightmare was struck down by lightning. Such a robust creature dared not confront the runes upon these walls, and he, with his slight frame, had even less chance. Thus, equipped with a magical cloaking belt, he could confidently practice magic as long as he unbuckled his trousers. Ah, how delightful! Sitting within the circle also afforded him the blissful opportunity to indulge in instant noodles, without fear of being detected by Kale's overly keen nose. Although instant noodles are a product of Earth, they are also derived from the depths of hell, thus possessing an essence reminiscent of the infernal. Fiki discovered that this hellish aura encompasses the aroma of the noodles, which can similarly be masked. The wisps of steam that rise gracefully into the air will abruptly vanish after reaching a certain height. At this moment, the runes on his belt emit a faint glow, and Fiki feels a slight depletion of his energy. Fortunately, the noodles themselves are not malevolent. The infernal components within this essence are minimal, resulting in a lesser consumption of magical energy. Are hellish instant noodles delectable? Fiki glanced to his side. Before the black cat, Midnight, lay a plate containing a dwindling roll of noodles. Who would have believed that a cat could consume instant noodles? Moreover, it devours them without producing any waste, as if the noodles have fallen into a black hole, vanishing entirely. This starkly contradicts everything Fiki has come to understand, be it science, magic, or divine arts. Yet, no amount of logic can rival Midnight's fondness for them. Fiki has yet to observe any desire for other sustenance. Oh, it will drink Red Bull. But that pales in comparison to its affection for instant noodles. Watching the black cat eat, burp, groom itself, and then attempt to doze off, Fiki gently prodded it. Stay awake. We must continue our discussion on electric magic. Chapter 52. The Eternal Demand for More. With heavy snow sealing the mountains, the cult of destruction and rebirth has ceased its disturbances. Aside from the occasional wandering souls, who drift in and out of the highest meditation chamber of the tower or are intercepted by Fiki and sent back to Earth, there are no other visitors. Outside, a profound silence envelopes the scene. If one listens closely, they might even hear the sound of snowflakes landing on the ground. Those situated in the mountains. There are no howling winds here, only the soft, incessant fall of snow. Peering down from the tower's platform, Fiki noted that the snow had buried the second floor entirely. However, this did not imply that stepping out of the third-floor window would allow him to tread upon solid ground. How's he know this? Fiki once tossed Midnight outside, only to witness the little black ball of fur disappear into the expanse of snow, leaving behind a deep indentation. Midnight used its telekinetic ability to float itself back up, promptly clawing at Fiki in retaliation. The snow was so deep that even a cat could sink into it, making it impossible to venture outside. Even a playful snowball fight was out of the question. Moreover, someone had to be on duty in the meditation chamber, making it nearly impossible for the three of them to gather together, even if they managed to create a semblance of a card game. They couldn't play a proper round of poker. It seemed that games like chess, Go, or checkers were not suited for their current circumstances. However, the inhabitants here possess a game involving dice and pieces, which piqued Fiki's interest. Unfortunately, old Kipling was unfamiliar with it, and that foul-tempered Kale only insisted Fiki train rather than teach him games. Ultimately, Fiki and Midnight, sharing an emotional connection, found themselves incapable of playing cards or chess. They couldn't even determine the winner of a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Thus, Fiki's sole source of entertainment became the practice of spells. He would use magic to create a circle on the ground, then sit cross-legged within it, firing off electric orbs. As the priest of the goddess of truth and thunder, he was well-versed in lightning spells, with ample records of related divine arts at his disposal, making it easier to reference incantations and achieve results. Casting Thunder Palm was no longer a significant challenge. Launching bolts of lightning still lacked a bit of power, but the spell structure was nearly complete. However, Fiki's aspirations for lightning magic did not end there. Electricity was not merely for striking foes. It held far more expansive applications. In his view, the denizens of this so-called Eternal Dawn continent had yet to witness the illumination of the night by electric lights. How could it be deemed Eternal Dawn? No. Continuous current had been achieved, yet it was direct current, not alternating current. And where was the control over voltage and frequency? Fiki tugged at his hair in frustration, eyes wide as he stared at Midnight. I don't need precision, but mustn't be too far off. If this isn't achievable, how am I to charge my notebook? Meow? Midnight tilted its head, its eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. Its adorableness quelled Fiki's impulse to grasp its neck. He had to admit he faced a conundrum: how to articulate his thoughts more effectively to ensure the spell operated according to his design. Let us start from the very basics. Setting aside voltage for now, what about frequency? Fiki was not inquiring of midnight, but rather through midnight. He posed the question to the world using the language of the devil's contract. Soon enough, he received a response in the form of a questioning meow. Well, this concept was also absent. Fiki possessed a parchment scroll inscribed with dozens of conceptual terms, including second, pressure, density, hardness, and now, frequency. These terms had emerged during his recent endeavors with incantations, yet there were no spells or runes to express them, rendering him unable to exert precise control over the effects of his magic. Souls could alter the world, thus giving rise to spells, which was advantageous. On Earth, he could not make things levitate. Yet here, controlling material movement was merely SUA, with weight or speed governed solely by one variable, his magical energy. Through diligent practice, even if his magical energy remained unchanged, improving efficiency would enable him to transport heavier objects and achieve greater speeds. This was indeed the easiest to control. Yet precision remained elusive. Once he employed complex structures, such as multiple interdependent mechanisms, the spell would result in chaos. Therefore, he must discover or create these concepts, ensuring he could exercise precise control over spells when needed. Rising to his feet, Fiki secured his belt and trousers, then dashed into the library. He hoped to uncover more precise expressions of spells, particularly those that included fundamental measurements such as distance, time, and mass, thus establishing an operational spell system. Without time to read thoroughly, he skimmed through the library's collection, spending over a month perusing every book, only to find in a tome titled The Song of Yesterday, symbols representing direction and time, yet no spells whatsoever. The snow outside had ceased. Winter was nearing its end. Yet Fiki still could not resolve this dilemma. Consequently, he sought counsel from old Kipling. Upon encountering the elder, Fiki was uncertain whether to wish for time to hasten or to slow down. If it sped up, winter would pass swiftly, alleviating the elder's suffering. Yet, if time rushed on, the elder would age more rapidly, and he appeared truly frail, perhaps running out of time. Lord Snow Owl was curled up within thick clothing, revealing only his face and one hand. Throughout this winter, aside from the initial period, the elder's spirit had not been particularly vibrant, lacking the energy to concern himself with divine prayers or the burdensome paperwork and accounts. Beside him lay a light-hearted nightly novel, which momentarily lifted his spirits. Most of the time, the elder was asleep, conserving energy to focus on his still bright and steadfast eyes. He observed Fiki's arrival with a hint of surprise. After contemplating Fiki's inquiries, he shook his head and smiled, saying, "I have long advised you that divine magic is the most effective. There is no need to fret over such matters." The elder continued to encourage Fiki to embrace the path of a priest, stating, "By studying the scriptures of the goddess and heeding her teachings, you will naturally come to grasp the truths of the world. The goddess functions like a superintelligent, automated wish fulfillment mechanism, understanding, transforming, and actualizing desires in a single step. The more devout you are, the greater the effects. Is there anyone in the Church of Thunderous Truth who can utilize divine magic to traverse to other realms?" He pondered. "As long as one is devout, upon death, they shall ascend to the goddess's divine realm. The fallen, however, descend into hell or are cast into the abyss by demons. There was once a bishop who opened the gates to hell and initiated an assault. Such actions resulted in tremendous casualties and can no longer be deemed virtuous. Thus the goddess no longer supports such prayers. Why do you inquire about traveling to other worlds? Do you wish to hasten your journey to the goddess's realm?" "I am in no hurry." Fiki realized he was unable to engage in profound discussions with the world or even communicate effectively with its entrenched ideologies. He contemplated anew, rephrasing his question, "Is it possible to visit the stars, perhaps a specific bright star in the night sky?" To the stars? Such thinking is archaic, a relic of the Creator's era, and is no longer in vogue. Focus instead on the people and matters around you. Performing good deeds is truly remarkable. Fiki, do not dwell on those illusory concepts. But wait, does the Creator have any connection to this? Did he possess divine magic? He certainly did in the past. Much of today's divine magic still draws upon the ancient practices, including the runes of spells. Are you seeking to trace the origins of these runes? Oh, you do not wish to travel to other worlds. Rather, you seek to understand the genesis of our world. Grateful for the guidance of Elder Kipulin in formulating his inquiries, Fiki nodded eagerly. "Yes, that is indeed my intention. When I examine the spells, they appear chaotic and convoluted, riddled with errors. How could I have overlooked the Creator? He fashioned all things, and thus should possess foundational concepts. I can assist you in acquiring such a tome. It will not be overly difficult, once the snow has melted. Elder Kipulin regarded Fiki with an expectant smile. Alternatively, I could recite from memory the book I know, and you need only to complete my task. I do not wish to wait for the snow to melt. I desire to learn now. So what is the task, Lord Snow Owl? To learn divine magic. Begin with the simplest prayers. I wish to see you diligently study the divine arts. Progress and results are essential. This is unfair. I have tried. I cannot grasp divine magic. The goddess has not answered my prayers. Do you recall the prayer we recite each evening at dinner? This world was created by the Creator and is governed by the goddess of thunderous truth. Everything you do is under the goddess's gaze. All your actions receive a response. Yet you have focused solely on the act of praying. Fiki, the goddess, does not forsake anyone, nor does she neglect any individual, especially not a noble child of the royal count and the knightly order. You possess immense potential, yet the distractions and troubles surrounding you are overwhelming, which is why the goddess has placed you in the desolate and frigid Ice Peak Fortress. Here, have you not already discovered what you excel at and enjoy? But that is magic, not divine magic. Fiki stubbornly repeated, I cannot wield divine magic. Magic is sufficient. Truly, magic is quite fascinating. For you, magic may suffice. Or perhaps alchemy is adequate. However, Elder Kipulin spoke slowly. For Ice Peak Fortress, divine magic is essential, especially a practitioner whom everyone can trust and rely upon. One who can consider the plight of our few unfortunate guardians. Fiki, I hope that person is you. Upon hearing this, Fiki clasped his head with both hands, his nails digging into his skin as he fell into silence. He understood that the most advantageous course for himself was to immediately refuse to completely avoid divine magic, for that would be the safest path. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly disappoint Elder Kipulin. Fiki did not wish to disappoint the elder, just as he did not wish to disappoint himself. He touched his belt. Perhaps the cloaking of magical light belt could assist him in this endeavor. Simply praying and studying was not akin to devotion. As long as he did not harness demonic powers, he might remain undiscovered. After all, it was entirely normal not to be able to grasp divine magic. It had always been this way in the past. The elder was simply being persistent. Very well, I shall make one more attempt. Fiki lifted his head and replied, but this truly feels like a waste of time. Chapter 53, Gazing at Heaven from Hell. Kulme, do as I instruct, Fiki. First, pray to the goddess for light to illuminate the world before you, just as dawn pierces the night and the sun gradually rises. Fiki was an intelligent student, though not necessarily a diligent one. He blinked, extended his index finger, and softly intoned the incantation. A sphere of light emerged from the spiral center of his fingertip, slowly ascending. Initially, it emitted a faint glow akin to that of fireflies, gradually intensifying. Once it became as bright as a candle, Fiki gently blew, sending it higher into the air to illuminate both master and apprentice from above. Is this magic? I have never witnessed such a beautiful casting. One might even describe it as elegant. Yet this is not divine magic. Elder Kipulin shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. I know there are many means to produce light. Striking flint with a sickle can create a flame far brighter and warmer than this. But now, I require you to generate light through a specific method. Lord Snow Owl, I do not intend to be contrary. I simply do not understand why it must adhere to a specific method, why it must be divine magic. You must show respect to the goddess. Not only because you reside in Ice Peak Fortress under the governance of the goddess of thunderous truth, but also because without the goddess, there would be no light. Fiki shook his head, rejecting this assertion. Light possesses many attributes. Certain electromagnetic waves, the probabilistic manifestations of light quanta, the release effects when particles obtain energy yet lack the capacity to transition, the speed of information transmission, time. It has numerous positive interpretations and nuanced portrayals. But none of them stem from the creation of a deity. Oh, perhaps there is such a notion, but Fiki does not believe it. Disbelief is sometimes more difficult to alter than belief. Before the goddess, was there no light? I recall a period under the Creator. Was there no light then? Elder Kipulin shook his head. The goddess is unrelated to creation, but she is integral to existence. After the Creator, the goddess took over the world, allowing it to continue its course. We are neither in an abyss nor in the divine realm, but still in this realm most suited to us. This is the goddess's merit. Fiki, do you know the Chaos Realm? It is a terrifying place created by demons, where nothing can exist in stability, and concepts are utterly absent. Should you fall in, one moment you may be human, the next a bird, and the next perhaps sand or even a mere puff of air. No one knows what will happen, not even the demons themselves. Yet in our world, when you recite an incantation, gentle, obedient light appears, not a giant suddenly emerging, nor a malevolent, targeted spell designed to harm you. This is the goddess's merit. You should be grateful. Fiki withdrew the sparkling light sphere and sat silently in a chair, contemplating. The goddess of thunderous truth and her angels were the enemies of demons. A truth that had taken root in Fiki's mind. Objectively, this perspective was not entirely erroneous, akin to observing someone across the table and declaring them bald due to the shine atop their head. Yet what if there were a tuft of hair hidden at the back, perhaps braided long, obscured by broad shoulders and an imposing physique? The dichotomy of goddess and demon was an objective thought, but was it complete? Fiki had always believed that he could approach the gods and demons of this world with objectivity, treating them equally, thus developing a theoretical framework for soul magic, of which he felt proud. But had he truly succeeded? Could he claim that he had not been influenced by the demons residing within his soul? He wielded the tricks and abilities of demons with ease, maintaining a semblance of restraint. Yet the nightmarish shadows of a charred corpse within him served as a testament to the truth. However, when it came to divine magic, even the slightest attempt would unleash a torrent of emotions. Resistance, rejection, anxiety, fear, and even jealousy towards those who wielded divine powers effortlessly, relying solely on prayer and loyalty to invoke potent spells. Perhaps there was also disdain, a belief that his own mastery represented the ultimate truth, destined to overshadow them in the future. What warranted such arrogance? Setting aside his hubris, Fiki sought to reassess his understanding of this world with a calmness akin to that of a machine, discovering that the demon within had, unbeknownst to him, influenced his perceptions. While it was true that demons tainted his soul, their impact should pertain to how others perceived him. Thus, he must take precautions and adapt, rather than succumb to self-doubt regarding his own identity and worldview. Temporarily discarding the dichotomy of good and evil, he pondered the thunder goddess of truth. Reflecting on the words of Elder Kiprin, realizing the commonality between demons and deities, order. Truth serves as a standard, while demonic contracts represent another form of regulation. The goddess protects truth through invocation and thunder, while demons enforce contracts through profit and terror. Their moral actions may diverge greatly, yet both undeniably uphold order. From this standpoint of order, could he not express reverence towards the thunder goddess of truth? Fiki could find no compelling reason against doing so, even if it were merely for the sake of the number 11. He calmed his mind and began to pray to the goddess. This time, it was a genuine prayer, not mere words or inner complaints. He reinforced the aspect of the goddess that represented order in his mind, envisioning her as a composite of rules and governance, a guardian of stability in the world. In doing so, he gradually dissolved his preconceptions, smoothing over the knots within, paving a clear path forward. At that moment, he noticed the magical concealment of the luminous belt beginning to operate, steadily consuming his energy, undoubtedly indicating the emergence of demonic essence, yet thankfully not revealing itself. He lifted his gaze to Elder Kiprin, finding in the old man's eyes a glimmer of expectation and encouragement. Would the elder harm him? No. If demonic essence were to manifest, how would the elder respond? With healing, counsel, and protection, never with malice. Would the goddess unleash her thunder upon him, a vessel of demons? Perhaps, but the likelihood seemed minimal. He had committed no evil. He had defended the Icepeak fortress and treated those around him with kindness. Thus, what was of utmost importance at this juncture? The most pressing matter was to ascertain the answer. To strike or not to strike, he must reach a definitive conclusion, allowing the goddess's thunder to remain a source of strength rather than a fear or inner demon. With that resolve, he closed his eyes, overcoming his indecision, and directly posed a question to the goddess. I possess a demonic essence, yet can I pray to the goddess and request divine magic? The thunder did not strike. Instead, a pale blue orb of light began to rise from the nape of Fiki's neck, hovering above his head and radiating a gentle glow. Midnight, witnessing this, leaped atop Fiki's head, raising a paw to prod at the orb. The pink paw pad met the orb's pale blue exterior, not penetrating but nudging it aside. Soon enough, the orb swiftly returned to its original position, floating above Fiki's head. Midnight, intrigued by this newfound toy, widened its eyes in excitement and resumed batting at the orb. This was the orb of divine magic, the color of holy light. Elder Kiprin beamed with joy, his eyes nearly obscured by wrinkles. I knew you could succeed. This is splendid, he exclaimed before suddenly coughing. Fiki rushed over to assist him. Fortunately, the elder's cough stemmed from laughter too vigorous, and after a brief moment, he recovered. Still smiling, he pinched Fiki's cheek. My child, I know you are intelligent, and with intelligence comes caution. You are the second child in your family, with an elder brother and younger siblings. Perhaps a bit of recklessness or hardship is a sign of your cleverness. However, Here in the Icepeak Fortress, we need not that. I hope this place can become your home, not to replace your previous one, but to allow you to shed your burdens and pursue what you wish, enabling you to thrive. Elder Kiprin gestured towards the headboard of his bed, where a small, metal-bound book rested, palm-sized and thick, with a long chain affixed to its spine. Take this. Study diligently and master the divine magic within it as soon as possible. I believe you are more than capable. Once you become a priest of the Thunder Goddess, you will be sheltered within the church, enjoying freedom even without indulgences. At that point, whether you delve into spellcraft, alchemy, or unearth the lost histories of the Creator, no one shall interfere. Fiki nodded, taking the book and fastening the chain to his belt. He softly uttered SUA, and the metal-bound tome floated up to about waist height. Within easy reach, the elder chuckled. Ah, you look particularly dashing like this. Evidently, young people have their own ideas. How do you feel now? His feelings? Fiki pondered for a moment before sincerely responding. I feel as though I have shed some kind of shackles, sensing a vastness in the world, as if I have gained wings. Indeed, this is the sensation of acquiring faith. Fiki nodded in agreement, yet internally he felt this did not quite equate to faith. It was at most a sense of recognition. His relationship with the goddess was not as direct as that of a typical priest. Rather, it was buffered by the laws and order of the world, achieving alignment only on this level. However, such alignment was sufficient to channel divine magic, and he was indeed grateful for the generosity of the Thunder Goddess, which exceeded his expectations. The advantages of wielding divine magic were evident. Even the simplest spells could significantly enhance Fiki's security and status. How could he remain oblivious to this? Moreover, with divine magic, he could utilize unique runes, greatly aiding his ongoing studies in spellcraft. Simultaneously, his mind remained acutely aware. The ability to wield divine magic did not imply an unimpeded path ahead. More potent and complex spells still demanded a priest possess a heart brimming with devotion, some requiring direct communion with the goddess. This signified that Fiki could no longer rely on reverence for order as a transitional buffer. He must fully open his heart. Ultimately, he would need to prioritize magic. Magic should take precedence, with strength ideally surpassing that of divine magic, while divine magic served as an auxiliary in his research, capable of concealing his identity when necessary. After all, who would suspect a demon wielding the goddess's divine magic? Thus, after mastering a simple divine spell, he continued to pester Elder Kiprin to teach him the runes of the Creator. You are truly obstinate. It is clear that the goddess's divine magic surpasses the runes of the Creator. However, since I promised you, I shall fulfill that promise. Go to the table and fetch a piece of paper. I will write it for you. Chapter 54. The Return of Spring. The wandering souls had not appeared for several days, and the thick clouds that had loomed over them all winter began to dissipate, the snow melting into water. The sounds of dripping water echoed throughout the Sunset Mountains, coalescing into streams that rushed forth, ultimately transforming into a roaring waterfall cascading down the mountainside. Fortunately, a river named Puesa existed to carry these melted snows southward and eastward, nourishing the expansive earth. I always thought the moat of Icepeak Fortress would remain dry forever. Fiki treaded carefully over the remaining shards of ice, slowly stepping out of the recently unsealed fortress gate. He held a slender rope in hand, one end tied to a toy mouse made of cloth. Midnight cautiously followed behind, seizing the opportunity to pounce. Sometimes it succeeded, sometimes it failed, yet regardless of the outcome, it remained joyful. Out for a little catwalking, are we? Training it is not as beneficial as training oneself. You have far too much leisure time. Kale stood on the lower drawbridge, methodically shedding his garments. Before him, the moat brimmed with water formed from melted snow, crystal clear yet undeniably frigid. Kulme, let us descend and cleanse ourselves. It shall be good for the body. It is also a way to welcome spring. I would rather not catch a cold. I would much prefer a warm bath. Fidge hastily declined, shaking his head. Shall I stoke a fire for you, so you can warm yourself quickly upon emerging? That would be splendid. Kale had already bared his upper body, revealing a robust frame marred by scars. He scrutinized Fidge, his gaze settling upon the young man's new bracelet. Crafted from numerous small red coral stones strung on a white cord, adorned with the sacred emblem of the goddess's thunderous cross. Kale pointed at the bracelet and inquired, Has Lord Snow Owl truly appointed you as the new arcane advisor to the fortress? Indeed, he bestowed upon me this string of stones, and thus designated me. However, I find myself somewhat unclear about the responsibilities of an arcane advisor. Is it truly merely to manage correspondence, negotiate for greater rewards during missions, and lead prayers for everyone? Of course, what else did you expect? Or, if you so desire, You could add another duty, leading ice swimming. Kale discarded his clothing, pinched his nose, and leapt into the water. The icy water splashed around, the cold biting, yet a sturdy body embraced the chill in a welcoming of spring's arrival. Fidge, I am in the water. Where's the fire? Do not rush me. It shall be ready shortly. Fidge cast aside the rope, tossed the cloth mouse to midnight, and turned to enter the fortress. Passing through the gates, he entered the small inner city, where stables and haystacks lay beside the courtyard. Covered by snow for nearly an entire winter, some would remain damp from the melting snow, yet he managed to find relatively dry firewood. As Fidge gathered some and pulled at the dry grass, he noticed several additional figures at the entrance. Giles, Trull, Wymama, and Ramsden had returned. Ramsden, the most exuberant, rushed forward to envelop Fidge in a hearty embrace, scattering wood and hay all about. He exclaimed with fervor, I knew you were safe. Neither winter nor wandering spirits can take you down. Of course. Quickly release me, or I shall inform Kale that you have grown heavier since before winter. And let us see if he increases your training regimen. Fidge greeted each person with a smile, and they responded warmly. Kale emerged from the water, spitting out a fountain of water, causing Wymama to dodge swiftly, while Giles, perhaps feeling it beneath his dignity to evade the cold spray, allowed his boots to become slightly damp. He glanced downside and remarked, let's unload first. The four of them had returned with 2 large carts. The horses that had been taken from the fortress before winter had also returned, forming a long line. The carts were piled with wooden barrels and boxes, covered with tarpaulin and tightly bound with rope, shrouded in mystery. These items needed to be organized into the storehouse promptly, but Kale called out to them, indicating Fidge. Do not leave yet. Fidge, show them what you can do. Actually, it is not much. Fidge closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, entered a state of eagle-eyed meditation. In this moment, he could focus on multiple objects simultaneously, allowing him to perform several telekinetic movements in succession, orchestrating a more intricate group motion. Under his command, the scattered firewood converged, stacking upon one another while leaving space in the center for the dry grass to be placed last. With a flick of his wrist, the sacred emblem from his bracelet leapt into his palm, glowing in conjunction with the incantation, and sparks of electricity shot forth, igniting the grass. A gust of wind swept through, flames began to rise, and the pile of wood gradually caught fire. Wow, this is truly magnificent. Ramsden crouched near the fire, cautiously reaching out. It is warm. This is real fire. Your observational skills leave much to be desired, Kale remarked, always quick to notice faults. Have you become a priest? Giles observed the emblem on Fidge's wrist, nodding slowly and uttering 2 words, good fortune. He then turned and silently walked inside the fortress. Trull, hunching his shoulders, approached and extended his hands towards the fire, eager to bask in its warmth. Phew, the snow this year is truly heavy. Water is everywhere, and the wind is biting cold. Fidge, Lord Giles has matters to report to Lord Snow Owl. Otherwise, he would surely wish to see you demonstrate more of your abilities. I trust you have learned more than just this over the winter, have you not? Well, there is little more. You all are already familiar with moving objects. The rest consists of creating light, igniting flames, discharging electricity, and commanding others. However, the most crucial healing magic eludes me entirely. Thus I cannot yet claim to be a priest. Fidge's primary focus remained on magic rather than divine arts. His progress was merely slow in relative terms. Compared to the new priest of the Church of the Truth and Thunder Goddess, he was neither lagging nor a prodigy. His advantage lay in an extensive reservoir of knowledge. The common knowledge and alchemy of Fidge Hall, the sociological studies of the humans of the crossroads, and the long-term education and insights from the information age brought by Yen Rue from Earth. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the learning process. Yet, he had encountered a wall, healing others with divine magic. Perhaps this was not a matter of order, but rather of goodness. And thus, this inner demon of his had thus far been unable to manifest healing magic. Do not worry. You are clever. It is merely a matter of time. Trull observed Fidge while warming himself by the fire, and said, Fidge, I'm going to capture a horned-winged beast. Can you assist me? Of course. Why even ask? Fidge nodded vigorously. Where are the horned-winged beasts? Who else is going? What preparations are needed? Everyone shall go, but I believe the 4 of us will suffice. Fidge gestured towards the moat. Are you not inviting Lord Kale and Lord Giles? Ideas are one thing. Reality is quite another. Trull glanced around, then lowered his voice. While avoiding the snow this winter, we encountered something peculiar in Cornwood Town. Though unrelated to Ice Peak Fortress, it likely pertains to other goddesses' fortresses. I suspect the official monster hunters will be busy with this matter. Oh, Fidge, you're an official. but I believe you'll be tasked to assist me with the enhancement ritual while others investigate. His explanation was a jumbled mess, failing to clarify the most crucial details. What exactly did you encounter? Kale, having overheard Troll, concluded his icy swim. Leveraging buoyancy and agility, he swiftly climbed ashore and approached the fire. Ramsden, perceptive as ever, retrieved Kale's clothing and found a cloak from the cart, using it as a towel to dry him off. Speak in detail, Kale urged Troll. What unusual occurrences did you witness? We encountered a group of imposters claiming to be monster hunters, presenting themselves as new apprentices from Valley Keep. They were quite friendly, yet I sensed something amiss. While it is true that occasionally individuals from Valley Keep descend to avoid winter, and we cross paths with them in Cornwood, I visited Valley Keep in July while seeking hornwing beasts and stayed there for 2 days. This year, they have 2 new apprentices, both merely 8 years old. If they were to avoid winter, how come those 2 young children did not come, while 4 adults, who appear to be either warriors or assassins, arrived? Assassins, you say? Then their skills must be lacking, Fidge remarked. Initially, I thought the same, assuming they were incompetent scammers attempting to swindle money from the villagers under the guise of monster hunters. We have encountered many such individuals before. Troll sighed, taking a moment to compose himself before continuing. However, that line of thinking led to carelessness. I exposed them, only to discover that those 2 who appear to be assassins were actually spellcasters, causing us considerable trouble. They instilled fear within us, leaving me frozen and my movements distorted. Ramsden ran about in a panic, while only Waimama seemed remarkably composed. In truth, I am filled with trepidation, merely feigning bravery. As a result, they mistook my facade for prowess and gravitated towards me, instilling an overwhelming fear within. Kale shot a glare at Waimama. Speak normally, refrain from mimicking a woman's voice. Have you forgotten the sting of winter's blows after a season of respite? Waimama shuddered, promptly clearing his throat and speaking in a gruff tone. Fortuitously, Lord Giles joined the fray, and with Ramsden's valiant display, we swiftly turned the tide, ultimately dispatching all 4 of them with only minor injuries. Ramsden's valiant display. Fiki's eyes widened in astonishment. You must elaborate on this. Telong, wearing an awkward expression, scratched his head and remarked, I was genuinely terrified. Waimama appeared fearful yet composed, while Ramsden was utterly unafraid, merely pretending to be in a panic. He seized an opportunity, using a concealed club to incapacitate a spellcaster from behind, while simultaneously subduing another. Thus, we swiftly gained the upper hand and emerged victorious. Ramsden rubbed his nose, grinning foolishly. It's not that I am devoid of fear. Rather, I have grown accustomed to it. I eat and sleep as usual, unperturbed. I may have run about in fright, yet it did not hinder my combat abilities. I comprehend now. No wonder you remain plump. It seems fear fails to ignite your motivation for training. This year, we shall employ a different approach. Hunger. Kale's words plunged Ramsden into despair, but the instructor was indifferent to the chubby boy's sentiments. He merely sought results. Telong, who are those individuals? Lord Giles did not provide extensive details, only mentioning a cult of destruction and rebirth. As we had not captured any survivors, we lacked the opportunity for interrogation. Yet it appeared they were awaiting someone. Chapter 55, The Militia Departs. The 2 groups exchanged accounts of their winter experiences, leading to numerous realizations. The cult of destruction and rebirth commenced their assault just as the snow began to fall, rendering the inhabitants of the fortress dazed. They then took time to alter the exorcism array, anticipating that upon their withdrawal, they would be confronted with deep snow and treacherous paths. Although the initial snowfall would not reach 2 stories in height, without assistance or guidance from those below, traversing this route would be fraught with peril, with death lurking at every turn. Upon reflection, it became apparent that there were 7 cult members intent on wreaking havoc at Icepeak Fortress, matching the number of station troops. A most unsettling prospect. The Sunset Mountains boast a total of 20 fortresses. Besides Icepeak Fortress, 2 others bear the responsibility of exorcising wandering souls during winter. Had they too come under attack? This raises a significant question. What is the scale of the enemy force? Within the Grand Hall of Icepeak Fortress, the atmosphere was devoid of the customary festive spirit that once accompanied reunions in years past, instead imbued with tension. The table was adorned with a massive pot containing lamb stew with beans. Under normal circumstances, such a delicacy would have been devoured before it cooled. Yet today, under Kale's stern gaze, everyone merely sampled it before hastily concluding the reunion meal, eagerly awaiting Elder Kipling to address pressing matters. I conferred with Kale and Giles, and we concluded that this assault would not recur before the next winter. as the snow melts and the roads become passable. The nightly detachments would resume their patrols between fortresses, significantly diminishing the likelihood of another incursion by the enemy. The elder first sought to reassure everyone, then stated, "However, after so many years of the cult of destruction and rebirth lying dormant, their sudden emergence, daring to cause trouble within the direct control of the Goddess Church, necessitates our heightened vigilance." Subsequently, Giles would escort me to Holy Trinity Castle to report this incident. Kale would continue to oversee the fortress's defenses, ensuring the night watch was adequately arranged, at least until Giles and I returned. We hoped to recruit additional personnel, as our current resources were exceedingly strained. Indeed, a mere 7 individuals, old and young alike, with one devil lurking among them, were hardly sufficient. The daily training, patrolling, and extermination of nearby monsters consumed our entire capacity, leaving no room for fortress repairs, which had to be indefinitely postponed. Prior to the emergence of the assailants, we managed to cope, but with the threat posed by the cult of destruction and rebirth, an improvement in our circumstances was imperative. Otherwise, calamity was inevitable. Let Ramsden accompany you. He can attend to your needs. He is more than capable of handling the carriage and errands. Talon gestured to the remaining individuals. There are 4 people sufficient for the castle's defense. We will not allow the enemy to breach our walls again. Elder Kipling shook his head. Ramsden shall remain here, assisting Kale with the watch. Talon, you and Fiki will hunt for the horned-winged beasts. Be swift in your return. The addition of a formal monster hunter would greatly enhance our situation. I regret that I cannot allocate more personnel to you this time. No, Fiki can stay. I can manage on my own, he protested. Why am I being cast about like this? I can't go to Holy Trinity Castle, can't guard the fortress, and can't hunt either? Fiki exaggeratedly sighed, addressing Talon. I know you will surely succeed in hunting the horned-winged beasts, but I would not hinder your progress, would I? Did not Lord Snow Owl advise an early departure and swift return? Very well, we shall set off tomorrow and return as quickly as possible. Talon calculated and then spoke to Kale. Instructor, the round trip will take approximately 14 days. Kale shook his head, for the first time relaxing his expectations of Talon. You have 20 days. I require the horned-winged beasts, not casualties. We shall also depart early tomorrow. Ramsden, prepare the carriage tonight. Elder Kipling rubbed his shoulders, grimacing. Alas, old age brings aches with each movement. Thus, please lay out ample cushions for me and prepare some easily chewable provisions. The elder's modest request was easily fulfilled. After being snowbound at Icepeak Fortress for an entire winter, Fiki, much like the midnight hour, was eager to venture outdoors. If they could visit Holy Trinity Castle and witness the grandeur of the Sunset Mountains fortress cluster, it would indeed be a treat. However, considering the throngs of paladins and the goddess's priests crammed within, akin to sardines in a can, Fiki felt a twinge of apprehension. Ultimately, hunting monsters in the wild seemed a commendable alternative. According to texts and Talon's first-hand observations, the horned-winged beast resembled a pterosaur. Its elongated and pointed head was flanked by shoulders and forelimbs that stretched outwards, beneath which lay enormous membranous wings extending down to the knees of its hind legs. In flight, the horned-winged beast resembled an inverted triangular glider. The creature, clad in a coat of gray, soft fur, appeared rather unsightly, lacking the grace typical of avian species. However, it was not slow in flight and possessed unique maneuverability, attributed to its substantial and powerful lungs compressing and storing air, allowing it to separate lighter components. This feature enabled it to regulate its average body density for lift, while also providing the ability to expel these lighter gases when necessary for agility or offensive maneuvers. Thanks to the peculiar structure of its lungs, the horned-winged beast developed and adeptly employed sonic weaponry, which proved effective for direct attacks, reconnaissance, and intimidation alike. Talon had recognized this capability and thus chose it as the central element for his enhancement ritual. Fiki and Talon set out to hunt, both being combatants. Without dedicated logistical personnel, a role typically filled by the portly Ramsden, they could only select the most essential, durable, and lightweight supplies to bring along, relying heavily on foraging for sustenance along the way. The phrase spring's warmth is still tinged with winter's chill aptly describes this moment. Although the sun bestowed warmth upon their skin, the wind sweeping through the snow-melted valleys retained a bone-chilling cold, making warmth a primary concern for outdoor endeavors. Both men wrapped themselves tightly in leather garments lined with fur, covering their heads to shield their mouths, minimizing heat loss. They donned 2 layers of shoes and gloves. The inner layer was lightweight, slip-resistant, and durable, while the outer layer provided insulation against the cold. Along their journey, They had to traverse mountains and hills. Being overly cumbersome could lead to demise, while succumbing to extreme cold could have the same fatal consequence. Thus, they opted for the more cumbersome but necessary double-layered gear. Consequently, Fiki and Telong appeared rather clumsy, their large heads and stout bodies enhancing the illusion of diminutive limbs, evoking an endearing aura, especially with a cat perched atop one of their heads. This whimsical image, while traversing the rugged mountain terrain, was akin to brandishing a sign that read, "I am both adorable and delectable." Any creature that might underestimate them and consider them easy prey would be gravely mistaken. The two wooden sticks they wielded, seemingly mere trekking poles, could swiftly transform into deadly spears with a flick of the wrist, revealing not one, but 3 sharp points. This trident-like spear, with its 3 prongs extending forward, was exceptionally effective against charging foes, capable of inflicting 3 grievous wounds in a single strike when laid in their path. However, this was merely a disposable weapon. The true instrument of lethality was the spiked mace hanging from their waists, approximately 60 centimeters in length. It featured a radiating blade at the top and a robust wooden handle adorned with anti-slip texture. It appeared unremarkable, yet its destructive power was astonishing. If one were to wield a knife to slay a horse or a cow, they would find it a laborious task. It might take several strikes, if not more, to bring them down. But a single forceful blow from this mace to the forehead would suffice to deliver a fatal outcome. When Kale recommended this weapon, his eyes gleamed with a terrifying, savage light that sent shivers down Fiki's spine. Better to endure a knife wound than a strike from this mace. No armor, no matter how heavy, could provide adequate defense against such a weapon. When tasked with slaying a horned-winged beast, only this tool could breach the thick shell atop its head. While its immense power was certainly advantageous, Fiki valued the mace's user-friendly nature even more. It required little more than a powerful downward swing to inflict damage, allowing him to conserve his energy for the study of spells. Fiki favored weapons like the spiked mace, crossbow, and recoil trident for their ease of use and formidable strength, which did not encumber his spellcasting endeavors. Having mentioned the 3 militia weapons, with the spiked mace and recoil trident secured, it was inevitable that the distinctive crossbow of the Eagle School would accompany them. The horned-winged beast could fly. Thus, a lack of ranged weaponry was unacceptable. They carried a heavy crossbow, capable of launching barbed bolt arrows. The barbs would ensnare flesh, with the tether pulling back, allowing them to catch the flying creature as one might fish in water. However, the heavy crossbow could not remain cocked for extended periods, as this would be detrimental to its maintenance and safety. Thus, it required preparatory measures before use. As the two donned their gear, they set off at dawn, just as the first light began to break. At this hour, the mountain air was thick with moisture, creating a fog-like mist that obscured the path ahead and made footing treacherous. Fortunately, this freezing fog would not linger for long. By mid-morning, it would dissipate into slick water, affecting only the ground beneath them without obscuring their vision. The Sunset Mountain Range exhibited peculiarities. Spring was, in fact, the wettest season, far more so than summer or autumn. No one could fathom where all the snow of winter originated, but it certainly was not from the evaporation of summer and autumn. Moreover, the mountains did not experience regular fierce winds. The winter snow was not carried by gales, contradicting Fiki's general understanding of climate, leaving an air of mystery about it. Fortunately, the weather here was not capricious. Spring would manifest as it ought. Thus, the horned-winged beast should also adhere to its natural rhythms, having just awakened from hibernation. Famished and frail, yet needing time to restore its membranous wings to operational status. At this juncture, the air in the mountains remained quite cold and especially damp, conditions that the horned-winged beast would find unpalatable, as such air would significantly diminish its sonic attack capabilities. In essence, during spring, particularly at the onset, the horned-winged beast was at its weakest, excluding the winter's snowbound confinement. Ever since the previous summer's discovery of this creature and the pinpointing of its lair, Telong had been awaiting this temper window. Now, his impatience surged, and the spirited determination in his brisk pace spoke volumes of his intent. Fiki, too, understood the urgency of time. Thus, he gritted his teeth, utilizing the retracted prongs of his trident for support, striving to quicken his pace to match Telong's. Simultaneously, he engaged in the Eagle School's meditation techniques, activating his domain vision to guard against potential ambushes by other famished beasts, while also on the lookout for sustenance. Chapter 56. Hunting Along the Way. On the 7th day after departing from the Ice Peak Fortress, Fiki and Telong found themselves on a pathless expanse. This absence of a path encompassed not only routes for humans and horses, but also the trails of mountain goats, ghost cats, and mountain foxes. What lay before them were barren, exposed rocks, nutritionally void scrublands, and the occasional toxic gas seeping from the crevices. Could there be a volcano beneath? Fiki's voice emerged muffled from the scarf covering his mouth and nose, a dull and indistinct utterance that required repetition for Talon to comprehend. It was quite possible, or perhaps, as the legend suggested, there was a poisoned dragon imprisoned below. Talon raised his voice, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure Fiki could follow. Many regions harbored similar tales, be they of fire dragons or ice dragons, yet few were accurately substantiated. Look, what is that? Beneath a charred crevice, amidst a pile of rubble, a glimmering object caught their attention. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it reflected a crimson light, resembling a mirror or some exquisite gem at first glance. Fiki and Talon exchanged glances, then quietly fanned out, each taking hold of their recoiled tridents, treading lightly as they approached. They were not naive novices. Unaware of the dangers lurking in such appearances, they would not rush in heedlessly. Within the Ice Peak Fortress's library lay numerous texts detailing the ecological and geographical nuances of the Sunset Mountain Range, including accounts of a cunning creature known as the Rock Beast, adept at burrowing and camouflaging itself as part of the terrain, luring birds and beasts with its reflective crystalline appendages. Many avian species had a habit of collecting luminous objects to adorn their nests. The Rock Beast capitalized on this tendency, springing forth from its earthen concealment to strike at the heads of unsuspecting prey, then ensnaring them in its embrace. At that moment, the Rock Beast would curl up like a pangolin, using its armored back to deflect counterattacks while continuously employing its retractable claws to launch attacks from beneath. Typically, after a brief exchange of injuries, the Rock Beast would emerge victorious, securing itself a sumptuous meal. However, the text also noted that the Rock Beast itself could become a meal when they were approximately 5 meters away. Fiki's eagle eye technique revealed an anomaly. He discerned the soul of the Rock Beast concealed beneath the sandy earth. Its soul manifested as a disarrayed flame, lacking vitality, burning slowly and monotonously. Many creatures devoid of advanced intellect exhibited such a soul. The more intelligent and proactive the being, the more vibrant its essence. Fiki pointed towards the location of the soul, and Talon followed the direction of his finger, squinting to scrutinize the area before nodding emphatically. The Rock Beast's camouflage was remarkably effective, even with prior vigilance. Pinpointing its position was no easy feat. Talon had yet to undergo the enhancement ritual and lacked the eagle eye meditation technique, relying entirely on Fiki's guidance to discern the Rock Beast's whereabouts. What followed was relatively straightforward. The Rock Beast placed immense trust in its ability to disguise itself, often lying supinely within its meticulously dug pit. With its softer belly and sharp claws facing upwards, its hardened scales resting beneath. This positioning allowed it to launch a quicker attack when pouncing. Experienced or well-prepared hunters, such as Tron and Fiki, brandished their bladed long weapons at the forefront, capable of both fending off sudden assaults and directly targeting vital points. The trident was unfurled, gradually advancing forward. Suddenly, a whirlwind of dust and gravel erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of frantic shrieks that startled them, swiftly followed by the sensation of impact on their arms and shoulders. The explosive power of the Rock Beast was formidable. Its onslaught aimed to unfold rapidly and conclude just as swiftly. Fiki merely perceived a flurry of shadows ahead, urging himself to maintain a firm grip, resolutely avoiding any erratic movements, while other thoughts fled his mind. The ferocity of the assault was as fleeting as it was fierce, the menacing screeches transforming into anguished cries, a sound akin to the squeaking of a giant rodent. Fiki felt a lightness in his hands, yet Tron's trident bore the weight of the Rock Beast. Its abdomen grievously wounded, clearly a sign that its fate was sealed. If a hedgehog were devoid of its spines and instead adorned with the scales and tail of a pangolin, it would resemble the Rock Beast. Fiki believed he had struck it as well, but perhaps his grip had relaxed just enough, allowing Tron to seize the glory of the kill. The spherical creature continued to writhe, persistently clawing at the shaft of the trident, leaving deep scratches in the hardwood. Tron exchanged a knowing glance, pressing the trident against the stone wall, while Fiki retrieved a mace to end its suffering. "Do you know how to deal with this?" Tron shook his head, then nodded. "Perhaps it's something we can figure out? I recall it being non-venomous. It's edible. No worries, just treat it like catching a lizard and process it accordingly." "Not that lizard from the day before," Fiki retorted. "The one frozen to death and encased in ice was far from appetizing. We're fortunate not to fall ill. Thanks to the goddess. At least this one is fresh." I'll gather some materials to start a fire. Let us head over there. I can hear the stream. Tron, holding aloft the trident with the prey still hanging from it, resembled a triumphant general. As they made their way, Fiki pulled some grass along the path and fortuitously stumbled upon a tree, struck dead by lightning, thus acquiring dry firewood, some of which was even charred. They followed the sound to a mountain stream, the water flow barely as thick as a child's arm, cold yet crystal clear, flowing from higher, non-toxic rocks, making it safe for drinking and washing food. Not far from the stream, they discovered a patch of brown, soft earth formed by last year's withered ferns and moss, perfectly sheltered behind a windbreak of mountain rocks, creating a natural three-sided sanctuary. They deliberated briefly and resolved to rest here for the night, replenishing their strength and filling their bellies, planning to cover more ground the following day. Upon making this decision, both felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if much of their fatigue had dissipated with it. They shed their backpacks, liberating their shoulders, stretching their bodies vigorously in the crimson glow of the sunset, reveling in the delightful tremor of their muscles. Then, Fiki took Tron's hand axe and began to further dismantle the tree, struck by lightning. They required fire not only to heat their food, but also to ensure that the night was warm and comfortable. I missed this wonderful spot last time. I took a higher route, crossing that ridge, seizing the opportunity while handling the rock beast. Tron explained the terrain to Fiki. Do you see that mountain with the gently sloping fan shape? Yes, by passing through the valley on its western side. We'll enter the territory of the winged beast. What brought you to such a remote place alone last time? I got lost, Tron chuckled sheepishly. I usually say I was undertaking a wilderness trial, but in truth, I was lost. It was perpetually overcast those days, with occasional rain, causing me to misdirect. And I wandered until I ended up here. The moment I spotted the winged beast, the sky cleared up. I managed to regain my bearings and found my way out. This place isn't far from Valley Fort, where I took a moment to rest, so I wouldn't appear too disheveled before returning to Icepeak Fortress. Walking alone in these mountains must have been quite uncomfortable. Indeed, with your company and a playful cat by my side, I feel somewhat guilty for my previous solitude. Why is the sunsetting mountains so desolate? There's snow and water. It should be like this. They say this place is cursed. Anything could exist here. Except for civilization, Tron pointed toward the setting sun. Look, those mountains stretch endlessly, obscuring the horizon. There's a saying that these mountains extend to the end of the world, and only the dead can traverse them. Once, to uncover the origins of wandering souls, several exploration teams ventured west into the mountains, only to turn back midway or vanish without a trace. Is it impossible to fly over? I don't know. I have no such aspirations, nor wings for that matter. Right now, I'm just focused on having a hearty meal tonight. Tron tugged forcefully, his hands smeared with blood. He discarded the unnecessary parts of the rock beast far away, relying on the mountain's drop in distance to ensure their camp remained relatively safe, as they wished to avoid attracting any beasts. What were you doing before coming to Icepeak Fortress? Fiki had already chopped the decayed tree, needing only to sit down and mentally move the fragments to form a pile for the campfire. Of course, he was not idle, producing an iron helmet pot, cleaning it with stream water, and preparing to boil some water. I can't quite recall. I think I was farming. I remember fields and cattle, and we even raised chickens in the yard. Wow, your family must have been doing quite well, Fiki remarked, not joking. To be able to farm alongside a side business and own cattle in this era must indicate a good life. You're not me. You couldn't have come to Icepeak Fortress due to offending someone, right? No, Tron replied, reclaiming his hand axe and chopping the meat into pieces, indicating that they would be having stew for dinner. I came here when I was 5. I vaguely remember it was because someone in my family was ill, and we couldn't afford a priest, so I offered lifelong services payment. After that, I remember following Jarlees through numerous cities, villages, and fortresses until I arrived at Icepeak Fortress. A lifetime of service is quite the price to pay. It's not much different from lifelong farming. Farmers and hunters are the same. Perhaps becoming a knight, and subsequently a noble, would yield a different life. Tron glanced at Fiki, shaking his head. Sorry. I wasn't implying that about you. It's fine. In retrospect, the so-called noble life of the past wasn't truly noble. It diverged greatly from my ideals. You see, they need to summon servants even for firewood. How fortunate I am. With just a glance, the firewood comes flying over, and I can shape it however I please. Make the fire a bit stronger. I'm quite hungry. Tron threw the meat chunks into the pot, tidied up the remnants, and rushed to the stream to wash his hands. The water was frigid. He hurriedly finished and quickly returned to warm his hands by the fire. He glanced at the pot of broth. Is there enough salt left? Plenty, Fiki replied. Ramsden insisted I bring this iron pot helmet, and certainly wouldn't forget ample salt. Sigh. If only we had more time, I should have made some fried noodles. Or fried noodles. They're definitely tastier than military rations. Fiki pondered for a moment, rummaging through his backpack until he unearthed 2 small plastic packets, one transparent and one reflective. These are common in instant noodles, dehydrated vegetables, and seasoning packets. With a smile, he said to Tron, since we have the time to stew soup and enjoy meat, we mustn't waste it. Hey, let me perform a little magic for you. Chapter 57. The Prey of the Winged Beast. The people of Icepeak Fortress held a favorable view of Fiki. He was amiable and devoid of any significant flaws. His training marked by complaints, yet never lazy, successfully completing all assigned tasks. And crucially, he never carried himself with any noble airs, treating everyone equally. Naturally, Fiki also possessed certain peculiarities that left others puzzled. He often inexplicably produced odd items. Initially, it was a metal can emblazoned with 2 golden bowls, containing an exceedingly sweet beverage. Fiki claimed the drink was a gift from the thunder goddess of truth, yet everyone regarded it with skepticism. The occurrence of blessings might be excusable once or twice, yet it cannot be a frequent event, can it? While no one has meticulously recorded how many cans have been consumed, it is undeniable that the quantity surpasses that which would suffice for merely 1 or 2 individuals. Furthermore, Fiki is not the offspring of a deity. Thus, such beverages ought not to be considered appropriate snacks for children at present, should they? Subsequently, Fiki ventured outside and returned with a cat. Initially, everyone recognized it as a ghost cat cub, yet certainty has since waned. Who has ever witnessed a ghost cat so intelligent and capable of flight? Strangely enough, even Elder Kipling has been reticent regarding this peculiar feline, deviating from his usual practice of documenting the emergence of new life forms in his reports. In the past, whenever a new creature appeared in the Sunset Mountains, the Elder would meticulously record the details and promptly report them, ensuring that other fortresses within the church were informed of the new developments. As heavy snow blanketed the mountains, Fiki, unbeknownst to anyone, had been tinkering with some contraption, keeping it hidden from view. Kale noticed this curiosity, but since Fiki had already undergone the enhancement ritual and was no longer a student of the Icepeak Fortress, Kale felt it was not his place to intervene. He monitored the lives of the students, but would never rummage through the belongings of his colleagues. Yet this did not prevent the emergence of a mysterious aura surrounding Fiki. Then, by a stream in this desolate wilderness, Fiki produced 2 peculiar packages. Upon opening one, it revealed a suspicious brown powder, with an aroma that both intrigued and irritated the nose. The other package was even stranger, containing intricately carved vegetables, small bits of meat difficult to chew, and peculiar yellow morsels. However, once these items were cast into the water, they immediately began to morph, expanding until they astonishingly transformed into vegetables, meat, and egg flowers, their colors exceptionally vibrant. Is this real? Tuluin gazed in astonishment, nearly leaning over the surface of the broth to observe. Soon, he detected an unprecedented, rich fragrance emanating from the bubbling stew, and just inhaling a hint of it sent his salivary glands into overdrive. What have you added to it? Is this some form of magic? Surely divine magic does not possess such qualities, does it? This is not magic. However, if one were to insist, it bears some resemblance to alchemy. Fiki retrieved 2 slender sticks from the woodpile, using them as long chopsticks to stir the stew, turning the contents over. I assure you, these ingredients are non-toxic and enhance both the aroma and flavor of the food. Yet, considering this is already fresh meat, perhaps enhancing it is superfluous. For now, let us simply indulge ourselves before the impending battle. Tuluin watched, wide-eyed, as Fiki performed various deft maneuvers with the 2 sticks, leaving him speechless in awe. He clumsily grasped 2 sticks himself in an attempt to emulate Fiki, but after dropping them for the 3rd time, he sighed, realizing the nobility could indeed play with such finesse. Enough of this marveling. Rummage through the rations, and do not let them burn. I estimate the food will be ready shortly. Preparing food outdoors cannot replicate the efficiency of a home kitchen. Here, a gentle simmer for an hour is needed to coax out the flavor of the bones, allowing the spices to infuse, but time is a luxury we do not possess. Modern life has unwittingly saved much time, yet in the wild, every moment is precious. Gathering firewood, igniting a flame, preparing food, burying remnants, arranging bedding, setting traps, and maintaining weapons and armor. All these tasks consume time. Hence, the 2 cannot afford to wait for the meat to become utterly tender. They must eat as soon as it is sufficiently cooked. The texture may require some effort to chew, but the remaining time must be devoted to ensuring their safety. How delectable! Talluin exclaimed, gnawing on a meaty bone. The bone was still warm, necessitating a constant shift of fingers to grasp it, as he blew on it to cool it down, while simultaneously trying to avoid burning his tongue. I feel myself warming up. How about you? Likewise. Fiki exhibited a grace and composure far surpassing that of Talluin. He used magic to levitate the meat bone, thus avoiding the discomfort of handling it directly. This allowed him to break apart the rations and dip them into the broth. Should Talluin be asked to illustrate what embodies noble demeanor, he would invariably cite this instance. Of course, had Fiki not been seated upon the moss, simultaneously shedding his shoes to warm his soles, Talluin's conviction would have been further affirmed. As he munched on meat and sipped broth, he observed Fiki's every action, whether it was skillfully maneuvering the two sticks to retrieve chunks of meat or employing magic to suspend the meat in midair for rapid cooling. He felt certain that such poise was beyond his own capability. However, he also noted that Fiki occasionally furrowed his brow, and assuming he was troubled, he inquired, "Me? I am perfectly fine. I am merely pondering why the telekinetic spell cannot retrieve the meat from the broth. I can clearly see its position beneath the surface. Yet the spell seems to be obstructed by the water. However, once the meat surfaces even slightly, I can cast the spell. How peculiar. I had thought targeting spells relied solely on sight. You are contemplating spells?" Talluin had no knowledge in this area and could offer no response, thus returning to his meat. Learning magic is a cumbersome endeavor. One must first master reading, not only the common script but also the church's runes, the high script of Heaven's Mountain, and even the languages and spell symbols of other races. Talluin had only managed to distinguish between spoken and written language, still struggling with the lofty ascent known as the church's eloquence. He felt a twinge of envy towards Fiki's extensive knowledge. Yet he understood that without the foundation of noble education and enduring diligence, Fiki could not have made such swift progress. Both harbored their own thoughts. Yet the meal was undeniably enjoyable. They devoured over 20 pounds of rock beasts, discarding the hard shell from the back and inedible bits, leaving them with 7 or 8 pounds of meat, sufficient for a single meal. The long-forgotten sensation of fullness brought about by meat left them both lethargic, wishing to simply recline on the soft moss and drift into a deep slumber. However, as night truly fell, one would inevitably sleep while the other remained vigilant. The one who slept lay beside the fire, utilizing the rock formations to trap the warmth, listening to the crackling of wood and charcoal burning and the gentle whispers of the breeze, allowing for a steady rest. The one awake, however, could not linger near the fire. The brightness would hinder his ability to see in the dark, thus negating the purpose of keeping watch. Moreover, lurking in the shadows reduced the likelihood of being ambushed by an enemy. Knowing how to keep watch is often more reassuring than sleep. Such is the nature of their duty. Each of them slept for approximately 5 hours, allowing them to set out at dawn. As they neared the territory of the horned-winged beast, they donned their battle attire, swapping to lightweight shoes and gloves conducive to movement and combat, ensuring weapons were readily accessible, and sprinkling scent-masking powder over themselves. They trekked throughout the morning, breaking for only a couple of bites of travel rations and a sip of water at noon. The rations were dry and gritty, possessing a salty, fishy flavor that easily quelled any thoughts of hunger. They pressed on without pause, continuing their ascent through the mountains all afternoon. Unbeknownst to them, dusk approached, and a shadow descended from the distant sky. Without a doubt, it was a horned-winged beast. Fiki whispered a warning, prompting the two to swiftly take cover. They crouched silently beneath a cliff, utilizing the protruding ferns on the rocks for concealment while they observed quietly. "Is that your creature?" Fiki gently lifted Midnight from his head and cradled it in his arms, shielding it from the pressure of the rock above. "I believe I see something beneath its claws, arms and legs. Could there be humans nearby?" "Unlikely," Talluin squinted, straining to see. Indeed, the creature soaring overhead was the very horned-winged beast Talluin had fixated upon. Clearly, it had emerged from its winter hibernation, prepared for flight, and had now commenced hunting to regain its strength. This was not favorable news, as its restored ability to fly increased the difficulty of their own hunting endeavors. However, this also presented an opportunity. Having gone so long without sustenance, the horned-winged beast would likely lower its guard when it finally encountered something to eat. Furthermore, consuming food would not immediately restore its combat readiness, but rather diminish it. It now hinges on whether the two individuals can seize the opportunity. As the winged beast glided overhead, unfurling its colossal membranous wings to decelerate, the pair finally discerned what lay beneath its talons. Clutched in its claws were 3 diminutive creatures, reminiscent of human children, each possessing oversized, cumbersome heads, grotesque visages, and pitiably slender bodies. Their skin bore a yellowish-green hue, concealed beneath tattered garments that barely qualified as leather armor. These were 3 goblins, or, as they are sometimes referred to in different regions, gremlins, despite the variance in nomenclature. The general sentiment towards such beings remains consistent. They are universally detested. Typically lacking in strength, a goblin is no match for an equally sized human in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone against more robust races. Yet they are known to congregate, harassing villages, pilfering crops, and stealing resources, relying on their 3 specialties: rampant reproduction to claim territory, opportunism, and the tendency to scatter when danger approaches. Are there goblins in this vicinity? Thrawn inquired, bewildered. Fiki, equally perplexed, contemplated the harsh realities of the western regions, where survival necessitates either a formidable and cohesive social structure or exceptional individual prowess, traits that goblins evidently lack. Moreover, goblins tend to emerge in droves when foraging for sustenance. Concealment is not an option. Despite the numerous dragons sighted over the years near the fortress, not a single goblin had been encountered. Look, that goblin is up to mischief. Indeed, one goblin, unwilling to succumb to its fate, stealthily removed its shoes and brandished a dagger-like weapon, summoning its courage. It glared menacingly at the talons of the winged beast, raising the dagger high. The creature, oblivious to the goblin's actions, shifted slightly, causing the goblin to lose grip on its weapon, which plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks and torrents of tears. The other goblin, perched in the opposing claw, erupted in gleeful laughter, seemingly oblivious to its own precarious situation. Fiki watched with keen interest, but alas, the winged beast took flight. It veered around the mountain, descending lower, appearing poised to land in the very location where Thrawn had previously discovered its lair. The two decided to alter their strategy, opting to act immediately rather than delay until morrow. While this decision carried inherent risks, the prospect of confronting a well-fed winged beast at dawn seemed far more daunting than the impending nightfall. The goblin's blade fell to the ground, embedding itself into the stem of a nearby plant, and Fiki casually picked it up, without giving it much thought. He mused that should the opportunity arise to take vengeance upon the goblins, this dagger might serve as a more meaningful token. Chapter 58. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind Fiki, and Thrawn advanced briskly, seeking a shadowy nook behind a rock to stow their supply packs, proceeding with only weapons and combat tools for a lighter approach. After shedding their sleeping bags, provisions, water bladders, and cooking gear, Fiki felt an invigorating lightness in his shoulders and newfound strength in his legs. The only part of his body that remained tense was his neck. After all, the midnight feline stubbornly clung to his head, insisting on accompanying Fiki into battle. What use could this lazy cat serve? Perhaps it could attract the winged beast's attention only to be devoured, thus allowing Fiki to devise a means to resurrect it with soul. Fiki did not expect it to lend assistance. He simply requested its silence, urging it not to betray their whereabouts. The lair of the winged beast was perched precariously upon a steep cliff, flanked by sheer rock faces that rose vertically like blades, while one side was dominated by a massive, overhanging boulder that provided a slight shelter from the rain. The platform housing the lair was narrow and elongated, treacherous to ascend. Even if they managed to climb, the cliffs on either side posed a lethal drop, rendering it an unsuitable battleground. Nevertheless, the winged beast, drawn to comfort, had chosen to nest beneath the overhang rather than seek a higher, more secure location. Thus, by carefully scaling the curved overhang, there existed a significant chance to remain hidden from the winged beast's gaze while securing a stable vantage point for a surprise attack. Thrawn repeated this plan ad nauseum, ensuring that by the time battle commenced, it would not need reiteration. Taking the lead, Thrawn scouted for suitable footholds, mapping out the optimal path for Fiki, occasionally offering a hand. This segment of the ascent was the most perilous part of their endeavor. Should they be discovered now, they would find themselves in a precarious predicament, unable to ascend or descend, defenseless and vulnerable. Fiki strove to control his trembling muscles, wary of expending unnecessary energy due to anxiety. As he climbed, he frequently found himself forgetting to breathe, too preoccupied with keeping his mouth shut to avoid making noise, which only quickened his heartbeat. At such moments, he would take a moment to compose himself, resting against the rocks. Beside him, the dark red sun was nearly concealed behind the rolling peaks, and while the distance fell into silence, the nearby surroundings buzzed with commotion. Though Fiki concealed himself behind the cliff, his eagle-eye meditation bestowed upon him a broader sight, allowing him to observe the happenings on the other side of the overhang. The ruckus was the handiwork of a goblin. Big Bird, you must think this through. It's a rare opportunity. Pom Pom believes you're in for a misfortune. So hurry and join Pom Pom in serving the great chieftain. And there will be a turning point. Shut up, you're unbearable. Silly Pom Pom, don't provoke the enormous dragon bird. Another goblin lay prostrate on the ground, palms and soles facing upwards, addressing the winged beast in a ceremonial tone. Mighty dragon bird, great dragon bird, I wish to serve you. Fool, the big bird will eat you first. Pom Pom scanned left and right with wide, glistening eyes, and while his comrade lay flat, he edged backwards, distancing himself from the winged beast, at least further than the other goblin. Were it not for the thickets of intertwined thorns behind him and the winged beast's acute sensitivity to even the slightest movement, he would have made a hasty retreat. Viewing the winged beast from a distance was vastly different from witnessing it up close, particularly with the remnants of a goblin's corpse dangling from its elongated, sharp beak. This was the first goblin to be devoured. The winged beast had cleaved its body in two, consuming the lower half before grasping the upper half and placing it atop one of its enormous eggs, continuously drenching it with blood. Once the blood was exhausted, the upper half vanished into the beast's maw. Pom Pom, along with Fiki's extended vision, witnessed the winged beast's jaw bulging before slowly descending to its throat. And with a shake of its neck and head, the remains slipped down into its belly, disappearing entirely. Noticing the winged beast's gaze shifting towards him, Pom Pom quickly averted his eyes and kicked the goblin beside him. The goblin collapsed flat, drawing the winged beast's attention, and was promptly cleaved in two by the beast's beak. The elongated jaws parted, one segment of the body was swallowed while the other was used to douse the egg. As the winged beast turned its back, the goblin resumed its incessant prattling. Big Bird, you've already had your fill today. Take a good nap and wait with Pom Pom for the chieftain. The great and powerful chieftain is invincible. If you even think of eating Pom Pom, the chieftain will descend from the heavens and slay you. So you must not eat Pom Pom. Only then can we await the great chieftain together. This incessant chattering continued, while the winged beast remained focused on using the blood of the corpses to nourish the eggs in its nest. Seizing this opportunity, Fiki and Thrawn stealthily ascended the overhang, avoiding the stony areas, and advanced with bated breath. They had seized the heavy crossbow, and the barbed bolts were meticulously prepared for action. The two figures leaned forward, searching for an optimal angle for their downward shot. At this moment, the sun hung low in the sky, casting their shadows towards the distant clouds, rather than into the depths of the nest. They beheld the winged beast grasping a severed corpse, its head slightly bowed, eyes fixated on the blood-red egg. This presented an opportune moment for a strike. Theron gestured to Fetchy, indicating that they should shoot together on the count of 3, aiming for the creature's back between its wings. 1, and just before reaching 2, Midnight suddenly clawed at Fetchy's scalp, forcefully turning his head. At that instant, another winged beast emerged from the eastern clouds, folding its wings as it dove, shattering the clouds in its wake. Its sharp beak gaped open, and its chest swelled ominously. The sound wave attack of the winged beast could not extend over 100 meters. It could only serve as a warning. 2. Fetchy longed to slap himself. Having spotted the egg, he should have anticipated the presence of a second winged beast. This was likely a family unit, not a solitary dwelling. Retreating now was impossible, as both winged beasts launched their pursuit from the sky. How could 2 humans evade? A swift decision was imperative. Before they could count to 3, Fetchy prematurely released the crossbow bolt. His head turned back and forth to observe the sky, causing his shot to veer slightly. It struck the beast's shoulder. The barbed bolt pierced through flesh, unleashing a torrent of blood, seemingly penetrating the creature's relatively frail, membranous wings. Simultaneously, Fetchy shouted, the second one in the sky, Theron, take cover, and leapt down. The ceiling was approximately 10 meters above the winged beast, though Fetchy did not calculate the exact height. It was inconsequential. He leaped, releasing the crossbow, which was securely strapped to his body, rendering it safe from loss. He did not have time to retrieve the recoiling trident from his back. At this moment, casting a spell with bare hands was the wisest choice. Lightning crackled between his fingers, arcs multiplying as a grand net of electricity began to form. The white flashes illuminated his tense, fierce visage, brimming with lethal intent. Midnight tugged at Fetchy's hair with her front paw, her half-body and long tail trailing behind, her wide eyes brimming with tears, yet her terrified mouth remained silent, adhering to orders. Thus, Fetchy dove headfirst towards the winged beast, shrouded in electricity. The last remaining goblin gazed upward, mouth agape, captivated by the scene, particularly the figure descending amidst the lightning. It believed that even in death, it would not forget this moment, a sensation akin to a racing heart. Thunder's Palm. Fetchy unleashed this descending technique with immense force upon the winged beast's back. Normally, the Thunder Palm would expand upon impact, yet due to the metallic barbed bolt embedded in the creature's back, the imprint did not form, and most of the electric currents surged directly into the winged beast's body, although it paled in comparison to the true might of thunder. The beast had never undergone training to withstand such internal currents. The winged beast emitted a harrowing scream, its back contorting into a C shape, as if folding upward. Fetchy crashed into it, entangled with the wild currents of electricity and spasming wings. At this moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Damn it! Theron had spotted the second winged beast diving from the clouds, noting its gaping beak and swollen chest, and in a flash, comprehended Fetchy's reckless leap. It was better to sacrifice one beast than to lose both. Defeating one would afford them a chance to contend with the second. Moreover, jumping down would allow them to use the ceiling as a shield, slightly mitigating the advantage of the beast dive. Furthermore, they were likely on the verge of encountering a sound wave attack. Theron abandoned the heavy crossbow, flinging it behind him as he leapt down. Lacking Fetchy's magical prowess, he relied solely on the recoiling trident. Whether their enemy charged or he did, the weapon's application and potency remained fundamentally unchanged. Amidst the dazzling electric light, his vision was obscured, yet he aimed to thrust downward in the general direction with all his might. Fetchy plummeted from a height equivalent to 3 stories. And despite the winged beast serving as a cushion, the impact was far from pleasant. The force nearly caused him to bite his tongue, his bones compressing violently, and the residual electric currents left him seeing stars. However, the sharpest pain came from his scalp. Midnight finally screamed. A cacophony of meow, 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 accompanied by fluttering strands of hair on the battlefield. Yet she remained steadfastly attached to Fetchy's head. This pain ignited Fetchy's fury, unleashing a tempest of brutal and frenzied power from the depths of his soul, coursing through his rapidly pulsing blood. With reddened eyes, he scanned for an opportunity, and the barbed bolt with its trailing rope lay directly before him. There could be no better target, and he needed a means to stabilize himself atop the undulating back of the beast before he could unleash his strength. He seized the rope with his left hand, deftly wrapping it around his wrist, and with a powerful tug, hoisted himself up, firmly positioning his feet. Raising his right hand, the incantation for Thunder Palm resonated once more. Wow! The monstrous roar of the winged beast descended from the heavens, serving as both a warning and an attack. Debris rained down from the ceiling, as the shock wave trembled the rocks, sending all unsecured objects flying. Had Fetchy and Theron still been above, they might have been hurled off the cliff by the force of the wave. Presently, they merely felt a tremor, some pressure, and a slight ringing in their ears, yet remained unscathed. Thunderous Palm, we shall pierce you. Fetchy and Theron exerted their strength in unison, bracing for the electric aftermath. Cowering in the corner of the nest, Pung Pung beheld 3 skeletal figures, 1 large and 2 small, illuminated in the flash of lightning, exuding a vibrant beauty. Tears streamed down its face, and it yearned to recite poetry or sing a song, yet its lips trembled, rendering it speechless with excitement. Chapter 59. The Turning Point of Battle. The 3 goblins were already insufficiently divided, especially since blood would be needed to pour over the egg, wasting even more. The winged beast had intended to devour 2 of the 3 while its partner was absent, leaving one as a mere offering. It was caught off guard by the sudden emergence of 2 attackers. They shot, electrified, bludgeoned, and slashed, still oblivious to the gravity of their situation. And before they could retaliate, their demise arrived. Had they known, they should have consumed 1 and spared 2. This one has been dealt with. Theron steadied himself against the recoiling trident deeply embedded in the winged beast's body. In his other hand, the spiked hammer, now slick with blood, shattered bones, and brain matter, slowly dripped as he pressed down forcefully. The winged beast lay lifeless, its massive form unresponsive to further assault. It had perished, felled by the ambush of Fetchy and Theron, succumbing to a wild flurry of strikes. Once soaring through the skies, its body now slowly and uncontrollably slid towards the cliff. Theron glanced at the sky and shouted to Fetchy, "Get to the platform. Don't worry about it. Let it fall." The cliff of the nesting platform loomed several meters above, exceeding the length of the rope attached to the barbed bolt, yet Fetchy was unwilling to relent. He grasped the rope and leapt onto the corpse, locating the sturdiest protruding rock, wrapping the rope around it twice, and hastily tying a knot. He hoped that the rope and stone would secure the body, sparing him the effort of climbing down to retrieve it. Of course, another winged beast still loomed overhead, from which he could also procure the anomalous gland required for the enhancement ritual. Thanks to Fetchy's decisive action, the second beast had not been able to save its partner, nor had it inflicted damage during its initial dive. The once protective ceiling had shielded them from the direct impact of the sound wave, proving that sheer volume alone could not slay an enemy. It was imperative for them to swiftly alter their course, leveling off before tracing an arc to return, achieving the same altitude as the platform housing their nest prior to launching a second offensive. Fiki's ears were ringing, and he and Tluin had to raise their voices significantly to communicate. "I'm fine. I can still fight. How about you?" Tluin nodded, performing a gesture of a fist striking his palm. This signified a direct confrontation, a tactical signal designated for circumstances where an ambush had failed, and only a clash between brave souls would determine the victor. Fiki acknowledged his understanding with a nod, and the two immediately donned their ear protectors, positioning themselves on either side, one crouching, the other standing, each gripping a heavy crossbow firmly. The ear protectors had been prepared in advance. Two soft fabric pouches stuffed with scraps and cotton, tightly bound together with elastic beast sinew, were secured over their heads, effectively muffling their ears. While this arrangement rendered their faces somewhat uncomfortable and did not entirely block out sound, it did provide them a fraction more chance of survival amidst the sonic onslaught. Fiki poked Midnight with his finger and then pointed emphatically to the ground beside him, perhaps feeling some guilt for scratching his master earlier. The black spirit cat complied this time, leaping down a hide. On this platform, the most suitable hiding spot was, of course, within the lair of the winged beast. The shadow leapt softly and concealed itself. The goblin named Pong Pong was still inside. As the midnight shadow passed overhead, Pong Pong halted his attempts to escape the lair and turned to gaze at the black cat. A cat perched upon the future chief's head surely held a higher status. What could Pong Pong possibly be summoned for? Midnight arched its back, cautiously circling the goblin while revealing its claws with a wary demeanor. It fixed its gaze upon the goblin's eyes for a moment, but sensed no immediate threat or malevolence. Thus, it licked its paw, emitted a soft meow, and retreated to the opposite side of the lair, a relatively distant position behind the eggs of the winged beast. Fiki momentarily forgot the fact that a goblin was still alive, his focus entirely on the encroaching winged beast. As darkness fell, the gray creature began to meld into the night sky, making it arduous to discern its movements. With the passage of time, even this slight visibility was swiftly fading. Even employing the eagle-eye meditation technique, he could only perceive the flicker of its soul fire at close range. Anything further was beyond his grasp. The winged beast, however, could detect sound waves, navigating much like a bat. At a distance, its eyes proved less useful, but in the cover of night, it possessed an overwhelming advantage. Tluin noticed his palms were drenched with sweat. The thrill of battle was rapidly overshadowed by an escalating tension. He could barely see the winged beast, indicating he would be unable to fire his crossbow before it unleashed its sonic attack. After the sound wave, he was uncertain if he could still aim properly. According to the texts, even disregarding lethality, the sound wave possessed the capacity to destabilize one's balance. The ear protectors were tightly secured, and sweat seeped in, causing an irritating sensation accompanied by a faint rustling sound. Tluin swallowed hard, hoisting the crossbow once more, squinting to aim. He began to ponder why this encounter was so ill-fated, with two winged beasts appearing instead of one. Last year, he had scouted this area for nearly 2 weeks without a single other beast in sight, not even a trace. Were not the winged beasts supposed to court in spring, lay eggs in summer, and store fat for hibernation in autumn? Such behavior was exceedingly unusual, especially with the arrival of spring, as if the fruits of love had already materialized. He realized he was losing focus, yet could not suppress the errant thoughts that continued to surface. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Fiki suddenly leaping to the side. Even without hearing Fiki's warning, he instinctively lunged in the opposite direction. This response was a result of their extensive training, combined with an absolute trust in each other's actions. Their synergy was not merely spoken, but was a product of a deep, instinctual connection. A sound erupted, a tremendous roar accompanied by a whirlwind of dust and debris. Tluin felt a heaviness in his chest, his head spinning, as his eyes and eardrums felt as though they were about to burst. Yet, he managed to evade the direct impact of the sound wave. Stumbling, he held his ground, lifting the crossbow once more. Fiki was also in distress. Though he had detected the winged beast's attack sooner, misfortune had placed him closer to the epicenter of the impact. Despite his early evasion, he still sustained a glancing blow. The muscles in his left arm trembled uncontrollably, akin to the symptoms of Parkinson's disease, as if he remained caught in a resonance. Under such circumstances, how could he ensure shooting accuracy? He stole a glance at Tuluin, observing him steadily aiming the crossbow with one eye squinted, yet appearing somewhat disoriented. Realization dawned upon Fiki. Tuluin lacked the eagle-eye technique and could not clearly see the winged beast. He glanced at the trembling crossbow and resolved against gambling on their luck regarding accuracy. The crossbow lowered, and he raised the holy emblem high, invoking a spell of light that echoed through the mountain winds. Let there be light. Subsequently, a sphere of light burst forth from the holy emblem, floating delicately skyward like a fragile lantern. This faint illumination struggled against the encroaching darkness, yet more light spheres emerged, multiplying and coalescing into a luminous band. As the winged beast collided with the band of light, this was sufficient for Tuluin to take aim. Although he could not hear the crossbow's hum, he felt the vibrations coursing through his palm. In an instant, the bolt was released, vanishing from sight. The luminous trail formed by the light spheres illuminated the winged beast, vividly revealing its injury as it bled from the wound inflicted upon its right wing. The gash torn open by the flapping of its wings, measuring nearly the length of an arm, certainly a severe blow to its flying capabilities. The creature seemed to comprehend this, inhaling deeply before abandoning its plan to circle around, charging directly at the two. With such proximity, the speed of its flight was overwhelming, leaving little room for reaction. Fiki was struck by the sharp beak, rendering him unable to cast any spells. Fortunately, the crossbow remained shielded across his chest. The impact shattered the crossbow into fragments, and Fiki's leather armor was reduced to tatters, blood gushing from the laceration across his chest, though he was fortunate to have only sustained a flesh wound, not fatal. The second attack from the beak was imminent, while the Thunder Goddess grasp was but a flicker of electric sparks between his fingers, utterly ineffective. Thankfully, Tuluin charged forward, thrusting his trident at the soft flesh beneath the winged beast's neck. Should he strike true, the major blood vessels would rupture, potentially sealing the battle's outcome in their favor. In the face of peril, Tuluin's decisive action spared Fiki from the fate of the two goblins, preventing him from being dismembered by the beak. However, Tuluin collided with the beast's formidable beak, the weight of his body sending him flying backward. He stumbled 3 steps before reaching the precipice, yet could not halt his momentum. In this critical moment, Tuluin, with resolve, hurled the trident, then leaned back over the cliff's edge. At least he hoped Fiki would prevail against the winged beast and survive. As he plummeted, his mind raced with this thought. Suddenly, amidst the swirling darkness of the night sky, he spotted a brown rope, likely the tether of the bolt. At this moment, he cared little for what kind of rope it was. He needed a grab hold. Initially, the rope was slack, devoid of tension, causing Tuluin's heart to momentarily cease. He had only one instinctive reaction, to whip his arm, wrapping the rope around it multiple times. Abruptly, the rope tightened, causing a jolt of pain in his arm as the sleeve of his leather armor tore. Yet it also suspended him in midair, halting his descent. Looking up along the rope, illuminated by the residual glow of the light spheres, he discerned a towering figure standing at the high point of the battlefield. The goblin Pung Pung had finally clambered over the edge of the lair, raising his hands high, inexplicably holding the egg of the winged beast. The egg, if placed on the ground, would roughly align with his chin, yet for some unknown reason, it appeared weightless in his grasp. The goblin's brown-green face was flushed, nearly voiceless from exertion, as he bellowed, his spit flying wildly. In hand, an egg. I roar, oh, foolish bird, surrender at once. Chief, swiftly sever its head. Hiss. The bloodied, filthy egg loomed larger in the eyes of the horned-winged beast, soon consuming its entire field of vision. It shrieked, the air within its belly dissipating aimlessly. Nothing else mattered. The horned-winged beast only knew to turn and hasten to salvage the egg held by its captor. Seizing the moment, Fiki pressed his thunder palm against its hindquarters. In a flash of lightning, one of the beast's hind legs spasmed and straightened, causing it to tumble over entirely. There was no better opportunity. With only a spiked mace remaining at his side, Fiki brandished the weapon and charged forward. He struck wings with wings, claws with claws, disrupting anything that came within reach. Behind him lay the horned-winged beast's rigid leg, frozen in spasm, leaving him utterly unconcerned about threats from the rear. Fiki fought his way to the head of the beast, successfully delivering a heavy blow upon the hard bone between its eyes. The horn-winged beast did not perish immediately. It succumbed to dizziness and subsequently rolled off the cliff, plummeting to its demise from the height and gravity. Breathless, with blood and sweat mingling on his face, Fiki averted his gaze from the fallen horned-winged beast and fixed his fierce glare upon the goblin. The goblin still clutched the egg, though inexplicably it seemed to have grown heavier, causing it to tremble from egg to leg. Yet, the goblin's gaze remained unwavering, as it boldly shouted a question from the depths of its lungs. I beseech you, are you truly my chief? Tapto saumui bang, bang. What did you say? Fiki removed his ear protection, the cool breeze refreshing his overheated ears, a delightful sensation. I didn't quite catch that. What did you ask me? A large tear streamed from the goblin's eye. Its legs quivered, and it swayed before tumbling down, naturally releasing the horned-winged beast's egg. Furrowing his brow, Fiki reached out to catch the goblin, watching as the egg descended perilously close to the ground. Swamao. Midnight peeked from its lair, its black ears twitching as it cast a spell to slow the egg's descent. The egg, larger than a basketball, landed awkwardly, rolling a bit before coming to a halt. Fiki grasped the goblin firmly under its arms, clearly witnessing it exhale a sigh of relief. The chief is truly kind to me. I am more important than the egg. The goblin, wiping its tears, said with heartfelt emotion, I always knew the great chief would come to save me. Upon hearing the word save, Fiki suddenly recalled, what about Talon? He hastily set the goblin aside and rushed to the edge of the cliff. The rope was taut, entangled around an arm that belonged to Talon. Pull me up. Talon swayed left and right, desperately trying to find purchase on the rocky cliffside with his legs. However, lacking legs of extraordinary length, he remained suspended in midair. My arm is trapped. I can't break free, and I can't climb up with just one hand. It's up to you. Do not worry. I will pull you up. Just don't sway. Be patient for a moment. Fiki glanced at the state of the rope, marveling at Talon's fortune. This was the very rope he had fired to ensnare the first horned-winged beast, one insecure to a massive jutting rock, the other dangling the beast's carcass, bobbing precariously at the edge of the platform. The midsection of the rope, entwined in a chaotic manner, was what saved Talon's life. Fiki grasped the rope and delivered a powerful kick to the corpse of the horned-winged beast, sending it plummeting from the platform. In doing so, the rope tightened, allowing Talon to be hoisted back up. The goblin, Pom-Pom, joined in to assist, standing behind Fiki, pulling the rope with all its might. As they worked, it exclaimed, Chief. Pom-Pom, throwing the rope to the foolish one, was indeed the right thing to do, yes. Foolish one? Fiki paused, realizing that foolish one referred to Talon. You were Pom-Pom? You threw down the rope? What made you think of that? The chief could conjure more than two questions at once. How impressive. Amidst the goblin's labored grunts as it pulled the rope, Pom-Pom introduced itself. Everyone has called me Pom-Pom since my birth. The rope was indeed thrown by me. Was there another question? What was it again? The last question was inconsequential. Whether out of kindness, strategic consideration, or sheer luck, Fiki believed the latter to be most probable. Pom-Pom had thrown the rope to save Talon, an indisputable fact. Moreover, Pom-Pom was now helping Fiki haul Talon up, without a thought of whether a stronger, magically endowed human might cut the bridge behind him. Talon's arm emerged first, followed by a leg, and Fiki then pulled him up by his belt, dragging him over the cliff's edge. He lay back, gazing at Fiki's bloodied and sweat-streaked face, and suddenly burst into laughter. Stop laughing. Let me see your hand. I feel fine. It's merely a flesh wound at worst. Talon extricated his hand from the rope, displaying it before him. All 5 fingers retained their mobility and dexterity. See? It's just a minor injury. How about you? Fortunately, some bruising is inevitable, but it's nothing significant. Oh, and by the way, this goblin named Pom-Pom threw the rope to save you. Fiki pondered for a moment before adding, while fighting. He raised the horned-winged beast's egg to divert the enemy's attention, allowing me to strike successfully. Talon cast a glance at Pom-Pom, who appeared a disheveled, pitiful little creature, with a large head crowned by unkempt hair and tear-streaked eyes. Out of gratitude for saving his life, Talon extended his hand. Thank you. Pom-Pom looked at the outstretched hand, then lifted its gaze to Fiki and inquired, Chief, is he going to take me away? He is thanking you for saving him. Extend your hand to shake. It is a gesture of courtesy. Wait, can't you understand what he's saying? Pom-Pom shook its head while grasping Talon's hand, and Talon regarded Fiki with astonished eyes. Truly remarkable. You can speak the goblin tongue? Does noble knowledge encompass this as well? I absolutely do not know goblin language, and I believe I was speaking the common tongue. Fiki was momentarily taken aback. Then he attempted to communicate, while Talon couldn't comprehend what he said to the goblin. The reverse was equally true, despite feeling he was conveying the same message. It must be the tongue of heaven, a divine blessing from the goddess of truth and thunder. The devout Talon immediately found an explanation. Fiki had his own interpretation, believing this linguistic ability likely stemmed from the power of the contract demon. Enabling communication with all sentient beings. Such a skill was essential for forging contracts. However, among the clergy of the goddess of truth and thunder, especially those in charge of missionary work, some indeed received the divine blessing of tongue of heaven to overcome the barriers of language in spreading faith. You always manage to uncover the most peculiar and fascinating things. Talon observed as midnight sauntered over, noting its claws glinting at the mention of peculiar. He quickly amended. But goblins are dangerous creatures. You wouldn't want to take it back with you, would you? More dangerous than the ghost cat? Fiki intercepted Midnight, who was bouncing toward his head, capturing it and cradling it in his arms. He then turned to the goblin. The horn-winged beast will no longer threaten you, and we shall not harm you. What do you wish to do next? I wish to follow the chief. I want to become the chief's pom-pom, the goblin declared, inching closer and bowing its head slightly, pointing to the top of its own head. Pom-pom, pom-pom. What does that mean? What is pom-pom? Everyone loves pom-pom. They strike pom-pom's head with precious pots and mundane planks. And listen to pom-pom go pom-pom. Everyone is happy and laughs when they do so. Pom-pom. So is a sound akin to bang-bang or thump-thump. The noise made when other goblins struck pom-pom's head with hard objects. They all would hit him and then laugh, hence the name. This poor goblin now extended its oversized head, hoping Fiki would like him and laugh, thus awaiting the joyful pom-pom. Please hold on, said Fiki, casting a glance at Talon. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, what exactly does your chief require? The chief is the strongest. The chief provides sustenance, and the chief assigns tasks to Pom-Pom, guiding him to discover his worth. The goblin pondered seriously, his eyes darting about before he added, the chief, when serving soup, also provides meat. If you behave yourself, I shall assume the role of your chief, Fiki stated, gently patting Pumping's head and mimicking a goblin sound. The goblin looked up to see his smile gracing the chief's face. He immediately picked up a stone from the ground and, with a resounding thud, struck his own head, exclaiming, Pum-Pum. From now on, only the chief may say Ping-Pong. Fiki quickly interjected. The result was that after a fierce battle, it was the goblin who required treatment and bandaging. And his injuries did not stem from the conflict. Talon did not support Fiki's decision to adopt the goblin as a pet, as it was not merely a cat. However, he could not voice his objections, especially after being saved by the goblin. Besides, 3 working together was better than 2, particularly when it came to hauling the winged beast from the precipice. I can still see the path. I will retrieve the backpack, and we shall spend the night on the platform, Fiki proposed. Let us dismantle this wooden nest. It will serve well for kindling. He snapped his fingers, beckoning Pung-Pung to follow him. Climbing stealthily onto the platform was cumbersome, but with ropes and the assistance of 2 others, the descent became significantly easier. They left a trail of ropes for their return, conserving energy. Soon, Fiki and the goblin Pung-Pung had retrieved the backpack filled with provisions, sleeping bags, and various tools. Meat, Fiki announced, producing jerky from the bag and offering it to Pung-Pung. There's plenty, enough to satisfy your hunger, and I have water as well. Pung-Pung eagerly snatched the jerky and began to chew, exclaiming, Pung-Pung is so hungry. The chief is good. The chief is great. There is ample meat here to last you a week or 2, Fiki estimated, considering the goblin's weight. He then produced a crude, damaged dagger and placed it before Pung-Pung. You wish to escape by slaying the winged beast and claim its remains for me to find. You now possess a weapon, food, and the vastness of freedom. Where I dwell, there are rules, commands, and constraints. You may choose to depart, taking your food and weapon, and become your own chief. It seemed that he had absorbed too much information at once, as Pung-Pung appeared overwhelmed, struggling to catch up with the conversation. His lips trembled, and his large eyes glistened with moisture. Suddenly, he thrust his hand into his throat and began to vomit, expelling the food he had just consumed onto the ground. The chief wants Pung-Pung. The chief desires Pung-Pung. Pung-Pung can say Ping-Pong. He pointed toward the dark, sprawling mountains outside, declaring, there are no chiefs there. Pung-Pung will not go. Fiki reaffirmed Pung-Pung's sentiments, perceiving the clever yet honest flame of the goblin's soul. He glanced at Midnight and sought the cat's opinion, ultimately deciding not to alter his decision. So be it. I shall be your chief. You will heed my words, and this will be our pact. As long as you comply, all shall be well. Keep the dagger for protection, eat the jerky, and do not waste it by spitting it out. And do not even think of picking up what you have vomited. Pung-Pung hurriedly wiped his hands behind his back, trying to clean himself while putting on a particularly forced smile. I have much to teach you. There's much for you to learn. Fiki felt a headache coming on as he contemplated the matters of Ice Peak Fortress, the goddess of truth and thunder, and the goblin. Yet, The thought of driving Pung Pung into the perilous sunsetting mountains to fend for himself was not just a headache. It was a source of deep regret. Chapter 61. Off-Season. Tluin had procured materials for the enhancement ritual from the winged beast, and then observed as Fiki returned with the goblin. He sighed softly and gestured toward a large rock beside the fire. Sit down. Rest a while. Dinner will be served shortly. The winged beast had been dismembered. Its remains quite unappetizing. Not all game is palatable, and the winged beast was among the unappetizing. It was not toxic, but exuded an unbearable stench. Consuming it would likely result in vomiting, failing to replenish one's energy, and potentially leading to illness. Thus, as Fiki watched Tluin kick the carcass off the cliff, he exhaled in relief. Dried food? He inquired, raising his backpack. No, we shall roast eggs, Tluin replied, pinching his nose. I saw in the firelight that the eggs are raw, and there are no young winged beasts within. These eggs are sufficiently large. Cooking them will provide a hearty meal for all of us. Are you certain this is edible? There is still blood on them. Do you think the winged beast was conducting some nefarious ritual? Have you studied rituals too much? You see magic in everything. I only see blood. There are no runes or magical elements present. If a ritual were taking place, there would surely be something magical involved. Did you see anything? Fiki shook his head. The winged beast's behavior was indeed strange and exceeded the textbook descriptions of such creatures. But Tluin was correct. There were no signs of spellcasting. Moreover, they were to consume the eggs, not the goblin's blood on the shells. Let us cook them and see what they turn out like. If there's a problem, we can choose not to eat them. No one will force us to consume them. Roasting eggs directly over an open flame would undoubtedly cause them to burst, wasting the contents. The eggs must be cooked using ash and require constant turning. Essentially, they would be steamed. It was fortunate that after retrieving the backpack, there remained some of the previous meat, including the jerky and the remnants of the rockjaw beast. These, combined with the scant dried food, allowed them the patience to prepare the ash. In the wild, precision was not paramount. Even crushed charcoal could suffice, and if necessary, they could add some unburned wood to regulate the temperature. As previously mentioned, the winged beast's eggs were larger than basketballs. To cook them, they would either require simultaneous use of an oven and microwave, or they would need to be roasted slowly, potentially taking the entire night. Who could endure such a wait? Fiki devised a compromise, continuously turning the parts closest to the shell until they solidified, then slicing the egg in half, creating 2 bowls filled with still liquid yolk. The remaining egg liquid nearly filled the helmet pot, and he then commenced roasting the 2 egg bowls along with the helmet pot. The mingling aromas of charcoal and eggs enveloped everyone in silence. None wished to speak, fearing their mouths would water uncontrollably due to the difficulty of handling the food. Fiki utilized magic to manipulate the 2 bowls in 1 pot. Tluin sat nearby, fixated on the food, diligently polishing his weapons and armor, seemingly intent on rendering every metal component to a mirror finish. Pung Pung sat cross-legged beside Fiki, his hands tightly covering his mouth to stifle the growls and rumbles emanating from his stomach, at least keeping them to a minimum. Outside of scavenging unobserved, one must never snatch food when the chief is distributing it. Otherwise, not only would one face punishment, but hunger would follow. Pung Pung had learned this lesson well. Midnight, the most elegant of them all, was not genuinely hungry. Her occasional pawing at her masteress' leg was not born of physical need, but rather a spiritual yearning. Or perhaps simply a craving. All right, it's ready. Fiki pierced the egg whites with a stick to check the insides, then took out a knife to cut it into pieces, sprinkling a little salt and pouring in the cooked yolk, mixing it all together for distribution. The 2 eggshells and 1 pot transformed into 3 makeshift bowls, and everyone began to eat heartily. The winged beast's egg was simply delicious, its flavor enhanced by the aroma, overshadowing any toughness in texture or the inadequacies of a novice cook. Nothing is more comforting than a celebratory feast following a hard-fought victory. Yet, amidst the joyous atmosphere, one fellow abruptly lifted his head from the pot and declared, "This feels somewhat amiss." Talon nearly hurled the eggshell in his hand, questioning, "What do you mean? What's wrong? Is it poisonous?" "No, it's not toxic," he replied, "but I find the entire situation rather peculiar." Fidge gestured towards midnight. Talon, "Haven't you noticed? This winter, we have encountered 2 instances of abnormal reproductive behavior. The phantom cats linger on the mountain due to their young when they should be descending to avoid the cold. And the winged beasts are laying eggs in winter, hatching them come spring." "Indeed, that is rather unusual," Talon conceded. "But surely there are a couple of odd occurrences each year?" Fidge pursed his lips, handing the empty egg pot to his companion, who had devoured its contents. As contemplation drew blood away from his stomach to his brain, he felt less hungry. The 2 off-season breeding events may merely be coincidental, yet they inspire a new thought. Was the frenzied cliff griffin driven mad solely by desire for vengeance after losing its mate? Talon was taken aback. Isn't it merely revenge? What else could it be? While cliff griffins are not known for their fidelity, revenge for their mates is certain. However, it seems unlikely they would refuse to eat. Wouldn't you agree? Fidge furrowed his brow, articulating his thoughts slowly. If viewed from another angle, could it be that the griffin, bereft of a mate and unable to breed out of season, was compelled by some force, driving it to madness? What? Driven mad by an inability to lay eggs? What force could compel a griffin in such a manner? The cult of destruction and rebirth. The words spilling from Fidge's lips seemed to chill the air around them. Destruction is easily understood, but what of rebirth? Even if this cult is a chaotic creation of demons, its name typically does not lie. The goddess of truth and thunder undoubtedly embodies truth and thunder. Thus, the cult of destruction and rebirth must encompass both elements. I now believe that in the depths of winter, shrouded in heavy snow, life teetering on the brink of death, yet still reproducing, is perhaps the closest we can get to the concepts of destruction and rebirth. I cannot ascertain the correctness of your explanation, but it would be wise to share it with Lord Snow Owl. Who knows, it might hold some truth. Talon resumed eating, suddenly lifting his head to exclaim, "By the gods! What? Swallow before you speak. Goblins!" Talon adjusted himself, finally able to articulate, "What is the matter with your goblins? Are they here to propagate their tribe? Inquire where their goblin tribe resides, its size, and the level of its weaponry. Oh, and do not let them catch wind of our intentions. If there were intentions, they would only be to eradicate the goblins. A solitary goblin, if compliant, might survive under Fidge's protection. But no one could shield an entire goblin tribe in the presence of the paladins of the goddess of the setting sun or the monster hunters." Fidge rummaged through his memories, filled with disaster, expulsion, and annihilation. "Pom-Pom, how were you captured by the winged beast? Was no one there to rescue you?" The goblin had finished the egg pot Fidge had given him, his belly round like a sphere, stretching his tattered garments. Leaning against a rock, he wiped his mouth vigorously and replied earnestly. Pom-Pom and his companions went out to find food, spotted a glowing cave, and upon entering, found themselves in the cold mountains. 2 fell to their deaths, another tumbled down and perished, and 1 ran back, but the cave had vanished. Then the big bad bird captured me, and the chief slew the big bad bird to save Pom-Pom. A glowing and vanishing cave? The goblin's description seemed too fantastical to be a genuine cave. Prompting Fidge to probe further, Pom-Pom, what kind of environment did you inhabit before? Was it in these mountains? Not at all. There were many large water pits and soft earth that devoured goblins. Pom-Pom caught water snakes. The goblin occasionally waved his arms in a mimicry of catching snakes and then pretended to be engulfed by the swamp. Yet he displayed no actions of climbing up or down a slope. He concluded 2 fiery spheres in the sky. 2, not 1. Fidge gasped, relaying the goblin's words to Talon. Pom-Pom nodded, raising 2 fingers towards the sky in a clear indication of the sun's quantity. This goblin had never used the number 3, but 2 was certainly accurate. From both his expression and the observation of his soul's flame, Pom-Pom was not lying. Attempting to deceive one bound by a contract is no small feat, and a goblin could not possibly manage it. 2 suns imply a realm beyond eternal dawn, another world entirely. Thus, the glowing cave could be understood as a portal crossing worlds. A crossing between worlds? Much like the angels sent down by the goddess of truth and thunder, Talon observed Pom-Pom, who, having overeaten and engaged in vigorous activity, now lay on the ground. Groaning and rubbing his belly, he could not help but internally scoff. Who has the idle time to transport such a creature? Fidge, noting Talon's expression, sighed. I too find it incredible, yet he abruptly paused, fixating on the firelight where 2 orbs flickered. Talon inquired what was amiss, and Fidge raised his palm for silence. He remained in deep contemplation for approximately 3 minutes before returning to the conversation. Talon, I have another question. Where did the second winged beast originate? You're certain there was only one, correct? Is the one we just dissected the same one you observed earlier? Indeed, it is the very one I saw before. I am quite familiar with its appearance and cannot be mistaken. Had I encountered another, I would have early on considered the presence of a second, and we would not have been ambushed. Then let us descend tomorrow to examine the one that fell to its demise. I wonder if it might have come through a portal. How can we ascertain that? Would a portal leave traces? Unlikely. Even if there were traces, it has already laid eggs. What remnants could possibly remain? Observe its musculature and fat content, comparing it to the other. Look at Pom-Pom's garments. They reveal that his homeland is not cold at this time. With 2 suns and a marshland, The winged beasts there may not have accumulated fat for winter. This hypothesis may not hold water and likely lack supporting evidence, yet I have several notions. Let us see if they resonate with you. The eggs had barely begun to hatch when we can backtrack to deduce the laying time, which coincides with the depth of winter, does it not? Under normal circumstances, the winged beasts would have exhausted their autumn reserves by now. From where would they derive the capability to lay eggs? Even if they were willing, they should lack the means. The one you killed was male. Should the other be a female with greater reserves? It contradicts logic in the setting sun mountains. Reproductive desires may be strong, but the difficulty of foraging does not lessen accordingly. Moreover, they did not lay eggs earlier, as the midnight parents do. Thus, if it is relatively more plump, it could very well have originated from another season, from another world. Fidge concluded, if that were the case, the situation would indeed become complicated.